Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 384, CH 384, Riot, Theft of the Tensigan. City of Water Mist, Pirate Prison. As night fell, the surroundings quieted down. Most people had fallen asleep. Robin leaned against the bars, gazing into the distance at Crocodile, who was imprisoned far away. Crocodile had long noticed the Straw Hat crew but showed no reaction, remaining calm within his cell. Nami sat against the wall, with Chopper sleeping on her lap. "What's wrong, Robin-chan?" Sanji approached Robin and asked. Robin withdrew her gaze from Crocodile and said, "It's nothing. I just couldn't help but look a little longer when I saw an old acquaintance." She glanced down at the shackles on her hands and said, "These are just ordinary iron cuffs. Breaking free shouldn't be too difficult." "Ah, that's right," Luffy responded casually. Then, using his rubber body, he slipped the iron cuffs off. "Then hurry up and find a way to get out of here," Usopp urged immediately. Robin, however, cautioned, "We can't act recklessly. That purple light during the day left us completely unable to resist. If we encounter it again, we'll just be captured once more." Nami nodded in agreement. "We need a solid plan." Robin once again cast her gaze beyond the prison cells, where row upon row of densely packed cells filled the space. Luffy rested his chin on his hand. "Why hasn't Zoro come to rescue us yet? Given our current situation, even if Zoro came, it would still be troublesome." "We have to rely on ourselves," Robin said, her eyes gleaming with thought. "Now should be the time when the guards are most lax." "Luffy, I have a suggestion." Luffy looked at her. Crocodile, Robin spoke a name that everyone was all too familiar with. Back in Alabasta, they had been enemies locked in a life-and-death struggle. "He's a sand fruit user. If we can get him to help all the imprisoned pirates escape, we could use the chaos to make our own getaway." Silence. Everyone turned to Luffy. Everything that had happened in Alabasta was still fresh in their minds. The suffering that Vivi and the others had endured had all been caused by Crocodile. Luffy slowly walked up to the iron bars, gazing at the scene outside, countless prison cells, the bright moon in the sky, and the night breeze. "This place is really annoying," he muttered for no reason. The others were puzzled, but Sanji understood and said, "Because there's no freedom here." Luffy gripped the bars with both hands and forcefully pulled them apart, creating an opening. Then, he stepped outside. "I'll go alone." Robin used her devil fruit ability to help the others remove their shackles. She then added, "Actually, there's one thing I still don't understand." Usopp asked, "What is it?" Robin said, "These are just ordinary iron shackles. They shouldn't be able to hold Crocodile at all. If he wanted to escape, it should be easy. So why is he still staying in this prison?" Meanwhile, under the cover of night, Luffy made his way to Crocodile's cell unnoticed. It was as if Crocodile had expected his arrival. When he saw Luffy, he didn't look surprised. Instead, he smirked and said, "Yo, Sashiburi Dana, Mujiwara. Long time no see, Straw Hat." Seeing that same arrogant expression on Crocodile's face, Luffy couldn't help but clench his fists. Suppressing his anger, Luffy asked, "Hey, why are you here?" Leaning against the wall, Crocodile replied, "Where I choose to be is my own business. But you, Straw Hat, what do you want from me?" He immediately took the initiative in the conversation. Luffy stood outside the cell in silence for a long moment before suddenly saying, "Nothing." After speaking, he casually turned around as if he had really just come to take a look. Crocodile. This guy really doesn't play by the rules. Crocodile's expression stiffened as he watched Luffy's retreating figure. In the end, he took the initiative and said, "Are you here to ask for my help in breaking out of prison?" Luffy stopped in his tracks. The security in this prison is actually quite lax. Right now, the warden and the guards are probably all asleep. But do you know why, despite that, no one dares to escape? Luffy turned his head to look at him, tilting it slightly in confusion. Because of that tower. Crocodile shifted his gaze toward a distant tower with a glowing purple light at its peak. During the day, you were immobilized by that light. If you try to escape from this prison, the same thing will happen again. Luffy looked toward the distant Solarite tower, his eyes filled with astonishment. What kind of thing could be this powerful? Crocodile then asked, "Straw Hat, do you even know what's happening in the world right now? Seems like you're completely clueless." Crocodile let out a mocking laugh. "This world is no longer the same as before. The sea is no longer the sea we knew. In other words, we have arrived in a new world. There is no more navy, no more world government. Instead, a force called the Sun Empire has taken their place. The Red Line and the Grand Line have also disappeared. Perhaps. He suddenly stopped speaking. He had intended to say that One Piece might not exist anymore, but he swallowed the words at the last moment. Crocodile had already done his homework and had a thorough understanding of the current situation. Luffy suddenly asked, "What were you going to say?" Crocodile replied, nothing. If you want my help, I have one condition. What is it? I don't like the warden of this place. Go beat him up for me. If you agree, I'll unlock all the cells and release every pirate here. Luffy was momentarily stunned. He found the request rather strange. 2 minutes later, Luffy returned to where his crew was waiting. Luffy, how did it go? Usopp asked with concern. He agreed, Luffy said. Did he make any demands? Robin asked. She understood Crocodile better than anyone else. He wants me to beat up someone, the warden of this place. Robin frowned. He wants us to draw the guards' attention for him. Luffy clapped his hands in sudden realization. Oh, so that's what he's after. I thought he just really hated the warden. Sanji sighed. That much was obvious. Only an idiot like you wouldn't see it. Usopp asked, so, what do we do? Do we go along with his request? Luffy shrugged indifferently and said, I'll just go find the warden and have a fight with him. Robin interjected, I'll go instead. It was my fault that everyone got locked up in the first place. Luffy placed a hand on his straw hat and flashed a bright smile. No, I'm the captain. I'll go. Usopp gritted his teeth. Then I'll go with you. Sanji silently lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. Luffy's tone became resolute. I'll go alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his head and, with a powerful leap, landed on the 3rd level of the prison. Just as Crocodile had said, there were no guards in sight, and there weren't even any fences around the area. Anyone agile enough could easily escape. Standing there, Luffy got a clearer view of the distant tower. The Solarite Tower, the Sun Empire. No more navy, no more world government. Then what about Grandpa? The thought crossed his mind unbidden. He paused for a moment before heading in the direction Crocodile had given him. Suddenly, the quiet of the pirate prison was shattered by a thunderous noise. Countless prisoners woke up in shock, faintly hearing a series of shouts in the distance. Someone is breaking out. That guy with the straw hat. Catch him. Notify the tower defenses immediately. Nami, Robin, and the others also heard the commotion. Soon after, they noticed that the walls around their prison cells, where the iron bars were embedded, were rapidly turning to sand. In no time, the entire iron barrier collapsed. And it wasn't just their cell. Outside, the sound of iron bars crashing to the ground echoed everywhere. Every prison cell had been opened. Solarite Tower control room. The night shift guards, who had been slacking off, were suddenly awakened by an emergency call. One by one, their eyes locked onto the surveillance screens displaying live footage of the pirate prison. Why are all the pirates out? Lock down the area. Prepare to activate large-scale restraint light. They reacted swiftly, pressing buttons on the control panel. The light at the top of Solarite Tower instantly became blindingly bright. Hey, don't you guys feel something's off? The control room, it's shaking. Whoosh. A purple beam shot out from Solarite Tower, rapidly expanding to cover the entire pirate prison. The pirates who had just escaped from their cells and were about to flee suddenly froze in place. In an instant, the chaotic prison fell into an eerie silence. Countless figures stood stiffly in strange postures, as if time itself had stopped. But the eerie silence didn't last long. Someone noticed that, in the distance, the conspicuous high tower suddenly collapsed. Its entire structure crumbled into a cloud of dust and sand, and a massive glowing sphere plummeted toward the ground. With Solarite Tower reduced to rubble, the prisoners regained their ability to move. What just happened? What the hell is going on? I can move again. After a brief moment of confusion, chaos erupted once more. In Mist City, Zoro, who had been navigating through the winding alleys, suddenly heard a sharp, prolonged alarm. At the same time, countless figures began leaping across the rooftops, and a citywide announcement echoed from loudspeakers. Attention all residents. Level 1 emergency alert. Return home immediately and lock all doors and windows. Do not leave your house under any circumstances. Attention all residents. Level 1 emergency alert. Zoro watched the ninja darting above him, frowning in silence. Luffy and the others had been gone for a long time and hadn't returned to the ship. He had no choice but to go looking for them. After asking around the city, he learned that a fresh batch of pirates had been captured today. There was a high chance it was Luffy's crew. But, where the hell is the pirate prison? Why has he been searching for so long and still can't find it? Konoha, early morning. A riot in the pirate prison. The Solarite Tower was destroyed, and the Tensigan weapon was stolen. Makoto had just woken up and hadn't even eaten breakfast when he received an urgent communication. He was utterly stunned. A Hyuga clansman, sweating from his forehead, bowed slightly and reported, "Yes. The emergency report came in early this morning, but we did not dare disturb your rest." Makoto asked, "Wasn't Shirsue stationed there?" "Well. There were many Solarite towers, but the one that got destroyed was specifically the one in Mist City, right at the center of the water province." Makoto fell into deep thought. This was the first time he had ever encountered something like this. If the enemy had managed to destroy a Solarite tower, it meant they knew how it worked. Do we know who did it? That is still unclear. Last night, every cell in the pirate prison was opened. The sections where the iron bars were embedded had all turned into sand. The Solarite tower also collapsed in the same way, most of its structure mysteriously disintegrated into sand. Sand, sand. Makoto's expression grew thoughtful. The messenger continued, "However, we did manage to capture someone last night. Lord Shirsue believes this individual may be the mastermind behind the incident." "What's their name?" The prisoner calls himself Monkey D. Luffy. Makoto. He immediately turned to Ayari and the others, saying that he would not be eating breakfast. Then, without wasting a second, he soared into the sky, speeding toward the water province at full force. Water province. After a night of chaos, the pirate riot had finally been quelled. The ninja forces in the water province were strong, even without the Solarite tower, suppressing a prison uprising was not too difficult. At this moment, Hyuga Seen, Uchiha Shirsue, and Karatachi Yagura were gathered in an office, each wearing a troubled expression. "What should we do? If His Majesty blames us for this, how are we supposed to answer?" Hyuga Seen muttered anxiously. This wasn't just about the destruction of a Solarite tower, the Tensigan weapon had been stolen. The Solarite towers were the very foundation of the Sun Empire's power. Right now, Hyuga Seen felt like dying. "Those damn pirates," he growled through clenched teeth. "I will have them all executed. Every single one of them." Shirsue sighed, shaking his head. "Seen-senpai, please don't act impulsively. We should focus on finding a way to fix this first." Hyuga Seen snapped, "Fix this? How?" That enormous Tensigan weapon disappeared underground right before everyone's eyes. How can we possibly retrieve it? The ninja search teams had already investigated the area where the weapon vanished, but apart from discovering severe sand erosion underground, they had no other useful leads. The enemy had clearly planned everything in advance. As the three were deep in frustration, the office door suddenly swung open. Hyuga Seen instinctively turned to lash out, but the moment he saw the person standing at the door, he nearly fell off his chair. "Why, Your Majesty?" He scrambled to his feet and hurriedly knelt down before the figure. Shirsue and Yagura were equally stunned. Without hesitation, they both rose to their feet and knelt respectfully. "Your Majesty." Makoto walked straight to the main seat in the office, sat down, and looked at the three kneeling before him. "Explain what happened." Seen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Last night, the pirates in the prison started a riot, destroyed the Solarite tower, and stole the Empire's sacred weapon." Makoto cut him off immediately. "Who stole it?" Seen hesitated, stumbling over his words. "Well, Seeing his reaction, Makoto didn't even bother scolding him. Instead, he said, "Where's the prison inmate record?" Seen immediately responded, "I'll go get it right away." He scrambled to his feet, nearly tripping over himself as he rushed out of the room. Makoto then turned his gaze to Shirsue. "Shirsue." Shirsue lowered his head and said, "It is my failure. I could not protect the Solarite tower." Makoto waved his hand impatiently, cutting him off. Soon, Seen returned, holding a thick record book in his hands. He placed it carefully before Makoto, both respectful and anxious. The record was long. Makoto flipped through it back and forth until he found the name he was looking for. "Sir Crocodile." Makoto asked, "How was this crocodile captured?" Seen's expression turned blank for a moment, clearly having no idea who that was. Makoto's patience finally ran out. He grabbed a stamp from the desk and hurled it straight at Seen's head. "What exactly do you know as the branch president?" Seen didn't dare dodge. The stamp struck his forehead, splitting the skin, and blood immediately trickled down. Yagura then spoke up. "I remember that name. He seemed like just an ordinary pirate. There was a pirate disturbance in one of the nearby towns, and he was captured along with the rest." Makoto continued flipping through the roster and asked, "How was he captured?" "A squad was sent, led by a jonin. A single jonin." Makoto frowned, deep in thought, slowly piecing things together. Should I say, as expected of Crocodile? The guy actually dared to target my Solarite tower. Instead of anger, Makoto suddenly felt intrigued. But when his gaze landed on the still kneeling scene, his irritation flared up again. You captured someone named Luffy, correct? Yes. Take me to him. Yagura and Shursue stood up to lead the way. As Makoto passed by scene, he couldn't resist and kicked him again. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 385, ch 385, Trap. In a separate interrogation room, Luffy was completely restrained with iron rings, and seals were placed on his body. Shursue said to Makoto, Your Majesty, this is the person you previously told me to keep an eye on. He was captured last night by Yagura-senpai. I haven't used any torture or genjutsu on him. Before coming to the Water Province, Makoto had given Shursue a special list, instructing him to keep certain individuals alive whenever possible. Makoto carefully observed Luffy, then glanced at the straw hat placed on the side. He picked it up and examined it. In terms of texture, it was just a very ordinary hat. That's mine. Luffy immediately spoke when he saw Makoto pick up his straw hat. Unlock him, and remove the seal as well, Makoto ordered. Shursue moved to unfasten the restraints and remove the seals from Luffy. The first thing Luffy did after regaining his freedom was to reach his hand out toward Makoto. Makoto chuckled and returned the straw hat to him. The door to the interrogation room closed, leaving only the three of them inside. What's your current bounty? Makoto asked. 100 million, Luffy replied. He placed the straw hat back on his head. He was dressed in a red short-sleeved shirt and blue shorts, with straw sandals on his feet, just as Makoto remembered. For a moment, Makoto felt a bit nostalgic. Do you know Frankie? Makoto asked again. Who? Luffy tilted his head in confusion, showing no awareness of his capture, as if he wasn't the least bit concerned. So, they hadn't reached Water 7 or Eni's lobby yet. Makoto continued his questioning, were you one of the masterminds behind last night's incident? Hearing this, Luffy seriously thought for a moment, then simultaneously glanced to the side with both his eyes and mouth, muttering, it wasn't me. That sideways glance and guilty expression screamed dishonesty, making Makoto find it quite amusing. Aren't you and Crocodile enemies? Why did you help him? Wait, how do you know we're enemies? Luffy had just been about to explain but suddenly realized something and questioned Makoto in return. Makoto smiled mischievously and bluffed, I can read minds. Haven't you developed a new technique called second gear but never used it before? Luffy was momentarily stunned, then looked at Makoto in shock. You really can read minds. Judging by his expression, he had already fallen for Makoto's words. You have 6 crewmates, Zoro, Usopp, Nami, Sanji, Robin, and Chopper, right? Luffy's expression became conflicted. He then crossed his arms over his chest, lowered his head, and started muttering under his breath. Makoto focused to listen and found that Luffy was mumbling a bunch of random words, roast meat, beer, moss head, curly brows, donuts, dog hat, love punch, orange tree. What the hell is he doing? Makoto was utterly baffled. Shursue seemed to see through it and whispered, he's probably thinking about random things to prevent you from reading his mind. Makoto couldn't help but chuckle, this kid was adorably dumb. He immediately asked, where are your crewmates? Luffy lifted his head and stared at the ceiling, muttering even faster, long nose, water cup, slingshot, rotten egg. Ugh, so stinky. Makoto. Faced with Luffy's antics, Makoto felt both exasperated and amused. He didn't really plan on doing anything to Luffy, his main purpose for coming here was simply to see him in person. As the protagonist of One Piece, one of the big 3 shonen series, Luffy naturally possessed a certain level of charisma. Otherwise, why would Makoto have once binged the series day and night? Of course, Robin, Nami, and Boa Hancock might have played a tiny role in that, too. After leaving the interrogation room, Makoto ordered that Luffy should just be watched and left alone. Shursue spoke up, what about the Solarite Tower? Makoto casually replied, without Hyuga blood, outsiders can't activate the Tensigan weapon. Just capture them and bring them back. After speaking, he opened his palm, revealing a pure white Magatama, which quickly turned purple under the influence of chakra. Shursue respectfully accepted it, fully aware of its power. The moment he touched the Magatama, he immediately sensed something connecting to his chakra. He pondered for a moment and said, they're still within the province, haven't gone out to sea. Makoto sneered, trying to hide in plain sight, huh? Too bad they don't have a proper understanding of their enemy's strength. Shursue was ordered to go after Crocodile. Not long after leaving Makoto, a towering green giant soared into the sky, flapping its wings before quickly disappearing into the horizon. The people in the city stopped in their tracks, craning their necks to watch. Some gasped in astonishment. It's Lord Shursue. It's Lord Shursue. During the previous conference broadcast, countless people had witnessed the power of Susanoo and immediately recognized the giant as Shursue. Makoto, accompanied by Hyuga, arrived at the ruins of the Solarite Tower. Surveying the wreckage, scattered sand, and rubble, he noted that the area was cordoned off with multiple shinobi standing guard. These pirates don't have chakra, so many of our usual techniques don't work well against them. The Solarite Tower functioned by continuously absorbing natural energy, making it self-sustaining. The beams it emitted weren't just composed of chakra but also contained natural energy, meaning no one could escape its control. However, Crocodile's ability stemmed from a devil fruit. Kabuto's research on devil fruits hadn't made significant progress yet, so when the tower was being corroded by this unknown power, its chakra detection system didn't react, thus, its defenses never activated. Now that Shinigami and Hollows existed in this world, and pirates had joined the mix, it was time to upgrade the Solarite Tower. Makoto raised his hand slightly. Before everyone's astonished eyes, the scattered ruins suddenly began to move on their own, floating into the air. The rubble and debris started rapidly rearranging themselves, even the sand transforming back into solid bricks, returning to their original positions. Hyuga noticed something even more shocking. Among the ruins, a massive broken device was levitating and repairing itself. This wasn't just some telekinetic ability, this was time manipulation. He swallowed hard. In less than a minute, the Solarite Tower was fully restored, aside from the massive glowing sphere at the top, which was now missing. Otherwise, it looked exactly the same as before. Your Majesty, what should we do with the captured pirates? During last night's suppression, we recaptured a small group, though most were executed on the spot. Makoto replied without even looking up, they disrupted the Empire's stability, what do you think should be done? You've already spilled blood, yet you're still asking me. Hyuga bowed slightly. Understood. Makoto returned to the office of the local guild branch leader and reviewed the administrative affairs. Fortunately, there were no major issues on that front. Hyuga stood respectfully at his side, awaiting orders. Without lifting his head, Makoto casually remarked, since you still bear the Hyuga name, I'll let you off. Your position will be handed over to Setsu from now on. Hyuga immediately dropped to his knees and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. As the ninja guild branch leader of the Water Province, his position was that of a regional governor, immensely powerful. He controlled all the ninja forces within the province, making him practically a local ruler. Now that he had been stripped of his title, his days within the clan were bound to be miserable. A deep sense of bitterness settled in his heart. As for Hyuga Setsu, he was a fellow clansman of the same generation. In the past, he had even served as an instructor to Itachi and Kabuto. There was also Hyuga Shimizu, who held a high-ranking position in Konoha. Makoto was particularly satisfied with his abilities and trusted him completely. In fact, the very first Solarite Tower had been entrusted to his care. Makoto was not initially enraged because the Solarite Tower had been stolen. After all, they were unaware of Crocodile's abilities, and the tower was currently unable to detect devil fruits. What truly infuriated him was seen utter cluelessness, even long after the incident had occurred. A small island in the Water Province. A ship was docked along the shore, and a group of people was moving a massive object, concealed under a black cloth, onto the land. A faint glow seeped through the fabric. You've been lurking for so long, all for this thing? Mr. 1, Das Bones, asked. Crocodile, with a cigar between his lips and a coat draped over his shoulders, replied, don't underestimate it. This is the Sun Empire's most powerful weapon. I've witnessed its might with my own eyes. If I can fully master it, even that old man Whitebeard won't be a threat anymore. After obtaining the Tensigan weapon, he had briefly examined it, but unfortunately, there was no way to operate it. Just then, Crocodile suddenly sensed something. His gaze snapped upward, and a massive shadow in the sky was rapidly approaching. That is. Mr. 1's eyes widened in shock. Crocodile's expression grew serious. It's Uchiha Shursue. He had some knowledge of the 10 Crown Guards and had watched the Interdimensional Exchange Conference broadcast. He knew very well that these people were on an entirely different level, far beyond what he could handle right now. However, as a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, escaping should still be easy. A colossal green giant hovered in the air above them, its massive wings flapping and stirring fierce winds. The black cloth covering the object was lifted away, revealing the Tensigan weapon in its entirety. Suddenly, the giant's body dissolved into a burst of emerald flames, vanishing into the air. From within, Shursue descended. He looked at the men with the cigar in his mouth and asked calmly, Crocodile, I presume. Crocodile remained composed, his presence unwavering. That's right. Mr. One subtly shifted into a combat stance, readying himself. Shursue, however, merely glanced at him. Just one look. In that instant, Mr. One's consciousness faded. He collapsed backward, unconscious. Around them, all the other crew members also fell one by one. Crocodile's mind was shaken. He himself hadn't felt anything at all, which meant this wasn't hockey, it was some other kind of technique. Why did you touch something that belongs to the Empire? Crocodile let out a cold sneer. Don't you know I'm a pirate? What kind of stupid question is that? Shursue raised an eyebrow slightly. It had been a long time since anyone had been this arrogant in front of him. His Majesty only ordered him to bring the men back, but making him suffer a little along the way shouldn't be a problem. Inside the City of Mist, Zoro, Nami, and the others had finally regrouped and were discussing how to rescue Luffy. Robin said, the pirate prison has become heavily guarded now. Probably because of last night's events, it won't be easy to sneak in. Sanji, smoking a cigarette, added, that warden is really strong. I saw Luffy get defeated effortlessly. Usopp, furious, cursed, damn that crocodile. I knew he was up to no good. As they discussed their plan, Nami suddenly ran back, her expression full of panic. Something terrible has happened. The pirates who participated in last night's prison riot are going to be publicly executed today. Everyone was shocked. Zoro immediately said, we can't hesitate anymore. Even if we have to break in by force, we have to save Luffy. They all shared the same resolve. With no time to come up with a better strategy, they rushed toward the execution ground. A massive crowd had gathered around the high platform, where dozens of captured pirates knelt, bound tightly with ropes. A ninja stood on the platform, reading out their crimes to the public. Below, the spectators cheered, shouting for their immediate execution. The pirate attacks had severely disrupted the lives of the people in the water province. Fishermen and merchants no longer dared to set sail, and in the past, many pirates had even raided the shores directly. The people of this land had grown to despise pirates. As Zoro and the others arrived at the scene, their eyes scanned the dozens of captives, searching anxiously. Where's Luffy? He doesn't seem to be here. Chopper's face was filled with fear. Could it be that Luffy is already? Nami immediately smacked him on the head. Don't say such things. Robin's mind was working rapidly. We need to head to the pirate prison. Sanji nodded. If Luffy isn't at the execution site, then he's most likely still in the prison. Last night, he was the one who actively attacked the warden, so he must have been treated as a high-profile criminal. Without hesitation, the group quickly left and rushed toward the pirate prison. Once they distanced themselves from the crowd and streets, they found that the heavily guarded prison from this morning was now completely deserted, with its main gates wide open. What's going on? There's no one here. Looking at the empty prison grounds, they instinctively felt that something was off. But if Luffy was truly locked inside, they couldn't afford to hesitate. Zoro placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, his brows furrowed. I'll go scout ahead. Sanji took a step forward. Let's go together. Most of the guards are probably gathered at the execution site, so this might actually be our best chance to get in. Just as they were about to move, they suddenly noticed a figure appear at the prison entrance. Oi Zoro. Usopp. Nami. Sanji. Robin. Chopper. You guys are here. Everyone froze for a moment. Standing at the prison gate, who else could it be but Luffy? Luffy, you're okay. Nami's face lit up with joy. Chopper couldn't contain himself and immediately ran toward him. Seeing that Luffy was safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and walked toward him. Chopper clung to Luffy, crying uncontrollably. Luffy, I'm so glad you're okay. I thought you were already. Robin asked, Luffy, weren't you captured? Why are you still here? Luffy scratched his head and laughed. Ah, the officer here let me go. Sanji was surprised. Let you go? Luffy nodded. Yeah. Actually, you guys can come meet him too. Zoro suddenly frowned, his gaze fixed on the Luffy in front of him. Luffy turned around and led the group into the prison. Usopp, Nami, and the others followed without much suspicion. However, just as they stepped through the prison gates, Zoro suddenly called out, Luffy. Luffy looked at him in confusion, but at that moment, he caught a flash of cold light in the corner of his eye. His instinct screamed danger, and he leaped backward in retreat. Zoro had drawn his sword and slashed at him. Zoro, what are you doing? Usopp exclaimed in shock. Zoro said in a deep voice, he's not Luffy. The fake Luffy, who had barely dodged Zoro's attack, stopped pretending. He immediately released his transformation technique, revealing himself as an unfamiliar man. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Chopper and turned to flee into the prison. Damn it. Let go of Chopper. Inside the pirate prison, Makoto sat on a high platform chair. When he saw several figures finally break through the entrance, he said, "They've arrived." The ambushing ninjas instantly appeared, surrounding Zoro and his group. Damn it. It's a trap after all. Zoro drew his sword and cursed under his breath. Sanji and the others quickly formed a defensive stance, standing back to back with him, ready for battle. Makoto gaze swiftly scanned the group, and among them, the most striking figure was Robin, who stood nearly 1.9 meters tall. He gave the order, "Attack." Let's test their strength first. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 386, ch 386, Those Who Disobey Will Die. With a thunderous boom, the once calm sea instantly turned turbulent, surging with towering waves. The red hockey rocked violently on the water's surface, nearly being overturned by a massive wave crashing toward the shore. This was a desolate island in the vast ocean, originally uninhabited, but now, it was the stage for a battle so fierce it shook the heavens and earth. Standing on the shoreline, Hyuga Hakumen activated his Byakugan, intently gazing at the distant battlefield. Beside him, a group of pirates had gathered. Leading them was a man holding a flintlock rifle, draped in a deep blue swirling patterned cloak, a cigarette clamped between his lips, his expression solemn as he watched Hakumen with vigilance. Hakumen, however, had his full attention on the battle ahead. Without even glancing at the men, he said indifferently, "No need to be so wary. I have no interest in you right now." Ben Beckman remained silent, his sharp gaze also fixed on the distant jungle and low mountains. The ocean here was raging, yet over there, flames had ignited the land. It had been a long time since he'd seen Shanks in such a hard-fought battle. Who exactly were these two opponents? Suddenly, dark clouds surged in the sky, the winds howled fiercely, and it seemed as though a torrential downpour could descend at any moment. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, crashed down. To those watching, it was a dazzling pillar of white light, piercing the sky like a divine spear splitting the heavens. Who could wield lightning like this? In Beckman and the others' minds, only a devil fruit user should have the power to summon such storms. The humid air, thick with ocean mist, sent waves of stinging pain through their bodies. Powerful electric currents crackled through the atmosphere, even causing arcs of electricity to dance across the ground. Thunder Dragon Halberd. Boom. Another earth-shaking explosion resounded. The pillar of white light that connected the heavens and earth suddenly moved, slicing straight through the entire island, splitting it cleanly in two. The ground trembled violently. Half of the island was engulfed by the endless white light, reduced to nothingness. The sea itself was parted, leaving a vacuum stretching dozens of meters wide, only for the waters to come rushing back in, surging forward like an unstoppable force. Everyone held their breath, focusing intently on the scene unfolding within the island. Two figures emerged from the devastation. Shanks appeared uninjured, but his cloak was tattered, his right hand gripping his longsword tightly, and his red hair damp from the seawater. Opposite him, Kakashi stood with Raikiri in hand. Dark markings spread across the black mask covering his face, and electric currents crackled around his body. Truly an incredible power, Shanks praised. There are probably only a handful of people on this sea who could withstand that attack. Kakashi replied calmly, and yet, you blocked it. Shanks chuckled twice. Seems like today's not your lucky day, you ran into a tough opponent. Kakashi's voice remained steady, Shanks, I've said all that needs to be said. Must someone as strong as you insist on opposing the Empire? Shanks burst into laughter. We were never anyone's enemy. It's just that so many people see us as one. We've always lived freely, wandering as we please. Even if the world has changed, just as you claim. He paused, then grinned. The only thing that's changed is the world, not us. Kakashi furrowed his brows, silent for a moment. Another one like Whitebeard, huh? Drifting across the sea for so long, he had encountered many pirates. Most were just ruthless thugs, wreaking havoc while clinging desperately to their own lives. But Whitebeard, and now Shanks, were different. What about the remaining two emperors? Were they the same? Why would such powerful people choose to be pirates? Kakashi couldn't understand. If they wanted power and wealth, it would be effortless. So why keep sailing across this empty ocean? What was there to gain? He sighed inwardly, His Majesty's mission was proving far more difficult than expected. If his task were simply to eradicate these people, he wouldn't hesitate. But after meeting Whitebeard and Shanks, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for them. Seeing Kakashi hesitate, Shanks smirked and asked. What's wrong? Not going to fight anymore. Kakashi glanced at him and replied. If I don't attack, does that mean you won't either? This is a battle where our fates are on the line. You talk as if you're only fighting because I made the first move. They were the ones who had sought out Shanks, and when negotiations failed, they initiated the battle. How could any ordinary person tolerate such behavior? Shanks chuckled. It's been a long time since I've had a good fight. This battle was exhilarating. Besides, you weren't really trying to kill me, were you? His gaze shifted toward Hakumen and his own crewmates in the distance. Your companion over there, he never made a move. He didn't attack my crew either. If we're not sworn enemies, then there's always the possibility of becoming friends. A fight is just a fight. I don't care about the reason behind it. Let's just say you came to find me for a little warm-up. Shanks grinned. Kakashi, if you don't feel like fighting anymore, I'd love to treat you a drink. Kakashi. Without a word, he dispelled the Raikiri in his hand. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Aim no Mirakumo no Tsurugi returned to its ordinary black-bladed form and was smoothly sheathed. The black markings on his face slowly faded away. Seeing this, Shanks' smile widened. But before anything more could be said, Kakashi suddenly pressed a hand to his ear, as if listening to someone. Shanks raised an eyebrow. What is it? Kakashi replied calmly, His Majesty has given the order. We can return. There's no need to continue the fight. From afar, Hakumen also received the message. He exchanged a glance with Kakashi, confirming their next move. Shanks tilted his head, then asked, So? How about that drink? No need, Kakashi refused outright. Shanks, you have rejected the Empire's goodwill. The next time we meet, we may truly be enemies. Shanks let out a long sigh. What a shame, what a shame. It was unclear whether he was referring to Kakashi's statement about them becoming enemies or simply lamenting the missed opportunity to share a drink. The sea gradually returned to calm, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. However, the island was left in complete ruins, half of it had even vanished. With a flicker, Kakashi appeared beside Hakumen. Why did His Majesty suddenly call us back? Probably because there's a more suitable candidate for the task, Hakumen replied. He paid no attention to the red-haired pirates nearby and instead, without hesitation, took to the sky with Kakashi. Shanks walked over to Beckman and let out a sigh. After drifting across the sea for so long, it looks like the winds have suddenly changed. Beckman asked, What now? This so-called Sun Empire, they're probably just like the world government. They won't let us go so easily. Shanks pondered for a moment before saying, The sea is no longer the same as it used to be. Let's head to the mainland and see for ourselves. His gaze lingered on the direction in which Hakumen and Kakashi had disappeared, his expression unreadable. Pirate prison. The ninjas surrounding Zoro and the others were mostly Chunin, with only 2 Jonin staying on the outskirts of the battle. Even so, these Chunin alone were already causing Zoro and his group significant trouble. Usopp and Nami were practically liabilities, while only Zoro and Sanji were able to maintain an edge over the Chunin. However, the strength of Chunin varied greatly. Some had just barely passed the threshold and were only slightly stronger than Genin, while others were nearly on par with Jonin, yet for various reasons had not been promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin. Once Makoto assessed their strength, he immediately signaled for the 2 Jonin to join the fight. In just a matter of moments, everyone except Zoro and Sanji had collapsed to the ground. Damn it. Zoro stood firm, gripping his swords in both hands while clenching a third between his teeth. His fallen comrades lay around him, with ninjas encircling them. The 2 Jonin before him were on a completely different level, it would take real effort to defeat them. What made the situation even worse was that they were deep inside enemy territory, with no clear idea of how many foes remained. Luffy's situation was also uncertain. Just then, a massive black shadow descended from the sky, an enormous green giant landed beside the Solarite Tower, carrying a glowing purple sphere in its hands. There were already waiting technicians at the site. As soon as the Tensigan weapon was placed back in position, they swiftly began operating the machinery, reactivating the Solarite Tower. While Makoto was briefly distracted, the battle below suddenly intensified. In an instant, figures constantly interwove, and flashes of swords and blades flickered. Zoro and Sanji joined forces to defeat the 2 Jonin. Zoro pointed his sword at Makoto, who was seated on the high platform, and asked with a serious expression, Hey, where's Luffy? He had guessed that Makoto held a high status among these people, but he couldn't understand why he remained indifferent despite his subordinates being defeated. Yagura stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this man is too arrogant, he dares to point a sword at you. Let's just kill him. Makoto waved his hand casually, signaling him to step back. At that moment, Zoro's expression suddenly changed. His gaze swiftly shifted to the side as a shadow, moving so fast it was nearly invisible, flew toward him. Alarmed, he quickly raised his sword to block, only to hear a sharp clang. Sparks burst from the blade, and a searing pain tore through his palm. Yubashiri slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The weapon that had knocked his sword away was merely a single shuriken, now embedded halfway into the floor. A figure instantly appeared between Zoro and Sanji. It was Shisui. He glanced at Zoro and said coldly, "Next time, you won't be so lucky." His voice was chilling, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. A shiver ran down both Zoro's and Sanji's spines. Thud. A figure was thrown to the ground. When they looked, they were shocked to find that it was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He seemed to have lost consciousness, lying motionless. Shisui instantly flickered back to Makoto's side, kneeling on one knee. "Your Majesty, I've brought him back." Makoto cast a glance at the unconscious Crocodile and said indifferently, "Wake him up." Shisui immediately lifted the illusion he had cast on Crocodile. The once feared sand crocodile slowly regained consciousness. When he saw the straw hats nearby, he was momentarily stunned. Then, as he looked up and caught sight of the figure sitting on the high platform, his face instantly changed. The Emperor of the Sun Empire. He had seen this Emperor's figure before during the Interdimensional Exchange Conference livestream. If the 10 crown guards were already this terrifying, then what about the Emperor himself? Without a second thought, Crocodile immediately transformed into a mass of sand, attempting to flee. However, just as his elemental transformation was halfway complete, an invisible force clamped down on him, rendering him completely immobile. "You stole something and still want to run. Where do you think you're going?" Makoto asked slowly. Crocodile's former arrogance was nowhere to be seen. His expression darkened as he stood there, frozen. Meanwhile, Zoro and the others, after witnessing Shisui's earlier display of power, had also become much more restrained. Makoto turned his gaze back to Crocodile and asked, "This theft? You must have planned it for quite some time, haven't you?" Crocodile's expression shifted. He seemed to realize that escape was impossible, but what puzzled him was, why had this Emperor specifically come to see him? After a moment, he finally responded, "That's right." He had gathered extensive intelligence on the Tower of Solarite, thoroughly investigating the entire Misty Water City security arrangements. Then, he deliberately got himself imprisoned at an opportune moment, with his subordinates standing by, ready to act at any time. The Straw Hats' involvement had been completely unexpected, but in a way, their presence had actually increased his chances of success. Makoto then said, "Judging by your reaction just now, it seems you recognize me." After a brief silence, Crocodile replied, "Emperor of the Sun Empire. I watched that exchange conference." Makoto chuckled. "Impressive. You watched that exchange conference, yet still had the guts to act. For your courage and intelligence, I've decided not to kill you." Zoro and the others couldn't help but be shocked, turning their gazes toward Makoto on the high platform. This man is an emperor. In their understanding, rulers of kingdoms were simply called kings. The only ones who could be called emperors were the 4 great powers of the New World in the second half of the Grand Line. Hearing Makoto's words, Crocodile secretly let out a breath of relief. Makoto smiled and said, "Not only will I not kill you, but I will also grant you power and authority. Do you have the courage to accept it?" Crocodile pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you mean?" Makoto explained, "I plan to establish a maritime guild, an organization that will encompass and govern all pirates. Originally, I intended to appoint one of the 4 emperors as its leader, but they all seem unwilling to accept this offer. So now, I'm offering the position to you. What do you think?" In Makoto's original plan, one of the 4 emperors would have been the ideal candidate for this role. They had both the prestige and strength necessary to lead. However, just as he had initially expected, the stronger someone is, the less likely they are to agree. Even if he demonstrated overwhelming power, who would willingly place another ruler above themselves? Kakashi and Hakumen had been gone for quite some time now, which likely meant their mission wasn't going smoothly. If they won't accept the olive branch, then they can prepare to face the cannons. Hearing this, Yagura was utterly stunned. How did a mere thief suddenly get promoted to the leader of a maritime guild? A maritime guild? Crocodile didn't immediately agree. Instead, he fell into deep thought for a long while before finally asking, "What exactly is this maritime guild?" At this moment, Shisui took the initiative to answer, "Within the Empire's territory, lawless bandits and raiders will not be tolerated. The Maritime Guild exists to regulate and control acts of pillaging, burning, and killing. Within the Empire, every person must become a law-abiding citizen. Isn't this just the Navy?" Crocodile and the Straw Hat crew had the same thought at that moment. Isn't this just the Navy? Crocodile, however, remained composed. He already understood that this world was different now. But the Straw Hats were puzzled. If you're doing something like this, then what's the point of the Navy? After a moment of silence, Crocodile finally spoke. "Forgive me for being blunt." He paused before continuing, "Do you really think pirates will obediently follow the rules of this so-called maritime guild? After all, whoever truly wanted to abide by the law wouldn't have become a pirate in the first place. Talk of adventuring across the seas and seeking hidden treasures, those were just convenient excuses. The truth was, most people simply enjoyed living without restraint. If violence and force could get them everything they desired, who would willingly play by the rules? Makoto chuckled softly. That's not a problem. Anyone who refuses to obey will die. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 387, ch 387, I Want a Child. With the affairs in Misty Water City temporarily settled, Makoto brought Crocodile and the Straw Hat crew back to Konoha. At Konoha's main gate, the former pirates underwent a blood registration process, their DNA recorded by the Tower of Solarity. With this in place, any thoughts of causing trouble or escaping were nothing more than wishful thinking. With their current strength, it was simply impossible. Makoto casually had lodgings arranged for the Straw Hats. These people might prove useful in the future, so instead of treating them as prisoners, he allowed them to move freely within Konoha. Inside the Imperial Palace, Kakashi and Hakumen reported back to Makoto regarding their encounters with Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. Makoto suddenly asked Kakashi, between Whitebeard and red-haired, who do you think is stronger? Kakashi pondered for a moment before replying, we weren't fighting to the death, so it's hard to judge. But Whitebeard gave me a greater sense of oppression. Makoto chuckled lightly. They were once dominant rulers in their own right, so it's natural they wouldn't submit easily. However, in this world, things don't go the way you want just because you wish it. As outsiders, they must bow before the Empire. His gaze then shifted to the men standing nearby. Crocodile, you should have no problem managing the 4 emperors, right? Crocodile remained calm. No problem. He understood that he was merely a puppet, but given his current circumstances, submission was the only choice. Just as Makoto had said, he had stolen the Tensigan weapon and was still alive. That alone was already beyond his expectations. Crocodile was a proud man, but he also knew who he was dealing with. During his fight with Shisui, he hadn't even been able to resist, he had been completely overwhelmed in an instant. The gap between their power was as vast as heaven and earth. And if Shisui alone was that strong, then the power possessed by this Emperor of the Sun Empire was beyond imagination. Ruling over the 4 emperors. Whitebeard. Whitebeard. A massive figure flashed through Crocodile's mind, and he couldn't help but clench his right fist. Makoto rested his chin on his hand and said, then let's make an announcement. The Empire has already been tolerant enough of these pirates. One day later. A massive projection of Crocodile appeared above the endless ocean, his image towering like a mountain, making sure that everyone across the seas could see him. I am Crocodile. He wore a long coat draped over his shoulders, a cigar clenched between his teeth. In his left hand was his signature golden scorpion hook, and in his right hand, a straw hat. His voice, like rolling thunder, echoed across the entire ocean, delivering a message that sent shockwaves through the pirate world. One Piece, its secrets. I have obtained them. If you want to learn the truth, then come to the island marked by the beacon, 1 month from now. The moment Crocodile's projection faded, a silver-white pillar of light descended from the sky like a glowing waterfall. This was a coordinate marker, a location pinpointed by the golden Tensigan on the moon, directing all eyes to an island in the offshore waters of the province of Water. Crocodile's illusion had also been created by the golden Tensigan on the moon, ensuring that every person across the sea could witness it. This announcement sent shockwaves of excitement and disbelief through the world. One Piece, the great treasure left behind by Pirate King Roger, the symbol of ultimate power, the very reason countless pirates set sail. Now, every pirate fleet began altering their course, rushing toward the marked location. Of course, not everyone was blindly swept up in the frenzy. Some began to question the mysterious force orchestrating these events. On a distant shore, the red-haired pirates, who had been preparing to dock, stood frozen as they watched Crocodile's illusion fade. Shank's face was grim. That straw hat. Beckman murmured. He showed it to us on purpose. Shank said in a low voice. Not just us, Beckman replied. Did you forget? There's also someone close to Luffy over at Whitebeard's side. What's meant to come will always come. Shanks gazed into the distant horizon, where the silver waterfall cascaded like a celestial river, concealing countless mysteries within. Biological Science Research Institute. This is the first batch of mass-produced Nichiren. In front of Kabuto and Makoto, several wooden sword racks stood, each holding 20 jet-black katanas. A mysterious aura seemed to flow around the blades, their surfaces shimmering with an ethereal glow. These Nichiren possessed an innate ability, when placed under direct sunlight, they would automatically conceal their presence. The current supply was extremely limited. Right now, Nichiren blades were entirely reliant on donations from the Soul Society, and even then, Konoha had to purify and modify them before they could use it. For the blade to truly transform into a Nichiren blade, it required the wielder's own development and attunement. Because of this, Makoto only planned to bestow these weapons upon a select few gifted young individuals. Meanwhile, the Solarite Tower in Siriidii was nearing completion, and Makoto's plans were progressing smoothly. Gaining control over Siriidii wasn't the difficult part, the real issue lay in the shadow lurking behind the Soul Society. The Omniscient, the Almighty. What about the progress on Devil Fruit research? Makoto asked. Kabuto hesitated before replying, the analysis of the fruits is proceeding smoothly, but, as for the ability to suppress them, as you requested, we still have no leads. This world lacked sea stone, and devil fruit users here weren't hindered by the sea, which meant their abilities had become significantly stronger. As Makoto stepped out of the research facility, his gaze lifted, and there, looming in the distance, was the brutal justice. He let out a long breath. What's the rush? You clearly have plenty of time, don't you? Makoto consoled himself inwardly before making a stop at the Mechanical Science Research Institute. Only after that did he finally return home. In the living room, only Hyuga Natsu was there, watching TV while snacking. Where are the others? Makoto asked. Natsu replied, they all went out. Ayano said the timing was right, so they went to the shrine to pray. Makoto chuckled. Why didn't you go? Natsu pouted. They're all praying for their kids. I don't have one. Makoto immediately understood the implication behind her words. He sat down on the sofa, wrapping an arm around her. There are already enough kids in this house. They make such a racket every day, it's exhausting. Natsu looked up at him with her big eyes, pouting slightly. But they all have kids, and I don't. When they chat about their kids, I don't even know how to join the conversation. Makoto felt a headache coming on. He really had no desire to have another child, but seeing Natsu's expression, it was clear she felt he was being unfair. If it's like this, then what about when Rin moves in? Will I have to have another kid with her too? Makoto sighed softly and said, let's wait until Niji and the others grow up a bit. Then we'll consider having one. Hearing this, Natsu's face lit up with joy. You said it. You can't go back on your word. Makoto sighed helplessly. Yeah. Overjoyed, Natsu threw her arms around his neck, kissing him repeatedly before leaning in to whisper playfully in his ear. I'm in my safe period today. The others aren't back yet. Makoto remained unmoved, pinching her nose lightly. Since when did you start acting like Ayano? What if Ayari catches you sneaking around? Natsu immediately lost interest. Ever since getting together with Makoto, she had developed a deep craving for intimacy, hoping every night that he would come to her room. But unfortunately, with 5 women in the house and only 7 days in a week, everyone had a tacit agreement on whose turn it was each night, except for Ayano, who was always scheming to get Makoto into her room more often. Natsu, looking unbothered, said, so what if we get caught? Ayarine is so good to me, she wouldn't say anything. As she spoke, her hands had already started unbuttoning Makoto's clothes. Makoto couldn't help but find it amusing. Thankfully, his body was strong enough, or else playing newlywed every night would have been impossible for any man. We're back. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared at the open doorway. Natsu's hands froze mid-action, and she quickly jumped off Makoto, hurriedly fixing her appearance. Standing at the door, Ayari, Ayano, Makoto, and Kushina each carried shopping bags in their hands, their expressions a mix of amusement and suspicion as they looked at Makoto and Natsu. Ayano, smirking, teased, looks like we came back at the wrong time. Makoto, however, remained completely calm and said casually, you're back. Good timing, I'm hungry. Go make dinner. Makoto noticed Ayari shooting him a glare. Natsu, both embarrassed and flustered, quickly escaped to the kitchen. I'll go make dinner, she stammered. Ayari and the others had stopped by a shrine for prayers before doing some shopping. Makoto handed a bag to Kushina and smiled. I'll go help in the kitchen. Ayari, expressionless, said, I bought you some clothes. Come to the bedroom and try them on. Makoto cleared his throat and got up to follow her into the master bedroom. Kushina and Ayano exchanged amused glances, barely holding back their laughter. Hiss. You crazy woman. Is biting me the only thing you know how to do? As soon as they shut the bedroom door, Ayari grabbed Makoto's hand and bit down hard. Makoto winced and cursed. Serves you right. Ayari glared at him. Teaching Natsu all those bad things, have you no shame? And doing that in the living room of all places. What if the kids walked in? Makoto quickly defended himself. Hey, would you believe me if I said it wasn't my idea? Ayari snorted. TCH. Like hell I would. Natsu was so innocent before, and now look at her, it's all your fault. Makoto sighed dramatically. I swear, I only taught her bedroom things. I never said anything about the couch. Shameless. Ow, stop biting. That actually hurts. Makoto winced, rubbing his wrist where her teeth marks were, grimacing in pain. Ayari huffed angrily and sat back down on the bed, shooting Makoto a fierce glare before patting the shopping bag beside her. Clothes. Try them on. As Makoto changed, he brought up the topic of Natsu wanting a child. You agreed? Ayari asked. I told her we'd consider it once Niji and the others are older. Ayari fell into deep thought. Among the women in the household, only Natsu didn't have a child. It was understandable that she'd feel a little unbalanced. Thankfully, Natsu was mature and considerate, she wouldn't show such feelings openly to them. In the kitchen. Natsu was focused on chopping vegetables, while Makoto, helping out, leaned in and whispered, I saw when I walked in just now, were you on top? Natsu's face instantly turned bright red. Makoto-san, she exclaimed. So you were the one who took the initiative? Why not take it to the bedroom? You prefer the thrill of the couch. Faced with Makoto's teasing, Natsu's face grew so red it looked like she might start dripping blood. She simply lowered her head, too embarrassed to respond. If it had been anyone else who got caught, no one would even comment, it was just normal at this point. But Natsu was different. She had only recently transitioned into this relationship. Whenever the others openly discussed their bedroom experiences, she would remain completely silent. Her innocence made it amusing for everyone, none of them had expected her to have such a bold side. Natsu had always been thoughtful and perceptive, not exactly naive, but in this area, she was clearly inexperienced compared to the others. Just then, Makoto walked into the kitchen. What are you two talking about? Makoto smirked slightly. Nothing much. Just busy cooking. Seeing Natsu's flushed face and Makoto's amused expression, Makoto instantly knew Makoto had been teasing her. He patted Makoto's butt, motioning for her to step out. Makoto gave them a strange look, were they really about to, in the kitchen? After Makoto left, Makoto wrapped his arms around Natsu from behind. Now you're feeling shy. Weren't you quite eager when you were pulling off my clothes just now? Natsu's face was still red, and she turned to glare at him. It's all your fault. How is it my fault? Because you didn't refuse me. Makoto chuckled, clearly amused. All right, it's my fault. I'll make it up to you tonight. Natsu froze for a moment. Tonight, isn't it Ayarine's turn? Makoto pressed his forehead against hers and said, come to the master bedroom tonight. Natsu stared blankly for a second before realizing what he meant. Her face turned even redder, and she started stammering. You want me to? Makoto added, come quietly. Otherwise, Makoto and Ayano will tease you about this all day tomorrow. Natsu finally pieced her words together, still looking a bit dazed. Did Ayarine agree to this? No, I didn't tell her. Then I'm not going. Natsu pouted, gazing at him with a mix of shyness and annoyance. You scheming bastard. Makoto smirked. If you don't come, I'll tell them exactly how you were pulling my clothes off just now. You. So, are you coming or not? Natsu's frustration quickly turned into a pitiful expression, her eyes watery as she murmured, you're bullying me. Makoto chuckled. I'm giving you an opportunity. Even Makoto and Kushina don't get this treatment. You should take advantage of it. Natsu felt even more flustered, her words coming out hesitantly. But, you didn't even tell Ayarine. She wouldn't agree to this. Makoto smirked, gently stroking her chin. You're different. Ayari spoils you. If you come, she'll definitely accept it. With that, Makoto let go of her and turned to leave the kitchen. At the door, Makoto had her ear pressed against the wall. When she saw Makoto walk out, she jumped in surprise. What are you eavesdropping on? Nothing. I was just going back in to help with cooking. Makoto quickly slipped back into the kitchen, where she saw Natsu standing there in a daze. What's wrong? What did he say to you? Natsu snapped out of it, her face slightly flushed. And nothing. Then, she suddenly remembered, Makoto and Kushina had gone through the same thing before. Did they just get used to it over time and stop feeling awkward? Makoto casually added, oh, by the way, when we went shopping today, Ayari also bought something for you. Ah, I see. Natsu felt a warmth in her heart and nodded gently. Ayarine was always so good to her. After all, it was Ayari who had been the first to welcome her into this family. Ayarine. But then, Makoto's words from earlier resurfaced in her mind, making her blush all over again. That bad guy. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ CH, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tave at 300 plus ch. Chapter 388, ch 388, The Grand Pirate Assembly. Siriiti. The Solarite Tower had now been erected, its towering structure so immense that it could be seen even from Rakongai. After the tower's framework was completed, the final step was to install a signal base station, a task entrusted to the 12th Division Captain, Kuratsuchi Mayuri. Head Captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni harbored some inexplicable concerns about this and thus assigned Kairaku Shunsue to oversee the construction. However, Kairaku had no real expertise in such highly specialized matters. His supervisory role was more symbolic than functional. He simply reasoned that, given Mayuri's level of scientific expertise, it should at least match that of the living world, and thus there shouldn't be any major issues. Even Yamamoto himself thought the same, but to be cautious, he specifically instructed Mayuri to thoroughly inspect the technology and ensure that nothing harmful to the Soul Society would be introduced. Mayuri confidently assured the head captain. Rest assured, when it comes to my work, you have nothing to worry about. And so, the gateway between the living world and the Soul Society was opened once again. A massive sphere radiating alternating purple and white light was transported into Siriiti. Under the watchful eyes of many, the glowing sphere was placed at the pinnacle of Solarite Tower, its purple luminescence shimmering outward while a white glow remained contained within, resembling a less dazzling sun suspended over the heads of the many Shinigami below. Curiosity spread rapidly. What exactly was this object? In response, the 12th Division publicly announced that it was a technological marvel from the living world, and with it, Siriiti could now integrate aspects of modern technology. In truth, the living world of this dimension had already advanced into a modern technological age, and most Shinigami were familiar with various electrical appliances. However, the technological advancements of the ninja world, under Makoto's guidance, were vastly different from conventional modern technology. The main distinction lay in the energy efficiency and convenience of ninja technology. The chakra-based systems consumed minimal energy and were far more practical. After the Solarite Tower's completion, a permanently active gateway was also constructed beside it, directly linking the two worlds. This gate served as both a signal transmitter for the tower and a power conduit for energy supply. 5th Division Barracks. Hinamori Momo hurried down the corridor, clutching a stack of documents as she made her way to the captain's office, only to find her captain sitting on the wooden floor of the walkway, gazing up at the distant sky. Captain Aizen. Ah, Hinamori. Aizen turned his head toward her, a warm smile gracing his face. Hinamori had originally come to discuss official matters, but upon seeing Aizen's kind and approachable demeanor, she momentarily set her business aside. Captain Aizen, what are you looking at? She sat down beside him and followed his gaze. Towering over the sea of rooftops, a single monumental structure stood out, Solarite Tower. Aizen spoke softly, so, it has been completed today. Solarite Tower. It had taken nearly a month to construct this technological marvel from the human world. News of Solarite Tower had spread widely throughout Siriiti, especially after the Interworld Conference had given many seated officers a glimpse into the advancements of the modern world. Those who had been fortunate enough to visit Konoha on soul purification missions had witnessed its grandeur firsthand, and upon returning, they became the subject of envy among their peers. Now, curiosity ran high. What kind of changes would Solarite Tower bring to Siriiti? Hinamori asked, Captain Aizen, now that we have this tower, will Siriiti become just like the living world? Aizen smiled. He had initially wanted to respond with something firm, the living world is the living world, and Soul Society is Soul Society, they will never be the same. But then, his thoughts drifted to that emperor of the living world. Beneath his glasses, his eyes glimmered with intrigue. The future, no one can predict it. The future of Soul Society. It had been some time since he last returned to Hueco Mundo. 1,000 miles from the water province, Light Marker Island. A silver light curtain cascaded over the island, resembling a celestial river flowing from the sky. Originally a barren island, it had been transformed into a massive town within mere days thanks to the tireless efforts of Uchiha Obito, a renowned architect from Konoha. Since everything constructed here was temporary, it lacked the meticulous craftsmanship of Konoha's official expansions, hence the rapid pace of development. Now, countless pirates had gathered here, and the waters around the island were packed with ships. Latecomers struggled to find docking space. The town itself was lined with makeshift taverns, inns, and shops, catering to the influx of seafarers. However, to prevent chaos, the Empire had stationed a significant military force on the island, with none other than Uchiha Shunsue, one of the 10 crown guards, personally overseeing order. A few incidents of pirate uprisings had already been swiftly crushed by force, which led to most pirates becoming noticeably more obedient. However, conflicts still arose in private, particularly over docking disputes. Given the sheer number of pirates, skirmishes were inevitable, gradually giving rise to an unspoken rule: pirates with higher bounties held greater privileges. Those with bounties exceeding 100 million could move freely on the island, provided they didn't violate imperial law. With less than a week remaining until the designated meeting, all eyes were on the arrival of Crocodile. Unbeknownst to the masses, Crocodile had already arrived. A teleportation array had been set up inside the Empire's headquarters on Lightmarker Island, allowing key figures to convene in secret. Gathered in the meeting room were Crocodile, Uchiha Shursue, Terumi Mei, Karatachi Yagura, Hoshigaki Kisame, the Straw Hat crew. All of them were present, awaiting the next move. Frequent reports and a long wait. From time to time, someone would knock on the door and enter to report which new pirate crews had arrived on the island. Many notable figures had already shown up, but the key players they were waiting for had yet to make an appearance. Of the 7 warlords of the sea, only Dracul Mihawk was absent, the rest had all arrived, and it was even rumored that they had met up in a tavern. Besides them, many infamous pirates had also made their way to the island. However, none of the 4 emperors had come. With each new report, the anticipated names remained unheard. It had been the same for days. Some people really know how to keep their composure, Shursue remarked as he lounged on the sofa. There are still 3 days left, Crocodile replied. Those who should come will come. In the corner, Kisame sat in silence, his same had a sword resting in his arms. Having been appointed as Crocodile's second-in-command by the Emperor, he understood the implications of this role. From Mei, he had learned that these so-called 4 emperors had individuals who could rival even Kakashi, one of the 10 crown guards. That revelation had made him take the pirate world much more seriously. As for the Straw Hat crew, though they weren't physically restrained, they were effectively under house arrest. While Zoro, Nami, and the others were deeply concerned about what was to come, Luffy seemed as carefree as ever, eagerly anticipating his reunion with Shanks. At one point, he had even persistently asked Crocodile about One Piece, only to drop the subject after his crewmates told him it was all a lie. Another day passed. As dawn broke and most were still fast asleep, a sudden shout echoed across the quiet island. The 4 emperors are here. The 4 emperors are here. It's the Beast's pirates. People jolted awake and rushed to the shore. Through the morning mist over the ocean, a massive fleet was steadily approaching. Through the haze, the pirate flags fluttering in the wind became visible, a skull with 2 curved horns. There was no doubt. No one in the entire sea would dare forge or impersonate the flag of the Beast's pirates. Shursue and the others received the news. The 4 emperors had arrived. But they still had no intention of showing themselves. The ships anchored around the island scrambled frantically to clear a path, while the pirates on shore instinctively lined up on both sides, as if welcoming the arrival of a king. Although the Beast's pirates' fleet had docked, no one had disembarked yet. It's really the Beast's pirates. The 4 emperors have come, the news about One Piece must be true. The arrival of Kaido, once hailed as the strongest creature, took many by surprise. On Lightmarker Island, the warlords of the sea were already considered formidable figures, but the 4 emperors of the New World were legendary beings, almost mythical in the eyes of most pirates. In the past, if someone claimed to have information about One Piece, Kaido would have likely ignored them outright. However, the world had suddenly undergone a great upheaval, everything they once knew had changed. The sea was no longer a threat to them as devil fruit users, and it was precisely because of Crocodile's sudden emergence that Kaido decided to come see for himself. Of course, he was not the only one coming. Another day passed. The Big Mom pirates have arrived. The second emperor had appeared, Charlotte Lean, also known as Big Mom, the only female among the 4 emperors. Her fleet docked near the island, not far from the Beast's pirates' ships. However, just like before, no one disembarked. Instead, figures could be seen moving between the 2 fleets, likely messengers exchanging words and greetings between the crews. Many speculated that these powerful figures were all waiting for Crocodile to appear. The pirates on Lightmarker Island were ecstatic, not only had the warlords of the sea gathered, but now the 4 emperors had also arrived. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event, something unheard of in 100 years. Many pirates knew they had no chance at One Piece, but just witnessing this moment made the journey worthwhile. No, it made their entire life worthwhile. Another day passed. The Whitebeard pirates had arrived. The Moby Dick slowly approached Lightmarker Island, its infamous pirate flag fluttering in the wind. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, was the most renowned of the 4 emperors, known as the strongest man in the world. Unlike the other 2 emperors, Whitebeard and his crew disembarked immediately. The once legendary figures, whom most could only see on bounty posters or in newspaper articles, now stood before them, real and alive. The pirates on shore erupted with excitement, with some even rushing forward to kneel before Whitebeard, begging to join his crew. One particularly passionate pirate gave a grand, heartfelt speech, declaring his desire to become Whitebeard's son. However, such individuals were swiftly dealt with by Whitebeard's crew. Empire Outpost Headquarters, Rest Area. Whitebeard has arrived. He and his crew have set foot on the island. Hearing this report from his subordinates, Shisui pondered for a moment before glancing at Crocodile, who sat silently, his gaze deep and unreadable. Suddenly, Shisui chuckled, "Whitebeard, huh? A man whose strength rivals that of Kakashi-senpai. I'd love to witness his power firsthand." He then turned to Crocodile and asked, "You knew Whitebeard before, didn't you?" Crocodile replied calmly, "We've met." Shisui pressed further, "Are you old acquaintances or old enemies?" This time, there was no answer. Among the Straw Hat crew, Luffy looked troubled. Why isn't Shanks here yet? His crewmates, however, had become numb to the shock of the past few days. Every name they had heard belonged to legendary pirates. Even Luffy, who had the highest bounty among them, had only just reached 100 million, an amount far below the bounty of even an average officer in some of these crews. Meanwhile, Whitebeard marched forward, his massive naginata in hand, leading the way. Behind him, his 16 division commanders followed in formation, Marco, Ace, and the others. Upon arriving at the tavern where the warlords of the sea were gathered, Jinbei stepped forward to greet Whitebeard out of respect, while the others remained silent, watching coldly. Everyone present had a clear purpose, they were here for one piece and to understand this strange new world. And because of that first reason, it was inevitable that most people on this island would become enemies. Whitebeard and his crew then entered another tavern, prompting the pirates already inside to leave voluntarily. The arrival of Whitebeard pushed the tension on Light Marker Island to its absolute peak. No one could predict what would happen next, but with all 4 emperors and the 7 warlords gathered in one place, if a conflict broke out, it could easily tear the entire island apart. That night, countless people stayed awake, as the silver radiance of the moon bathed the calm sea in an almost surreal, dreamlike glow. That night, Kaido stepped ashore. That's Kaido. Thud. As a towering figure stepped off the ship, an unseen force instantly swept across the shore. Countless pirates couldn't withstand the overwhelming conqueror's haki and collapsed unconscious on the spot. Kaido, a behemoth of a man, led the way, followed by his calamities, Toby Rappo, and other top officers. Without hesitation, he strode directly toward Whitebeard's tavern. Seeing this, Whitebeard's crew members immediately moved to shield their captain. No need. Stand down, Whitebeard gestured, indicating that there was no need for such hostility. Kaido walked straight up to Whitebeard, then sat down cross-legged across from him, completely at ease. Fortunately, when these buildings were originally constructed, the imperial architects had taken into account the enormous sizes of certain pirates, making the taverns and furniture larger than normal. Otherwise, these 2 giants of men might not even have had a proper place to sit. Whitebeard stared at Kaido for a long moment, then suddenly grinned and shouted, "Sons! Bring the drinks." That night felt endlessly long. Not a single person on the island slept, the streets remained packed with pirates gathering in groups, each speculating about what would happen tomorrow. Suddenly, a shout from the shore sent waves of excitement through the crowd. Hawkeye is here. All eyes turned toward the sea. Dracule Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had arrived. Compared to the grand fleets of other great pirates, his entrance was strikingly simple. He came alone, steering a solitary boat across the sea. No one knew how long he had been drifting before arriving. And just as the island was buzzing about Mihawk's arrival, another long-awaited figure finally made his entrance. The Red Force. The red-haired pirates, the final emperor. No massive fleet, just fewer than 10 crew members, not much grander than Mihawk's arrival. For many pirates, this was their first time seeing red-haired Shanks in person, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Compared to Whitebeard and Kaido, this middle-aged man didn't even look like a pirate. Shanks didn't unleash his conqueror's haki, nor did he make any grand entrance. Only when he saw Mihawk waiting for him on the shore did a smile finally appear on his face. Looks like I'll be seeing a lot of old friends today. The night was cold and quiet, the waning moon hung lonely in the sky. At last, all the great figures had gathered on Light Marker Island. Not a single important pirate was missing, a testament to Crocodile's influence as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As the night slowly faded, the sun began to rise from the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. And with the morning light, the silver glimmer that had been cascading down from the sky finally disappeared. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 389, ch 389, Invincible Cruiser Destroyer. Behind this grand pirate gathering, some had already discerned the invisible hand of the Empire pushing events forward. Yet, even so, the 4 emperors still dared to come in person, something Shisui suspected might mean they had their own confidence to rely on. However, that confidence was built on their ignorance of the true power of the Empire. Inside the resting quarters, Luffy was growing increasingly restless, bouncing around the room. The day of the meeting, set by Crocodile's illusion a month prior, had finally arrived, yet no one had made a move. Shisui sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the clock on the wall. He was here solely to maintain order and prevent the pirates from causing trouble. The actual host of this pirate gathering was not him. At last, the door to the room opened, this time without so much as a knock. A lone figure stepped inside. It was Kakashi. Seeing this, Shisui grinned and said, "You've finally arrived, Kakashi-senpai." Kakashi replied, "Test driving took a little longer than expected." He had come directly via the Empire's internal teleportation array. Terumi Mei, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Crocodile all rose to their feet. It's time to begin. At this moment, within the Light Marker Island, the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea had all gathered. This was an unprecedented pirate assembly. Countless attendees had already grown impatient, having waited on the island for a long time, some arriving early only to lose their spots to stronger rivals. The streets were packed with people, a dense, black sea of figures as far as the eye could see. Finally, a cry erupted from the crowd near the island's center. "They're coming out. They're finally coming out." Whoosh! The message spread like wildfire, and the streets surged with movement as people pushed forward, struggling to get a better view. In the chaotic crush, inevitable conflicts and trampling incidents broke out. But what was happening on the outskirts was of no concern to anyone. Within the island's interior, the area surrounding the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea was completely empty, no one dared to approach. This was a grand plaza. In the center, a tall platform had been erected, with a row of ninja standing neatly atop it. These were all elite jonin, ninja of incredibly high status within the ninja guild, yet even they were merely assigned to guard duty here. Shisui and Kakashi led their group slowly into view. Upon seeing Kakashi, both Whitebeard and Shanks had a flicker of recognition in their eyes. Their gazes then shifted to the men walking beside him, Uchiha Shisui. After rejecting Kakashi and Hakumen's recruitment efforts that day, they had thoroughly investigated the intelligence available on the Empire. One particular piece of information stood out: the 10 crown guards, the 10 strongest warriors under the Emperor of the Sun Empire. They had already witnessed the strength of Hatake Kakashi firsthand, and if he was considered one of the strongest, then the title was well deserved. The 4 emperors had ruled the seas for many years, and they had an acute understanding of their own power levels. Shisui's gaze swept across the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords before he finally spoke. "Pirate friends, greetings." Silence. The plaza remained eerily quiet. No one cared about what was happening in the chaotic outer areas. This gathering was solely focused on this small group of individuals. "We are ninja of the Sun Empire, and we have gathered here today to discuss a matter of great importance concerning the future. I believe you are all well aware by now that this world is not the same as the one you originally came from. As outsiders, the Empire does not reject your existence. Everyone has the right to live in this world. However, your identities as pirates, and your actions, are affecting the lives of the Empire's citizens." Shisui's words were direct, causing many in the audience to subtly shift their expressions. Was this Sun Empire planning to govern them like the world government? The 7 warlords of the sea were relatively calm. They were individuals who had already compromised in exchange for certain benefits. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become warlords in the first place. What they truly cared about was whether this empire was stronger than the world government. However, some of the subordinates of the 4 emperors were already showing hostile expressions as they looked at the figures standing on the platform. From their perspective, not even the former Navy had ever dared to speak to them in such a tone. Kaido and Big Mom sat calmly, their expressions unchanged. However, their subordinates were visibly irritated. Shisui continued, "The Empire wishes to establish a maritime guild to maintain peace across the seas. We are willing to accept all pirates and forgive all past actions committed upon arriving in this world. In the future, we will also provide suitable and legal work for you. Of course, there won't be too many restrictions. All we ask is that you respect the laws within the Empire's territory and do not harm its citizens. What if we refuse?" Before Shisui could finish speaking, a proud and cold voice rang out from below. Everyone on the platform turned their gaze toward the speaker, a massive member of the Beast's pirates. He was as tall and imposing as Kaido himself, with golden braided hair, a metallic jaw, and 2 ivory-like horns on his head and shoulders. He wore a fur coat and spiked metal armor. The Beast's pirates were known for their massive warriors, making them stand out the most among the 4 emperors' crews. Shisui glanced at Kaido, who remained seated, calm and indifferent. He made no move to restrain his subordinate. The other 4 emperors simply observed in silence, while the 7 warlords said nothing, adopting a watchful stance. Shisui suddenly smiled, as if amused. These people had never witnessed the Empire's true power. It was only natural for them to be so insolent. Then, he answered plainly. "You will die." The words echoed throughout the plaza in an instant. A dead silence fell over the area. Some of the 7 warlords now wore expressions of amusement, as if enjoying a show. This Sun Empire wasn't here to negotiate, they were here to coerce. Die. The four emperors had dominated the seas for years, yet even the three admirals of the navy had never dared to threaten them like this. One of the three calamities, Jack the Drought, instantly narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning ice cold. Just you. However, before he could finish his sentence, his voice suddenly cut off. His entire body froze, his eyes widening in shock and horror. A moment later, his pupils dilated, and his expression twisted in pure fear. Thud. His massive body collapsed to his knees. The entire beast's pirates gasped in disbelief. Jack the Drought, one of the three calamities. His name was feared across the New World. Even though he wasn't a right-hand commander, he ranked just below the Emperor's top officers. Yet now, he was kneeling in terror, his whole body trembling. What just happened? Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the platform, to Uchiha Shursue. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Kaido. His unimaginable presence exploded outward, sweeping across the entire area. And the first ones to bear the full brunt of it were the Empire's envoys standing on the high platform. This was Conqueror's Haki. A power that only one in millions could awaken. The presence of a true king. Everyone in the plaza could barely withstand it. But in the outer areas, countless pirates collapsed unconscious where they stood. Shursue, however, remained completely unfazed. The tempest of Haki raged around him. But he stood still, unshaken. Then, he spoke. This world is different now. This is not your sea. And there is no One Piece here. The freedom you seek is the one the Empire grants you. Among the 7 warlords, several of them seemed deep in thought. If the Empire was planning to establish some kind of maritime guild, then why weren't they negotiating? Why were they being so arrogant? Kaido gripped his enormous kanabo, Hasaikai, and planted it firmly into the ground as he stood up. His piercing gaze locked onto Shursue. You're an arrogant brat. Beside him, Whitebeard and Shanks had already realized. This Uchiha Shursue was on their level. And if the Empire truly had 10 warriors of this caliber, then they were dealing with an absolutely terrifying enemy. Shursue narrowed his eyes. Arrogant. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance. Like rolling thunder, the deep rumbling sound shook the air. The crowd outside the plaza erupted into chaos. Countless people turned to stare at the horizon. A massive shadow was speeding across the sea, crashing waves surging in its wake. That deafening roar, it came from that thing. What the hell is that? A monster, it's a monster. The black silhouette moved at blinding speed. Within moments, those on the island could finally see it clearly. Because it was colossal. 70 to 80 meters tall. Its mechanical wings spread wide as it soared into the sky. A powerful storm blasted across the island, sending countless people tumbling to the ground. A giant hovered above, like a god looking down upon the countless pirates below. Its body was made entirely of metal, its sharp, angular frame gleaming like blades, its massive arms wielding twin greatswords, and its mechanical wings casting a shadow over the entire island. Compared to the colossal form of the brutal Justice, this machine was more streamlined, colder, and deadlier. But to the pirates below, it was still an unimaginable horror. This was Unit 02. The Cruiser Destroyer. A weapon designed to eliminate all threats to the Empire. At that moment, whether it was the 7 warlords or the 4 emperors, they all stared in stunned silence. Their hearts shaken to the core. Kaido, Whitebeard, Big Mom. These towering giants of the sea now looked like nothing more than insects before this colossal war machine. What the hell was this monster? Could such a thing even exist in this world? Even Crocodile, standing on the high platform, couldn't help but swallow hard. He already knew about the brutal Justice, but he never expected the Empire to have a second Titan. Would there be a third? A fourth in the future? Kaido. Shursue spoke from atop the platform. Do you still think I'm arrogant? His gaze swept across the crowd, Whitebeard, Shanks, Big Mom, the 7 warlords. The Empire is giving you all a chance to live. Jack the Drought still knelt on the ground. Trapped in the clutches of fear. Kaido's grip on Hasaikai tightened, his furious eyes locked onto the massive machine hovering above. Were they trying to force him to bow down, just because of this metal giant? A terrifying aura erupted from him, his already massive muscles bulging even further. With a thunderous roar, his 7-meter-tall form began to change. His skin turned a deep azure, and the sky above the island darkened instantly. Thick, stormy clouds swirled, gathering in the heavens, lightning crackled in the air. Then, a massive blue dragon soared into the sky, its earth-shaking roar echoing across the island. The winds howled. Thunder rumbled. As if the world itself was trembling at the arrival of this divine beast. Yet, the cruiser-destroyer suddenly swung its massive sword, slashing directly toward the heavens. In an instant, the dark clouds split apart, revealing the brilliant blue sky once more. The slash had carved a gap through the storm, a rift so vast that it stretched to the very horizon, as if even the heavens had been cleaved in two. Silence. The entire island of pirates stood in stunned shock. Every eye was locked onto the battle above, a mechanized god and a colossal azure dragon, now clashing in the boundless skies. If these two were to truly go to war, it would be nothing short of apocalyptic. This island wouldn't survive, and neither would they. The cruiser-destroyer suddenly flapped its massive wings, ascending even higher into the sky. Since Kaido wanted to challenge its might, then it would grant him the opportunity. The blue dragon roared and gave chase, the two titans vanishing into the vast expanse above. Back on the island, the entire pirate world fell silent. Every eye was fixed on the heavens, where the Mecha Warlord and the Azure Dragon prepared for battle, high in the skies beyond mortal reach. Boom. Another earth-shattering explosion echoed through the heavens, the battle above had begun. The sky darkened in an instant, rain poured down like a raging torrent, winds howled, lightning tore through the clouds. Yet no one sought shelter. No one dared to look away. Every second of this battle was history in the making. The stormy heavens would flash with blinding bursts of light, only to vanish just as quickly. Even through the roaring downpour, the thunderous clashes from above still rang out, so loud they made ears bleed. On the high platform, Shursue and his comrades watched in silence. This was the cruiser-destroyer's very first battle. To the pirates below, the fight seemed like an evenly matched duel. But in truth, it was nothing but a one-sided slaughter. Kaido, in his Azure Dragon form, had thrown everything he had at this towering machine of war. He unleashed his most devastating attacks, summoned storms and lightning, roared with the fury of a god, but nothing could harm the colossus before him. That metallic body, what the hell was it made of? It was tougher than anything he had ever encountered. Down below, the pirates heard endless roars, two darkened silhouettes clashed in the skies, blood began to mix with the falling rain. Within the beast's pirates, King, one of the three calamities, recognized Kaido's voice, a roar of pain. His expression darkened with dread. Then, with one final, piercing scream, a dark silhouette came plummeting down from the heavens. Boom. The island trembled violently. The seas raged, waves crashing furiously against the shores. And then, a massive blade, dozens of meters long, had been driven straight through the Azure Dragon, nailing it to the very ground. The mighty dragon, Kaido himself, thrashed in agony, struggling to break free. But the blade did not budge. Slash. A scarlet sword light tore through the sky. The storm instantly ceased. The dark clouds vanished. The sun shone once more, bathing the island in its merciless glow. Above, the cruiser-destroyer descended, stopping just dozens of meters above the ground. It gazed down upon the island. A silent, mechanical deity. There was no aura of dominance. No hockey, no pressure. Yet, many fell to their knees in absolute terror. Silence. A deathly silence blanketed the entire island. Then, from atop the platform, Shursue's voice echoed through the air. Now, let me ask again. The Maritime Guild. Who agrees? Who opposes? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 390, ch 390, King of the Sea. Age of Exploration. At this moment, within Konoha, inside the interrogation room, a towering old man was tightly bound. His golden hair and beard resembled a lion's mane. He had no legs, beneath his pant legs were two sharp swords. A ninja was pressing a hand against the old man's head, eyes closed as he performed a technique. The process had lasted a long time. Finally, the ninja slowly opened his eyes. He let out a deep breath and looked to the side. Lord Itachi, I found it. Let's go. Time to see His Majesty. On Light Marker Island, the cruising destroyer pulled the blade out of the dragon's body. The massive blue dragon rapidly shrank, eventually reverting to Kaido's human form. The high-ranking officers of the beast's pirates all rushed over to check on their captain, only to see a horrific wound torn open in Kaido's abdomen, with blood continuously gushing out. Witnessing this, the onlookers turned their gazes back toward the giant in the sky, their hearts filled with fear. Big Mom stared at the weakened Kaido in a daze for a moment before suddenly shouting, "Hey, Kaido! What's going on? How could you be defeated?" Her voice was deep, as if suppressing her anger. "Get up, Kaido! Kaido!" Only then did the surrounding people turn their attention to the massive, terrifying-looking woman. She seemed to have a deep connection with Kaido, which explained her strong reaction. The other two emperors of the sea, having witnessed Kaido's swift defeat, immediately realized that this mechanical giant's power far surpassed theirs. For warriors of their caliber, determining victory or defeat was never easy. If they truly fought, a battle could last an entire day and night without a clear winner. Yet, this mechanical giant had displayed overwhelming, crushing power in an instant. The Empire's strength had indeed far surpassed theirs, even stronger than the world government of their original world. Kaido lay on the ground, Big Mom shouts echoing in his ears. Shisui turned his gaze to Big Mom and said, "Charlotte Lean, do you also wish to experience the power of the Empire?" The plaza fell into a dead silence. Big Mom's expression suddenly twisted into a terrifying, monstrous grin. She showed not the slightest hint of fear despite Kaido's defeat. Instead, a cold and dreadful aura radiated from her entire being. This was a pressure no weaker than Kaido's. As one of the four emperors, Big Mom's renown was in no way inferior to his. The cruising destroyer shifted its attention to the giantess below, as if yet another fierce battle was about to erupt. In the hearts of the pirates on Light Marker Island, they desperately hoped the four emperors would win rather than submit to this so-called empire that had suddenly appeared, trying to impose its rule upon them. Of course, they wouldn't dare voice such thoughts aloud. Just then, the supposedly defeated Kaido suddenly stood up. Even with a gaping wound in his abdomen, his aura hadn't diminished in the slightest. Gripping his Hasaikai, he planted it firmly on the ground to support himself, while the high-ranking officers of the beast's pirates gathered behind him. Seeing this, Big Mom couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Kaido. I thought you were dead." Kaido's face remained cold. Lean, are you mocking me?" Big Mom's laughter only grew wilder. On the high platform, Shisui and Kakashi both narrowed their eyes as they observed the scene. Shisui muttered, "Kakashi-senpai, it seems this won't be as easy as we thought." They had initially assumed that demonstrating overwhelming power would be enough to subjugate these seafaring bandits. But these people, they carried themselves like true warriors. If they had such strength and spirit, why were they living as pirates? After a brief pause, Kakashi replied, "Well, it's not exactly unexpected." He had seen Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks in action, so he could roughly guess what kind of people the other two emperors were. They were not the type to be easily subdued by sheer force. What troubled Shisui was that while he could use his Mangekyo Sharingan to completely control an individual, there were 4 emperors in total. Controlling all of them at once would be far from easy. His Koto Amatsukami originally had a major drawback: it could only be used once every several years. However, after he had implanted cells from the first Hokage, that limitation no longer existed. Even so, using it 4 times in quick succession was still an incredibly difficult feat. Shisui shifted his gaze toward the cruising destroyer hovering high in the sky. He knew that Hakumen was the one piloting it. At that moment, Kaido also turned his attention toward Shisui and spoke in a cold tone. "Why didn't you kill me?" Despite his horrifying injuries, he showed no sign of weakness. Raising his Hasaikai, he continued, "Do you really think letting me live will make me submit?" As soon as he finished speaking, a loud, hearty laugh rang out. It was Whitebeard. Kaido. His massive, muscular frame rose, and he firmly grasped his massive Naginata, Murakumajiri, standing tall at the front of the Whitebeard pirates. "You're still the same as ever." Kaido's face twisted with fury. "Who do you think I am?" He roared at the top of his lungs, and behind him, the beast's pirates erupted into thunderous cheers. Boom. Whitebeard slammed his Naginata's long handle into the ground, and an overwhelming pressure surged outward, causing the entire island to tremble. His gaze locked onto the high platform where Crocodile stood. "Crocodile. You really are a filthy mutt who can't change his ways." That one sentence instantly made Crocodile's expression darken to the extreme. Whitebeard raised his arm and began to shout, not just to his crew, but to the countless pirates spread across the entire island. "We are pirates. If we bow our heads just because the enemy is strong, can we still call ourselves pirates? Remember why you first set sail into the Great Sea. One Piece is real." The pirates' spirits surged to their peak. Whitebeard's words ignited a fire in their hearts, rallying them together. They raised their weapons high, shouting and roaring, unleashing their emotions. At this moment, the Empire's forces seemed to have become the enemy of all, just like the world government had once been, a hated oppressor. These were men who had spent their lives fighting against the world government. Now, with the 4 emperors standing at the front, what did they have to fear? If force alone could not make them submit, how else could they be ruled? Should they simply be slaughtered? The Empire certainly had the power to do so. They had always been prepared for that possibility. To Shisui, these people were nothing more than outsiders. If they died, they died. His face turned expressionless. Shanks watched the scene unfold before him and couldn't help but smirk. Before arriving at Light Marker Island, the 4 emperors had already reached an unspoken understanding. Though they hadn't officially met, each had made their stance clear. The world government had failed to rule them. This so-called Sun Empire had even less of a chance. For those who roamed the seas, there was only one true king, the Pirate King. The situation seemed to have reached an irreversible point. And just then, the head of the cruising destroyer opened, revealing the cockpit. Hakumen stepped forward. Countless eyes immediately turned toward him. Hakumen leaped down from the sky, landing in front of Shisui and Kakashi. It's him. Both Shanks and Whitebeard narrowed their eyes slightly. They recognized him, one of the 10 crown guards, the men who had once stood at Kakashi's side. Hakumen-senpai. Shisui couldn't help but speak. He had thought that, with the situation escalating to this point, they could simply begin a massacre. His Majesty has issued new orders. Hakumen said simply. At that moment, the sky shifted dramatically. Just as the pirates' fighting spirit had reached its peak, the heavens roared with thunder. Dark clouds swirled, lightning streaked across the sky, and a sense of foreboding hung over the entire island. Ryup. A long, pitch-black rift suddenly tore open in the middle of the island. A tear in space itself. Every single person turned their gaze toward this unnatural phenomenon, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Even Shisui, Kakashi, and Mei assumed it meant that His Majesty, Hyuga Makoto, had personally arrived. They were already prepared to kneel in reverence. But it wasn't him. From the spatial rift, 2 figures emerged. They were unfamiliar to the Empire, but to the pirates. To the pirates, these faces were unforgettable. One of them was etched into the very soul of every pirate who had ever sailed the seas. That's impossible. The 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea all widened their eyes in utter disbelief. None of them could remain calm. Because before them stood a man who had been dead for decades. The Pirate King, Gold Roger. And beside him, a man few had ever seen with their own eyes, but those who had never forgot. Roxd Zebek. Among the 4 emperors, 3 of them had once been his crew members. Roger's gaze swept over the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea, his face breaking into an enigmatic smile. Yo. So many familiar faces. The once high-spirited pirates instantly fell into silence. It was as if they had just seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with pure shock as they stared at the men who had just walked out of the spatial rift. Whitebeard, you've gotten old. And you've grown up, Shanks. Both Whitebeard and Shanks were so stunned that they couldn't utter a single word. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. A man dead for so long, standing before them. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed forward from the crowd. He had white hair and a white beard, glasses perched on his face. His speed was incredibly fast, almost as if he had teleported right in front of Roger. Roger looked at him and grinned. Rayleigh, huh? You've gotten old too. This man was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, former first mate of the Roger pirates, someone who had been hiding among the crowd until now. Hakumen glanced at Shisui. Shisui immediately understood. His eyes shifted, the black tomo in his Sharingan began to spin, transforming into a 4-pointed windmill pattern. Rayleigh frowned, staring at Roger. Just as he was about to speak, his body froze. Roger. It's really you. The moment those words left his lips, the faces of the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords changed dramatically. Roger smiled faintly as his gaze swept across the gathered pirates. Do you think anyone would dare to impersonate me? Then, a crushing wave of conqueror's haki erupted from him. In that instant, it was as if a giant invisible hand had wrapped around everyone's throats, squeezing tight, stealing the very air from their lungs. This pressure was far beyond what Kaido and Big Mom had unleashed earlier. There was no doubt about it, the true king of the sea had returned. At that moment, countless minds came to the same realization. Many had only seen Roger's face in newspaper clippings. But now, faced with a pressure greater than even the 4 emperors, they knew. This was no imposter. This was the Pirate King himself. The Pirate King is alive. The overwhelming pressure suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed. Hakumen calmly spoke to those around him, don't be afraid. This is His Majesty's power. Crocodile, still shocked, had almost believed that the man before them was truly Gold Roger. But Hakumen's words snapped him back to reality. Was this Roger, fake? Beside Roger, Roxd Zebek took a step forward, grinning as he looked at Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. Do you still remember me? The 3 emperors of the sea fell into a deep silence. There were very few people in this world who could make them submit. But the 2 men standing before them were undeniably the strongest of their era. At that moment, another figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd. He sprinted toward Rayleigh's side, staring at Roger with overwhelming emotion. Is it really you, Captain? His most distinctive feature was his comically large red nose. Buggy the Clown. Ah, Buggy, long time no see. Roger smiled as he recognized him. Then, he turned his gaze to everyone present. That execution back then, I never truly died. I simply arrived in this world before all of you. The entire battlefield fell into absolute silence. Everyone was still trapped in indescribable shock. Roger continued. Here, I was welcomed by the Emperor of the Empire. This world is different from the one we once knew. The Sun Empire is not the world government. You all are adventurers, lovers of freedom. The Empire will not restrict that. The Maritime Guild is not a means of control. It simply asks that you do not harm the lives of Imperial citizens. The innocent should not suffer. By joining the Maritime Guild, you will no longer be pirates. You will become explorers of the vast sea, true navigators of adventure. And the Empire will even offer you support. These words finally broke through to the countless pirates present. They realized something shocking. The Pirate King was standing with the Empire. Ordinary pirates began to consider the credibility of Roger's words. Because when these words came from the mouth of the Pirate King, they carried far more weight than if they had come from Uchiha Shisui. Whitebeard frowned deeply, his gaze locked onto Roger. Are you really Roger? Roger remained silent, but before he could speak, Rayleigh stepped forward. He is my captain. I would never mistake him. Dark King Rayleigh, the man known as the right hand of the Pirate King, the former first mate of the Roger pirates. His words carried an undeniable weight. This only made Whitebeard and the others even more uncertain. Was Roger truly standing with the Empire? No matter how reasonable his explanation sounded, Whitebeard and the others still found it inconceivable. Then, Roger suddenly took a step forward. He spread his arms wide, his passionate voice echoing across the entire island. Oi! All of you who dream of freedom and treasure upon this vast sea. Welcome to a brand new world. This ocean has never been explored before. Who knows what mysteries it holds? Here, I am no longer the Pirate King. Just like you, I am an adventurer, starting from nothing once again. This is a new era for navigators. Let us set sail together and uncover the treasures of this world. Whoever wins this grand race will become the new king of the seas in this world. Come. Join the Maritime Guild. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tale Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 391, ch 391, Empress Hancock. The Maritime Guild governs all seas, restricting all who sail upon them from committing unlawful acts. Its president is Crocodile, and the vice president is Hoshigaki Kisame. The appearance of Pirate King Gold, Roger and Roxy Zebek once again shifted the balance on Light Marker Island. The four emperors were indeed renowned, the most powerful pirates in the New World. But no matter how great a pirate was, they paled in comparison to Gold, Roger. It was Roger's death that had ushered in the great pirate era. Countless people saw him as their ultimate goal, dedicating their lives to becoming the next Pirate King. No one could compare to Roger. On this island, no one's words carried more weight than his. Countless pirates were overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly stepping forward to declare their willingness to join the Maritime Guild. Shanks, however, remained motionless. He gazed at his former captain, yet there was little sense of familiarity in his eyes. What's wrong? Beckman asked. Isn't that your former captain? Shanks remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Now, I am my own captain. The establishment of the Maritime Guild is inevitable. Let's just hope the Empire doesn't become like the world government. Then, he led his crew forward. The red-haired pirates are willing to join the Maritime Guild. They were the first of the four emperors to take the initiative, which further stirred the excitement of the gathered pirates. One after another, they shouted their eagerness to join. Shirsue's lips curled into a faint smile. Once you join the Maritime Guild, you are no longer pirates, but explorers of the seas. Red-haired Shanks. Luffy has been wanting to meet you. Shanks' eyes flickered. Where is he? You'll see him very soon. At last, Kaido and Big Mom turned their gazes toward Rox and Roger, and after a moment of contemplation, they too declared their willingness to join the Maritime Guild. Only Whitebeard remained, standing there in silence. Then, suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Pops. Whitebeard glanced to the side and saw Ace standing there, his gaze also fixed on Roger. Ace, so you are. Pops. Ace interrupted him directly. I am your son. No matter what you choose, we will support you. Whitebeard gripped his naginata tightly, surrounded by his sons. At this point, if he refused to yield, he would stand alone against everyone. He himself neither feared nor wished for surrender, but what about his sons? 3 of the 4 emperors had already chosen to submit. The Whitebeard pirates were now isolated. He knew he was no match for the Empire. If a battle truly broke out, his entire crew could perish. He did not fear death, and he knew his sons did not either. But now, with all the other pirates willing to submit to the Empire, what meaning would their deaths have? They might only leave behind a legacy of scorn and curses. Edward Newgate, the man revered as the world's strongest after Roger's death, remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "We will also join the Maritime Guild." Shursue smiled. "The Maritime Guild gladly welcomes you all." And so, this grand spectacle concluded with the official establishment of the Maritime Guild. Under the Empire's arrangement, all pirates were to sail toward the nearest continent for registration of their identities and crews, marking their transformation. The sheer number of pirates was staggering, and the sight of 1,000 ships sailing together was truly magnificent. Meanwhile, the 7 warlords of the sea and the remaining emperors did not leave. Instead, they stayed behind with Crocodile. Then, Hakumen spoke. "His Majesty wishes to meet with you." Everyone present was deeply curious about the Emperor of the Sun Empire. Just what kind of person could rule such a powerful nation and command so many formidable warriors? Doflamingo glanced at Crocodile and asked, "What kind of person is the Emperor?" Crocodile remained indifferent. "Doflamingo, if you keep up that attitude, you might end up dead." But Doflamingo wasn't intimidated. He chuckled. "Is the Emperor that short-tempered?" "No." At that moment, Shursue suddenly spoke up with a smile. "Those who show disrespect to His Majesty will die by my hand." His face was calm and gentle, but his words sent a chilling shiver through everyone present. Realizing Shursue was likely far stronger than himself, Doflamingo wisely chose to hold his tongue. With that, Hakumen piloted the cruiser away, taking Roger and Rox with him, leaving behind only the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, and the Empire's people. Not long after, a messenger arrived. "Lord Shursue, the teleportation array has been set up." Shursue immediately said, "Everyone, follow me." Konoha, Imperial Palace, Main Hall. This grand hall was rarely used. Its massive metal doors were so tall that even giants like Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom appeared small in comparison. As they approached, they could feel the sheer majesty and vastness of the palace. None of them were worried about any traps. If the Empire had wanted them dead, they would have acted back on Light Marker Island. Meeting this mysterious emperor in person wouldn't hurt. The 7 warlords did not accompany them. Instead, they were led to a separate pavilion to await another summons. Stepping into the main hall, the 4 emperors found themselves in a spacious yet eerily quiet chamber. At the top of the throne steps, only one figure sat upon the throne. Shursue immediately knelt. "Your Majesty, I have brought them." Hyuga Makoto, or Emperor Makoto, casually waved his hand. Shursue then rose and stepped aside. The 4 emperors turned their gaze toward the Emperor of the Empire, carefully observing the men who ruled such a vast and powerful nation. Yet, from him, they felt no aura of strength whatsoever. He simply looked like a young man in regal attire. But could an ordinary person truly rule such an empire? At that moment, Makoto suddenly spoke. "You 3 are really tall. Can you sit down?" As soon as his words fell, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Big Mom suddenly felt an irresistible force seize their entire bodies. Before they could react, their massive forms dropped to the ground with a loud thud, the impact echoing through the grand hall. Makoto smiled. "Much better. I don't like having to tilt my head up when I talk to people." But the 3 emperors were utterly stunned, momentarily frozen in shock. What kind of power was this? They had no chance to resist at all. Shanks saw the expressions on their faces and subtly tensed up. As expected, the Emperor of the Empire could not possibly be an ordinary person. Just seeing how respectful Uchiha Shursue was, and the fact that even Hatake Kakashi was merely one of his subordinates, made it abundantly clear. Makoto then continued, "Don't worry. I have no intention of doing anything to you." His words were not a lie. From the very beginning, he had never planned to kill the 4 emperors. Other pirates could die, but the 4 emperors had to live. This entire grand gathering of pirates had been carefully arranged for them and the 7 warlords of the sea. This world is not the same as the one you came from. Once you die, everything is over. For powerhouses of the 4 emperors level, their souls would enter the Soul Society upon death. Their spiritual energy remained formidable, and if they stirred up chaos in the Soul Society, it could severely disrupt Makoto's plans, which would be quite troublesome. The so-called Maritime Guild was seemingly established for all pirates, but in reality, the true targets were the 4 emperors, the 4 most unruly and uncontrollable figures. Until Makoto fully took control of the Soul Society, they must not die. Even some of the stronger pirates should be kept alive. On the 4 emperors' side, Shanks was the first to speak. "Your Majesty, you've gone through all this effort to establish the Maritime Guild. What exactly are you after? Do you see us as a threat to your rule? His question was straightforward. Though he addressed Makoto as, Your Majesty, his tone lacked any real respect. Makoto sat casually on his throne, resting his chin on one hand, and said indifferently. This world is different from your original one. We are advancing rapidly, and my people are on the verge of achieving peace and prosperity. But your arrival has harmed my citizens. The fact that I haven't eradicated you all is already an act of great mercy. They were pirates, hardened by years of war and bloodshed on the seas. They had long grown indifferent to life and death, and plundering and violence were merely a means to obtain wealth. Hearing Makoto's words, the four emperors fully understood his meaning. Back when they first arrived in this world, many islands in the province of Water had already suffered pirate attacks. Whitebeard and Shanks were relatively restrained, they wouldn't harm ordinary people without reason. The Whitebeard pirates had even protected many islands in the past. They didn't need to plunder, people would offer tribute willingly. However, Kaido and Big Mom were different. Once they fully understood the nature of this world, they would undoubtedly seek to expand their power. And with that, killing and destruction would be inevitable. Shanks spoke, We have no intention of opposing the Empire. We only wish to explore the sea freely. Makoto scoffed, That sounds nice, but even if you can hold to that, can you guarantee the other three will as well? Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom remained silent. The strong bow to the stronger, what was the point in arguing? They were once rulers of the seas, they had no interest in justifying themselves. If this emperor were to accuse them, they would simply admit it outright. Makoto continued, Since you've come to this world, and since you are the four emperors of the pirates, it is only right that you contribute to this world's peace. I won't restrict your actions on the sea, but you are forbidden from invading the land or harming my people. There are many ways to gain wealth, you should have no trouble finding one. Furthermore, I forbid any battles between the four of you. The sea is vast enough for each of you to exist separately. Makoto could have simply imprisoned them all, preventing future conflicts entirely. But wouldn't it be better to turn them into explorers under the Empire's name? To make them symbols and role models in the eyes of other pirates? With a smile, Makoto said, This isn't a negotiation, by the way. If you disobey, I won't kill you, but there are many ways to make you wish you were dead. As his words fell, a gleam flashed through his eyes. In that instant, the four emperors felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, then, their bodies became light. When their senses returned, they looked down, and saw their own bodies. The souls of all four emperors were forcibly separated from their bodies, floating helplessly in midair, unable to control themselves. The most shocked among them was Charlotte Lean. As a soul fruit user, she understood exactly what had just happened. With just a single glance, their souls were pulled from their bodies. This was no human power, this was the power of a god. Fortunately, their souls remained detached for only a brief moment before a powerful force yanked them back into their bodies. Do you understand now? For the first time, Big Mom's eyes were filled with fear. Her voice trembled as she stammered, Why yes. I understand. Even when facing the devastating might of the cruising destroyers, she had never felt such fear. But now, the man sitting on the throne, he was not of the same dimension as them. He was a god. And if a god wished to torment her, then true suffering would begin, a fate far worse than death. The other three emperors also felt cold sweat running down their backs. Makoto casually waved a hand toward Shisui. Enough. Take them back. The four legendary pirates stepped out of the palace, still feeling dazed. The experience had been too surreal, like a vivid nightmare. Just what kind of being had they just met? Lifting their heads, they saw the towering form of the brutal justice, standing unshakable outside Konoha. So this is the Sun Empire. In the palace pavilion. The 7 warlords of the sea had been temporarily settled here. They were told that they would soon have an audience with the emperor of the empire, leaving them feeling uneasy and restless. What would happen next? No one could predict. Samui came forward, pouring a cup of tea, but it was meant for Itachi, who was also present. The 7 warlords had their own servants serving them tea. As she glanced over the warlords, her gaze lingered on the only woman among them for a moment longer than the others. Meanwhile, Itachi seemed a bit uneasy, his eyes drifting occasionally to someone leaning against the wall not far away. Finally, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. Why do you keep looking at me? Hawkeye my hawk's sharp gaze was actually fixed behind Itachi. Your sword. It interests me. You're carrying 2 blades, aren't you? Itachi was slightly surprised. You noticed. My hawk shook his head. I can feel its presence. Itachi paused for a moment before confirming, yes, I have 2 swords. On his back were Dainichirei and Tsukumi, his twin sun-will blades. However, Dainichirei remained invisible during the day, so to others, only the silver-white hilt of Tsukumi was visible. Seated on the sofa, Crocodile suddenly spoke up, his name is Dracul Mihawk. Known as the Marine Hunter, Hawkeye. In our world, he was hailed as the world's greatest swordsman. The world's greatest swordsman. Itachi's expression became more serious. He understood the weight of such a title. Every swordsman knew the significance of the term swordmaster. This world, too, had samurai. Once upon a time, there was even an entire nation of warriors, the Land of Iron. Unfortunately, Itachi was a ninja, and his swordsmanship was not purely that of a swordsman. His gaze shifted to the unique, imposing black blade on Mihawk's back, Yoru. Then, he suddenly said, I may use a sword, but my swordsmanship is fairly average. However, I do know someone who is truly a master of the blade. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh. Itachi continued, his name is Hatake Kakashi. In the Empire's Lightning Province, the city of Iron Blade is home to many skilled swordsmen and warriors. Hawkeye Mihawk's interest was piqued. If I get the chance, I'd love to see it for myself. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and a figure walked in without hesitation. See what? Itachi immediately bowed in respect. Your Majesty. The 7 warlords of the sea were visibly startled and quickly rose to their feet. This young-looking man, he was the Emperor of the Empire. This was the first floor of the pavilion, furnished with a few sofas and tables. Along the walls, there were shelves displaying decorative items. Makoto casually took the main seat on the sofa, exuding an aura of complete normalcy. There was no imposing presence, no overwhelming aura of a ruler or a supreme warrior. Itachi stood at his side, while Samui appropriately brought tea. Makoto glanced over the 7 warlords, his gaze lingering slightly longer on the only woman among them before uttering a single word. Sit. As if by instinct, the 7 of them sat down simultaneously, only to suddenly snap back to reality. When did they decide to sit? Hawkeye Mihawk, Crocodile, Donkixote Doflamingo, Jinbe the Knight of the Sea, Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, and the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. The 7 warlords of the sea were recognized by the world government as notorious yet powerful pirates, wielding disastrous levels of destructive power, rivaling even entire nations in military strength. The agreement between the 7 warlords and the world government was one of mutual benefit. The world government's reasons for establishing the 7 warlords were clear. To counterbalance the 4 emperors. To act as the world government's covert enforcers, carrying out tasks that the government itself could not openly perform. But now that even the 4 emperors had bowed their heads to the empire, the so-called 7 warlords of the sea no longer held any real significance. At best, it was just a former title. Makoto took a sip of tea before calmly addressing the gathered individuals. I summoned you here to tell you that there is nothing left in the sea for you to pursue. But the things you desire, I can give them to you. You all chose to become warlords of the sea. That tells me none of you are particularly stubborn individuals. So, are you willing to stay and serve the empire? The 7 warlords exchanged looks. Based on what had happened on Light Marker Island, did they even have the right to refuse? If they said no, would they even make it out of this room? Jinbe hesitated before asking, Your Majesty, what would you have us do? Makoto crossed his legs, his gaze sweeping over them. Before the empire was established, I had many enemies. But most of those enemies became my subjects, only a rare few died. Some of those who once opposed me now even hold high positions of power. Though you come from another world, I am willing to offer you the same opportunity. If you choose to serve the empire, you will not need to return to the sea. I will grant you power, status, and wealth befitting your abilities. Unlike with the 4 emperors, Makoto did not use overwhelming force to coerce them. Sitting there, he looked so unassuming that, if not for Itachi standing rigidly behind him, one might not even realize this was the emperor of the empire. At a glance, he was just a handsome young man, his authority only revealing itself in the way he spoke. Perhaps, this was also a test. If they had to be beaten down before they submitted, could they really call themselves smart? Suddenly, Don Quixote Doflamingo stepped forward and dropped to one knee. I would be honored to serve the empire. After a brief hesitation, Jinbe, Gecko Moria, and Bartholomew Kuma also knelt. Was there any reason left to doubt this emperor's power? The strength Shursui and that massive mechanical giant had displayed earlier, was that not enough proof? Moreover, outside the city, an even more colossal giant stood tall. Hawkeye's eyes flickered for a long while. He thought about everything that had happened on Light Marker Island, the fate of the 4 emperors, and then recalled what Itachi had said earlier. Slowly, he too dropped to one knee. Now, among the 7, the only one still standing was the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Makoto rested his arm on the sofa's armrest, leaning slightly to the side as he propped his chin on his hand. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ CH, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 392, ch 392, Servant, Hancock. Boa Hancock is the current empress of the pirate nation Amazon Lily, located in the calm belt of the One Piece world, as well as the captain of the Kuja pirates. Due to her unparalleled beauty, she is praised as the world's most beautiful woman, and is known as the Pirate Empress. She is a great and renowned pirate, but her childhood was incredibly tragic. She was once captured and enslaved. When Samui first laid eyes on her, she was instantly stunned by Hancock's beauty. There were very few people who could truly amaze her in terms of looks. Besides Tsunade and Kushina, no one else had left such an impression. But at that moment, she also realized what would become of this woman in the future. A beauty like this, how could His Majesty possibly let her go? Standing at 1.9 meters, 6 feet 3 inches, Boa Hancock towered over others, looking exceptionally tall. She was even taller than Makoto, who was just a little over 1.8 meters, 5 feet 11 inches. People in the One Piece world were generally large and imposing. Robin, for example, was also nearly 1.9 meters tall. The room was utterly silent. Hancock, standing there under the Emperor's gaze, couldn't help but feel uneasy. Originally, during one of her voyages, she had unexpectedly lost her way in the vast sea, unable to find her route back to Amazon Lily. It was only later that she realized she had ended up in an entirely different world. Now, she was faced with a difficult choice. If she declared allegiance to the Empire, she might be able to secure a stable life. But she was unwilling. She despised the feeling of submitting to others. However, the sheer power of the Empire filled her with fear. Rationality told her that she should recognize the situation and kneel, just like the others. Yet, lost in hesitation, she remained standing. Out of the 7, she was the only one left. Makoto spoke again. You all may leave. Itachi, arrange their accommodations. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, Itachi led the 6 members of the Warlords of the Sea out of the Imperial Palace's tower, leaving only Makoto, Samui, and Boa Hancock behind. The Pirate Empress, known for her arrogance and willfulness, always carried herself like a tyrant. But this was merely a facade, a way to uphold her image as an empress, to project an aura of strength and invincibility to the outside world. Makoto stood up and walked toward the stairs, heading directly to the 2nd floor. Come up, he said in a calm yet commanding tone. Samui followed closely behind, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Hancock also went up. The 2nd floor was even more spacious. While the 1st floor resembled a lounge or reception area, the 2nd floor was much simpler, containing only a table, a sofa, and a recliner. There was a door on the side, though it was unclear what kind of room lay beyond. 3 of the walls were massive floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the outside world. Makoto sat down on the sofa and took a closer look at the Pirate Empress. Her Heim-cut hairstyle framed her face elegantly, and she wore a chipao that accentuated her tall and slender figure. Gold earrings adorned her ears, but the cold and regal expression she usually wore was now tinged with hesitation. Facing someone overwhelmingly stronger than herself, how could she possibly maintain the proud demeanor of an empress? Makoto asked directly, are you dissatisfied with the terms I offered? No. She took a deep breath, then bent one knee and knelt before him. I am willing to serve the Empire. There was no other choice. Even the 4 emperors had submitted. What right did she have to resist? Given that he was the ruler of the world, kneeling before him was not unreasonable. The Amazons of Kuja Island had always revered strength, so in Hancock's mind, submitting to him was not an unbearable burden. Makoto looked at her unhurriedly and asked, how do you plan to serve? Hancock's heart tensed slightly. Lowering her head, she replied, what does Your Majesty wish of me? She had a feeling about what was coming, and she was certain that his gaze was already assessing her. Makoto calmly stated, I like you. Stay by my side as a servant. Kneeling there, Boa Hancock fell silent, her lowered head remaining motionless. After a brief pause, her cold voice rang out, before becoming a warlord of the sea, my bounty was 1,659,000,000. While my strength may not rival that of the 4 emperors, I can still fight for Your Majesty, expanding your territory. Makoto let out a light chuckle and said, the entire world is already under the rule of the Sun Empire, what more is there to expand? Not only Earth but even the moon was now his. Hancock's mind raced as she quickly offered another argument, I can help maintain order over a sea region, ensuring that no troublemakers arise. That is the job of the 4 emperors. I am the Empress of Amazon Lily and ruler of Kuja Island. My people, my crew, they still need me to lead them. Hancock presented another reason, but after speaking, she received no immediate response from the Emperor. She thought, for a moment, that she had convinced him. She waited in silence, but when the stillness stretched too long, she couldn't help but raise her head, only to meet his amused gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly lowered her head again. Your Majesty. You're refusing me, Hancock. Had Makoto given her another reason to stay in Konoha, she might have found it easier to accept. She knew she could not refuse, but this emperor of the empire had directly stated that he wanted her to be his servant. That was something she could hardly accept. But what she failed to consider was, why would the ruler of the world need any excuse for what he wanted? Gritting her teeth, Hancock said, "I ask that your majesty, grant me a different role." Makoto's voice remained calm as he replied, "Oh. Do you think staying by my side is beneath you? I am not skilled in serving others. I fear I might disappoint your majesty." "Oh." Makoto's voice carried a hint of surprise. "Haven't you been a slave before?" Hancock froze. Then, her pupils contracted sharply as she suddenly lifted her head, eyes filled with terror as she looked at him. Her fair, slender neck moved slightly as she struggled to form words. "You." In her childhood, she had been captured and made a slave of the celestial dragons. During that time, she had been forced to eat a devil fruit and had suffered cruel abuse. Though she was eventually rescued, the mere thought of those years filled her with overwhelming fear and sent chills down her spine. For years, she had buried this past beneath layers of lies, fabricating countless stories to cover it up. How did he know? The nightmares of her past came crashing down on her again, swallowing her in an abyss of terror. Kneeling there in a daze, Hancock did not react as Makoto rose from the sofa and walked behind her. His gaze swept over the elegant curves beneath her chipao, and with a single movement of his hand, a swift slash downward, the fabric was sliced open, instantly exposing her bare, fair skin. The sudden chill shocked Hancock. The deepest secret she had hidden for years, one she refused to let anyone see, was about to be exposed. She wanted to move, to resist, to flee, but to her horror, her body would not obey. No. No. Terror flickered in her wide eyes, and her back was now fully exposed before Makoto. From his perspective, her once flawless, beautiful back was marred by a hideous, out-of-place mark, the brand of her former enslavement. Makoto pressed a single finger against the mark, then gently slid it downward. Like an eraser wiping away a stain, the ugly imprint slowly faded, vanishing bit by bit. Kneeling there, Hancock felt nothing, completely unaware of what was happening. The entire process took mere seconds, effortless for Makoto. He returned to the sofa in front of Hancock, sat down, and said, "It's done. I've removed your slave mark." For a moment, Hancock couldn't comprehend the meaning of his words. As soon as she realized she could move again, she hurriedly reached back to cover her exposed back. Makoto waved his hand, conjuring two smooth water mirrors before Hancock. Through their reflection, she saw that the ugly brand, the mark that had caused her half a lifetime of pain, was gone. She was momentarily stunned, then hastily pulled at the fabric on her back, using the reflections to examine herself carefully. Gone. It was really gone. Hancock stared at her now unblemished back in the water mirror, then turned to look at the Emperor, her expression dazed. At first, having her darkest secret exposed had shattered her, pushing her to the brink of mental collapse. Makoto lifted a finger slightly, and with a mere gesture, the cut he had made in her chipao seamlessly restored itself to its original state. "I don't like my possessions bearing another's mark." With just that one sentence, Hancock's emotions surged up and down like a raging storm. That humiliating slave brand was truly gone. The mark that had tormented her for years, the symbol of her darkest past, was erased. But what about her future? Would she now belong to him? From slave to servant, was that not a shift in status rather than true freedom? At this moment, Hancock could not tell whether she felt pain, relief, or something else entirely. The Emperor looked at her. "Do you have anything else to say?" After a moment of silence, Hancock straightened her posture, then dropped to one knee. "I will serve your majesty." Acceptance was the hardest thing, but sometimes, it was also the simplest. Seeing her understanding of the situation, Makoto let out a small chuckle. "Your former crew will also be properly settled by the Empire." Hancock said nothing. A moment later, she was led out of the loft by Samui, who would arrange her accommodations. The bustling daylight was noisy. Compared to the city she had known, Konoha was far more prosperous and lively. As she walked through the streets, her tall, elegant figure and breathtaking beauty turned heads wherever she passed. But with Samui at her side, no one dared to approach her. Gone was Hancock's usual arrogance. She ignored the gazes around her, lost in deep uncertainty and isolation. A foreign land, a foreign people, was this freedom, or was she now a prisoner in another cage? Samui walked ahead, giving Hancock a brief introduction to Konoha's customs and the things she needed to be mindful of while living here. After listening to a lot, Hancock only asked one question: "How will His Majesty treat me?" Samui replied, "His Majesty likes you very much. As long as you behave, he won't make things difficult for you in other ways." Samui continued, "His Majesty is very generous to those close to him. If you can win his favor, you can have anything you desire." "Anything? Then what about freedom?" Hancock only asked that question in her heart. Samui led Hancock to Konoha's new district. The sheer prosperity of this place widened Hancock's horizons. They walked through the bustling streets, past crowded markets, until they reached a quieter residential area. Seeing the densely packed residences, Hancock suddenly realized she was about to live here, among many others. At that moment, Samui opened the door to a luxurious residence and motioned for her to enter. Come in. The accommodations arranged for Hancock were high-end, even among this wealthy district, extravagant and lavish. Yet, Hancock stopped at the doorway. She had no intention of stepping inside. Samui, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" Hancock remained silent. She glanced toward the other residences and asked, "Are all these homes occupied?" Samui nodded. "Yes, this is Konoha's wealthy district. These houses are extremely valuable, only the rich and powerful can live here. Back when Terumi Mei was placed here, and even earlier, Conan had lived in this very district." Hancock still didn't speak. She knew she had no right to refuse, but deep inside, she resisted. So, she chose silence. Samui seemed to understand. Then, without saying much, she stepped out of the house and closed the door. "You said you were a queen of a kingdom before, right?" "Yes." "You're not anymore. In this world, there is only one emperor." "I know." Samui turned around and began retracing her steps. "Follow me." The two of them left the wealthy district, passed through the bustling commercial streets once more. The noisy environment gradually calmed Hancock's emotions. Her gaze wandered, toward the Solarite Tower, the temple beneath it, and beyond the city walls, toward the colossal giant that loomed even larger than the one on Sabaody Archipelago. The Sun Empire. A nation even stronger than the world government. And its emperor. Hancock suddenly asked, "What is His Majesty's name?" Samui replied, "Hyuga Makoto. Just refer to him as His Majesty from now on." "Is His Majesty the strongest in the world?" "Of course." They walked a little further before Hancock spoke again. "Will I be able to see my crewmates and sisters again?" Samui responded, "I told you, as long as you win His Majesty's favor, you can have anything you want. Even the dead can be brought back to life." "Hancock, can I bring them here?" Samui, "Yes." "This woman, is she a little slow?" Samui led Hancock to a private courtyard. Unlike the new district, this place was near the old streets, a much quieter area. Back when Konoha expanded, many clan heirs moved out of this area, leaving behind spacious residences. Samui said, "You'll live here from now on. It's quiet, and there aren't many people around. There's money in the bedroom drawers, buy whatever you need. My house is nearby, so if you have any questions, come find me." She pointed to her own residence, another small courtyard. Samui never liked the so-called wealthy district and had always stayed here with Yujito and Mabui instead of moving. Besides, His Majesty could visit this place easily without attracting too much attention. Hancock asked, "Will I be living alone?" Samui responded, "Didn't you dislike the previous house?" Just because she didn't like it, they immediately arranged a new place for her. Only a woman like Hancock would receive such treatment. Samui knew very well, it wouldn't be long before this woman ended up in His Majesty's bed. So, treating her well now wouldn't be a problem at all. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 393, ch 393, His Majesty is truly insatiable. As evening approached, Samui returned home earlier than usual. Upon stepping inside, she immediately noticed a familiar figure sitting in her living room, watching TV while eating snacks. "I'm back," Samui said, glancing at the person on the couch with a thoughtful look. "Why are you here?" Sitting nearby, also watching TV, Yujito replied, "She came on her own and said she knows you." The visitor was none other than Boa Hancock, holding a bag of potato chips. Upon seeing Samui, she spoke up, "I was feeling a little hungry and don't really know how to cook. You said I could come to you if I needed anything." Samui. She sighed slightly, then changed her shoes and headed straight to the kitchen. Mabui was already there, preparing dinner. Noticing that the meal was slightly more lavish than usual, Samui raised an eyebrow. Mabui saw Samui enter and smiled. "You're back." "Yeah." "That Hancock, who is she?" "His Majesty's servant." "She's now living nearby," Samui replied. Mabui wasn't surprised and simply nodded. "We figured as much." When Hancock had first arrived, both Mabui and Yujito were stunned by her beauty. And when she mentioned Samui's name, they immediately guessed that she was likely His Majesty's new favorite. His Majesty's taste in women had never been lacking. Samui said, "She's new to Konoha." Try to take care of her when you can. I got it. Such a stunning woman would no doubt receive plenty of favor from His Majesty. As dinner was served, Hancock was still engrossed in her snacks and the television, things she had never encountered before. But after tasting Mabui's cooking, she couldn't help but exclaim, delicious. Mabui smiled warmly. If you like it, feel free to come by any time. Without hesitation, Hancock nodded enthusiastically. Yujito looked at Hancock's demeanor and couldn't help but ask, you said you used to be the ruler of a kingdom. Hancock replied, yes, of the Amazon Lily Kingdom on Nine Snake Island. Yujito chuckled. No wonder you don't know how to cook. Samui shot her a glance. You don't know how to cook either. Yujito, however, defended herself righteously, who said that? I can make noodles. Samui observed Hancock thoughtfully. His Majesty had said she was to be a servant, but looking at her, it was hard to imagine her serving anyone. If things continued this way, she might suffer some unpleasant experiences, just like Tsunade had in the past. Poor woman. Samui asked, do you know how to use the household appliances? Hancock shook her head. Some, but not all. Her original world had some level of technology, but it didn't compare to what existed in Konoha now. After dinner, Samui escorted Hancock back to her residence. Once inside, she sat on the living room couch and asked, do you understand your current status? Hancock hesitated before answering, His Majesty's servant. Do you know how to serve someone? Hancock slowly shook her head. She had always been the one served, never the one serving. Samui continued, have you thought about what you're going to do from now on? Hancock was silent for a while. She understood her situation well enough, she had already resigned herself to fate the moment she kneeled before the Emperor. She looked at Samui and asked, can you teach me? Samui, however, responded with another question, are you ready for this? Her words carried a deeper meaning, but Hancock didn't hesitate for too long before replying, yes. The next day. When Makoto arrived on the second floor of the attic, he saw that Hancock was also there, still wearing her signature purple chipao. Standing there, she looked stunningly beautiful. The once proud pirate empress now appeared remarkably obedient. Upon seeing Makoto, she even took the initiative to bow and greet him. Your Majesty. Seeing this, Makoto found it amusing. At that moment, Samui also heard the commotion and walked out from the inner room. You taught her. I just taught her some basic etiquette and what she should do, Samui replied. She's quite tall, so her clothes need to be custom-made. That's why she's still wearing this outfit. Makoto said, it's fine. Chipao looked good on her. She should get a few more made. He then walked up to Hancock and, finding himself forced to tilt his head up to look at her, felt somewhat helpless. This woman was really tall, at 1.9 meters, she was practically a giant compared to an average person. And she often wore high heels on top of that. Come to think of it, Nico Robin seemed to be about the same height. That reminded him, the Straw Hat crew was still under his house arrest. Glancing at the official matters Samui handed him for the day, he saw that there was nothing urgent. He handed them back to her to handle, then took Hancock with him as he left. Hancock, remembering everything Samui had taught her the night before, quietly followed behind the Emperor like a dutiful attendant. They arrived at the place where the Straw Hat crew was being held, and Makoto decided to conduct a private interrogation of Robin. Unlike their initial imprisonment in a pirate prison, the crew was now under house arrest. Their living conditions were quite good, and even if they wanted to leave, there weren't too many restrictions. Some of them had attempted to escape, but under the constant surveillance of the Solarite Tower, they had failed every time. Inside the interrogation room, the moment Robin stepped in, Makoto immediately felt a sense of height pressure. This woman also wore high heels. He couldn't help but sigh. Why are people from your world also tall? Even though he himself was over 1.8 meters, he still felt somewhat overshadowed by these two women. Robin was slightly taken aback upon hearing the Emperor's remark as soon as she entered. Then, when she noticed that the woman standing quietly and obediently behind him was none other than the Pirate Empress, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Your Majesty. Her expression remained calm, neither humble nor arrogant. After witnessing firsthand what had happened on Light Marker Island, she and her crewmates had come to understand just how terrifying the power of this empire truly was. They had been under house arrest for some time now, and she still didn't know what was so special about their pirate crew. Makoto gestured toward the seat across from him, signaling for Robin to sit down. How has life been in Konoha so far? Konoha is very prosperous, Robin replied after a brief pause. It is more prosperous than any city I've ever seen. And the people who live here all seem to be very happy. Makoto said leisurely, the people here have all experienced war, which makes them appreciate a stable life more. In your original world, pirates ran rampant, causing chaos and disorder everywhere. Naturally, people's sense of happiness was much lower. That sounded exactly like something a ruler would say. Robin continued to agree, Your Majesty is right. But she couldn't help but ask, may I ask why Your Majesty is keeping us here? We are just ordinary people. After arriving in this world, we drifted at sea for nearly a month before landing. We shouldn't have violated any of the Empire's laws or prohibitions, have we? Makoto said in a slow, deliberate tone, can someone with a bounty of 79 million, the so-called demon child, and the sole survivor of a Buster Call still claim to be just an ordinary person? At the mention of the words Buster Call, Robin's expression changed instantly, her eyes filled with shock and fear. Hancock, standing nearby, was also visibly surprised. Of course, she knew what a Buster Call was. To think that this woman had actually survived one. This made Hancock re-evaluate Robin as she took a closer look at her. Robin quickly forced herself to regain her composure and said, that was in another world. Here, I only wish to live as an ordinary person. I hope Your Majesty can let us go. With Crocodile now serving the Empire, it wasn't surprising that this emperor knew about her past. But that was all in the past, there was no world government here anymore. Makoto gazed at her and said slowly, I can let your companions go. Upon hearing this, Robin felt a sense of relief, but then, she suddenly realized something was off. You mean? I can release your crewmates, but you must stay. Hancock also turned to look at Makoto upon hearing this, then glanced at Robin again. So His Majesty has taken a liking to this woman. She is indeed quite beautiful, but not as beautiful as I am. Hancock pouted inwardly. His Majesty really is insatiable. Robin fell into silence. She wanted to find some words to persuade him to let her go as well, but seeing Hancock standing behind Makoto, she realized that no matter what she said, it would likely be useless. She contemplated for a long time before lowering her eyes and asking, Your Majesty, do you keep your word? If you stay, I will release Luffy and the others. Robin looked at Makoto and said seriously, I will stay, but Your Majesty must release Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and Chopper. Makoto couldn't help but chuckle. This woman was smart. Since she had already seen through things, he no longer bothered pretending and said directly, Nami stays too. Robin was momentarily stunned, though she had expected this outcome. Seeing that the former pirate empress was already by the emperor's side, and considering the way he spoke, she had suspected that he might be a man of desire. That was why she had clearly listed the crew members she wanted to exchange. But he didn't even bother hiding his intentions and stated his demands outright. He was the emperor of an empire, while she was merely a prisoner. What right did she have to negotiate with him? Hancock, who had been listening the whole time, heard yet another woman's name and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, His Majesty really is insatiable. After a long silence, Robin let out a bitter laugh. In reality, Your Majesty doesn't need to discuss anything with me if you truly intend to do as you please, does he? Makoto, however, smiled and said, What can I say? I'm just too kind. I'm giving you a humane choice. Besides, staying here isn't a death sentence. The life I provide for you will surely be far better than drifting aimlessly across the sea. Robin countered, What makes Your Majesty so sure? Do you even know what I truly want? Makoto responded without hesitation, What you want no longer exists in this world. Robin's expression stiffened. The Emperor was right, the world had changed, and what she had been searching for no longer existed. She turned her head away, pressing her lips together. I just want to stay with my companions. Makoto remained calm and said, I'm only giving you this one chance. Robin fell silent. The Straw Hat crew had yet to reach Water 7, and they hadn't experienced the events of Enies Lobby. Her mindset hadn't fully shifted yet. But over this time, she had genuinely enjoyed being with everyone. If possible, she would love to remain on the ship, to keep sailing across the seas with Luffy and the others, chasing their dreams together. Yet life was full of hardships, how could everything go as one wished? She lifted her gaze to the Emperor sitting across from her. For a moment, she felt as if a cage were opening its doors, beckoning her inside. After a lifetime on the run, had she finally been captured? Makoto said, I'll give you some time to think it over. And try to persuade Nami as well as your other companions. Robin froze for a moment, looking at him in confusion. Makoto smiled. I don't like people hating me. Isn't it true that you and Nami chose to stay in Konoha? You had no other choice, so you had to part ways with Luffy and the others. Just explain it properly to them, I'm sure they'll understand. Robin felt a sudden chill run down her spine. Meanwhile, the men before her continued to smile cheerfully. I'm actually helping you. If you say something you shouldn't, think about Luffy's personality, what do you think will happen? Those words immediately made Robin realize the gravity of the situation. She stood there, momentarily lost in thought. If Luffy and the others found out she had been forced to stay, knowing their personalities, how could they possibly let it go? This was the Sun Empire, an entity far more powerful than even the four emperors. If Luffy did something reckless? Robin didn't even want to imagine the consequences. Makoto stood up and left with Hancock, leaving Robin alone in the interrogation room, staring blankly ahead. She wasn't sure how much time had passed before a glimmer of light returned to her eyes. They were just some agreeable companions she had met along the way, parting ways shouldn't be that big of a deal. She tilted her head back, looking up at the ceiling. The interrogation room was narrow and oppressive, like a cage, making it hard to breathe. When Robin returned to their quarters, the Straw Hat crew immediately gathered around her. Robin. Robin-chan, are you okay? What did they call you in for? The worried expression surrounding her only made Robin's heart feel heavier. She had been thinking about how to bring this up the entire way back. Everyone quickly noticed that something was off about her expression. Sanji asked, Robin-chan, did something happen? It's nothing. Robin took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. I just want to rest for a bit. Seeing this, the others stepped aside, allowing her to return to her room. Once the door closed, they all exchanged uncertain glances. Something had happened, that much was obvious. But if Robin wasn't ready to talk, there wasn't much they could do. Usopp and Chopper began complaining, frustrated about being confined and wondering when they would finally be released. Nami looked troubled. Zoro leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Sanji silently lit a cigarette. Luffy gazed into the distance at the Sun Empire's towering spire. The uncertainty of their future was eating away at their patience. Suddenly, Robin's door swung open again, and everyone immediately turned to look. Robin stood in the doorway, her gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions. Robin. Robin's gaze finally settled on Nami. Nami, can you come in for a moment? I have something to tell you. Oh. Okay. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 394, ch 394, Robin and Nami. In Robin's room, Nami sat there in a daze after hearing her story. She remained silent for a long time before turning her head to look at herself in the dressing mirror on the table. Her appearance was undoubtedly beautiful, something she used to admire from time to time. But at this moment, she couldn't help but reveal a look of sorrow. Is there really no other way? The answer she received was silence. In the past, they had always been able to face strong enemies together, entrusting their lives to one another. But against an enemy countless times stronger, one they had no chance of defeating. Should they all just throw their lives away together? Nami asked, how are you planning to tell the others? Robin suddenly smiled, as if she had finally organized her thoughts. The world has changed. What we were searching for no longer exists. Wouldn't it be better to settle down and live a stable life? Konoha is a great place for that, isn't it? Nami quietly observed the smile on her face, then said, that doesn't sound like you at all, Robin. Robin's expression stiffened for a moment before she put away her smile and lowered her gaze. I'm tired of a life with no place to call home. I want a stable future. I don't want to go back to the sea. This is truly what I want. And besides. She paused before continuing, we've only been traveling together for a short time. You don't really know me. She stepped out of the room to find everyone still standing there. Robin-chan. Robin. The group immediately gathered around her. Robin glanced at Nami beside her, who remained silent, then took the initiative to speak. I just met with the emperor of this empire. He said he's willing to let us go. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Usopp immediately broke into a smile. Really? That's amazing. He and Chopper couldn't help but cheer. Konoha was certainly a prosperous place, but it wasn't where they belonged. Zoro, however, couldn't help but ask, did the emperor say he'd release all of us? Robin smiled and said, we were only placed under house arrest because of our identities as pirates, to prevent us from causing trouble. Now that everyone has seen what's happening outside, it's likely there won't be any more pirates in the future. Sanji said, well, whatever the case, regaining our freedom is a good thing, right? Pirate is just a title. There are so many people out on the sea, their nature won't change so quickly. Luffy stood there in silence. Robin then said, there's something I'd like to talk to everyone about. Beside her, Nami clenched her fists tightly. Everyone turned their attention to Robin. She glanced around at them before smiling softly. Have you all seriously thought about our future? Usopp asked in confusion, what do you mean? Robin spoke slowly, we all came together on the same ship, each with our own dreams. But now, the world has suddenly changed. What I was searching for no longer exists, so I have no reason to continue sailing anymore. Everyone was stunned. Sanji hurriedly asked, Robin-chan. What are you saying? Robin remained calm and replied, it's nothing. I just want everyone to carefully consider our future. Seeing the stunned, confused, and disbelieving expressions on everyone's faces, Robin's gaze flickered slightly. She continued, you all don't really know my past, do you? In the past, I was constantly hunted by the world government, with a bounty of 79 million berries. I was always on the run, never able to live a peaceful life. When I first joined the crew, it was simply to seek shelter with you. Though I've had a wonderful time with you all. Now, I want to leave the ship. Sanji was furious. He shouted at Robin, Robin-chan. What are you saying? Did that damn emperor threaten you? Robin shook her head. This is my own decision. After running away at sea for so long, I've almost forgotten who I really am. I want to stay here and live as an ordinary person. I hope you can understand and respect my wishes. Sanji stared at her in disbelief. Robin then smiled and said, it's not like we'll never see each other again. If, one day, you grow tired of sailing, you can always come back here to find me. Silence fell over the group. Zoro spoke up. Captain. He was calling for Luffy. Just as Luffy was about to say something, Robin spoke first. Captain. Robin wrapped her arms around herself and lowered her gaze to the side. Her voice was soft, almost pleading. Just let me go. Luffy froze instantly. Memories of the past flooded his mind. He never feared facing powerful enemies, but when a crewmate voluntarily asked to leave, he found himself completely powerless. Robin is leaving the crew. The world no longer has pirates, and One Piece no longer exists. All Blue must not exist either, right? Would Sanji leave the ship too? Would the others also disband? Zoro frowned as he looked at Luffy, who remained motionless. Then, he glanced at Nami. She, too, remained silent. Had she already been convinced back in Robin's room? Chopper walked up to Robin, tugging at her pants leg, and asked, Robin, are you really leaving us? Robin looked down at Chopper's watery eyes and pressed her lips together. I've said everything I needed to. You should all think carefully as well. You're free to leave at any time, no one here will stop you anymore. She deliberately didn't mention Nami's situation, thinking it would be best to let Nami handle it herself. Robin then turned back to her room and shut the door firmly behind her. Unwilling to give up, Sanji followed her and knocked forcefully on the door, but there was no response. The atmosphere grew heavy, and everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Usopp asked, Nami, aren't you going to try convincing Robin? Nami hesitated. I haven't made up my mind yet. Usopp found that strange. What did she mean by, haven't made up her mind yet? He immediately asked, do you want Robin to leave the crew? I'm going back to my room. Inside the palace attic. Hancock was in the inner chamber, carefully washing a plate of fruit. She had never done such work before. Ever since becoming the Empress of Amazon Lily, she had lived a life of luxury. But now, she had no choice but to do these things herself. However, she didn't feel too bothered by it. She was excellent at convincing herself and never fought against reality. Since she couldn't change her fate, she might as well face it with composure. Besides, the one she was serving was the Emperor of the Sun Empire, the strongest being in this world. There was nothing unacceptable about it. Hancock meticulously picked each grape off the vine, carefully placing them into a dish, ensuring their skins remained intact. Each grape was arranged neatly, glistening with tiny droplets of water after being washed. Suddenly, Samui walked in, her expression turning strange as she watched Hancock's delicate handling. What are you doing? Washing grapes, Hancock replied. Observing how Hancock was so gently plucking each grape from the stem, Samui couldn't help but ask, isn't this a waste of time? Hancock, as if stating the obvious, said, if you move too quickly, you'll tear the skin. If the flesh gets wet, the taste becomes odd. Samui. She, too, was diligent in serving His Majesty, but nowhere near as meticulous as Hancock. And she could tell, Hancock was doing this out of sheer boredom. When Hancock finally finished washing the plate of grapes and was about to carry it out, Samui stopped her. His Majesty is busy. Wait a little before going out. Hancock paused for a moment. His Majesty was busy, likely handling official affairs. Delivering a plate of fruit wouldn't disturb him, but she still obeyed and didn't go out. Samui sat in a chair, gazing out the window in a daze. Hancock leaned against the sink for a while before speaking. Today, I accompanied His Majesty to meet a woman. She used to be a pirate, and she's quite good-looking. Is that so? Samui's expression remained indifferent as usual, maintaining her cool and taciturn demeanor. Dressed in black stockings and a professional outfit, she exuded a powerful aura just by sitting there quietly. Hancock couldn't help but ask, you know His Majesty well, don't you? I suppose. I just understand some of his habits and preferences. Samui glanced at Hancock before adding, you'll come to know them too. Hancock then asked, does His Majesty have a lot of women around him? Samui simply replied, it is only natural for His Majesty to have many women by his side. The implication was clear, His Majesty indeed had many women. Hancock pondered over this. So far, she had only met Samui. Perhaps that Robin would become one of them in the future as well. What are the other women around His Majesty like? You'll meet another one tomorrow. Tomorrow. Hancock felt a mix of curiosity and caution. She considered herself the most beautiful woman in the world, but this Samui was also quite stunning. If all the women around His Majesty were as beautiful, would her own charm lose some of its effect? Meanwhile, outside the room, Makoto was indeed busy, but not with official duties. Rin had come to find him. I've really been swamped these past few days. It's not that I've been ignoring you on purpose. You must have heard about the pirates causing trouble in the water province, right? Makoto patiently explained his recent situation. Rin questioned him, then are you still busy tomorrow? Makoto sighed. I finally have a break today, but I still need to handle the backlog of official matters. Seeing Rin's displeased expression, Makoto quickly changed his tone. No matter how busy I am, I'll make time to come see you. Hearing this, Rin's expression softened slightly. Makoto took the opportunity to pull her into his arms, coaxing her, all right, don't be mad anymore. Tomorrow, I'll make sure to spoil you properly. The word spoil made Rin's face flush. She glared at him. TCH. Who needs you to spoil me? You're so shameless. Who do you think you are? Aren't I your man? Rin scoffed. You call yourself a man? I don't see it. Makoto raised an eyebrow slightly. Sounds like I need to prove myself again. Just don't beg for mercy too soon. As he spoke, he made a move as if to undo the front of Rin's clothing. She gasped in surprise and quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. Then, she glanced toward the inner room. Samui had gone inside when she arrived, and Rin couldn't bear the thought of being seen in such a situation. Hurriedly, she got up from Makoto's lap and adjusted her clothes. Only after confirming that there was no movement from the inner room did she breathe a sigh of relief. But when she turned back and saw the teasing smile on Makoto's face, she felt both flustered and annoyed. She suddenly changed the subject and asked, I heard you've got another servant by your side. Makoto's expression froze slightly. Who told you that? Hancock had only just arrived yesterday, news of it shouldn't have spread yet. Rin replied casually, does it matter where I heard it? Is she not here? I'd like to see for myself just how beautiful she is. Makoto cleared his throat and said, there's too much work on a daily basis. Relying only on Samui was becoming a bit much for her, so I found her an assistant. Just an ordinary woman. Rin pursed her lips, clearly unconvinced. Makoto letting an ordinary-looking woman stay by his side. That'd be the real surprise. Still, she had no intention of actually demanding to meet this woman. After all, she wasn't officially anyone in particular. This kind of thing was more suited for Hyuga Ayari to handle. After spending some time talking, the resentment on Rin's face from earlier had faded. Makoto patiently reassured her, soothing her mood. But when their conversation turned more intimate, it only served to reignite the fire between them. Realizing where things were heading, Rin didn't give Makoto the chance to take things further. Instead, she smirked triumphantly and left. Makoto sighed inwardly. Glancing toward the inner room, he hesitated briefly before standing up and walking over. Just as he was about to push the door open, Rin suddenly returned, standing at the staircase. What is it? He asked. Rin's gaze flickered slightly. She bit her lip before saying, you, come here. Makoto's eyes glinted, and in a flash, he appeared right in front of her. Lowering her voice, Rin asked, you bastard, were you about to go find that secretary of yours? It had just dawned on her, after all that teasing, she had left him hanging. If she didn't deal with him, wouldn't he just go find another woman to resolve things? Why should I? Makoto lowered his head and smiled at her. I have a lot of official work to do. I was just going to find Samui for assistance. Rin glared at him fiercely. You're such a damn bastard. Makoto lazily pinched her chin and said, did you already forget what you just did? You brought this upon yourself. Rin shoved his hand away, lowered her head, and fell silent for a few seconds before muttering, go to the rooftop. What for? Are you coming or not? She didn't dare to lift her head again. The two of them were standing close, and her height put her right against Makoto's chest. Makoto noticed the way her face, the back of her neck, and even her ears were flushed red. Leaning down, he took a deep breath, inhaling her scent deeply. The rooftop's too boring. Let's go to the sky instead. With that, he wrapped an arm around Rin, and in a flash, they disappeared from the attic. Not long after, Samui stepped out from the inner room. Has His Majesty finished his business? Hancock, still inside, asked in a low voice. He's done. You can go home now. Samui began organizing the documents on the table, then turned to see Hancock still standing there. She repeated, you can go home now. Hancock, however, said matter-of-factly, I'm waiting for you. Samui found it amusing. Waiting for me for what? Hancock replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. To have dinner at your house, of course. Samui. She had planned to stay a little longer and finish up the work left behind by His Majesty. But seeing the situation, she sighed helplessly and said, fine, let's go home for dinner. Hancock smiled. All right. What's Mabui cooking tonight? You'll find out when we get back. Oh. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 395, ch 395, Emperor Wives. Morning. Samui had gone out to buy something, telling Hancock to head to the palace on her own. By now, Hancock had completely treated Samui as her long-term meal ticket, eating all 3 meals a day at her place. However, when Hancock arrived at the attic of the palace, she encountered an unfamiliar woman. A blonde, just like Samui, dressed in a professional business suit, with an equally voluptuous figure and striking beauty. Ding, ling. What was that sound? Hancock asked directly, who are you? A flicker of admiration flashed through Tsunade's eyes, but she quickly fell into thought. Instead, she asked, what are you here for? Hancock initially wanted to say that she was His Majesty's servant, but the word servant felt too difficult to say aloud. Instead, she replied, what does that have to do with you? Who are you? She had already forgotten what Samui told her the day before. I'm His Majesty's assistant, Tsunade introduced herself. Seeing how beautiful Hancock was, she could already guess, this was probably another one of Makoto's new favorites. Assistant. Hancock blinked, and then suddenly recalled what Samui had said yesterday, about how she would meet someone today. So it was this woman. She really was beautiful, though still a little inferior to herself. She furrowed her brows and thought. Assistant sounded much better than servant. I am. You're here to serve His Majesty too, aren't you? Tsunade interrupted, seeing Hancock's hesitation. I'm Tsunade. Boa Hancock. Tsunade could guess why Hancock had trouble speaking, her status was probably something along the lines of a servant. But at the end of the day, a title was just a title. What did it really matter? Even if Makoto declared her his wife right now, her mindset wouldn't change in the slightest. Hancock's gaze continuously roamed over Tsunade, filled with curiosity about this woman. Samui was the secretary, and now this woman was an assistant. Hancock couldn't help but ask, has His Majesty married? Does he have a wife? Yes. Hancock had already guessed as much, so she didn't find it surprising. Instead, she continued asking, then, His Majesty's wife must be very beautiful, right? They're all very beautiful. All. Hancock was momentarily stunned. His Majesty has many wives. His Majesty has 5 wives. F5. For now, it's 5. Hancock stood there, lost in thought, while Tsunade started cleaning the room. After a while, Samui arrived. Seeing Tsunade, she greeted her, morning, Tsunade. Morning. She brought 2 drinks for them. Hancock took a sip and was immediately astonished. This is amazing. It's from the west side of the new city food street. If you like it, you can buy it yourself next time. As Samui sat at the table and began reviewing documents, Hancock walked over and asked, Samui, what kind of people are His Majesty's wives? Samui replied calmly, you'll have the chance to meet them in the future. Hancock asked the question that mattered most to her, are they as beautiful as me? Samui glanced at her. His Majesty has never lacked beautiful women around him. And he never will. Hancock failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind these words. While Samui reviewed official documents and Tsunade continued cleaning, the occasional crisp sound of a bell echoed through the room. Hancock kept glancing at Tsunade, wondering if she had a bell hidden on her somewhere. With nothing else to do, she could only wait for the Emperor to arrive. Soul Society. After the construction of the Solarite Tower, nothing had yet occurred to validate Head Captain Yamamoto's concerns. Instead, the Empire from the living world had sent numerous technological items that Soul Society previously lacked. He had personally inspected them and found nothing suspicious, most were household appliances and communication devices. Unlike the technology of their original world, these devices did not rely solely on electrical energy. Yamamoto had initially considered holding off on implementing the communication equipment, but the Central 46 had already issued an order, demanding that Siriiti rapidly advance its technological capabilities to match those of the living world within a set time frame. This directive left him feeling helpless. He could not understand why Central 46 was treating the living world so favorably, especially when its emperor remained an enigmatic and potentially ambitious figure. For now, all he could do was strictly instruct Kuratsuchi Mayuri to rigorously monitor and regulate the technologies coming from the living world. At the Senkaman World Penetration Gate, Kayaraka Shuinsue, accompanied by his lieutenant Ise Nanao, was stationed at the Senkaman, awaiting the latest arrivals from the living world. Before long, Hyuga Hakuman emerged from the gate, leading a squad of his own people. "Ah, Hakuman, it's you again." Kayaraka walked up in a familiar manner, slinging an arm around Hakuman's shoulder, as if the two were old friends. Hakuman, clearly used to this, sighed and pushed Kayaraka's arm away. "This batch of appliances is ready for inspection. Go ahead and verify them." Kayaraka grinned and waved a hand lazily. "Just take them straight to Squad 12. You know me, I wouldn't be able to tell if something was off even if I checked. It's better to let Captain Kuratsuchi handle it." Hakuman scoffed. "Then why did they send you here? Wouldn't it have been more efficient to just call Captain Kuratsuchi?" Kayaraka immediately put on a dramatically heartbroken expression. "Ouch, Hakuman, that really hurts. And here I thought we were good friends." He gestured for the seated officers to take over the cargo crates brought from the living world. "I don't recall us being that close." Hakuman ignored Kayaraka's dramatic display and replied in a calm tone, his gaze drifting toward the distant Solarite tower. Kayaraka had initially planned to continue joking, but noticing where Hakuman was looking, he asked, "What are you staring at?" Hakuman responded, "With the Solarite tower now in Siriiti, it feels more familiar, almost like I'm still in the Empire." Kayaraka laughed heartily. "You do realize you're in the world of the dead now, completely separated from the living world, right?" Still grinning, he added, "Surely the Empire doesn't plan on meddling with the affairs of the dead too?" Hakuman replied, "Have you forgotten that negotiation? The Empire only concerns itself with the living. The dead are under your jurisdiction." Kayaraka chuckled, "Well, we're just doing our job, keeping this world stable." With that, the group, led by Kayaraka, departed the Senkaman, heading toward the 12th Division barracks. The streets of Siriiti were remarkably clean, and the surrounding buildings were well maintained and orderly. Hakuman didn't come here often, so he asked, "Where do souls go after death?" Beside him, Nanao Ise explained, "The souls of the deceased in the living world, after receiving a kanso, soul burial, are guided to the Rakangai, where they continue their lives." Hakuman was slightly surprised. Rakangai. It's the area outside Siriiti. Hakuman pondered for a moment. Then what about the people who live in Siriiti? "Only Shinigami and the noble families reside there," Nanao replied calmly. She saw nothing strange about this, nor did most people. After all, the Soul Society's order was originally established by the nobility and Shinigami. The residents of Rakangai were the outsiders. Giving them a place to live, the chance to become Shinigami, and the opportunity to survive under their rule was already a great mercy. Hakuman didn't comment on the morality of it. He simply said, "I see." Right or wrong didn't matter, Hakuman didn't care about such things. He was just here to carry out His Majesty's orders. Kayaraka chuckled and asked, "Why the sudden interest, Hakuman?" Hakuman replied, "Someone I knew recently passed away. Since souls come to the Soul Society after death, I was wondering if there was a chance I could find him here." Kayaraka immediately said, "That's an easy matter. I can have someone help you look for him." Hakuman hesitated. "Would that be inappropriate? I'm still a living person. Wouldn't this disrupt the order of Soul Society?" Kayaraka laughed. "You're overthinking it, Hakuman. To someone of Kayaraka's level, they were the ones maintaining the world's order. Concerns about the division between life and death were rules meant for ordinary people. Once we finish the handover with Captain Kuratsuchi, why don't you come have a drink with me? I'll have my subordinates handle the search, all I need is the person's name." Konoha was a key observation area for Siriiti, monitored by an elite squad composed entirely of seated officers. The moment someone died, they immediately conducted kanso, ensuring no chance for hollows to form. After all, given the current relationship between the Empire and Siriiti, if a hollow were to cause havoc in Konoha, although Konoha could handle it on its own, it would still be a blow to the reputation of Siriiti's Shinigami. Biotechnology Research Institute. Among the three types of devil fruits, the Zoan type is the easiest to analyze, while the other two are more troublesome. Can they be cloned and mass-produced now? Kabuto pondered for a moment before replying, "It's possible, but the cloned Zoan-type fruits will be significantly weaker." Makoto asked, "If an ordinary person eats one, what level of power can they attain?" "Ordinary person?" Kabuto was utterly shocked. Were these fruits meant for ordinary people? He had assumed that His Majesty wanted him to research devil fruits to enhance the Empire's strength. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto thought for a moment before answering, devil fruits provide an immense power boost. If an average person eats one, they will immediately gain the strength of at least a chunin, probably much stronger. With training and mastery, reaching the level of a jonin wouldn't be difficult. Makoto was satisfied. Then start mass production immediately. The more, the better. I have only one requirement for this batch of devil fruits, they must be controllable and suppressible through the Solarite Tower. Kabuto responded, that won't be difficult. Leaving the Biotechnology Research Institute, Makoto leisurely made his way back to the Imperial Palace. He had come straight from home to check on Kabuto's progress. Upon arriving at the loft, he found Samui, Tsunade, and Hancock all present. Your Majesty, the three greeted him in unison. Makoto went straight to the lounge chair and lay down. Tsunade knelt beside him, gently massaging his legs. Though it was still early in the morning and he hadn't walked much, so he wasn't really tired, what he enjoyed was the experience itself. Just like in his previous life, how many people went for a foot massage just for the sake of cleaning their feet? Samui approached with a stack of documents. Your Majesty, these require your review. Hancock watched Tsunade's skilled movements and suddenly realized, this woman had probably done this countless times before. Meanwhile, she herself was merely a latecomer. She quickly turned around and went into the inner room to prepare a fruit platter, snacks, and tea. Makoto then began another day of exhausting work. Around 9 a.m., Terumi Mei finally woke up, took a shower, washed up, got dressed, and made breakfast. By the time she finished all that, it was already close to 11 a.m. The workload of the 10 crown guards wasn't particularly heavy. Since they were the Emperor's confidants, they mostly carried out special assignments, but such tasks were rare. Moreover, His Majesty seemed to prefer using Hakumen, Kakashi, and Shursue instead. This made Mei's days rather leisurely, but she didn't enjoy the idleness. She wished for more opportunities to meet the Emperor and prove her abilities and dedication in front of him. As she stepped out after carefully dressing herself to perfection, she happened to see her neighbor returning and unlocking her door. Miss Conan. Lady Mei, what a coincidence. Are you heading out? The woman had short blue-purple hair and an elegant, cool demeanor. Her residence was right next to Mei, and when Mei had first moved in, she had taken the initiative to visit. Conan had a pleasant personality, and as they often saw each other, they gradually became familiar. Sometimes, when Conan hosted gatherings at her place, she would invite Mei to join. Their floor only had the two of them, and Conan's friends were all good-looking men, one with orange hair, another with red. This made Mei view Conan even more favorably. Through their conversations, Mei learned that the orange-haired man, Yahiko, was actually a high-ranking official in the Empire and had previously been the leader of Omegakure. Although her heart was set on His Majesty, Mei was well aware of the great distance between them. It was always good to keep her options open, getting to know handsome men was never a bad thing. And Yahiko was definitely top quality. Mei smiled and said, I've told you, no need for honorifics. You just got back. Conan replied politely, yes, I came back to prepare lunch. If you're free, why not come over and eat with me? Mei hesitated. I just finished breakfast. It was already close to noon. She couldn't help but feel a bit lazy. Conan covered her mouth and chuckled. All right then, go take care of your things. She then opened her door and waved to Mei before heading inside. Mei, on the other hand, made her way downstairs. Another member of the 10 Crown Guards lived here, the former 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure, Pakura. Pakura had moved in after Mei, and over time, the two had grown close. She was one of the few people Mei considered a true friend. Among the female members of the 10 Crown Guards, Mei had initially wanted to get closer to Anko and Tsunade as well. However, after several attempts, she realized she was only met with cold indifference, so she stopped trying to force it. Fortunately, members like Hakumen, Guy, and Shursue had great personalities, which made her still feel that the 10 Crown Guards was an amazing group to be a part of. Pakura had been awake for a while already. She was an extremely disciplined person, and during her time as Kazekage, she had managed Sunagakure well. She kept her daily schedule packed. When there were no missions, she spent most of her time training. Ever since she received the Sage Seal, she felt her potential for growth had expanded significantly, rekindling her passion for improvement. When Mei arrived, Pakura had just finished showering. She was sitting on the couch wrapped in a bath towel, reading a book. Since hardly anyone other than Mei ever knocked on her door, she didn't bother changing. Mei had to admit, Pakura's figure was absolutely perfect. Every part of her was well proportioned, and her smooth, flawless back gave Mei an unexpected impulse. Pakura looked up and said, I have a lecture to give at the Ninja Academy this afternoon, so I won't be able to keep you company. Mei's interest was piqued. The Ninja Academy? Can I come with you? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 396, ch 396, Live Together. In just 2 days, Robin had given a definite response and now knelt before Makoto, accompanied by Nami. Makoto took another careful look at this heroine from another world. Due to spending so much time at sea, her face was bare of any makeup, but her naturally exquisite features kept her from looking plain. He asked, "Do you have any complaints about staying here?" Robin immediately responded, "We chose to stay of our own will. We are grateful that your majesty has given us the opportunity to serve you." She was an exceptionally intelligent woman, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to survive alone in the pirate world for so long. And to survive, knowing how to adapt was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Nami was lost in thought, wondering if Luffy and the others had already left. Saying goodbye yesterday, she still wasn't sure how she had found the heart to say those words. Perhaps their time sailing together had truly come to an end. She had no idea what the future held, but at least she still had Robin by her side. Makoto suddenly turned to Hancock. "You're living alone now, aren't you?" Hancock gave a slight nod. "Then from now on, these two will live with you. You were all originally from the same world, so you should have plenty to talk about." Hancock was momentarily stunned. She glanced at Robin and Nami, then couldn't help but speak up. "Your Majesty, this." Makoto asked, "You don't want to?" Hancock admitted frankly, "Wouldn't it be better to arrange a different place for them?" "I don't want to live with others." Makoto simply smiled. "It's decided, then. Get along well from now on. Samui, make the arrangements." "Understood." Samui led the group away. Though Hancock was displeased, she didn't dare say anything more. Hancock's current residence was a private courtyard house, spacious and well-furnished. Although located in the Old Town district, its interior was elegantly decorated with a luxurious yet minimalist style. There were 4 bedrooms in total, and naturally, Hancock occupied the master bedroom. After a brief look around, Robin was surprised by the lavish living conditions. But considering that this was arranged by the Emperor of the Empire, it was only expected that the accommodations would be excellent. The courtyard itself was quite large, containing only a lounge chair and a small pond, though there were no fish in it. As Nami observed the space, she suddenly said, "A tangerine tree would be nice here." Samui responded, "I'll have someone arrange it later." Nami was caught off guard. "I was just saying it casually." Samui replied, "You will all be following His Majesty from now on. If you have any living needs, feel free to ask." Nami fell silent. Robin also glanced around the courtyard and remarked, "Planting a tree would be nice, it wouldn't feel so empty." Nami smiled bitterly. "I used to think that when our journey ended one day, I'd return to my hometown. There, in my own yard, I'd have a tangerine tree. I'd sit beneath it every day, enjoying the shade while watching the sea." Robin said, "You're thinking about your old age plans, aren't you?" Hancock, who had been listening nearby, felt increasingly annoyed and finally spoke up. "This is my home. Did you even ask for my opinion?" Robin immediately smiled at her and said, "Of course, we need your approval." She was well aware that although this pirate empress had been by the emperor's side longer than they had, her status couldn't be much higher. However, there was no need for conflict, living together harmoniously would be the best outcome. After another round of inspecting the house, Robin discovered that the refrigerator was completely empty. Samui explained, "Hancock doesn't cook. She usually comes to my place for meals." Robin smiled and said, "Both Nami and I know a bit of cooking. If Miss Hancock doesn't mind, we'd be happy to prepare something for you to try." Hancock finally began to reconsider. To her, this house was merely a place to sleep, nothing more. But if there were suddenly 2 cooks in her home, it would certainly be a benefit. Not just cooks, housekeeping and chores should also be their responsibility. After all, she was here first. Besides, in her previous world, she was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Empress of Amazon Lily, with a bounty of 1,659,000,000 berries. These 2 were nothing more than nameless small-time figures, who had only caught His Majesty's eye because of their looks. With a strong sense of superiority still in her heart, Hancock slightly raised her chin and said, "Then, I shall allow you to stay for now. Mechanical Science Research Institute. The Brutal Justice Unit has well-rounded performance. When we built it, we considered every possible factor. On the other hand, the cruiser-destroyer allows its pilot more room for maneuverability and emphasizes combat techniques. As for the third mech, there's no clear direction yet. If His Majesty has no particular suggestions, we could simply create another cruiser-destroyer." Makoto did consider designing multiple mechs with different performance features, but given how the brutal justice and the cruiser destroyer had already demonstrated overwhelming power, enough to make even someone like Kaido helpless, there was no urgent need for further diversification. As long as a sufficient number of mechs were mass-produced, even the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan in the future wouldn't be a threat to him. However, the number of these mechs was limited. Each one required a tailed beast core as an energy source, and beyond a certain number, there would be no suitable alternative power sources available. Makoto pondered for a long time before saying, "We can make this new mech the opposite of the cruiser-destroyer in focus. Equip it with a more powerful and high-output energy system, more Tensigen weaponry, and give it the Kyubi core." The minister of the Scientific Artisan Department, Tanagawa, hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, the chakra from a standard tailed beast core already overflows. No matter how strong the energy source, there is still a limit to how much power can be harnessed." "Then make this a new research focus," Makoto replied. "We should also take this opportunity to upgrade the brutal justice and the cruiser destroyer." Afterward, Makoto inspected several other ongoing projects at the Research Institute. Body enhancement chambers. Miniature mechanical puppets. Large-scale permanent teleportation arrays. Portable communication devices. The development of the body enhancement chambers aimed to further strengthen the elite forces of the Empire's ninja ranks. The miniature mechanical puppets had the potential to greatly enhance the productivity of the current world, making them one of the projects Makoto was particularly invested in. As for the large-scale permanent teleportation arrays, their purpose was self-explanatory. Initially, Makoto had considered building railways and trains, but with the existence of the Tower of Solarity, long-distance teleportation wasn't a challenge. A simple temporary teleportation array would suffice. So why not go a step further and create a national, commercial, and civilian supersized teleportation array? Wouldn't that be far more convenient than trains, high-speed rail, or airplanes? As for portable communication devices, this was an area where progress had been disappointing. Makoto had initially envisioned creating something akin to smartphones, but the technological development in the Naruto world had taken a different path, making it difficult to achieve that goal. The biggest issue lay in the Tower of Solarity, which, despite functioning as a signal station, was underwhelming when it came to information processing. It was not like the computers from Makoto's previous life, it still required specialized personnel to operate and assist with its functions. Seeing that progress in this area was still far from ideal, Makoto thought for a long time and finally decided to travel to a parallel world once again. The future Naruto world had computers, didn't it? He remembered seeing one in Naruto's Hokage office. Traveling through time and space was no longer unfamiliar to Makoto. Once again, he arrived at the Golden Tensigen on the moon. Though he still couldn't move it to Earth, he had already mastered the ability to freely activate and control it. Just as he was about to open the spatial portal and leave, he suddenly recalled how people from the Bleach and One Piece worlds had been entirely transferred over. Although he could manipulate space-time powers, he was not yet able to do so with complete freedom. Since that incident, no souls from other worlds had appeared in this one. But what if this time travel attempt once again triggered the arrival of people from another world? The combat power levels of the Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece worlds were relatively high but still within a similar range. Since Makoto had already reached the ceiling of power, he could handle them with ease. But what if people from the Dragon Ball world got pulled in? That would be completely unmanageable. This thought made Makoto hesitate, and instead of proceeding, he returned from the moon without opening the portal. Rukia was, as usual, slacking off at work. Most of the time, she had little to do, wandering the streets, occasionally bringing small gifts from the present-day Konoha for her brother and friends. Her workplace was located beneath the Solarity Tower, next to the Reincarnation Shrine. It had recently been renamed the Siriitii Konoha Shinigami Office. The office officially served as the Soul Society's eyes and ears, overseeing Shinigami missions in Konoha and acting as a communication hub between the two worlds. Suddenly, a ninja messenger arrived, informing her that the Emperor had summoned her. Rukia was surprised but quickly followed the ninja toward the Imperial Palace. Upon reaching the upper floor, she entered a spacious hall, where only the Emperor was seated on a sofa. Rukia respectfully stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty." "It's been a while, Rukia. Your Majesty is busy ruling an empire. There's no need to concern yourself with someone as insignificant as me." Rukia responded with polite humility, unfazed by how casually he addressed her name. Makoto merely smiled at her words, then gestured toward the sofa beside him. "Come, have a seat." Rukia was taken aback. The man before her was someone who could stand on equal footing with the head captain of the Godii 13. What right did she have to sit so casually? She quickly straightened her posture and bowed again. "I appreciate your Majesty's kindness, but I am fine standing." Makoto did not insist. Instead, he got straight to the point. "Do you remember the first time we met?" Rukia nodded slowly. Back then, she had walked through a Senkaman, world-crossing gate, and somehow ended up in Konoha, where she encountered the Emperor of the Living World. Though at the time, she had no idea who he was, so she had spoken rather casually. Makoto continued. You said you walked through the Senkamen and suddenly arrived in Konoha, correct? Yes. This matter had already been thoroughly investigated by higher-ups when Rukia returned to the Siri-Idi. Normally, traveling from the Soul Society to the living world required passing through a special space known as the Dangai, Precipice World. However, that time, the moment she stepped into the Senkamen, World Crossing Gate, she had immediately arrived in the living world. The Dangai had disappeared. Rukia truthfully recounted everything from back then. There was nothing for her to hide. Makoto pondered for a moment. Did nothing seem off to you? Rukia hesitated. Well, if you put it that way, everything felt off. Otherwise, how would I have ended up in this world? Makoto found no particularly useful information from her response. But he wasn't disappointed. Rukia had been forcibly brought to this world, and she was far from the only one who appeared in the living world back then. He set the matter aside for now and changed the subject. Rukia, you were born in the Rakangai, correct? Rukia was taken aback. Your Majesty, have you heard about my past? She was adopted into the Kachiki clan, one of the 4 great noble families of the Soul Society, but had originally been just another ordinary soul from the Rakangai. It was only because she bore a striking resemblance to Hisana, the deceased wife of Byakuya Kachiki, that she was taken in by the clan. That was all Rukia knew. Makoto said, you probably don't know this, but you actually had an older sister. A sis, huh? Rukia's face was filled with shock. Makoto continued, but she has already passed away. Rukia took a moment to collect herself before cautiously asking. Your Majesty, are you telling the truth? Makoto smiled. Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? The man before her was the Emperor of the Living World, someone of such status would have no reason to deceive a mere nobody like her. Rukia pressed her lips together, lost in thought. Her eyes were filled with shock and doubt. She wasn't just stunned by the revelation itself but also surprised at how the Emperor of the Living World knew about this. After a long silence, she cautiously asked, Your Majesty, can you tell me who my sister was? She had spent most of her life alone, only later meeting Rinji and a few other friends. Rukia had always believed herself to be an orphan. Even after being adopted by the Kachiki clan, she had cherished everything she had. Makoto simply said, Do you remember why you were taken into the Kachiki clan? Because her appearance closely resembled that of Byakuya's late wife. Rukia's eyes widened in shock, her expression filled with disbelief. No way. Lady Hisana was my sister. For a moment, she had the urge to rush to Byakuya and demand the truth. But she quickly calmed down. If this were true, why had Byakuya never told her? Rukia stood there, silent, her mind in complete turmoil. She finally asked, Why are you telling me this, Your Majesty? Makoto replied casually, Just thought I'd mention it. Knowing the truth shouldn't be a bad thing for any of you, right? As for why your brother never told you, he was probably trying to protect you. Since he was your sister's husband and brought you into the Kachiki clan, his feelings for you are definitely real. Rukia stood motionless for a long time before finally bowing deeply. Thank you for telling me this, Your Majesty. After Rukia left, Shursue suddenly appeared beside Makoto in a flash of movement. Makoto glanced at him and asked, No issues. Shursue bowed and replied, Your Majesty is well aware of my abilities, there will be no problems. Ordinary Sharingan users needed direct eye contact to cast visual-based genjutsu, but Shursue's was far stronger. As long as a target was within his line of sight, he could activate his ocular jutsu instantly. The transcription seal has been placed. As soon as the designated target appears, Koto Amatsukami will automatically activate. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 397, ch 397, The Bowing Empress. Morning. When Hancock stepped out of her bedroom, she saw Nami pacing around the courtyard. Glancing at the silent kitchen, she walked to the doorway and asked, Didn't you make breakfast? Nami cast her a cold glance. No. Hancock immediately questioned, Why didn't you make breakfast? What is this empress supposed to eat? Nami had been evaluating the yard space, remembering how Samui mentioned getting her in Tangerine Tree. Hearing Hancock's words, she found them laughable and countered, Robin and I cook and clean. What do you do? Last night, she and Robin had prepared dinner, but Hancock's attitude had deeply annoyed her. Hancock declared self-righteously, This is my home. I allow you to live here, so it's only natural that you take care of these things. Nami retorted, It was His Majesty who let us live here, not you. We have no obligation to serve you. His Majesty also said we should get along and share household responsibilities fairly. She had always disliked arrogant people and had no intention of indulging Hancock. Since staying here wasn't her choice to begin with, she felt even less reason to hold back. Hancock's face darkened instantly. How dare you speak to this empress that way? Nami was about to throw in another sarcastic remark when an overwhelming, terrifying aura suddenly crashed into her like a tidal wave. Her mind went blank with a deafening boom, and her entire body froze. The calm pond in the courtyard suddenly rippled violently, and a gust of wind blew through from nowhere. Robin had just stepped out of her bedroom but immediately leaned against the wall, her expression filled with pain. Nami. Hancock scoffed. You're 100 years too early to defy this empress. At that moment, two dark figures suddenly appeared, one at the courtyard entrance, the other on the rooftop. Hancock instantly withdrew her haki. What's going on? Shursue, standing outside the courtyard, looked at Nami, who had collapsed unconscious on the ground, and asked. Hancock, of course, recognized Shursue. Back on Light Marker Island, he had made one of the three calamities, Jack the Drought, kneel with just a single glance. Regardless of his strength, the key point was that he was His Majesty's personal guard. She averted her gaze and said, this woman insisted on opposing me, so I merely taught her a lesson. Now that the Conqueror's haki had been withdrawn, Robin immediately rushed to check on Nami. Seeing that she was only unconscious, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Soon, another person arrived at high speed. Miss Samui. Shursue, upon seeing the newcomer, also felt relieved. The moment he sensed Hancock's Conqueror's haki, he had hurried over to check the situation. But when he realized it was just Hancock and the others, he found the whole situation incredibly troublesome. His Majesty's women. What kind of nonsense is this so early in the morning? Samui frowned as she looked at the unconscious Nami and asked, how is she? Robin remained silent. Shursue, however, took a single glance and responded, she's just unconscious. Samui then said to Shursue, leave this to me. Shursue nodded and looked up at the rooftop, only to notice that Kakashi-senpai had already left at some point. After moving Nami to the living room sofa, Samui rubbed her forehead in frustration. What exactly happened? Robin sat nearby, her expression full of concern as she watched over Nami. Samui then turned her gaze to Hancock. Faced with Samui's questioning, Hancock suddenly felt a bit guilty and said, she was the one who opposed me. Samui asked, and how exactly did she oppose you? Hancock remained silent for a moment before reluctantly responding, I told her to make breakfast, but she refused. She even said that I should also do household chores in the future. But this is my home. Samui was left speechless. This woman really needs some discipline. She had once felt sorry for Hancock, but now she wondered, why didn't His Majesty handle her the way he had disciplined Tsunade back then? Just because of this, you attacked her. Hancock stubbornly replied, I didn't do anything to her. She was just too weak to withstand my haki. Samui sneered, oh. I'm weak too. Before you withdrew your aura just now, I couldn't even get close to this place. Hancock said, you're different. Samui pressed further, if Mabui refused to cook for you, would you do the same to her? Hancock fell silent. She knew that her actions were excessive by normal people's standards, but her habits as an empress weren't something she could change overnight. More importantly, these women weren't the type to be affected by her beauty at all. Samui immediately said, when Nami wakes up, you will apologize to her properly. Samui glanced at her. Did you not hear me? Hancock pursed her lips. I understand. Also, from now on, all the housework in this home, cooking, cleaning, laundry, is your responsibility. Hancock immediately panicked. I mean. I don't know how. She originally wanted to protest, but Samui's cold gaze completely stifled her momentum, forcing her to rephrase her words. Samui said indifferently, then learn. And from now on, don't come to my place anymore. Mabui won't be cooking for you. Hancock felt incredibly wronged. She was the empress, and now she was expected to do the kind of work only lowly servants did. Sure, her current status was technically that of a servant, but could the imperial emperor's servant really be considered a common one? Samui delivered her final warning. If something like this happens again, it won't just be me here talking to you. Hancock didn't dare utter a single word in protest. Even though Samui's strength was nowhere near hers, she was someone close to His Majesty. She couldn't afford to defy her. Samui then looked at Robin and the unconscious Nami. If she's not doing well, take her to the hospital. Just as she finished speaking, Nami slowly regained consciousness, blinking in confusion. Robin. Nami, you're awake. What happened? Samui's eyes flickered slightly, what perfect timing for her to wake up. She turned to Robin and said, I'll be leaving now. If anything happens in the future, you can come straight to me. Robin immediately stood up and said, "Thank you for your help. Take care." Hancock remained silent on the side, and Samui didn't spare her another glance. Nami rubbed her head. It really hurt. She had actually regained consciousness a bit earlier and had overheard most of what Samui said. Learning that Hancock had been punished, much of her anger dissipated. In this regard, she was quite similar to Robin. As someone who had grown up as a thief, she had developed a strong and resilient mindset. A little injustice was nothing she couldn't endure. Hancock stood in place for a moment. Seeing that Nami was awake but not saying anything, she simply turned around and returned to her room without a word. Watching this, Robin commented, "That woman was once the pirate empress, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a figure of immense prestige. In a way, she's even more pitiful than us." Nami said, "Is pity something that needs to be compared? No one here is going to spoil her." Robin didn't argue and instead remarked, "That Samui lady seems like a good person. We should try to get closer to her." Nami nodded. After all, it was Samui who had promised her the tangerine tree. "Are you still feeling unwell?" Nami pitifully nodded. "My head hurts." Robin sighed with a helpless smile. "Then keep resting. I'll go make breakfast." Nami put on a dramatically grateful expression. "Thank you, Mama Robin." Robin gently knocked on her head at that, then got up and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. From now on, it would just be the two of them living here. The road ahead wouldn't be easy, so they had to support each other. Robin made breakfast for 3. Since they were living under the same roof, she didn't want to be at odds with Hancock, otherwise, it would only make things uncomfortable for herself in the long run. When Nami saw Robin knocking on Hancock's door, she didn't say anything and simply continued eating. Hancock opened her bedroom door and saw Robin standing there. Robin smiled warmly. "You haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? I made a portion for you as well. Would you like to come out and eat?" Hancock was stunned, looking at Robin in disbelief. Robin chuckled. "You still have to meet His Majesty later, don't you? If you have work in the morning, it's not good to go on an empty stomach." Hancock remained silent for a long moment before hesitantly saying, "But I hurt your friend just now." Robin replied, "It was just a misunderstanding, wasn't it? Nami's fine, and we're not holding it against you." "Right, Nami." Sitting at the dining table, Nami sighed and reluctantly said, "Yeah, I don't mind." Though her words were forgiving, she bit into her food with extra force. Hancock stood there quietly for a while before finally mumbling, "Sorry." Robin was slightly surprised. Seeing the once proud pirate empress standing there, embarrassed and hesitant, made her smile even more. "Come, let's have breakfast together." This pirate empress, despite being so beautiful, powerful, and highly ranked, was unexpectedly simple-minded. Robin pulled Hancock to sit at the dining table. Looking at the delicate breakfast in front of her, Hancock found herself at a loss for words. Robin said, "Later, I plan to go out and buy some things, then come back and tidy up the house. Hancock, you have work in the morning, if you need anything, just let me know." Hancock was silent for a moment before suddenly pointing to a table in the living room. "There's money in that drawer. His Majesty gave it to me, but I haven't really used it." Nami pulled a stack of bills out of her pocket. "You mean this?" Hancock froze. "I don't think I told you where the money was." Nami coughed awkwardly and stopped talking. She had been a thief before, and stealing was second nature to her. When she first arrived in this house, she had instinctively pocketed the money. Robin continued, "Hancock, before you leave, you can take out any dirty clothes you have. We can help you wash them." Hancock looked at Robin's gentle expression, then turned to Nami, who was focused on eating her breakfast. After a moment of silence, she said, "I'm sorry, Miss Nami." Under the table, Robin lightly kicked Nami. With a resigned sigh, Nami responded, "Fine, I forgive you. Just call me Nami from now on." Hancock nodded. "You can call me Hancock as well." Robin smiled. "From now on, we can consider ourselves a family, so let's get along well." Hancock nodded again. "In the future, I'll also help out with housework. I don't know much about cooking, cleaning, or laundry, but I can learn little by little." Nami's mouth twitched at that, while Robin chuckled. "That's great. We can teach you, and you can take your time learning." This morning's events gave Hancock a clearer understanding of her current situation. She was no longer the lofty pirate empress. Aside from the fact that the one she served was the emperor of the empire, her status wasn't particularly special. Using force recklessly in this place would only bring trouble upon herself. All she could do was lower her head and accept reality. Robin understood this, and so did Nami. Now that the three of them were living together, the best they could do was to get along peacefully. In the morning, Hancock went to see the emperor, while Robin and Nami went out to the streets to buy some necessities. Other than some basic facilities, the house was practically empty. As Nami counted the money in her hand, she couldn't help but complain about Hancock to Robin. For someone who was an empress, Hancock is really lacking in presence. She doesn't have the dignity of a ruler at all, she's more like a spoiled rich girl throwing tantrums. Robin chuckled. Did you already forget how you fainted? Nami grumbled, yeah, she's ridiculously strong. But what's the point of all that power if she acts like a giant baby? Robin said, don't hold such a grudge. We still have to live together, so let's try to get along. Nami sighed. I know. At least His Majesty is generous, he gave us quite a lot of money for living expenses. Back when she was under house arrest, she had wandered around Konoha enough times to get a good grasp of the local economy and currency value. Well, he is the emperor of the empire. There's no way he'd be stingy. Just think of it as our buyout price for being here. As if this little amount of money is enough to buy me. Robin suddenly fell into a pensive mood, lost in thought. What's wrong? Nami asked. Nothing, Robin smiled. Let's buy some gifts later and visit Miss Samwee's house tonight. You're really thoughtful. I didn't expect you to be so good at socializing. Nami laughed. Interacting with people on land is different from life at sea, Robin said. Having wandered alone since childhood, she had long mastered all the skills necessary for survival. The two of them headed to the shopping district in the new town. There, they bought a lot of essential household items, along with some new clothes for themselves. The clothing styles in this world were vastly different from those of their original world. They also bought plenty of meat and vegetables to fill up the fridge. As they walked out of the store, both of them looked at the large and small bags in their hands and couldn't help but laugh. The people around them assumed they were just travelers from outside the city who had come to Konoha for a shopping trip. Suddenly, Nami chuckled and said, this feels just like when we used to go ashore for supplies. But before she could finish, her words abruptly stopped, and a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Robin smiled and said, let's go home. Yeah. At least the two of them were still together. At least they still had a home. And in that home, they could plant another tangerine tree. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 398, ch 398, Deep Night, Robin. The tangerine tree that Nami wanted was delivered within 2 days by a designated person. It was clear that this was a carefully selected mature tree, uprooted and transported to Konoha. The trunk was thick, the branches lush with foliage, and golden fruits hung from them. After spending half a day transplanting it into the yard and leveling the soil, Nami stood beneath the tree, looking up with joy in her heart. She had grown up in a place within Tangerine Grove, and when she set sail, she had managed to transplant a tangerine tree onto her ship as a way to carry her feelings for her hometown. This is really nice. We could plant some more grass in the yard, Robin said with a smile. The wind rustled the leaves, and beneath the tangerine tree, Nami couldn't help but close her eyes. Hancock, what do you think? Robin asked. I have no objections, Hancock quickly replied. She didn't really understand such matters, but she also felt that with this tree, the yard no longer seemed so empty and monotonous. Leaving the care of this home to the two of them in the future might be a good choice. Robin smiled and said, then, when you have time, let's go out and buy some together. Hancock nodded in agreement. She found it very comfortable to be around Robin, who always took her into consideration. Her usual arrogant and domineering persona had always been an act, she had just gotten used to it over time. In other words, she had already been completely won over by Robin. That evening, after Robin and Nami finished cooking, they made some extra pastries that looked quite appealing. They were special treats from their hometown, something that likely didn't exist in this world. Robin packed the pastries into a nice-looking bag, preparing to take them to Samwee and the others. However, just as she arrived at Samwee's doorstep and was about to knock, she suddenly stopped, listening carefully. From inside the room, strange sounds seemed to be coming through. And it wasn't just one person, Samwee, Mabui, and Yujito's voices were mixed together, rising and falling. Amidst it all, she could hear the term, Your Majesty. Robin's hand froze in midair, unsure whether to proceed or leave. She stood there motionless. She ended up listening for almost half a minute before hurriedly withdrawing her hand, pressing her lips together, and turning to leave. Back home, when Nami saw her return with the bag still in hand, she couldn't help but ask, what happened? They didn't like them. Robin stared blankly for a moment before replying, no, I didn't deliver them. Nami tilted her head in confusion, sensing something strange in Robin's expression. Robin. I'll go later. I'm heading to my room first. Robin placed the bag on the table and walked straight to her room, leaving Nami, who had been watching TV in the living room, feeling puzzled. Inside her bedroom, Robin gradually calmed down. Samwi's identity: she was the Emperor's personal secretary. According to Hancock, Samwi often assisted the Emperor with numerous governmental affairs and was someone he trusted and relied on deeply. From the moment Robin first met her, she had known that this cold, capable, and beautiful woman was no ordinary person, completely different from Hancock, who was just a naive fool in comparison. So, all three women in Samwi's home were involved with the Emperor in that way. Thinking back to when the Emperor had forced her to stay here, Robin suddenly saw her situation in a new light. She had been trying so hard to convince herself to look on the bright side of things, so much so that she had almost forgotten the reality of her circumstances. The past few days had gone smoothly, everything she wanted was provided, and the living conditions were luxurious. But in reality, wasn't she just a canary in a gilded cage raised by the Emperor? She had beautiful feathers, but they were merely for her master's viewing and pleasure. And when the Emperor was in the mood one day, would she be expected to obediently strip and lie down on the bed without resistance? Knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted her thoughts. Nami stood at the doorway. What's wrong with you? Robin looked at the one person here whom she truly considered a friend and companion. They were practically family now. Taking a deep breath, she smiled and said, nothing. When I went to Samwi's place earlier, they seemed busy, so I didn't disturb them. I'll go later. Nami gave her a thoughtful look. Are you really okay? Robin maintained a relaxed and gentle smile. What could be wrong? Have you taken your bath yet? I'll go in a bit. Then you go first. I'll go last. Robin picked up a book to distract herself. When Nami finished bathing and called for her, she finally headed to the bathroom. As Nami dried her hair with a towel, she remarked, the hot water and hairdryer here are so convenient. Robin, since you're going last, you should take a soak in the bathtub. After her bath, Robin used the hairdryer until her hair was half dry, changed into comfortable loungewear, and finally picked up the bag of pastries before heading to Samwi's place. At the door, she took a moment to collect herself before reaching out and knocking. The door was opened by Mabui, who greeted her with a warm smile. Miss Robin. Robin smiled back. Sorry to disturb you. We made some pastries, traditional treats from our hometown. I thought you might like to try them. More than an hour had passed since she had last come by. As Robin stepped into the living room, she could hear the sound of the shower running from the bathroom. Mabui, who seemed to have been cleaning, paused her work and invited Robin to sit on the sofa in the living room. Robin asked, is it Miss Samwi or Miss Yujito who's taking a bath? Mabui smiled warmly. Ah, it's Samwi. Her attitude was always kind and gentle, she treated many people this way. In Robin's eyes, both Mabui and Yujito were stunning women, each with their own unique charm. The Emperor certainly had good taste. But, 3 women together. That seemed a bit absurd. As they chatted idly for a while, Samwi finally emerged from the bathroom, dressed in sleepwear with a towel wrapped around her head. The steam from the bath made her look even more ethereal and refined. Robin suddenly recalled, the Emperor had wives. And not just one. So where exactly did Samwi stand in all of this? Miss Robin, welcome. Sorry for disturbing you, Miss Samwi. Mabui smiled. Robin and the others made some traditional treats from their hometown for us to try. I had some already, they're delicious. Samwi nodded. That's very thoughtful. Robin immediately responded, Miss Samwi has been taking care of us all this time. This is just a small token of appreciation. After some more casual conversation, Robin eventually took her leave. It was already late outside, and Mabui escorted her to the door. As the door closed behind her, Mabui turned to Samwi with a smile. Miss Robin is a really nice person. Samwi simply said, she's very smart. Much smarter than that Hancock. Isn't being smart a good thing? Mabui asked. I suppose. Samwi replied indifferently. Beauty combined with intelligence, such a person was formidable. The women around the Emperor could generally be divided into 2 categories. Those in the imperial household, his official wives, noble and highly esteemed imperial consorts. And then there were the others, the ones like them, his mistresses. Many might see becoming the Emperor's wife as the ultimate honor, an incredible fortune. But to Samwi, such a thing was utterly laughable. She now had everything she could possibly want, and whatever she desired, His Majesty would provide. That so-called imperial consort title would only be a burden to her. She rarely interacted with those women anyway, why bother putting herself beneath them? As for Boa Hancock, at first, Samwi had been dazzled by her beauty. But after spending some time with her, she was ultimately disappointed by this woman who couldn't even take care of herself. It was obvious, Hancock still naively believed that His Majesty would fall at her feet, mesmerized by her beauty. But His Majesty was never short on beautiful women. Trying to climb to the top based on looks alone. That was nothing more than a delusional fantasy. Life had been peaceful, Robin and the others had already been here for over a week. But this kind of life filled Robin with a lingering sense of unease. Hancock often went to serve His Majesty, yet ever since that first meeting, she and Nami had never been summoned again. Had the Emperor forgotten about them? But if His Majesty saw Hancock almost every day, how could he have truly forgotten about them? This thought troubled Robin deeply. She often felt restless, thinking she had already mentally prepared herself, yet the moment she was expecting never came. It was like a prisoner on death row, knowing her fate but left waiting for the execution. She would rather the Emperor just come straight to her face and tell her outright that he wanted to sleep with her. "Robin, what are you so worried about?" One day, Nami finally couldn't hold back and asked. "Nothing." "What, are you wondering why that Emperor still hasn't come for you?" Robin froze for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. "How did you know?" Nami shrugged. "It's written all over your face." Robin instinctively touched her cheek, then chuckled helplessly. Nami continued, "Why overthink it? If he wants to come, he'll come. If he doesn't, he doesn't. It's just sleeping together, isn't it? Sooner or later, it's all the same." Robin was surprised by Nami's casual attitude. Only now did she realize that Nami had understood the situation all along. After hesitating for a moment, Robin said, "Do you remember the other day when I went to deliver our hometown's pastries to Miss Samui?" Nami nodded lightly. She remembered that Robin had returned midway for some unknown reason. Robin pursed her lips. "That day. I came back because I saw them. They were." Nami laughed. "So what? You don't seem like yourself at all right now, Robin. Samui, Mabui, Yujito, plus His Majesty. The four of them were." Nami froze. Her expression shifted to one of complete disbelief. "This Emperor sure knows how to play." Robin let out a soft sigh. "Have you ever thought about, what if the Emperor forces us?" Nami. Robin's question made Nami fall into silence as well. If that really happened, would she even have the power to resist? And what about Robin? Seeing Robin also sitting there in silence, Nami frustratedly ran a hand through her hair. Why even think about this? Thinking won't change anything. Whatever happens, happens. Robin could only give a helpless smile. In their current situation, thinking really was useless. That night, after dinner and washing up, the lights in the living room were turned off. Robin had read for a while and was about to turn off her bedside lamp when she suddenly heard a knock on her door. At first, she thought it was Nami, so she got up from bed, still in her nightwear, and went to open the door. But the person standing there made her heart clench. The living room lights were out, leaving the figure shrouded in darkness, but with the dim glow from her bedroom, she could still make out his sharp features. "Why, Your Majesty?" Robin's eyes widened, and for a moment, she felt like she couldn't even breathe properly. Makoto stood there, his expression calm as he spoke. "Are you not going to let me in?" At this hour, if he entered her bedroom, what else could it possibly mean? Her hand tightened around the doorknob instinctively. And at that moment, she finally realized her true feelings. She was not ready. They stood there, frozen in silence, neither moving. The tension stretched for half a minute before Robin finally regained control over her breathing. "Your Majesty, it's quite late. Why have you come?" Makoto looked at her obedient, lowered gaze, then suddenly lifted her into his arms. The abrupt action made her gasp out loud. Her body stiffened, but she did not struggle. Instead, her hand instinctively clutched onto Makoto's arm. Bang. With a single kick, Makoto shut the bedroom door, carrying Robin toward the bed. Even when her body was placed onto the bed, Robin remained completely still. Makoto looked down at her, amused by how tense she was, and couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned down, taking a deep breath against her skin. "You smell wonderful." Robin bit her lower lip, refusing to make a sound. She had always maintained the habit of bathing daily. There was no way she could have body odor. It was probably just the scent of her body wash. Makoto's fingers gently brushed across her cheek, then slowly trailed downward, reaching the buttons of her nightwear. As he touched the first button, Robin's entire body tensed up again. "It seems, you're not ready yet," Makoto remarked. Robin still gave no response. How was she supposed to respond to something like this? Could she really outright refuse the Emperor himself? She had chosen to stay, wasn't that already a silent agreement to sell herself to him? And yet, to say out loud that she was ready was something she simply couldn't bring herself to do. Makoto only undid a single button before withdrawing his hand. He gazed at Robin, lying there on the bed, and said, "Since you're not ready, I won't force you." Hearing this, Robin felt an instant wave of relief. She had barely escaped this ordeal. But then, the Emperor's next words made her heart sink like a stone. "Nami seems to be more open-minded than you," Makoto remarked casually. Perhaps she sees these things more lightly. I'll go to her room instead. Seeing that the Emperor was truly about to turn and leave, Robin panicked and blurted out. Your Majesty. Robin had intended to say that Nami wasn't ready either, but just as the words reached her lips, she suddenly realized. What did ready even mean? Wasn't it all just an excuse, a justification? He only wanted her to take the initiative. For a brief moment, Robin was lost in thought. Then, as she looked at Makoto, who stood beside the bed, her eyes flickered with indecision. Your Majesty. She lowered her gaze, voice soft, and slowly reached for the buttons of her nightwear. The second one, the third. Until she had removed everything, leaving herself feeling more vulnerable than ever. Unsettled, she quickly grabbed the nearby blanket, pulling it over her body as a shield. Outside, the secluded courtyard remained silent and undisturbed. Nami and Hancock were already deep in sleep. Suddenly, Makoto grabbed the blanket and tore it away. The stillness of the night was shattered, like a stone plunging into dark waters. Waves rose and crashed in the moonlit abyss. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 399, ch 399, Hokage Tsunade wants to. Morning. Nami yawned as she stepped out of her room and saw Robin preparing breakfast. Morning. Morning, Nami. Nami walked out into the courtyard, took a deep breath of the fresh air, and felt instantly refreshed. A new day. Her gaze wandered casually around, she looked at the tangerine tree in the yard, then glanced into the distance before turning back inside to wash up. Hancock's room was still silent, she probably hadn't woken up yet. Nami knocked on her door before heading to the kitchen. What's for breakfast? Cooking was something they usually took turns doing, and Hancock had been learning when she had the time. Something simple, Robin said, standing by the stove as she plated the food. Then, she suddenly spoke up. You slept well last night. Nami chuckled. Not bad. The bed's pretty comfortable. A luxury mattress was much better than the wooden plank beds she was used to. The pillows and blankets were soft and light, making it feel like she was sleeping on clouds. Everything about this home was lavish and comfortable, one of the reasons she had quickly adjusted to life here. Robin, still facing away from her, was silent for a moment before saying. The Emperor came last night. Nami, about to take the food out, froze in place, staring at Robin in shock. When? At night, after you all were asleep. He came to my room. It took Nami a long moment to recover. And did he? Robin simply replied, wasn't it just a matter of time? Robin turned to her, smiling. It's nothing worth making a fuss over. I just mentioned it casually. Robin. Hancock still isn't up. Go wake her up. I'll bring the food out. With complicated feelings, Nami quietly left the kitchen. Last night, the Emperor was in Robin's room. Robin, she. Nami took a deep breath, lowered her gaze, and thought to herself, perhaps she would be next. The report from the Institute of Biological Sciences had arrived, stating that the production of Zoan-type devil fruits through cloning technology had already reached 1,000 units. These devil fruits had not undergone long-term testing and verification. Under Makoto's orders, the only requirement was that they could immediately grant the user immense power. As for any potential side effects, that was not something Makoto cared about. 1,000 devil fruits, this number was still too low. Though the Research Institute had a fully advanced production process, making such rapid progress was already an impressive feat. However, it was still far from Makoto's intended target. Reviewing the report, Makoto contemplated the situation carefully before instructing the research staff, tell Kabuto that doubling the current production will be enough. Meanwhile, the staff from the Institute of Mechanical Sciences also arrived with a report, stating that the body enhancement pod was no longer effective for Hokage Tsunade. This news genuinely surprised Makoto. After all, even someone like Might Guy could still make use of the pod normally. The researchers explained that Tsunade had been dissatisfied with the once-a-week usage schedule and had started forcing Tanagawa to let her use the body enhancement pod every 2 days. At first, Tanagawa assumed that since Tsunade was so obsessed with using it, he might as well let her learn a lesson the hard way. Overuse would inevitably harm the body, and once she suffered an injury, she would be forced to behave more rationally. However, what Tanagawa hadn't anticipated was that he had severely underestimated Tsunade's physical resilience. Even with only 2 days in between sessions, she was able to fully recover on her own. Now, Tsunade had become entirely fixated on using the pod to further strengthen herself. Yet, as the frequency of use increased, its effectiveness had gradually diminished. After some serious thought, Makoto realized that he had overlooked an important fact: Tsunade was the greatest medical expert in the ninja world. She was someone capable of creating a high-level medical ninjutsu like the Byakugo no Jutsu, strength of 100 technique. When it came to healing and repairing her own body, she was far more advanced than anyone in their research teams. For ordinary users, the body enhancement pod required a long recovery period between uses due to the limitations of modern medical technology. Both Makoto and Tanagawa had assumed this would apply to Tsunade as well, only to completely overlook the fact that Tsunade possessed far superior medical abilities that allowed her to bypass such constraints. Makoto immediately set off for the Institute of Mechanical Sciences, where both Tanagawa and Hokage Tsunade were present, standing in front of a body enhancement pod inside a research lab. It had been some time since he last saw Tsunade, and her entire aura had undergone a drastic transformation. The moment she saw Makoto, she didn't say a word and instead charged straight at him like a cannonball, her movements carrying a powerful gust of wind. The sudden attack caused everyone present to turn pale with shock. However, just as Tsunade's fist came within 10 centimeters of Makoto's face, it came to an abrupt halt, unable to advance even a fraction further. Tsunade gritted her teeth, staring at the man right in front of her. Despite how much stronger she had become, she still couldn't even touch him. Her gaze was filled with frustration and unwillingness, which made Makoto smirk. Still this hot-tempered, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade suddenly found her body betraying her. With a heavy thud, her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, forced into a kneeling position with her head bowing toward Makoto. Her eyes flickered with disbelief. Was there still such a vast gap between them? Makoto, however, paid no further attention to the kneeling Tsunade and instead turned to Tanagawa. "Your Majesty, this." Tanagawa wiped the sweat from her forehead. He had no idea where Tsunade had found the audacity to try and strike at the emperor. Makoto merely waved his hand dismissively before shifting his gaze to the massive body enhancement pod in the room. How long will the next iteration take? Tanagawa pondered for a moment before replying. Even with further iterations, the enhancements would mostly be refinements in minor details. Tsunade-sama's physical capabilities have already reached a bottleneck. Relying solely on the body enhancement pod will likely not be enough for her to break through. Makoto glanced at the still kneeling Tsunade before shifting his focus back to the enormous enhancement pod, lost in thought. Then, he stepped closer to Tsunade, crouched down, and looked at her with a faint smile. "So," he said lightly, "do you really think the current you is capable of standing against me?" Tsunade let out a cold snort, then chuckled. "I just wanted to test my current level. I haven't had a suitable opponent in a long time." "What's wrong? Don't tell me His Majesty lacks even this much tolerance." She had truly undergone a complete transformation. Compared to her past self, her strength had increased by several levels. Initially, during her training, the Tsunade of this world could still serve as a sparring partner. But over time, even this world Tsunade was no longer a match for her, unable to take even 2 moves. Makoto raised an eyebrow slightly at her words, then turned to Samui and ordered, "Go summon Guy to the first training ground." Samui had just turned to leave when Makoto called out again, "Actually, forget it. Summon all the Crown members who aren't currently on a mission." 10 minutes later, first training ground. Even Tanagawa, unable to suppress his curiosity, had requested to come along. The 10 Crown guards, except for Hakumen, who was away on a mission, and Kabuto, who was preoccupied with research, had all arrived. "Your Majesty." The gathered members greeted Makoto respectfully, then exchanged brief greetings with Tanagawa. "Oh. Minister Tano is here too." Mei couldn't help but ask Shursue, "Why did His Majesty summon us here?" Once everyone was assembled, Makoto finally spoke. "I called you all here to observe a sparring match." "A spar? Between who?" The group was puzzled, until Makoto directly stated, "Guy, have a few rounds with Tsunade." "Tsunade-sama." Guy was visibly surprised and turned his head to look at Tsunade, who was standing beside Makoto. Makoto continued, "During the battle, there's no need to hold back. You may use the 8 gates and Sage mode freely. Even if one of you ends up killing the other, I can bring you back. If you both feel that the outcome is clear, you may stop at any time." These rules only deepened the confusion among the onlookers, especially Guy. He couldn't quite grasp what His Majesty was aiming for. Tsunade merely cast a calm glance at Makoto. She had no objections to this fight, on the contrary, she was eager to test herself. She, too, wanted to know exactly where her strength stood. The crowd instinctively stepped back, making space for the 2 fighters. Out of respect, Guy bowed toward Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama." Even though his ranking within the 10 Crown Guards was higher than Tsunade's, she had been a renowned figure long before he was even a child. Tsunade had no hostility toward Guy. She simply said, "Don't hold back. Go all out. Go all out." Guy felt a bit helpless at the request, but he could only nod in response. The members of the 10 Crown Guards couldn't help but look forward to this battle. Mei curiously asked, "Who do you think will win?" Shursue chuckled. If Guy truly goes all out, I can't imagine him losing. Mei was reminded of what Shisui had said earlier, that if Guy used his full power, the remaining 9 members of the 10 Crown Guards together wouldn't stand a chance against him. During that battle at the Shinigami's interdimensional exchange, warriors like Kakashi and Shisui had already displayed terrifying strength. Just how strong was Guy at his peak? Guy and Tsunade faced off for a moment before he took his battle stance. Tsunade made the first move. In an instant, she flashed forward, closing the distance between them at a speed that surprised the onlookers. Boom. Guy barely dodged her punch by a hair's breadth, but the ground wasn't as lucky. Under Tsunade's fist, the earth split open with countless terrifying cracks and ravines, as if she had nearly punched straight through the planet. Rumble. The crumbling ground spread outward at an alarming speed, yet in the blink of an eye, Makoto glanced over, and the devastated terrain restored itself within a second, as if time had reversed and nothing had happened. Seeing this, Tsunade hesitated no longer and lunged at Guy again. Shisui remarked in astonishment, "Tsunade-sama's strength, it's increased dramatically since last time." Kakashi nodded. Both her speed and power have undergone a qualitative leap compared to when we fought the Shinigami. At that moment, Tanagawa enthusiastically chimed in, promoting his research. "That's because Tsunade-sama has been using our enhanced body forging chambers. She's grown this much in such a short time thanks to them. If any of you are interested, you're welcome to try them out." Kakashi remained indifferent. "Not interested. I only believe in the power I gain through my own hard work." Shisui, however, was puzzled. "I've tried the body forging chamber once, but I didn't think it was that effective. Has it been upgraded?" Makoto explained, "No, it's because she can recover from the post-body forging chamber fatigue much faster. She's been using it once every 2 days, that's why she's achieved this result. In terms of pure physical attributes, she has likely surpassed Guy." In the training ground, Tsunade and Guy exchanged several blows before both of them entered Sage mode. The scale of their battle grew even more intense. If not for Makoto continuously restoring the terrain, the land would have been torn apart countless times by now. Guy finally realized that the Tsunade before him was no longer the same as before. Without hesitation, he decided to unleash his true power. Sixth Gate, Gate of View. Demonic Manifestation. Boom. A surging wave of energy erupted from his body. Guy's black hair stood on end, his skin flushed red with bulging veins, and his eyes gleamed with an intense white energy. Blue chakra flames surrounded him, while an additional layer of radiant white light coated the flames like a divine aura. Everyone had witnessed this state of Guy before, and all of them held their breath, watching the battle unfold. Tanagawa was inwardly distressed. He realized that his eyes could no longer keep up with their speed. He could only vaguely make out 2 dark figures darting across the battlefield. This was a pure clash of physical might, no flashy ninjutsu, just raw, brutal combat. Every punch landed with force, every strike drawing blood. Guy unleashed a punch, sending forth a massive white shockwave. The energy burned the air as it traveled, carving a deep circular crater into the ground below. Tsunade saw the power behind his attack and grinned. In a flash, she closed the distance and threw another devastating punch. Faced with Tsunade's attack, Guy, in his transformed state, remained just as confident and countered with a punch of his own. Boom. Like a true deity, Guy clashed with Tsunade for just a brief moment, only to be sent flying backward. His body crashed into the ground, embedding deeply into the earth. He quickly got up in a disheveled state, blood continuously dripping from the corner of his mouth. The 6th gate, the 6th sage mark, and I still couldn't withstand Tsunade-sama's punch. Guy was shaken to his core, and the spectators, who had been watching the battle intently, were equally astonished. So strong. Tsunade-sama, Guy couldn't help but exclaim. However, Tsunade responded, "Didn't I tell you not to hold back?" Guy grinned. "Then you'd better be careful." At that moment, his entire aura underwent a drastic transformation. The sharp, overwhelming energy from his body abruptly vanished, the blue chakra flames, the white aura, all of it disappeared in an instant. The only thing that remained was his eyes, glowing with pure white energy, and his body, with veins bulging from the intense strain. 7th gate, Gate of Wonder. God-slaying form. Boom. A violent surge of energy erupted from Guy's body, forcing the onlookers to instinctively take a step back. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Guy's figure vanished and instantly reappeared right in front of Tsunade. He didn't make any unnecessary movements, just stood there, frozen for a brief half-second. Tsunade's heart pounded in alarm. She immediately swung her fist with full force, hammering down on the men before her. Bang. Her devastating punch landed squarely on Guy's clenched fist, but the moment of impact sent a shock through her entire being. It felt as if she had struck an unimaginably solid, unyielding force. The sheer impact made her right arm go numb in an instant. Once again, the ground beneath them cracked apart with massive fissures. However, this time, it wasn't from Tsunade's attack, she had been pounded straight into the earth by Guy's punch. The force was akin to a celestial body crashing into the planet, yet before the energy could fully spread, the battlefield swiftly regenerated itself. Sizzle. White steam rose from Guy's body as he slowly returned to his normal state. The battle was over. After the ground had fully restored itself, Tsunade lay there for a long time, dazed. That punch just now, it was a power beyond her comprehension. Might Guy was someone far stronger than her, by an immeasurable margin. Then what about Makoto? The others slowly recovered from the shock of the battle. Tsunade-sama, is she all right? Makoto replied, don't worry, she won't die. Tsunade soon got back on her feet and walked over. Aside from her tattered clothing, her injuries were healing at an incredible speed. Guy hesitated before speaking. Tsunade-sama, you. Tsunade exhaled slowly. That was impressive. If there's time, I'd like to spar with you again in the future. Guy immediately straightened up. Yes, ma'am. Makoto then spoke at a measured pace. Tsunade's strength, among all of you, now ranks in the top 5. And with her extraordinary physical recovery, aside from Shisui, the others might truly struggle to deal with her. Tsunade's expression remained calm. Only the top 5. Her gaze swept over Kakashi, Shisui, and the others. Anko, who had been silent the whole time, had a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Makoto's statement about the top 5 likely meant she had been pushed out of the ranking. But she was never particularly obsessed with power, so she didn't dwell on it. You all need to keep working hard as well, Makoto gave the others a brief lecture before dismissing them. At this moment, Tsunade didn't feel much joy. Her strength had increased significantly, but the gap between her and her goal was still vast. Moreover, the body refinement pod was now practically useless to her. Moving forward, further improving her strength would be exponentially more difficult. Seeing her expression, Makoto asked, what's wrong? Still want to get stronger? Tsunade replied calmly, of course. Makoto spoke leisurely, I can continue to grant you power. Tsunade recalled the last time he had said something similar. Back then, she hadn't met his expectations, yet he hadn't punished her afterward. Her eyes flickered for a long moment before she finally asked, how? Makoto chuckled. Tell me, who do you think came up with the concept for the body refinement pod in the first place? Tsunade couldn't help but feel suspicious. This guy, being so generous. What is he really planning? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 400, ch 400, Hokage Tsunade's Inner Demons. The so-called body refinement pod was a device developed by Makoto, based on his own method of refining the body through chakra vibrations. Originally, it was designed for forging the brutal Justice's flesh armor. Later, when it was adapted for human use, its power was significantly reduced. After all, human endurance had its limits, while the flesh armor was merely composed of active cellular masses. Now that the human version of the body refinement pod had reached its upper limit for Tsunade, perhaps he could try using the body refinement machine meant for forging flesh armor instead. However, Tsunade was skeptical about Makoto's apparent kindness. He took her to the Biological Science Research Institute, where she witnessed the entire process of forging flesh armor. This machine's intensity is several times that of the standard body refinement pod at maximum power. Can you withstand it? Makoto asked. Tsunade remained calm and replied, these lumps of flesh don't scream in pain. Do you think I can't endure it? Makoto said, if you can endure it, all the better. I'm also quite curious to see where your body's limits lie. But then Tsunade suddenly seemed lost in thought. Have you always trained using this method? Makoto simply responded, I used to, but I don't need it anymore. His power had already reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to grow stronger, his only options were to follow the path of the Otsutsuki, constantly planting divine trees and devouring their fruits to continuously enhance his chakra, or to find a new breakthrough through technology. After instructing Tanagawa and the others to build a body refinement machine with the same power as the one used for forging flesh armor, Makoto let Tsunade return home to wait for the Mechanical Science Research Institute's update. Back at her residence, Hokage Tsunade was filled with doubts and took the initiative to seek out Tsunade. What exactly is he planning? Ever since the interdimensional exchange battle with the Shinigami, this world Tsunade had stopped launching night raids on her counterpart. This left the Hokage Tsunade confused. She had been mentally prepared to suffer further humiliation after losing the match, but Tsunade never came for her again. Initially, she thought that if Tsunade came again on Makoto's orders to humiliate her, she would simply go along with it, treating it as compensation. But after that day, it was as if he had completely forgotten about her. Hokage Tsunade couldn't understand it. She was unwilling to believe that Hyuga Makoto had lost interest in her. That bastard was definitely plotting something. After listening to her doubts, Tsunade said, "Tell me, this world already has me, so why did he insist on keeping you here?" Hokage Tsunade frowned. "How would I know what that guy is thinking?" Tsunade spoke slowly. "Back then, I could feel it. Before I completely gave myself to him, his interest in me was strong. But after that, his interest faded. With his power and status, he doesn't lack women. What he cares about isn't the momentary pleasure in bed, but rather the process leading up to it." Hokage Tsunade was silent for a while, then muttered, "What a pervert." Tsunade continued, "At first, you and I were the same. He mostly coerced me. Now, maybe he just wants to try a different approach with you, perhaps he's waiting for you to make the first move." Hokage Tsunade sneered. "Me, take the initiative." "He's dreaming." But Tsunade countered, "Why not?" She looked at Hokage Tsunade calmly. "Have you forgotten what you want to achieve? If you can understand his desires, wouldn't that be to your advantage?" Hokage Tsunade's gaze flickered. Tsunade's words suggested achieving her goal from a different angle. Tsunade continued, "Right now, your constant growth in strength is entirely due to Hyuga Makoto giving you this opportunity. Do you really think he would let you surpass him and become a threat? I fear that no matter how strong you become, there will always be an insurmountable gap between you and him. I believe the path you're insisting on is the least likely to succeed because, in the end, you are still under his control." Her words jolted Hokage Tsunade. Recently, her rapid increase in strength had made her hopeful. If she could keep improving like this, then one day, she would surpass Hyuga Makoto. Is that really the case? All of her power had been given to her by that man, even this body itself was his creation. Hokage Tsunade remained silent for a long time, her thoughts in turmoil. 3 days later, Hokage Tsunade received a notification: the new body tempering pod was ready. She went to the Mechanical Science Research Institute to inspect it. The pod's exterior looked the same as before, but its internal mechanisms had been replaced with those used for forging flesh armor. She immediately gave it a try. The intensity of the new body tempering pod was far beyond anything she had experienced before. When she awoke from the anesthetic, she found herself in excruciating pain. Every single part of her body throbbed with agony, the sheer suffering nearly causing her to pass out again. The pod's built-in medical facilities were no longer sufficient to treat fatigue and injuries of this level. She could only rely on her own medical ninjutsu. After taking a moment to recover, she directly activated Byakugo no Jutsu, strength of 100 technique, allowing her body to heal at an astonishing rate. This level of pain was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. It wasn't just pain, this kind of extreme overload training would cause irreversible damage to the body of a normal person. Only someone with an exceptionally strong physique and unparalleled medical expertise could withstand it. Only Hokage Tsunade could use this new body tempering pod. But, what was its limit? One day in the future, when this new body tempering pod became ineffective like the previous one, what would she do then? Would she be able to reach Hyuga Makoto's level by then? Relying solely on machines, technology had given her immense power, but at the same time, it had set a ceiling on her growth. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" Tanagawa watched her lying in the body tempering pod for a long time without moving, and couldn't help but ask. Hokage Tsunade's eyes flickered. "I'm fine. I'll come back the day after tomorrow." "Understood." As Hokage Tsunade stepped out of the Mechanical Science Research Institute, she took a deep breath, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Her body swayed, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. That night, she couldn't sleep. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Getting up to drink some water, she faintly heard sounds coming from the master bedroom. She walked to Tsunade's door and listened more carefully. The sound was clearer now, a faint jingling of bells, mixed with subtle rustling noises. Hokage Tsunade was momentarily stunned. She was certain that Makoto hadn't come here today. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but knock on the door. The sounds inside abruptly stopped. A moment later, there was another crisp jingle of bells. The bedroom door opened. Inside, the lights were off, and the dim glow barely illuminated the figure standing before her. Tsunade stood there, wrapped in a thin robe. "What is it?" Hokage Tsunade glanced inside and confirmed that there was no one else in the room. She opened her mouth slightly before finally saying, "Nothing, I just can't sleep." "Come in." Indeed, there was no one else in the bedroom. But on a nearby table, there was a camera. Hokage Tsunade recognized this device instantly. She knew it all too well. Whenever Tsunade had been forced to humiliate her at Makoto's command, she had always used this camera to record everything. To Hokage Tsunade, this thing was utterly disgusting. Her expression darkened. "What are you doing?" Tsunade calmly sat on the bed. "Just doing my own thing." Hokage Tsunade's face grew even colder. She strode over, reached behind the camera, and began operating it. Soon, she pulled up the latest recording. The timestamp showed today's date. Seeing this, Tsunade's eyes flickered, but she didn't stop her. But when Hokage Tsunade actually played the video, she froze completely. She double-checked the timestamp. It was today, no mistake. Then, she noticed something wrong. The video showed Tsunade's master bedroom, not her own room. And in the final moments of the footage, just as a knock on the door sounded, the figure of herself in the video suddenly vanished into a puff of white smoke. Shadow clone. Hokage Tsunade stood there, momentarily dazed, then looked at Tsunade on the bed with a hint of confusion. No wonder. No wonder she hadn't come looking for her all this time. Hokage Tsunade had been overthinking it, wondering if Makoto had suddenly changed his ways. But in reality, Tsunade had been handling everything for her. You've been helping me all along. Tsunade replied calmly, I am you. If I don't help you, who else will? You didn't want this, did you? Hokage Tsunade couldn't help but tremble slightly at those words. The only one who could help her was herself. The only one who would truly care for and protect her was also herself. Hokage Tsunade had always thought that this world's version of herself had long since lost her sense of self under Hyuga Makoto's manipulation. But now she realized, Tsunade had been protecting those around her in her own way. In the end, the one who had been reckless, the one who had been blind to everything, was only herself. After a long silence, Hokage Tsunade said, You don't have to do this. But Tsunade replied, If I don't, then you will. Would you rather endure it yourself? Tsunade's expression and tone remained completely indifferent. I've long since stopped caring about these things. Besides, I'm just helping myself. You don't need to feel guilty about it. Hokage Tsunade took a deep breath, then let out a long sigh. Let me think about this on my own. She turned and walked toward the door but stopped at the doorway to glance back at Tsunade on the bed. Her hands were wrapped around her robe, but underneath. Hokage Tsunade had already seen what she was wearing in the video. A woman. How could she possibly not care? Returning to her own room, she still couldn't sleep. Makoto hadn't done anything these past few days, yet he loomed over her like an inescapable shadow. It wasn't until the early morning, exhausted in both body and mind, that she finally drifted off to sleep. By noon, she was awakened by Shizune. Lady Tsunade, it's already noon. You should get up and eat something. Hokage Tsunade opened her weary eyes and looked at her. Shizune. Lady Tsunade, why did you sleep so late today? I tried the new forging chamber yesterday. It was quite exhausting. I just made some soup. Come eat, Lady Tsunade. Sitting up, Hokage Tsunade squinted at the bright daylight outside. A sunny day. For many people, it was a good day. For herself, perhaps it was a good day as well. There were only her and Shizune at home. Hokage Tsunade asked, Where's your master? Shizune replied, Master went to his majesty. Hokage Tsunade understood immediately. Today was the day again. Shizune then asked, Lady Tsunade, are you still going to train today? Hokage Tsunade silently drank her soup for a moment before responding, Shizune smiled warmly. I'll buy some meat tonight. You've been working hard, you need proper nourishment. Hokage Tsunade chuckled lightly. All right. Shizune then playfully added, I can also buy some sake for you and master. But Hokage Tsunade declined, forget the sake. I'm not in the mood to drink. Her intense training had already kept her away from alcohol for many days. This young, revitalized body had given her endless energy, wasting time drinking her days away no longer held any meaning. Shizune rested her chin on her hand and mused, It's been a long time since you last drank, Lady Tsunade. Now that you've stopped, Master barely drinks anymore either. Isn't that a good thing? Of course. I'll get you another bowl. As Hokage Tsunade watched Shizune in front of her, she suddenly felt a wave of emotion. This was what she had been protecting all along. No matter how much things changed, at least, this feeling would never waver. Evening. Tsunade usually returned around this time. After wandering through the village for a long while, Hokage Tsunade finally made her way to the imperial palace. Hyuga Makoto, the emperor of the empire, was still in the pavilion and had not yet left. Having not visited for some time, Hokage Tsunade noticed that a new, stunning beauty had appeared at his side. She gazed at the 1.9-meter-tall Hancock, her eyes filled with surprise. Hancock was equally puzzled. Tsunade had already finished work, so why had she come back? And even changed into a different outfit. Lying on the lounge chair, Makoto spoke, Hancock, you may leave. Hancock was perceptive. Without saying a word, she bowed respectfully to Makoto and then left. Makoto asked, What brings you here? Hokage Tsunade replied, I tested the new body tempering chamber. The results were underwhelming. Makoto raised an eyebrow slightly, as if surprised. Oh. Hokage Tsunade nodded. Seeing her hesitate, Makoto prompted, what is it? After a brief silence, Hokage Tsunade finally spoke. Back then, didn't you train using this method too? Can you teach it to me? Makoto's gaze flickered slightly at her words, but he did not answer immediately. Hokage Tsunade continued, didn't you say you wanted to give me strength? There was nothing wrong with her words, but as she spoke, her eyes involuntarily avoided his gaze. Makoto's lips curled into a smirk. My method only works for me. Others can't do it, otherwise, there would be no need for the body tempering chambers. Hokage Tsunade countered, how do you know I can't do it? Can you use chakra to fly? No. Hokage Tsunade pressed her lips together and said, then, can't you help me train using that method? Makoto suddenly chuckled, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at her. Tsunade, what do you really want to say to me? Hokage Tsunade glanced to the side and replied, I'm talking about training. She bit her lower lip lightly and repeated herself. Training. She wasn't even sure who that second repetition was meant for, but to Makoto, it sounded particularly amusing. Alright, I can help you. But why should I? Hokage Tsunade was silent for a moment before she unexpectedly said, do as you please. You don't have to help me. But Makoto ignored her words and instead said, go back and prepare yourself properly. Come to me in a way that will satisfy me. A way that would satisfy him. Hokage Tsunade suddenly recalled the sounds she had heard in Tsunade's room the night before. Her entire body trembled slightly, but she said nothing more. Instead, she silently turned around and left. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 401, ch 401, That Bell. Soul Society. Rukongai is the first place where ordinary souls arrive after leaving the living world and is where the vast majority of souls will reside for a long time. Compared to Siriidii, this place is entirely a land of the poor. Except for some of the higher-ranked districts, most areas suffer from a lack of resources and chaotic order, where looting and killing are common occurrences. District 80, Zaraki District, is the farthest from Siriidii and has the worst law and order. Countless souls perish here daily, yet no one pays any attention to them. A spatial rift slowly appeared, and a group of people stepped out. Each of them was dressed as a ninja from the empire of the living world. Behind them followed several large mechanical dolls, each carrying massive storage chests filled with strange-looking fruits. Hakumen looked around at the desolate surroundings and furrowed his brows slightly before giving an order. Go and bring everyone around here. The squad of ninjas immediately took action. Hakumen casually picked up one of the fruits from the storage chest. These were creations of the Institute of Biological Science, artificial zoan-type devil fruits. This batch of devil fruits was large in quantity, enough for over 1,000 people to consume, the result of the Institute's long and arduous research. The side effects of these artificial devil fruits were still unknown, but it didn't matter. As long as they achieved their intended purpose, that was enough. Meanwhile, in Siriidii, the Kachiki clan, one of the 4 great noble houses, was hosting a grand banquet. The Kachiki clan's prestige demanded respect, and all invited guests attended without exception. The courtyards of the Kachiki estate were filled with people, hundreds of guests celebrating in a lively atmosphere, as if a joyous event was taking place. At the banquet, exquisite gourmet dishes and fine wines were served, along with an additional selection of uniquely shaped fruits. Kachiki Byakuya, the head of the Kachiki clan, stated that these were special delicacies from the living world of this realm, something that did not exist in their original world. As rarity increases value, each guest was allowed to consume only one fruit and was strictly forbidden from taking any home. The attendees marveled at the grandeur of the Kachiki clan and indulged themselves in the lavish feast. Inside the imperial palace of the living world, Makoto had specifically summoned Aizen Sosuke, the captain of the 5th division of the Godii 13. A question had been weighing on Makoto's mind: why had Yukitake Jushiro, the captain of the 13th division, mysteriously vanished? Given Yukitake's strength in the original work, it was unlikely that anyone could have killed him without leaving a trace. After all, he was the right arm of the Soul King, and the Soul King was the keystone maintaining the stability of the living world, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo. Could it be that the original Soul King from the Bleach world had not been transported to this new world? If that were the case, then Yukitake, being a part of the Soul King, must have remained in the original world as well. And if that were true, then the Hogyoku, also a fragment of the Soul King, would not have made it to this world either. This could explain why Aizen had chosen to remain in hiding after the great upheaval of the world. Aizen, maintaining his usual refined and intellectual demeanor, respectfully asked, "May I ask what His Majesty wishes to discuss?" Makoto replied leisurely, I have a few questions for Captain Aizen. Aizen's gaze flickered slightly behind his glasses before he responded with a warm smile, I would be honored to assist your majesty in any way I can. What would you like to know? It's about the whereabouts of Captain Yucatake of the Gotei 13. Aizen wore a contemplative expression and said, this. Captain Yucatake's disappearance remains a complete mystery to us. When we arrived in this world, he suddenly vanished without leaving any clues or traces. Makoto chuckled lightly, then abruptly changed the topic. I've heard that beneath the central 46 chambers, there is a place called the Great Spirit Book Archive. Is that correct? Aizen adjusted his glasses and smiled. It seems His Majesty knows quite a lot about us. Makoto asked, have you ever been inside? Aizen replied, that place is one of the most heavily guarded locations in all of Soul Society, managed by the Tsuneyashiro clan, one of the 4 great noble houses. Ordinary people have no right to enter. Makoto smiled knowingly. Are you sure you've never been inside? Aizen's eyes flickered slightly as he responded with a calm but cautious tone, what exactly does His Majesty mean by that? In the original Bleach storyline, Aizen had used the time after faking his death to sneak into the Great Spirit Book Archive, where he meticulously studied Urahara Kasuke's past research. This allowed him to acquire the technology necessary to extract foreign substances directly from souls. Whether Aizen had ever entered before that, however, was something even Makoto wasn't sure of. Makoto carefully observed Aizen's expression. This man was a master of deception, seeing nothing unusual was to be expected. After a long silence, Makoto suddenly spoke. Captain Aizen, have you lost something? Aizen's heart trembled slightly. He hadn't expected such words to come from the Emperor of the living world. What exactly did the other party know about him? Seeing that Aizen remained silent, Makoto continued slowly. It seems my guess was correct. Aizen asked, Your Majesty, what do you mean? Have I lost something? He was still unwilling to admit anything. As the 5th Division captain of the Gotei 13, there was no need to put himself in a dangerous position. But Makoto directly spoke the name of the missing item. Hogyoku. Aizen fell into silence, and the refined, scholarly aura he had maintained began to fade away. There had originally been 2 Hogyoku, one created by Urahara Kasuke and the other by Aizen himself. Later, Aizen had seized Urahara's Hogyoku, merging the 2 to obtain a complete and fully awakened version. The Hogyoku possessed a will of its own, capable of absorbing and materializing the desires of those around it. It also granted its host immortality, preventing their physical destruction. When its host reached the limits of their abilities or faced mortal danger, the Hogyoku could push them to evolve into a higher state of existence. Simply put, the Hogyoku was an object capable of granting wishes, with the condition that one must possess the power to realize that wish. Urahara had hoped for the Hogyoku to break the boundary between Hollow and Shinigami, so it acted in accordance with that subconscious desire, erasing the distinction between the 2. This was precisely what Aizen had desperately sought. Now that he knew the Emperor had already seen through everything, Aizen no longer felt the need to feign ignorance. If the Emperor of the Empire was willing to have such a direct conversation with him, it meant that their relationship was not necessarily destined to be one of enmity. And Makoto had already obtained the answer he was looking for. Makoto stated, in this world, there is no longer a Soul King. Neither did Yhwach come to this world, there was no omniscient and omnipotent enemy lurking in the shadows. Makoto then asked, Aizen, what is it that you desire now? Aizen remained calm and leisurely countered, what I desire, does that truly matter to your Majesty? Makoto replied, I won't allow something that threatens me to continue growing unchecked. One of them had lived for centuries, the other for only decades. And yet, it was the one who had lived for hundreds of years who lowered his stance. Despite Makoto's words, Aizen's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he smiled faintly and remarked, for your Majesty to speak with me like this, you must believe that what I can bring you in the future is not just a threat. Makoto slowly turned his chair, shifting his gaze toward the giant outside. That colossal, brutal justice, as it is called, has been revered by the people as the God of Justice. They believe it was sent from the heavens to assist me in ruling the world. But in this world, there exist true gods. Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly. What kind of gods? Is that God your Majesty speaks of one that serves humanity, existing solely to aid and protect mankind? Or is it merely a being far superior to humans? In human culture and mythology, those who are worshipped as gods are often figures that govern specific domains, acting in service to the world and humanity. These deities require nothing more than faith and reverence, things that cost humans nothing to give. But if a truly omnipotent and powerful God existed, would it really care about insignificant mortals at all? The so-called gods were nothing more than a self-imposed delusion meant to satisfy human desires. Makoto could hear the underlying message in Aizen's words, but he didn't bother to argue or explain. Instead, he continued speaking at his own pace. Beyond the sky exist beings far stronger than humanity. Among their kind, the strongest have transcended all limitations and ascended to higher dimensions. Among the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Shirbai had spent thousands of years devouring chakra fruits, continuously evolving until he became a being that approached true divinity, one that had surpassed the boundaries of space and time, transcending even the very concept of life and death. Hearing this, Aizen fell into contemplation before asking, "Are they stronger than your majesty?" Makoto turned his head toward him and suddenly smiled. "Aizen, how strong do you think I am?" Aizen responded calmly, "Stronger than the vast majority of people I have encountered." The vast majority, in his words, excluded only head Captain Yamamoto. Aizen had never personally witnessed Makoto in battle. He could only gauge his strength from the pressure he exerted and the terrifying presence of the 10 crown guards, each of whom already possessed immeasurable power. If this emperor of the living world were only slightly stronger than them, how could he completely subjugate them? The key lay in the fact that this emperor of the living world was far too young. His history was easy to trace, he was only in his early 20s. If he were given hundreds or even thousands of years, Aizen could hardly imagine what the outcome would be. This was precisely what the Siriitii of the Soul Society had always feared. If the emperor of the empire were to pass away naturally in 100 years like an ordinary human, what would become of his soul when it arrived in the Soul Society? In fact, granting him immortality seemed like a better solution. Hearing Aizen's words, Makoto's smile did not waver. He casually asked, "That small exception you spoke of, are you referring to head Captain Yamamoto?" Aizen replied, "Head Captain Yamamoto has always been regarded as the strongest Shinigami." "Is that so?" Makoto lifted his hand slightly, and an invisible force swept across Aizen. On the surface, nothing seemed to change, but the moment that strange force brushed past him, Aizen's mind shuddered violently, his eyes widening in shock. It was an indescribable sensation. He suddenly realized that his time had stopped. He was completely isolated from the outside world. His body no longer moved forward in time. He could move, he could think, but this unfathomable feeling was beyond explanation. Time, was this truly the power of time itself? For the first time, Aizen was too stunned to speak. During the Two Realms Exchange Conference, the Emperor of the Empire had demonstrated the ability to restore a completely destroyed battlefield. Aizen had suspected something along these lines before but never dared to believe it completely, because such an ability was simply too absurd and inconceivable. If time could be controlled. No, how could time possibly be controlled? Such a concept. For a moment, Aizen's mind raced. What was happening before his eyes had completely shattered his understanding? Yet, he quickly regained his composure and said, "Your Majesty, I misspoke earlier." "Oh." Makoto's lips curved slightly as he smiled, watching Aizen with amusement. Aizen slowly corrected himself, "Your Majesty is indeed stronger than anyone I have ever encountered." Makoto replied calmly, "Yet, the power I possess now, the power this planet possesses, is nothing more than what those beyond the sky have left behind." Aizen asked, "Your Majesty, do you fear them?" Makoto responded, "How could one not be wary of something stronger than themselves?" Aizen, however, countered, "If there were nothing in this world to make one feel wary, would such a world truly have any meaning?" Makoto suddenly fell silent. At that moment, he realized just how twisted Aizen's philosophy had become. In the original Bleach, Kurosaki Ichigo once said that Aizen was a very lonely person. Aizen had always watched Ichigo grow stronger, perhaps in hopes of finding someone who could finally understand him. But Makoto was not that kind of person. Suddenly, he thought of Orochimaru. Makoto shifted the topic, saying, "Aizen, what I admire is your strength." Aizen noticed that Makoto didn't respond to his previous words, and his eyes flickered slightly. They were not the same kind of people. Soul Society will soon change. Aizen was not surprised and said, "Your Majesty wants me to do something, doesn't he?" Ambition was the most natural thing in the world. When a person became strong enough, it would take root in their heart alongside their power. Makoto spoke calmly, "I intend to create a new order in this world. Those who oppose me will die." Tsunade's residence. Hokage Tsunade looked at the item Tsunade handed her, hesitating for a long time but not taking it. "Isn't this what you wanted?" Tsunade asked. Hokage Tsunade immediately became flustered and snapped, "I don't want this thing." What Tsunade was holding was a small metallic object, with an exquisitely crafted tiny bell attached to it. Tsunade spoke again, "Didn't you ask me for this?" Tsunade added, "Don't worry, this is yours, it's different from mine." These words made Hokage Tsunade even more embarrassed and frustrated. But after hesitating for a long time, she still reached out and took the object into her hand. It was just an inanimate item, lying quietly in Hokage Tsunade's palm. When shaken, it emitted a crisp, clear sound. That sound, which had haunted her countless nights like a nightmare, was tied to something that had trampled on her dignity and self-respect. And yet, at this moment, she willingly accepted it. Hokage Tsunade felt like she had completely lost her mind. Tsunade looked at her calmly and said, "Why think so much about it? Haven't you already weighed what you stand to gain and what you might lose?" Hokage Tsunade took a deep breath and clenched the object tightly. She had willingly sought out Hyuga Makoto, and he had demanded that she change her demeanor before meeting him. Wasn't that just his way of making her degrade herself? She had endured pain so close to death itself. What did any of this even matter? A body, just a body, one that had never truly belonged to her in the first place. Hokage Tsunade had tried to convince herself of this countless times. Of course I know. I don't need you to remind me. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tevet 300+ ch. Chapter 402, ch 402, Unohana comes to seek help. Siriiti's Konoha Shinigami office. Rukia was feeling restless. Her duties included overseeing the guidance of souls and maintaining constant communication with Siriiti. However, for some unknown reason, Siriiti had suddenly stopped responding. On top of that, she had received an urgent message from the Empire. Hollows had appeared in various provinces, and the Shinigami were needed to purify them. With Siriiti remaining unresponsive, Rukia checked her equipment multiple times, suspecting a malfunction. Meanwhile, Konoha's ninja had come to urge her once again. Left with no other choice, Rukia used the passageway within the reincarnation shrine to return to Soul Society and investigate. However, upon her arrival, she was stunned by the scene before her. What lay in front of her was nothing short of a battlefield. Thick smoke filled the air, ruins and debris were scattered everywhere, and countless figures clashed in midair. Above, monstrous creatures with wings soared through the sky. She sensed several familiar Ryatsu locked in combat. From a distance, the roar of a dragon echoed. Alarmed, Rukia hurriedly stopped a passing Shinigami to ask about the situation. What happened here? Having been stationed in Konoha all this time, she had no knowledge of what had transpired in Siriiti. The Shinigami, noticing Rukia's uniform, asked, "Are you from the 13th Division?" Rukia nodded. "I'm Kachiki Rukia of the 13th Division, stationed in the living world." Hearing this, the Shinigami quickly explained the chaos that had erupted in Soul Society, warning her that unless she had more pressing matters, she should head straight to the front lines to help fend off the invading creatures. Creatures. Rukia looked up at the monstrous birds soaring in the sky. One of them quickly took notice of her, letting out a sharp screech before diving toward her position. Startled, Rukia hurriedly prepared to cast a Kido spell in defense, but before she could act, a faster figure appeared, cutting the creature down mid-air and sending it crashing to the ground. Brother. Recognizing the person before her, Rukia felt a wave of relief. Byakuya looked at her calmly and said, "Rukia, you've returned." Unable to hold back her questions, Rukia asked, "What exactly is happening? What are these creatures?" Byakuya remained silent for a moment before replying, "The cause is still unknown. These creatures appeared suddenly and launched an attack on Siriiti. Through a message relayed by Kotetsu Isane, vice captain of the 4th Division, he had learned more details about the situation. However, the claim that these monsters were once human had yet to be confirmed. The creatures were numerous, and each one possessed a level of strength exceeding that of seated officers. Among them, some even rivaled captains. Not long ago, a blue dragon had appeared, taking on 3 captains at once by itself. Byakuya then asked, "You were supposed to be on duty today. Why have you returned?" Rukia explained, "I was stationed in Konoha, but I lost contact with Siriiti, so I came back to check. The living world is experiencing an unusual increase in hollow activity, and the Empire is urging us to purify them." Byakuya frowned. An unusual increase in hollow activity. Rukia nodded. Yes, their numbers have exceeded normal limits. Something must have happened. Purifying hollows and guiding souls were the fundamental duties of Shinigami. When Siriiti signed the agreement with the Empire, they had promised to handle hollow purifications in the human world promptly. It was only natural for the Empire to push them to fulfill their duty. Byakuya wanted Rukia to report the situation to the head captain, but he was concerned about her going alone, so he personally accompanied her. 1st Division Barracks. As the head captain, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni did not personally head to the front lines. Instead, he remained at the rear, overseeing the situation. The nobles of Siriiti had already been evacuated to safety, leaving the entirety of Siriiti as the main battlefield. Some of these monstrous creatures originated from Rakangai, while others emerged from within Siriiti itself. The estimated number of these creatures reached several thousand. Meanwhile, the total number of active seated officers in the Godii 13 was just over 200. Yet, each of these creatures possessed strength on par with seated officers. Who exactly was behind this calamity? Finding out would have to wait until after the crisis was resolved. Byakuya led Rukia into the head captain's chamber, where she relayed the situation in the living world to Yamamoto. The head captain furrowed his brows in silence. He had no time to concern himself with matters of the living world, but ignoring the issue entirely could jeopardize the relationship between Siri and the Empire. As Yamamoto pondered this dilemma, a sudden flash of cold steel streaked through the air. Clang! A sharp, ringing clash of metal echoed as Byakuya's blade struck Yamamoto's neck without warning. However, it was as if he had struck solid steel. His attack failed to harm the head captain in the slightest. Yamamoto remained calm, his gaze fixed on Byakuya before him. Rukia froze for a moment, then widened her eyes in shock. "Brother, you." At that moment, the head captain spoke. "So it really was you, Byakuya." The identities of the creatures that appeared within Siri have been confirmed. They all had one thing in common: they attended a banquet at the Kuchiki estate. Byakuya said nothing, but his body suddenly began to change. White fur sprouted across his skin as his form rapidly expanded. Clatter. His Zanpakuto fell to the ground. Before Yamamoto and Rukia, a towering, 3 to 4 meter tall white-furred wolfhound now stood where Byakuya had been. Rukia stared in utter disbelief. "Brother." Yamamoto furrowed his brows deeply. Byakuya's appearance was now identical to that of the creatures outside, making him reconsider his earlier assumptions. And this was Captain Kuchiki Byakuya. Just then, a pitch-black rift in space suddenly tore open beside them. At the same moment, Rukia collapsed unconscious where she stood. From within the spatial rift, a figure emerged, causing Yamamoto's expression to tense. It was none other than the Emperor of the Sun Empire in the living world, Hyuga Makoto. The head captain's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "Your Majesty, what brings you to the Soul Society?" The timing of his arrival was far too suspicious. Was he the mastermind behind all of this? Makoto's expression remained indifferent as he replied, "Nothing much, just here to see you die." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, an unimaginably terrifying aura erupted from Yamamoto, making it hard to breathe. A powerful Ryatsu swept outward in an instant. But it lasted for only a fleeting moment. Before Yamamoto could even make a move, countless spatial rifts tore open in all directions, rapidly closing in on his position, leaving him no room to retreat. The power of time and space, this was a force beyond the limits of a Shinigami. By the time Yamamoto came to his senses, he found himself in a strange realm. There was no one around, nothing in sight, no direction, no sky or ground. It was as if everything had ceased to exist, leaving only endless emptiness. No boundaries, no exit, it was more like an inescapable prison. Inside the First Division barracks. After banishing Yamamoto into the time-space dimension, Makoto once again tore open a spatial portal. Yakushi Kabuto stepped through, glancing around briefly before taking out a scroll. With a puff of smoke, a corpse identical to Yamamoto appeared on the ground. Before leaving, Makoto glanced at the white-furred wolfhound beside him. In an instant, the beast went berserk, opening its massive jaws and viciously tearing into the corpse of Yamamoto on the ground, devouring it hungrily. Earlier, the head captain's Ryatsu eruption had drawn the attention of 1st Division's Lieutenant, Sasakabe Chojiro. As he stepped into the room, the first thing he saw was a massive white beast, clutching half of the head captain's body in its jaws. When Rukia regained consciousness, she was shocked to find herself in a prison cell, with restrictions placed on her body. Outside the cell stood a group of people: Kayaraku Shunsue, Tozen Kanami, Anohana Retsu, Soi Fan, as well as Sasakabe Chojiro, Ise Nanao, Hisejai Shuhei, and Omida Marekio. All of their gazes were fixed on her, their expressions heavy and grim. "Kuchiki Rukia," Kayaraku spoke. "Captain Kayaraku." Rukia was confused, not understanding her current situation. She desperately tried to recall what had happened before she lost consciousness. "Do you remember what happened?" Kayaraku questioned her. Rukia stood frozen, her eyes flickering as memories flooded back. Her brother, Kuchiki Byakuya, had suddenly attacked the head captain. "My bro. Where is Captain Kuchiki?" she asked. "Answer the question." Soifan snapped sternly. Rukia lowered her head, overwhelmed by the situation, unsure if she should speak or remain silent. Seeing her hesitation, Kayaraku, his voice calm yet pressing, said, "Rukia, tell us everything you know." The dim lighting of the prison cast eerie shadows, making the usually carefree Captain Kayaraku appear rather intimidating. Rukia swallowed hard and said, I was stationed at the Konoha outpost. When we suddenly lost contact with the Siri, I returned to investigate the situation. Captain Kuchiki took me to see the head captain. During our conversation, he suddenly attacked the head captain for some unknown reason. Then, he transformed into a white beast, and after that, I lost consciousness. Silence. The people standing outside the cell remained grim-faced. Kayaraku spoke, "Rukia, you understand the consequences of deceiving us, don't you?" Rukia gritted her teeth. Everything I said is the truth. Another heavy silence followed. Kayaraku was the first to turn and leave. At this very moment, the chaos in the Soul Society had yet to subside. The head captain, revered as the strongest Shinigami, was dead. Killed by a captain who had turned into a monster. If this bizarre incident were to spread, who knew what kind of impact it would have? Countless Shinigami were still fighting monsters on the front lines. Kayaraku felt as if his head was about to explode, his mind in turmoil. In his understanding, his teacher was supposed to be invincible. Moreover, the monster that Byakuya had become had already been subdued by them, his strength was far from enough to kill the head captain. Anohana slowly said, "Captain Kayaraku, this may be the greatest calamity the Soul Society has faced in 1,000 years." Kanami remained silent, his eyes dark. Soifan asked, "What should we do next?" All eyes turned to Kayaraku. He gazed into the distance, then suddenly noticed something. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Request aid from the Empire in the living world. This is not just a catastrophe for the Soul Society, but for the entire world. The Emperor of the Empire once worked to maintain global stability. I doubt he will stand by and do nothing." After careful consideration, everyone agreed. When the head captain was still alive, they had not felt that the situation was out of control. But now, with his inexplicable death, they all realized just how dire things had become. Kayaraku took a deep breath. "There's no time to waste. Every moment we delay means more casualties. I'll go request approval from Central 46. As for you all." His gaze swept over the three captains beside him. Anohana stepped forward and volunteered, "I'll go." Kayaraku nodded. "I'll leave it to you. The two of you, please continue protecting the Siriidii." With their responsibilities assigned, Kayaraku immediately set off with Nanao toward Central 46. After notifying the guards, they were granted entry without issue. Surprisingly, once Kayaraku reported everything, the request for aid from the Empire was approved without any opposition, so smoothly that not a single person questioned it. These rigid, stubborn bureaucrats suddenly seemed unusually reasonable. Moreover, Central 46 appointed Kayaraku Shuinsue as acting head captain, granting him full authority to handle the crisis. Leaving the council chamber, Kayaraku felt a heavy weight on his heart. Their current situation was far too passive, they didn't even know who their enemy was. "Captain." Nanao called softly from beside him. Kayaraku narrowed his eyes. "I'm fine. Let's go. First, we need to deal with that dragon." Konoha, Reincarnation Shrine. Anohana Retsu arrived alone. The area was guarded by both ninja and Shinigami stationed for duty. Upon seeing her, the Shinigami on duty immediately bowed in respect. "Captain Anohana, what brings you here?" Passage through the Senkamen usually required prior notice, and those on duty were well aware of scheduled travel. Anohana glanced at the Shinigami before her. The stationed Shinigami in the living world were unaware of what was happening in Soul Society, otherwise, Rukia wouldn't have returned just because she lost contact with the Siriidii. Turning to the ninja present, she spoke with a gentle yet polite tone. "I am Anohana Retsu, captain of the 4th Division of the Godii 13. May I trouble you to inform His Majesty? I have urgent matters to discuss with him." The ninja, momentarily flustered by the elegant and composed woman before him, felt his face heat up and quickly responded, "Please wait a moment." Half an hour later, inside the Imperial Palace. Anohana now stood in a pavilion within the palace. Apart from the Emperor of the living world, she also saw someone she had met before, Samui, the Emperor's secretary, and a tall, stunning woman clad in a violet cheongsam. This woman was about as tall as Kotetsu Aisane. That was Anohana's first impression of her. The Emperor reclined casually on a sofa. "Captain Anohana, what brings you here?" Before she could answer, he continued, "Actually, I have a question for you. Your Shinigami seem to be slacking, hollows have been appearing all over my empire's provinces, yet none of you seem to be dealing with them." Despite his words, Anohana remained poised and dignified. She bowed respectfully to the Emperor, her soft voice carrying a weight of solemnity. "Your Majesty, the Soul Society is facing a great calamity. I humbly ask for your aid." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 403, ch 403, The Emperor's Terrifying Power. Anohana Retsu, a female Shinigami over 1,000 years old, has a gentle and serene appearance. She wears her long black hair in a middle part, braided into 2 plaits that rest on her collarbone. As the captain of the 4th Division in the Godii 13 of the Siriidii, she is renowned as a master healer. However, beneath her ever-elegant, composed, and graceful demeanor lies an extremely battle-hungry killer. In the original story's conclusion, she ultimately perished at the hands of Zaraki Kenpachi, sacrificing herself to awaken his true potential and allowing him to finally hear his Zanpakuto's voice. Looking back at her later years, her existence seemed to revolve around two purposes: atonement and self-fulfillment. She was truly the type one would admire, who wouldn't love a kind and gentle elder sister figure. Makoto raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "What happened to the Soul Society?" Anohana then recounted everything that had transpired. Makoto chuckled lightly and said, "With head Captain Yamamoto holding the fort in the Siri, I doubt any disturbance could amount to much. Though I've never fought him, I have great respect for his strength." Anohana pressed her lips together and solemnly said, "The head captain may have already perished." Makoto's expression froze, and he looked utterly shocked. "Are you serious?" Anohana pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to reveal the truth, that Kuchiki Byakuya had transformed into a monster and attacked the head captain. There was no way to conceal the head captain's demise. Soon, the entire Soul Society would know, and the Emperor of the Living World would inevitably find out as well. Makoto fell into deep thought, then stood up and said, "Captain Anohana, rest assured. The safety of the Soul Society is crucial to the stability of the world. We will not stand idly by." Anohana felt a weight lift off her chest and respectfully bowed. "The Soul Society expresses its gratitude, Your Majesty." Without delay, Makoto summoned two of his crown guards, Shursue and Hakumen, intending to travel to the Soul Society alongside Anohana through the Reincarnation Shrine. Anohana considered asking whether they should bring more ninja forces, but upon recalling that this emperor likely possessed power on the same level as the head captain, she swallowed the question. Stepping through the interdimensional gateway. The scene before them was a stark contrast to their last visit for diplomatic talks. The once luxurious and tranquil Siri now lay in ruins. Many structures had been reduced to rubble, thick smoke filled the air, and battles were still raging throughout the city. Makoto, along with Hakumen, Shursue, and Anohana, ascended into the sky. For Anohana, this was the first time she had ever flown within the Siri. While she could do so in the human world, the extreme density of spirit particles in the Siri made flight nearly impossible. High above in the sky, the group immediately caught sight of a massive azure dragon in the distance, engaged in fierce combat with countless fighters. "That is," Makoto murmured in mild surprise. Hakumen and Shursue remained silent. "That is the strongest among these monsters. Even three captains fighting together couldn't take it down quickly," Anohana explained. That azure dragon was, of course, Kaido. With his immense power, ordinary captains indeed had no way of defeating him in a short time. Makoto raised his hand silently, and chakra rapidly gathered in his palm. A visible blue-white energy took form, instantly transforming into a radiant golden blade that shot skyward. This sudden phenomenon caught the attention of countless people. Golden flames coiled around Makoto's hand, and the blinding golden blade slashed downward in an instant. The colossal dragon that had terrified so many Shinigami was instantly cleaved in half. Squelch! The dragon was bisected at the waist, letting out a pained roar as its massive body plummeted from the sky. A torrential blood rain poured down over the battlefield. Stunned silence fell over the onlookers. Many turned their gazes toward Makoto, standing loftily in the sky. "It's the Emperor of the Living World." Kairaku, who had been locked in battle with the dragon moments before, turned to the captains beside him and said, "Captain Anohana has brought reinforcements." Komamura Sajin gazed at the figures high in the sky from a distance, pondering aloud, "Only 3 of them." Kairaku, gripping his dual blades, Kaiten Kayakatsu, looked down at the severed corpse of the colossal dragon and replied, "Perhaps that's all we need." With just a single strike, the creature that had troubled 4 captains was slain. Kairaku knew he could never achieve such a feat even though he hadn't used his Bankai. He had already been fighting at full power. His Bankai was far too peculiar, usable only when he fought alone against an enemy. Elsewhere in Siri, another figure had also witnessed the Emperor's attack, Aizen. "So this is the power of the Emperor?" Ichimaru Jin remarked lazily from his side. "Truly terrifying." Aizen's eyes flickered slightly. And that was merely the tip of the iceberg. In the sky, Makoto turned to the slightly dazed Anohana and called, "Captain Anohana." She quickly responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Their last meeting at the Interdimensional Summit had given all the Shinigami a general understanding of the strength of ninjas. They knew the ninjas weren't weaker than them. They had speculated in private about the Emperor's true power, but their collective conclusion had been that a man barely in his 20s couldn't possibly surpass their own head captain. But now, was that really the case? Makoto smiled faintly and said, "Please inform all of Soul Society that we have arrived." Anohana instinctively nodded before realizing that he was asking her to use Tenrin Koro to transmit the message. The next second, an overwhelming aura erupted from Makoto's entire being, instantly covering all of Siri and the Rakangai beyond. Unlike a captain's ryatsu, which could be suffocating, this presence did not weigh down on people, it simply carried the unsettling sensation of having everything laid bare before its gaze. In his palm, Makoto conjured a glowing sphere of light. The sphere ascended into the sky, rapidly expanding into a massive orb radiating a deep violet glow. Once fully formed, the sphere released a sweeping purple light that spread across all of Siriiti and Soul Society. Thousands of brilliant white beams shot out in all directions simultaneously, each one striking a monster with pinpoint accuracy, causing them to perish on the spot. As the white light faded, the massive violet sphere in the sky also gradually vanished. Siriiti and Rakangai fell into complete silence. The sounds of battle had disappeared, leaving only stunned Shinigami frozen in place. Makoto turned to Unohana with a gentle smile. "You may send the message now." Unohana was momentarily dazed. She glanced down at Siriiti with a hint of confusion and asked, "Your Majesty, all of these?" Makoto replied calmly, "All the monsters have been slain by me." 1,000 years ago, Unohana had fought against head Captain Yamamoto. It was in that battle that she suffered defeat. She had witnessed the power of the strongest Shinigami and firmly believed that no one in existence could surpass head Captain Yamamoto. That was why, upon hearing the news of his death, her first reaction was disbelief. But now, the power Makoto displayed had far exceeded the limits of her understanding. Was this even humanly possible? Could someone who had lived for only a little over 20 years possess such strength? Deep shock and fear flickered in Unohana's eyes. As the smoke and dust settled, the crisis that had threatened the very existence of Soul Society came to an abrupt end. The cause of this catastrophe remained unknown, and head Captain Yamamoto had mysteriously perished. Fortunately, the Emperor of the Sun Empire from the living world had arrived just in time to save Soul Society. Unohana activated Tenrin Koro, broadcasting the message to all Shinigami. First Division Barracks. Makoto gazed at the shrouded body of head Captain Yamamoto, his expression filled with sorrow. The captains beside him shared similar emotions. Kayaraku stepped forward, dropping to one knee before Makoto and bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, we are forever grateful that you extended your hand to aid us in Soul Society's time of crisis. We will always remember this kindness." All the captains and lieutenants present followed Kayaraku's lead, kneeling on one knee and lowering their heads in gratitude. Makoto stepped forward and helped Kayaraku up, sighing, "There's no need for such formality. I have always said that Soul Society and the living world are deeply connected. Siriiti and the Empire are friends. When a friend is in trouble, how could we stand by and do nothing?" Spoken with sincerity, the Emperor's words touched the hearts of everyone present. In the face of life and death, having someone willing to lend a hand, how could such a kindness not move them? Makoto then turned to Kayaraku and asked, "What was the cause of this conflict?" Kayaraku replied, "We are still investigating." Makoto nodded. "It's crucial to uncover the truth behind this. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask, we will do everything we can to assist." Kayaraku bowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Makoto then addressed the gathered Shinigami with a few more formal words before concluding, "What follows is an internal matter for the Shinigami. We have a prior agreement not to interfere. When the head captain's funeral takes place, we will return to pay our respects." Such a fair and principled stance inspired deep respect among those present, leaving them in awe of the Emperor and utterly convinced of his noble character. Kayaraku Shunsue, along with all the captains, personally escorted the Emperor to the Senkamen. As he watched them leave, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had been overthinking things. This Emperor of the living world was truly a heroic figure, upright and righteous. Given the overwhelming power the Emperor had displayed, if he truly harbored any ill intentions toward Soul Society, there would have been no need for him to extend a helping hand. He could have simply used force to subdue them. With the head captain gone, there was no one among the Shinigami who could stand against him. That enormous azure dragon, which had troubled 3 or 4 captains, had been slain in a single strike. Such terrifying power left Kayaraku with no thought of resistance. Now, the Emperor of the living world had truly become Soul Society's benefactor. Soon after, Kayaraku received a summons from Central 46. In the council chamber, he was formally appointed as the captain of the 1st Division and the new head captain of the Godii 13. Central 46 also brought up diplomatic relations with the living world. They acknowledged that the Emperor of the Empire had saved them and that such a great favor could not go unreturned. As a gesture of gratitude, they decided to formally invite the Emperor to Soul Society for a banquet after the head captain's funeral. Kayaraku found himself agreeing with this decision. He never considered himself an exceptional person. Perhaps his strength was decent, but when he thought about who should have been the one to succeed Yamamoto, the only name that came to mind was Yukitake. But now, both Yukitake and Old Man Yama had left him one after another. In the face of this catastrophe, being tasked with leading Soul Society nearly threw Kayaraku into disarray. At such a time, the aid from the living world made him deeply grateful to the Empire. Such a great favor and righteousness must never be forgotten. After returning to the living world, Makoto was stretching his body at the entrance of the reincarnation shrine. It's been a while since I last made a move. I'm getting a bit rusty, Makoto murmured. He hadn't engaged in real combat for a long time. What just happened couldn't even be called a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. It was also the first time he had used Golden Will reincarnation explosion in actual combat. Your Majesty's power is awe-inspiring. The people of Soul Society have probably already begun to revere you as a god, Hakumen remarked. Makoto chuckled and said, this time it was Kaido. Next time, it'll be Big Mom. Shursue immediately responded, I will take care of it. There's no rush. We should give Soul Society time to catch its breath. Otherwise, the world's balance will be thrown into chaos. For now, we still need them to maintain the cycle of reincarnation. Understood, Your Majesty. That night, after finishing his day's work, Makoto went to see Tsunade. He had previously mentioned visiting Hokage Tsunade to help her with a special training session, and he planned to bring Tsunade along as well. Shizen was the one who opened the door for him. Seeing the Emperor arriving at such a late hour, her eyes flickered slightly before she bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. I'm here for your master. Master is in her room. Do you want me to call her? No need. Get some rest. Yes. Shizen returned to her room, but as she lay in bed, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The Emperor had come to her home more than once or twice. Shizen wasn't a fool, how could she not understand what was happening? But since neither her master nor Lady Tsunade opposed it, what right did she have to say anything? As long as the two of them were happy, that was all that mattered. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Makoto was leaning against the headboard, a pillow supporting his lower back, and a blanket covering his lower half. Tsunade had brought the Hokage Tsunade over and was now standing at the doorway. Hokage Tsunade's gaze wavered slightly when she saw him. What they had agreed upon that day, now that she was here, she suddenly felt the urge to turn back and escape. Makoto looked at her calmly and said indifferently. Come here. Just those two simple words made Hokage Tsunade instantly tense up. She was already deeply entangled in this web. Even if she could step away now and walk away unscathed, was that really what she wanted? No, what she truly desired was to put an end to the hatred and vengeance that festered within her heart. With that thought in mind, she took a step forward. Early the next morning, Hokage Tsunade stepped out of Tsunade's bedroom, only to see Tsunade and Shizen casually having breakfast. Memories of last night's madness surfaced in her mind, and she couldn't help but worry, had Shizen already figured everything out? During breakfast, Tsunade and Shizen chatted idly, while Hokage Tsunade remained mostly silent. Shizen left early, mentioning that she had made plans to go shopping with Rin. Before leaving, she casually said, just clean up the mess when you're done. Once Shizen was gone, Hokage Tsunade couldn't hold back her question any longer. Does she know? Tsunade responded calmly, what if she does? What if she doesn't? Hokage Tsunade fell silent for a moment before letting out a bitter chuckle. Yeah. Shizen's no fool. Tsunade said, don't worry. To protect us, Shizen will pretend she knows nothing. You should just pretend you don't know that she knows. Alright. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 404, ch 404, Earn Favor. At the funeral of the former head captain, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, Makoto arrived with the 10 crown guards to pay his respects. He did not say much, merely completing the necessary formalities before departing. After Kairaku officially took over as the captain of the 1st Division, he submitted a request to the Central 46 to appoint the former vice-captain of the 1st Division, Sasakabe Chojiro, as the captain of the 8th Division. Meanwhile, the 6th Division captain, Kuchiki Byakuya, was placed under strict watch. This catastrophe had inflicted immense damage upon the Soul Society. Every one of those monsters had once been residents of the Soul Society, many of them nobles. But what pained everyone the most was the loss of the head captain. A week passed quickly. During this time, the Siriiti worked tirelessly to repair the destruction caused by the chaos and to investigate its origins. On this day, the Siriiti prepared a grand banquet and invited the Emperor of the Empire to attend, as a gesture of gratitude for saving the Soul Society. Makoto did not bring all 10 of the crown guards, only Shursue and Hakumen accompanied him. The banquet still had 2 main seats, but this time, Kairaku sat beside Makoto. He no longer carried his usual carefree demeanor, instead, he had become much more composed and dignified. Upon seeing Hakumen, he merely greeted him with a polite smile, no longer placing an arm around his shoulder in his usual playful manner. He had begun to embody the demeanor of a true leader. Though Kayaraka was now the head captain, his attitude toward the emperor remained extremely respectful. It wasn't just him, everyone present looked at Makoto with deep reverence in their eyes. He was not only their benefactor but also an immensely powerful figure, far surpassing all of them in strength. Makoto spoke, "There's no need for such formality. The Empire and the Siriidii are friends, and we should always support each other. You're currently working on reconstruction, correct? Konoha happens to have an excellent architect. If you're interested, I can have him come over to assist. If you lack any materials or resources, just let us know, and we'll send them over at any time." His words moved many in the room once again, inspiring admiration for the emperor's righteousness and generosity. Makoto then voiced his concerns. "This upheaval has caused significant casualties among the Shinigami. Will it make the guidance of souls in the living world more difficult in the future?" Kayaraku replied, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. We will not neglect our duties." Makoto said, "I'm not here to criticize you. I simply want to ensure the cycle of reincarnation remains stable. For the time being, I can have my ninja take over the task of purifying hollows in the living world. As long as you provide intelligence and information, we can help share the burden. However, since the Nichiren have not yet been widely adopted in the Empire, we won't be able to assist with the Kanso, soul burial, process." Hearing this, Kayaraku felt a warm gratitude in his heart. The Emperor was truly a good man. As for the ideology of the separation of life and death that former head captain Yamamoto had once upheld, Kayaraku had long since cast it aside. The Emperor of the Empire had come to help the Soul Society through its crisis, with no ill intentions whatsoever. Every action he took was for the benefit of the Siriidii. To the Shinigami, the Emperor of the living world was now seen through the lens of a savior. No matter what he did, they instinctively viewed it in a positive light. When the banquet concluded, all the captains once again gathered at the Senkamen to see the Emperor off, showing him the utmost respect. Nighttime in Konoha. In the new residential district, at Terumi Mei's home, 3 women, Mei, Pakura, and Konan, were drinking together. As neighbors who lived close to one another, they had quickly become familiar. Several empty bottles were scattered across the table, and Mei's face was flushed with drunkenness. "Did you just say you like His Majesty the Emperor?" Konan asked, looking at Mei in shock. Mei, intoxicated, rested her chin on her hand, appearing lost in thought. "What, are you that surprised?" Pakura chuckled from the side. She had a better tolerance for alcohol and was only slightly tipsy. Konan nodded. "Yes, it is quite surprising." Pakura sighed softly. "With someone like His Majesty, it's not unusual for people to admire him." Konan swirled the wine in her cup, deep in thought. "You have a point." She had learned a fair amount about the Emperor from past events involving Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and Omegakure. To her, the Emperor was a dangerous and formidable figure. Konoha had helped Omegakure greatly and had supported the Akatsuki in the past. It was fair to call them benefactors. The situation with Jiraiya had been the result of their own decision to stand against the Emperor. Because of that, Konan didn't hold resentment toward him. In fact, she even felt a hint of gratitude. Because back then, after the battle, the Emperor didn't go on a rampage against them but instead gave them a chance to start over. Konan looked at Mei, thought for a moment, and said, "I was actually planning to introduce you to Nagato." Mei instantly perked up. "Sure. Bring all the handsome guys over." Konan couldn't help but laugh. "Didn't you just say you liked His Majesty the Emperor? You're moving on that fast." Mei sighed. "Just because I like him doesn't mean he likes me. I can't stay single forever, can I?" Then, she turned the question back on Konan. "Why are you only introducing me to Nagato? What about Yahiko? Are you keeping Yahiko for yourself?" Konan's face turned slightly red, and she muttered under her breath, "Of course, Yahiko isn't for you." Mei, having drunk too much, didn't hear clearly and leaned in. "What did you say?" Konan straightened her expression and said matter-of-factly, "I said, Yahiko is obviously not for you." Mei giggled and said, "I wouldn't actually steal him from you. It's pretty obvious what's going on between you two." She had frequently seen Yahiko and Nagato whenever she visited Konan's home. Mei then asked, "Since you both clearly have feelings for each other, why don't you just get married already?" Konan took a sip of her drink and muttered, "How would I know what he's thinking?" Pakura, who had been listening with a smile, reassured her, "Don't worry, that day isn't far off." Yahiko held an important position in Konoha, and Pakura had met him before. She couldn't deny that he was an outstanding person, well-liked and easy to get along with. "I don't think Yahiko is the slow-witted type. He's probably just planning to surprise you." Mei tilted her head back and sighed. Mutual love, childhood sweethearts, how nice. If childhood friends were the topic, then she and Kisame also technically fit that description. Kisame was a reliable person, trustworthy, though a bit dull. The only problem. He was nowhere near her type in terms of looks. Because of that, Mei only ever saw Kisame as the purest of friends, nothing more. Conan chuckled. Why the size? Didn't I just say I'd introduce you to Nagato? Mei simply grinned and didn't respond. Nagato, huh? That quiet, reserved man. He did have an oddly delicate, handsome face. But no matter what, her mind was still full of His Majesty the Emperor. Seeing this, Pakura smirked and said, "This woman is probably still thinking about the Emperor." Conan let out an exasperated laugh. So Nagato is just a backup plan for you. Pakura looked at Mei with a glint in her eyes before suddenly speaking. Mei. Since you like him so much, why not just confess your feelings to His Majesty? Mei froze on the spot. Me. Pakura laughed. Who else would I be talking about? Mei hesitated, stumbling over her words. I. Pakura spoke slowly. Haven't you noticed? His Majesty is always surrounded by beautiful women. Thinking about it carefully, Mei had to admit it was true. She didn't often see the women in the Emperor's household, but his secretary, Samui, Lady Tsunade, and even that pirate girl, Hancock, had all become part of his inner circle. Mei often felt secretly frustrated about it. Samui and Tsunade were understandable, but why on earth was that pirate girl allowed to be so close to His Majesty? Pakura continued, it's no secret that His Majesty appreciates beauty. And honestly, for a man like him, that's only natural. You're gorgeous, young, and have an amazing figure. When His Majesty recruited you into the 10 Crown Guards, I'm sure he had some interest in you. Mei thought about it carefully and realized that Pakura's words made a lot of sense. But to actually go and confess her feelings to His Majesty, she wasn't sure if she had the courage. Pakura smiled teasingly. What's wrong? Are you scared? Mei remained silent, lost in thought. Seeing this, Pakura smirked and added, well then, you'll just have to sit back and watch as more and more women appear at His Majesty's side. One by one, they'll climb into his bed and bask in his favor. Mei silently clenched her fists. Conan quietly observed the exchange from the side, choosing not to intervene. Seeing that Mei still hadn't reacted, Pakura continued with a teasing smile, who knows? Maybe one day in the future, you'll see me by His Majesty's side too. Mei froze for a moment, even Conan was caught off guard. Pakura chuckled, why are you so surprised? Didn't I already say it? It's not unusual for anyone to admire a man like His Majesty. Besides. She took a slow sip of her drink and said in a soft, thoughtful tone, I'm a bit older than you too. I have to consider my own future as well. I was once the Kazakage, so ordinary men don't catch my interest. The members of the 10 Crown Guards all have their own circles, and none of them would ever see me as a potential partner. When I think about it, my best chance is actually with His Majesty. While I'm still young enough, of course I should take my shot. Mei stared at her blankly, expression unreadable. Conan, sensing the tension, forced a laugh and tried to smooth things over. Mei, Pakura is just joking. Don't get worked up, don't get worked up. She's had too much to drink. Pakura smiled slyly, I'm completely serious. Mei, if you keep hesitating like this, I just might beat you to it and earn His Majesty's favor first. Conan. At this moment, Conan was secretly feeling distressed, worrying whether these two women would start fighting. They were both members of the 10 Crown Guards, she definitely wouldn't be able to stop them if it came to that. After a long silence, a bright smile suddenly bloomed on Mei's face. She raised her glass and said to Pakura, you're right. Let's see who earns His Majesty's favor first. Pakura also picked up her glass, clinking it against Mei's without losing her smile. All right. These two beautiful and alluring women, who had once been inseparable sisters, now carried a subtle sense of rivalry in their toast. Conan let out a silent sigh and simply picked up her own glass, drinking alone. The feeling of a hangover was terrible. When Mei woke up in the morning, her head was pounding. The mess from last night in the living room was still untouched, everyone had drunk too much and gone straight home. After washing her face in the bathroom, Mei vaguely recalled what had happened the previous night and irritably rubbed her forehead. Pakura wasn't wrong. His Majesty was always surrounded by women, and in the future, more and more of them would undoubtedly appear by his side. She wasn't so conceited as to think that His Majesty would give up all others just for her. Just look at Lady Samui, who made countless people feel inferior by comparison. And she wasn't just a pretty ornament, she could handle many government affairs for His Majesty and was truly one of his most trusted aides. Yet even such an exceptional woman was only His Majesty's secretary. Then what about herself? Even if she really managed to stand by His Majesty's side, what kind of place would she hold in his heart? Mei let out a long sigh and stayed in the bathroom for a long time before coming out. After tidying up the living room and changing into fresh clothes, she carefully groomed herself and then stepped out. There wasn't much work for her today, but still, she made her way toward the palace. However, when she arrived at His Majesty's pavilion, she saw that Pakura was already there, standing quite close to him, engaged in conversation. Today, that woman was dressed in an extremely revealing outfit, a halter deep V mini dress with an open back, paired with sexy black fishnet stockings. Any man who saw her like this would find it hard to resist. Shameless woman. May cursed inwardly as she noticed that, although His Majesty was speaking with Pakura, his eyes kept drifting toward her figure. The two quickly finished their conversation, and May didn't catch what they were talking about. She only saw Pakura sway her slender waist as she walked away. As she passed by, she even shot May a subtle, knowing smile. "Do you need something?" Makoto, seated on the sofa, spoke up. May quickly snapped back to her senses and stepped forward toward him. "Your Majesty." She hesitated for a moment before finally voicing the excuse she had prepared in advance. "It's nothing important. It's just that staying at home these past few days has been terribly boring. Does Your Majesty have any tasks for me?" Makoto couldn't help but chuckle at that, then lifted his gaze to look at her. "Have a seat," he said casually, motioning to the sofa beside him. May felt slightly embarrassed. Sitting before His Majesty, she couldn't help but feel a bit shy, because deep down, she knew her real reason for coming here was simply to see him. Samui arrived and served tea. May expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Samui." Makoto smiled faintly and looked at her. "Do you know what Pakura just said to me?" May blinked in confusion, staring at Makoto with a bewildered expression. Wait, what Pakura said, did it have something to do with her? Could it be that Pakura had spoken ill of her just now? May suddenly recalled the conversation from last night. She had even suggested a little competition to see who could win His Majesty's favor first. The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed. That woman had deliberately dressed so seductively this morning just to come and seduce His Majesty. Who knew what kind of things she might have said about her in front of him? Her expression shifted unpredictably as she clenched her fists in frustration. Just then, Makoto spoke with a playful smile. "Pakura just told me that you were drinking together last night." "Ah." May was momentarily stunned. "And she also said that when you were drunk, you mentioned how much you admire me." Eh. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 405, ch 405, Drag to This. After realizing what had just happened, May's face instantly turned bright red, and she nearly jumped up from the sofa. She never expected Pakura to pull such a move, directly confessing her feelings to His Majesty on her behalf. What should she do next? Her heart was in complete turmoil, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Looking at the Emperor beside her, her flushed face prevented her from uttering a single word. Makoto, however, simply chuckled as he looked at her. "What's wrong?" May's gaze darted around in panic, her heart pounding wildly. She murmured in a low voice, "Your Majesty, Pakura was just making things up. Please don't take it seriously." Makoto raised an eyebrow. So what she said wasn't true? May felt that if she simply denied it outright, perhaps this whole thing would be treated as nothing more than a joke, and His Majesty wouldn't dwell on it. But deep down, she was unwilling to let it go so easily. After a moment of silence, she said, "I never expected anything. Your Majesty doesn't need to take it seriously." Her words were both an indirect admission of her feelings and an attempt to shift the decision onto Makoto, essentially saying, "I won't deny it, but how you handle it is up to you." This little trick amused Makoto. If it were an ordinary man in his position, he might have been at a complete loss for how to respond. But how could Makoto be just an ordinary man? With his status alone, he could easily dismiss such matters without a second thought. Makoto said, "In that regard, you and Pakura are quite similar." May was stunned for a moment, her eyes filled with confusion. Makoto smiled faintly. "Pakura said the exact same thing as you. She also expressed her admiration for me and then told me not to take it seriously." May was completely dumbfounded. Makoto continued, "I don't have any special tasks for you. If you're really that bored and don't have any specific mission requests, you can check in with the guild." I understand. If there's nothing else, you may leave." Watching as His Majesty resumed reviewing official documents, as if he truly didn't care about what had just happened, May felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. Did His Majesty really have no feelings for her at all? She bowed respectfully to him before turning to leave. As soon as she stepped outside the hall, she saw Pakura leaning casually against the wall, seemingly waiting for her. Pakura smiled teasingly. "What's wrong? You look so downcast." May shot her an angry glare, let out a heavy snort, and walked past her without a word. Pakura followed with a grin. "Why the attitude? Shouldn't you be thanking me?" Mei scoffed. Thank you. Thank you for making me look like a fool. Thank you for forcing me to reveal my feelings so carelessly. Pakura sighed lightly. Mei, it seems you still haven't figured out your position. Mei abruptly stopped in her tracks, her face dark as she turned to look at her. What do you mean? Pakura shrugged and asked, what was His Majesty's reaction after learning about your feelings? Mei recalled everything that had just happened. Before she could respond, Pakura continued, let me guess, at first, His Majesty was quite interested. No. Mei denied it. He immediately changed the subject. He didn't care at all. Her eyes dimmed with disappointment. Pakura shook her head. His Majesty isn't such a heartless person. On the contrary, he's very affectionate. If he really reacted that way, it must be because of something you said or did. Mei thought carefully for a moment before hesitantly replying, I told His Majesty that I never expected anything and that he didn't need to take it seriously. She froze upon finishing her sentence, realizing something. Beside her, Pakura said, why say something so unnecessary? Do you think playing little mind games like that works on His Majesty? You have feelings for him, that's your own business. Throwing the problem onto him, did you really expect him to turn around and start pursuing you? Hearing this, Mei pursed her lips in silence. Now, she finally understood where she had gone wrong. At that time, wouldn't it have been better to just admit it openly? Instead, you said you never expected anything and told His Majesty not to take it seriously. What, are you trying to make it seem like liking His Majesty is some kind of grievance? Mei remained silent. She knew Pakura was right, this was exactly the kind of little mind game she had been playing. But she still felt wronged. After all, she was just a girl too. Back in Kirigakure, no matter where she went, she was always adored and pursued. She looked at Pakura and couldn't help but retort, even if that's true, what right did you have to say something like that on my behalf? She shifted her frustration onto Pakura instead. His Majesty was, after all, the man she admired, and Pakura's words had made her realize that if it weren't for Pakura's interference, His Majesty might not have reacted the way he did. Pakura spoke slowly, do you know what I told His Majesty? What did you say? I told His Majesty that you were my closest sister since coming to Konoha. And if His Majesty was willing to accept you, I would be happy to serve him alongside you. Mei was stunned. When she fully grasped the meaning of serve him alongside you, her face flushed red. Pakura. What the hell was she thinking? Embarrassed and annoyed, Mei stammered, You. What nonsense are you spouting? Pakura smiled faintly and said, I'm serious. His Majesty is surrounded by beautiful women. We have to find a way to win His Majesty's heart. Otherwise, even if we do receive his favor, once the novelty wears off, he'll grow tired of us. I heard that Miss Samui's family has 2 other stunningly beautiful women. Why do you think His Majesty dotes on her so much? Mei stood there, her face flushed, lost in thought. She had never considered things from this perspective. In her mind, the best outcome was simply for His Majesty to one day accept her feelings, allowing her to officially become one of his women. That alone would be enough for her to feel happy and fulfilled. She had never thought she needed to compete with others. But Pakura's words suddenly made her realize something. That's right. His Majesty already had so many women. Just among his wives, there were 5, and beyond that, there was Miss Samui, that female pirate. Who knew how many more there were? So how much time would His Majesty actually have for her? Mei stood there, contemplating for a long while before she couldn't help but ask, then, what should we do next? We'll find another opportunity later, Pakura replied. Mei looked at her with a complicated expression. Pakura, you. Pakura chuckled softly and said, what I'm doing is for you, but also for myself. Also, that female pirate by His Majesty's side, if there's a chance in the future, we should try to get closer to her. It's clear that His Majesty is very fond of her right now. Why? Mei couldn't help but ask. She didn't particularly like Hancock, this woman had just arrived and already won His Majesty's favor. Why should she? Pakura said, did you forget what I just told you? We need to find ways to win His Majesty's heart. Miss Samui has 2 other women in her family. We can do the same, bring that female pirate to our side. Mei frowned slightly. Changing her opinion about someone wasn't that easy. We can't just bring in anyone, can we? Pakura noticed Mei's strong bias against the female pirate and sighed helplessly. Then go find another beauty yourself. After saying that, she suddenly thought of something and added, oh right, that Conan next door seems pretty good. Mei was startled. Conan is about to marry Yahiko. You know that. Pakura scoffed dismissively. The former leader of Omega Kure. Do you really think he can compare to His Majesty? If she can become one of His Majesty's women, it would be the greatest honor of her life. Her attitude now was completely different from the understanding and considerate demeanor she had shown while speaking with Conan the previous night. Mei stared blankly at her friend, suddenly realizing that she didn't know Pakura as well as she had thought. That's right. She was the 5th Kazekage before. How could someone with such a deep mind and ambition be simple? Pakura then turned to her and said, if you think it's possible, go talk to her. If not, I'll do it. You. How would you even talk to her? Pakura shrugged. Women in love are always blind. Just go straight for the men. I'll talk to Yuhiko and make him back out on his own. Mei returned home with her mind in complete turmoil. Everything that had happened today was completely beyond her expectations. The things Pakura had said all sounded logical, but something about them just felt wrong. She didn't know what to do next. As noon approached, Mei lay motionless on the couch, lost in thought. Until a knock came at the door. Conan stood outside, greeting her warmly. Oh, you're home. You haven't made lunch yet, right? Perfect, come eat at my place. Before Mei could refuse, Conan had already grabbed her and dragged her along. When she stepped inside Conan's home, Mei was surprised to see Yuhiko and Nagato there as well. Yuhiko greeted her with a bright smile, just as enthusiastic as Conan. Nagato, however, looked a bit nervous, giving her a quick, awkward greeting. It turned out that on the way here, Conan and Yuhiko had been discussing matchmaking him with Mei. At first, Nagato hadn't cared about this sort of thing at all. He had never even considered finding a partner for himself. But Conan and Yuhiko took the matter seriously and had even sternly scolded him for his indifference. Nagato had no choice but to take it more seriously. After all, once Yuhiko and Conan got married, he really would be left alone. But he had never interacted closely with any woman besides Conan, so facing Mei inevitably made him a little nervous. Conan pulled Mei into the kitchen, leaving Yuhiko and Nagato alone in the living room. Yuhiko grinned at him. You've met her so many times, why are you still nervous? Nagato sighed helplessly. Stop teasing me. Yuhiko said, Miss Mei is beautiful, and she's one of the 10 crown guards. There aren't many girls as exceptional as her, you should take the chance while you can. Nagato sighed. I'll do my best. Yuhiko and Conan were truly in love and understood each other's feelings, but their relationship hadn't moved forward because of Nagato. The three of them had grown up together, surviving life and death situations. Yuhiko was afraid that if he and Conan officially became a couple, Nagato might feel left out. So, he had kept delaying it, all while trying to find a suitable partner for Nagato. Once Nagato had a wife of his own, Yuhiko could finally feel at ease and propose to Conan. In the kitchen, Conan had already prepared most of the lunch. The dishes were plentiful and looked quite good. Seeing Mei looking downcast, Conan smiled. What's wrong? Still feeling the effects of last night's drinking. It's not that. I brought Nagato over. Mei Terumi didn't understand what she meant at first. Nagato. Conan gestured toward the living room. Mei finally got the message. Actually, Nagato has a good impression of you, Conan continued. You're usually pretty free, right? And he's not that busy either. You two could go out together sometime. In Mei's eyes, Nagato was indeed a good man, but she couldn't help but compare him to His Majesty. But was there any man in this world who could truly compare to His Majesty? She had always told herself that she needed to leave a way out, that she couldn't tie herself to just one tree. If she never received a response from His Majesty, wouldn't she end up alone for the rest of her life? Yet now, when faced with the idea of giving up on His Majesty and choosing another man instead, she felt a strong sense of unwillingness. Why should she settle for second best? Pakura's words kept echoing in her mind. Mei felt that if she didn't even have the courage to pursue the person she admired, if she didn't at least try, she would definitely regret it in the future. Conan, thank you for being so concerned about me, Mei said. But you really don't need to. Conan looked at her and asked, what, are you really going through with that bet with Pakura? Mei simply smiled. Conan hesitated. Mei, I think people should be more realistic. Mei paused, feeling displeased by those words. What did she mean by be more realistic? Did she think that Mei wasn't worthy of His Majesty? Mei turned to her and asked, if you had to choose between His Majesty and Yuhiko, who would you pick? Conan didn't hesitate. Of course, I'd choose Yuhiko. Mei gave a faint smile. Then you really are quite realistic. In her eyes, it was impossible for anyone to reject His Majesty. Conan only spoke so decisively because she knew that such a choice didn't truly exist. But if she were really given a chance to get close to His Majesty, who knew what kind of attitude she would show then? Conan still wanted to persuade her, but Mei simply said, if it's ready, let's bring it out. Conan had no choice but to drop the topic. The two of them carried the dishes out of the room. Seeing this, Yuhiko and Nagato immediately stood up to help. When Mei met Nagato's gaze, she noticed his slight awkwardness and unease. This only made him lose more points in her eyes. He was quite delicate-looking, but with such an introverted and silent personality, he must be a terribly dull person in daily life. Pakura's words echoed in her mind once more, who could possibly compare to His Majesty? What was there for her to hesitate about? Her heart belonged to His Majesty alone, and one day, she would win His Majesty's heart as well. Mei's gaze swept over Conan's graceful figure, watching as she smiled warmly at Yahiko. Her eyes flickered with deep thoughts. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tale Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 406, ch 406, School Daily Life. In the morning, the sky was covered with rain, gray and gloomy, with the wind howling. Makoto lay quietly in the attic, watching the curtain of rain outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Hancock had been serving him earlier, but Makoto had sent her away, leaving only Samui by his side. She saw His Majesty staring at the rain in deep thought and did not disturb him. Instead, she silently handled official affairs, the soft scratching of her pen against the paper serving as a subtle reminder of her presence. Autumn had arrived, yet the palace held few plants that could reflect the change in seasons. He remembered that outside the Hokage building, there used to be a large tree with lush branches and leaves. Looking out over the entire village, many new buildings had sprung up, some obstructing the view, making it harder to see the forest beyond Konoha. In truth, the attic where Makoto resided was already quite high, there was nothing that could truly block his sight. With his Tensigen, he could clearly perceive everything in the city. He was simply overcome by a sudden wave of nostalgia, a longing for his past life. But such feelings never lasted long, his past life had never been as free and unrestrained as the one he lived now. Makoto rose from his seat and left the attic. Samui intended to follow, but he refused her. On the rain-soaked streets, there were few pedestrians. Though the raindrops never touched Makoto, he could still feel the chill in the air, which made his mind exceptionally clear. He first went to the Ninja Academy, where, in this world, his children should be attending class. Without disturbing anyone, Makoto floated lightly to the outside of a classroom and saw Naruto and Sasuke sitting together, perfectly synchronized as they lay on their desks, fast asleep. On either side of them, two boys sat attentively, taking notes with great focus. With his keen eyesight, Makoto noticed that these two boys were writing two identical sets of notes, clearly copying them on behalf of Naruto and Sasuke. Seeing the two soundly sleeping troublemakers, Makoto couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Had these two somehow become school tyrants? He then glanced at Hinata, who was absent-mindedly staring out the window, completely uninterested in the lesson. Makoto exhaled lightly. Naruto and Sasuke both shivered at the same time, creating a loud noise in the otherwise quiet classroom, instantly disrupting the teacher's rhythm. The teacher sighed helplessly and said, "Naruto, Sasuke, pay attention in class." He seemed long accustomed to this behavior and didn't bother scolding them. Naruto and Sasuke, in turn, looked utterly indifferent. Watching this scene, Makoto fell into thought. It was obvious that their attitude was due to them being his sons. "Why, Your Majesty?" At that moment, a voice sounded beside Makoto. Turning his head, he saw a young male teacher wearing a forehead protector, his hair neatly tied up. Makoto gestured for him to stay silent but soon felt that the man looked somewhat familiar. "What's your name?" The young teacher immediately became excited. "Your Majesty, my name is Yumano Irika. I'm a teacher at the academy." Makoto pointed toward the classroom where his children were and asked, "Do you teach this class?" Irika looked slightly embarrassed. "I'm not qualified to teach His Highness's class." Makoto immediately understood. It seemed that being a teacher for his children had become a highly sought-after position. After all, the teacher-student relationship carried great significance, and it was only natural for some influential figures in the village to take this matter seriously. As for himself, he had never paid much attention to it. Makoto nodded slightly. "Come with me." He then went to the classroom where Niji was. Inside, Niji, Tonari, and Yugo were seated together. Niji was lost in thought, Yugo was asleep, and only Tonari was attentively listening to the lesson. After watching for a while, Makoto headed to the principal's office. Nono was working there, and when she saw Makoto enter, she was slightly surprised. It had been some days since he last visited, and she couldn't help but wonder if His Majesty had grown tired of her. Then, she noticed Irika standing behind Makoto. Understanding her place, Nono immediately stood up and stepped aside, allowing Makoto to take the main seat. "Who is the teacher for Naruto's class?" Makoto asked. Nono replied, "The teacher in charge is Mito Manju. The other subjects are also taught by the academy's elite instructors." Makoto turned to Irika and asked, "Was that the person teaching just now?" Irika quickly nodded. "Yes." Makoto continued, how is this Mito Manju's teaching ability? Manju-sensei is one of the academy's elite instructors and is highly trusted by everyone, Nono answered. Oh. Has he been working here for at least 3 years? Makoto asked casually. Nono was momentarily at a loss for words. Ah, well. Give me his file. I'll go get it, Nono said, turning to leave. The teacher's records weren't kept in the principal's office. But Makoto waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. In my opinion, Mito Manju's teaching skills are mediocre at best. Remove him from his teaching position. Nono hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, then, who do you think would be a suitable replacement? She hadn't expected His Majesty to suddenly take an interest in this matter. It seemed likely that he had just observed Mito Manju's class and found his performance unsatisfactory. Makoto pointed at Irika. Him. Both of them were stunned. Irika froze for a moment before frantically waving his hands. Why, Your Majesty? I can't. My rank. Nono thought for a moment before saying, Irika-sensei hasn't been at the academy for very long either. His teaching experience isn't very extensive. Makoto glanced at her and asked, oh. And Mito Manju's is. Irika never expected something like this to fall onto his shoulders. The class he'd be taking over included 3 of His Majesty's own children. Teaching them. Irika felt like he was dreaming. He didn't think he had any outstanding qualities, and compared to Manju-sensei, he could list plenty of his own shortcomings. Irika wanted to persuade His Majesty to reconsider and choose someone more suitable. Makoto asked, let me ask you something. If you saw Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata sleeping in your class, what would you do? Irika immediately responded, of course, I'd wake them up and patiently teach them in private, explaining that they shouldn't waste time in class and should focus on learning useful knowledge. He went on, passionately elaborating on the importance of education. Makoto's mouth twitched as he listened. He thought to himself that Irika was indeed as inexperienced as Nono had said. He had plenty of theoretical knowledge but lacked real teaching experience. Still, his enthusiasm was a good sign. Makoto then asked, and what if Naruto refuses to listen and says, my dad is the emperor, what right do you have to tell me what to do? Irika was stunned. Makoto continued, or what if Naruto threatens you, saying, don't ever try to discipline me again, or you'll regret it. Irika fell silent for a while before finally muttering, I think, if His Highness were really like that, Your Majesty, there might be something wrong with your parenting. Makoto. Nono, standing to the side, struggled to hold back her laughter. Makoto cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward, but he quickly regained his composure and said seriously, you're right. I've been somewhat neglectful when it comes to my children's education. But don't avoid my question. Irika slowly responded, I will fulfill my duty as a teacher. If His Highness becomes my student, then in my eyes, he is simply my student. Makoto nodded in approval. From now on, you will take Mito Manju's place. Irika solemnly nodded. Understood. I will not fail Your Majesty's trust. With a glance from Nono, Irika excused himself, leaving only the Emperor and the principal in the office. After some thought, Nono explained, Mito Manju performed adequately in all aspects during the hiring process. He is also well liked and trusted by many at the academy. Makoto glanced at her. Weren't you once part of Root? Can't you see the problem here? Nono could only say, everything about him followed proper procedures. When the teachers for the 3 young princes were being selected, he was strongly recommended by everyone. I couldn't object. Makoto didn't press her further but instead fell into deep thought. This kind of situation was common everywhere. He could intervene in what he saw, but what about the things he didn't see? Like those 2 children copying notes for Naruto and Sasuke, well-dressed, clearly not from ordinary families. It was unlikely that Naruto and Sasuke were bullying them. More likely, those kids had willingly positioned themselves as followers. Nono walked over and locked the office door, then turned back and moved closer to Makoto, standing right by his side. Makoto let out a soft sigh. This is my fault. His eldest son, Niji, was too mature for his age, which had made him neglect Naruto and Sasuke's upbringing, assuming they would turn out just like Niji. But this was his first time being a father. Nono wrapped her arms around his neck and said, their highnesses are all quite sensible, and their grades are excellent. They'll grow into capable individuals in the future. Outside, the rain poured down relentlessly. The soothing fragrance on Nono's body filled the air, gradually calming Makoto's thoughts. In Niji's classroom. Tonari, who was attentively listening to the lesson, suddenly leaned toward Niji and whispered, His Majesty was here just now. Niji snapped back to reality and looked at Tonari in surprise. Tonari continued, he saw you spacing out. Niji couldn't help but whisper back, then why didn't you wake me up? Tonari calmly replied, by the time I noticed him, His Majesty was already outside the classroom. Niji felt a wave of dread wash over him. Tonari reassured him, it's fine. You're the top student in class. You've already mastered everything the teacher is teaching. His Majesty won't punish you for that. But Niji wasn't worried about being punished, he cared about his image in his father's eyes. He nudged the sleeping Yugo with his elbow. Wake up. Pay attention to the lesson. Yugo groggily lifted his head, blinking at Niji in confusion. When class ended, Niji was in a gloomy mood. Yugo looked bored as well. He found school dull, and if it weren't for Niji, he wouldn't have wanted to stay here at all. Just then, Tano Kensuke eagerly approached them, grinning as he said, "Do you guys want to go watch a movie today? The new release Ashina, Chronicle of a Stolen Nation is really popular right now, and the tickets are hard to get. I happen to have 5 of them." Niji, uninterested, simply replied, "I don't feel like going." Tonari was quite interested and took the movie ticket, looking at the promotional image printed on it, an aged yet resolute warrior. He said, "I think it should be pretty interesting. Why not give it a watch?" Niji glanced at the ticket as well and said, "All right then. How much are the tickets?" Kensuke chuckled. Not expensive, 1,000 ryo per ticket." He knew the prince's personality well, if he tried to give the tickets for free, Niji wouldn't accept them. Niji reached into his pocket, pulled out 3 banknotes, and handed them over. They were for him, Tonari, and Yugo. Kensuke grinned. "All right, let's go together after school. But don't fight me over paying for drinks and snacks." Niji was always meticulous about money matters with him, but when it came to Tonari and Yugo, he never bothered. Kensuke understood his position in the prince's eyes, but he didn't mind. Plenty of people wished they could be in his shoes, but they had no way in. He firmly believed in what his father once told him, this empire's future belonged to the princes. Niji casually said, "Suit yourself." He knew Kensuke wasn't short on money. The guy's father, Tanagawa, was the minister of the Science and Craftsmanship Department. Tonari was quite interested and asked Kensuke about the general plot of the movie. Having done his homework beforehand, Kensuke enthusiastically began explaining, while Niji half listened, his gaze drifting toward the misty rain outside the window. The classroom was noisy during the break, and some students even gathered around to listen to Kensuke's storytelling. The novel says that Ashina Ishin lusted after the beauty of the divine maiden. The classmates listened intently, making Kensuke the center of attention. A long-haired, thick-browed boy nearby angrily said, that Ashina Ishin is too despicable. A samurai should never use dirty tricks in a duel. But Dato scoffed. As long as you can win, any technique is part of your own strength. The two started arguing, and other classmates joined the discussion. However, most of them sided with Dato, not because they truly agreed with him, but simply because the long-haired, thick-browed boy was the worst student in class, often ridiculed by everyone, and nobody wanted to stand on the same side as him. The noise irritated Niji. He was just about to tell them to quiet down when he caught sight of a familiar figure outside the window, signaling to him. Niji got up and walked out of the classroom, and the little girl outside quickly approached him. "What is it?" "I'm out of money. Lend me some, will you?" Niji frowned. "You usually have more pocket money than I do. How did you run out so quickly?" Hinata shrugged. "I went out to eat with some friends the other day and ended up paying for a lot of people. I couldn't just let someone else foot the bill, could I?" Niji sighed helplessly. "Why don't you ask Naruto and Sasuke for money? They don't have any either." Niji reached into his pocket and took out his wallet. "How much do you need?" 10,000 ryo. Niji's hand froze mid-motion, as if he wanted to say something, but Hinata was faster. With a swift motion, she snatched the bills straight from his hand. Then, grinning mischievously, she turned and ran off. "Thanks." Niji twitched at the corner of his mouth as he watched his wallet instantly deflate, feeling a sharp pang of pain. Although they were of noble lineage, their mothers were strict with their allowances, giving them a fixed amount each month. Hinata, however, always managed to get extra from her father. When Niji returned to the classroom, the group of students that had gathered around his seat had already dispersed. Only Kensuke remained since his and Dato's desks were right behind Niji, Tonari, and Yugo. Kensuke asked, "By the way, Your Highness, a new archery range just opened on West Street. Want to check it out tomorrow?" Tonari smiled. "Sounds fun." "I'm not going," Niji interrupted coldly. Kensuke was about to say something else, but Niji subtly touched his now empty wallet, his gaze turning even colder. "I said, I'm not going." As someone who used to be the leader of the kids in her old neighborhood, Ino couldn't stand Hinata's behavior. On the first day of school during self-introductions, Hinata had arrogantly stood on the podium and declared, "From now on, everyone in this class has to call me Big Sis when they see me." She was domineering, arrogant, and completely dismissive of others, yet, unfortunately, she was also a princess. Faced with her authority, no one dared to defy her. The teachers turned a blind eye, and the students obediently played along. But Ino refused to humor her. Every time she saw Hinata, she acted as if she didn't exist. Hinata never directly bullied her, but the little followers around her made sure to isolate Ino. As a result, the only friend Ino had left was Sakura. During the break, Hinata, who had just gone out and returned, stood on the podium and generously announced, "Don't rush home after school. I'll treat everyone to bubble tea." Her grand gesture immediately sparked cheers throughout the classroom, with everyone praising how generous and kind the princess was. Ino felt bitter. She knew full well that Hinata was doing this on purpose. By inviting the entire class, Hinata wouldn't need to say outright that she wasn't welcome, but Ino knew she wouldn't go. And just like that, she'd be left out once again. Beside her, Sakura whispered, "Don't worry, Ino, I won't go." That finally made Ino feel a little better. She huffed and said, "It's fine. I'll treat you instead." She glanced toward Hinata, who was surrounded by adoring classmates, and felt even more defiant. "It's just bubble tea. What's the big deal? Like I can't afford one myself." On the other side, the only other ones who didn't react to Hinata's bubble tea invitation were Naruto and Sasuke. Watching how popular Hinata was, Naruto grumbled sourly, "Didn't she just treat the whole class to a meal? How does she still have so much money? Just how much allowance did Dad give her? That's way too unfair." Sasuke nodded in agreement. It was the end of the month, and he was broke too. Naruto suggested, "How about we go ask Dad for more allowance next month?" But Sasuke pondered for a moment and said, "I think it'd be more reliable to ask Itachi and II instead." "Will Itachi and II tell Makoto, Mom?" Naruto asked hesitantly. "Probably not," Sasuke replied, though not entirely sure. Meanwhile, in the upper grades, Niji suddenly sneezed. Tonari, sitting beside him, asked, "What's wrong? Are you catching a cold?" Niji rubbed his nose and said, "I don't know." From behind, a very eager Kensuke immediately handed him a tissue, his chubby face full of smiles. "Your Highness, here's a tissue." Startled by how suddenly Kensuke had leaned in from behind, Niji pushed his face away in disgust. "Stay away from me." Tonari commented, "It's easy to catch a cold in rainy weather, so you should be careful." Niji gave a small nod. Outside, the rain drizzled on in a hazy blur. Inside, the classroom was bustling with noise. A cool breeze drifted in from the open door, and Hyuga lazily yawned. Then, the school bell rang, signaling the start of the next class. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 407, ch 407, A Gang of Villains, Big Boss Hinata. Morning, inside the inner halls of the Imperial Palace. "Did your clothes get small again?" Makoto looked at Sasuke's outfit, which seemed a bit tighter, and remarked, "You're growing so fast. I hardly even notice. I'll buy some new clothes for you and Naruto later." Sasuke couldn't help but complain, "Can you not buy me and Naruto the same clothes? I really don't want to wear them." "What's wrong with you brothers wearing matching outfits?" Kushina chimed in from the side. Naruto, who was eating breakfast at the table, also complained, "Even if we don't wear the same clothes, people still know we're brothers." He was fed up with his mom's habits. Niji was fine since he was a year older, so a lot of his things were different. But for him and Sasuke, almost everything was identical, life essentials like toothbrushes, towels, and even their clothes. Even their underwear was the same, just in different colors. Sometimes, they almost mixed them up. Makoto, seated at the head of the table, chuckled at their complaints. Naruto and Sasuke have their own opinions too. You shouldn't force your weird preferences onto them. Kushina mumbled under her breath, "How is that a weird preference?" Ayari shot him a look and said mockingly, "You never pay attention to the kids normally, yet now you're the one making sense. Have you ever bought them clothes before?" Makoto let out a light cough, then lowered his head to continue eating, deciding not to say more. But then, realizing that this made him seem lacking in authority as the head of the household, he turned to Naruto and Sasuke and said, "You two need to behave yourselves at school. Pay attention in class, and don't talk back to the teachers." However, his words sounded somewhat stiff. Naruto lazily responded, "Got it. Sasuke and I are super well behaved at school." Makoto didn't believe that for a second and added, "I've arranged for a new homeroom teacher for you. You'll meet them today." Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata were all momentarily stunned. Hinata asked, "Manja-sensei isn't teaching us anymore?" "I've found someone even better for you," Makoto replied. The three of them had no say in such matters. Now that they knew, there wasn't much to discuss, though their curiosity about the new teacher was piqued. Later, Sasuke discreetly pulled Makoto into his bedroom, looking a little embarrassed as he said, "Mom, can you give me some extra allowance?" Makoto raised an eyebrow. "You already ran out." "It's the end of the month," Sasuke replied. "Then just hold out a little longer." "Mom, my allowance is way too little. It's not enough. Besides everyday expenses, I also need money for socializing, going out for meals and milk tea with my classmates. I'm the emperor's son. I can't just let them pay for me, right?" Sasuke spoke logically and convincingly, as if he had rehearsed these lines in his head beforehand. Makoto smiled but simply reached out and flicked his forehead lightly. "Do we usually give you too little allowance? Even for socializing, it should be more than enough. Don't try any tricks. If you want more money, go ask your father." Sasuke couldn't help but pout. Dad is biased. He gives Hinata way more allowance than Naruto and me. Makoto raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh. Is that so?" Only then did Sasuke realize that the moms at home weren't aware of this. Hinata had only bragged about it to them in private. He quickly backtracked. "No, I didn't say anything." He hurriedly left the bedroom and called out to Naruto at the dining table, "Let's go." Naruto responded with an "oh," then got up from the table, ignoring the mom's reminders to finish your meal properly before leaving. At the entrance, they quickly put on their shoes and stepped out. "We're heading out, X2. As they left the inner palace, Naruto impatiently turned to Sasuke. "So, how'd it go?" Sasuke pouted and shook his head. Naruto instantly looked disappointed. Sasuke suggested, "Why don't you try asking Kushina mom?" Naruto shook his head frantically. "Do I look like I have a death wish? If you want to try, go ahead." Sasuke sighed. "Forget it. There are only a few days left in the month anyway. We'll just endure it." Yesterday, they had even gone to Itachi to complain about their empty wallets, but he only chuckled and refused their request, saying that Makoto mom had already warned him not to secretly give them any money. Naruto and Sasuke were feeling quite helpless. Recently, a card game had become popular among their peers. The characters on these cards were all well-known ninjas of the era, but acquiring them was based on a lottery system. The rarer the card, the lower the chances of getting it. The two had already poured quite a bit of money into it. Someone from a neighboring grade had managed to pull a Uchiha Shursui from the 10 Crown Guards, a limited edition legendary card. Naruto and Sasuke were beyond envious, but all they could do was stare in longing. Their luck was downright terrible. "Dad said our teacher got replaced." "It's not Manja-sensei anymore." "Who is it then?" "I don't know. Dad just said the new teacher is better than Manja-sensei. As long as they're not as strict as the teacher in Niji's class, it should be fine." As they chatted, the two made their way to school. The moment they stepped into their classroom, a group of boys immediately swarmed around them. One of them eagerly handed over a well-crafted, rigid card. "Prince Naruto, this is a new purple tier card I pulled yesterday, young Hatake Kakashi." Naruto glanced at the card and said, "My new deck doesn't need it. Give it to Sasuke instead, he has young Uchiha Obito, so they can form a synergy." Sasuke accepted it without hesitation, but he wasn't one to take things for free. "Let's trade instead. I'll bring you a Master Builder card tomorrow." The Master Builder card, fully named Imperial Legendary Architect, Uchiha Obito, was also a purple tier card. With outstanding defense and self-recovery abilities, it was highly sought after in various deck strategies. The boy grinned sheepishly and said, "Thank you, Prince Sasuke." Outside, the sky was bright and clear. It was early autumn, and though the temperature was a bit stifling, the classroom was equipped with climate control to keep things comfortable. As the bell rang for class, a somewhat familiar face walked in. Naruto and Sasuke vaguely remembered this person. He hadn't been one of their regular teachers before. The man picked up a piece of chalk and wrote his name on the blackboard. Then, with a warm smile, he introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. My name is Umino Irika. Due to a transfer in Manja-sensei's work assignment, I will be taking over as your homeroom teacher from now on." A wave of murmurs spread through the classroom as students whispered among themselves, surprised by the change. Irika continued, "I hope we can all get along well. To start things off, let's have a simple ninja assessment so I can better understand everyone. Please leave the classroom in an orderly manner and gather at the training grounds." Groans of reluctance filled the room. Naruto grumbled, "Why do we have to do a test in this heat?" His complaint was quickly met with agreement from the group of boys around him. Still, he wasn't actually worried about the test. When it came to overall performance, he, Sasuke, and Hinata consistently held the top 3 spots in the class. Despite their reluctance, the students had no choice but to follow their teacher's instructions. One by one, they got up from their seats and made their way to the training grounds. Meanwhile, Irika stood by the classroom door, watching the children pass by, his heart filled with determination. I must not let His Majesty down. The first-year students weren't the only ones on the training grounds, there were also students from the higher grades. At the Ninja Academy, the older the students, the more extracurricular skill-based lessons they had. Fortunately, the training grounds were spacious enough to accommodate both classes, leaving plenty of open space in the middle. The air buzzed with the sounds of daytime activity, and dappled shadows stretched beneath the trees. Many students couldn't help but be drawn toward the upperclassmen's side of the field. There, Niji and Tonari were engaged in a sparring session. Their small figures flickered rapidly across the open ground, clashing in quick, precise exchanges. Niji was the aggressor, launching relentless attacks, yet Tonari skillfully deflected every move. Since they were in a higher grade and considered top-tier students among their peers, their strength far surpassed that of Naruto and Sasuke's class. The younger students watched in awe. Prince Niji is amazing. Yeah, so strong. I think Tonari-senpai is really impressive too. Hinata listened to the excited chatter of the girls around her, feeling increasingly irritated. That show-off Niji is hogging the spotlight again. What was so handsome about him anyway? He always had that arrogant look on his face, acting superior just because he was born a little over a year earlier. She pouted at the thought. Meanwhile, Iruka noticed that his students were too distracted by the older kids to pay attention to their own lesson. His calls for them to get ready for their test were completely ignored, causing a flicker of frustration to rise within him. Everyone, get ready. I'll start calling names now. First up is the shuriken throwing assessment. Naruto noticed Iruka's predicament and couldn't help but snicker to himself. He even nudged Sasuke, motioning for him to watch. But in the next second, Iruka's furious roar echoed across the entire training ground. Everyone, stand still and prepare for the test. His voice was so loud that it even startled the upperclassmen in the distance. Niji, who was sparring with Tonari, got distracted for just a moment, enough time for Tonari to land a punch that sent him flying to the ground. Tonari looked surprised as well. He glanced down at Niji and quickly stepped forward to help him up. Niji let out a quiet sigh, grabbed Tonari's hand, and got back on his feet, rubbing his chest where he'd been hit. Are you all right? Niji gave a calm shake of his head and exchanged the seal of reconciliation with Tonari. As he rejoined the crowd, Kensuke eagerly tried to comfort him. Don't be discouraged, Prince Niji. You'll definitely win next time. Niji couldn't even be bothered to respond. He knew full well that there was still a considerable gap between himself and Tonari. Back to Naruto's group. Under Iruka's sudden eruption of authority, the students finally straightened up and behaved. They quickly realized that their new teacher wasn't to be trifled with. Compared to their previous teacher, Iruka had a much shorter temper. The first test was shuriken throwing. Since they were still in the lower grades, their skill levels varied greatly. Those from prestigious families had an advantage, having been exposed to ninja training from an early age. As expected, the prince and princess, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata, performed exceptionally well, earning cheers from their classmates. Seeing this, Iruka made a mental note. These three weren't just troublemakers, they actually had talent and skill. When it was a girl named Haruno Sakura's turn, her performance was somewhat underwhelming, and the girl's side immediately erupted in boos. Iruka was momentarily stunned, wondering, is there bullying going on in this class? Naruto secretly nudged Sasuke's arm and shot him a knowing look on purpose. Sasuke ignored him. Ever since the whole alternate world Hinata incident, he had learned that in another world, he would end up marrying this girl named Haruno Sakura. Since they started school, Naruto had laughed at him about it more than once. Still, Sasuke occasionally found himself paying attention to the pink-haired girl. After all, in another world, she was supposed to be his wife. The test continued one by one, taking quite some time and lasting all the way until noon. Afterward, Iruka called Haruno Sakura into his office for a private talk. He assured her that if she ever had any concerns, she could always come to him for help, and he would do everything he could to assist her. But Sakura didn't say anything. After all, it wasn't like the girls in class actively bullied her, they just didn't include her in their group. Of course, being isolated like that didn't feel great. But even if she told the teacher, she doubted there was anything he could do about it. Was he supposed to resolve their conflict with Princess Hinata? The teacher would surely side with Hinata. Neither she nor Ino was willing to bow their heads first. After leaving the office, Sakura planned to return to the classroom to have lunch with Ino. But as she reached the classroom door, she almost bumped into someone. Behind this person stood a group of followers. Hey, forehead. Do you not have eyes or what? Hurry up and apologize to His Highness. An unpleasant voice rang out immediately. It was only then that Sakura realized she had nearly bumped into Prince Sasuke. Haruno Sakura froze on the spot, while the person who had spoken reached out, seemingly intent on forcing her to comply. However, before the hand could even touch her, it was abruptly stopped. Sasuke had firmly seized the person's arm, his grip so tight that it made the boy wince. Sasuke frowned and said coldly, "Do I look like a school bully to you?" The boy panicked and quickly apologized. Sorry, Your Highness." He had only wanted to show off and curry favor with Sasuke, but his attempt at flattery had completely backfired. His fellow followers immediately pulled him away and shoved him aside. Sasuke paid him no mind. Instead, he glanced at Sakura, who was still standing there in a daze, then silently walked out of the classroom with his lunchbox in hand. Naruto, amused by the situation, couldn't help but take another look at Sakura before following Sasuke. The rest of the group quickly fell in line. Naruto was the first to catch up to Sasuke, barely holding back his laughter as he whispered, "Hero saving the damsel, huh?" Sasuke simply replied, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and eat, then we'll have time for a few more matches so I can test my new card deck. You still won't beat my first Hokage. We'll see about that." Ino came running over, rushing to Sakura's side with concern. "Sakura, are you okay? Did they bully you? Who was it? I'll go teach them a lesson." Sakura snapped out of her daze and looked at Ino in front of her. A flicker of light passed through her eyes, and gradually, her cheeks began to flush red. Sakura. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Hinata was calmly eating her lunch while watching the entire scene unfold. After some thought, she turned to the girls sitting around her and said, "I don't care what you think about Yamanaka Ino, but from now on, you are not to bully Haruno Sakura. Got it, big sis." Even after saying that, Hinata felt it wasn't quite enough. Sipping on her milk tea, she glanced at another unopened cup sitting beside her. "Whose is this?" It's mine, big sis." "If you want it, please take it," a timid-looking girl quickly raised her hand. Hinata picked up the fresh cup of milk tea and stood up from her seat, making her way toward Ino and Sakura. The others immediately put down their lunches and followed behind her. "Here," Hinata said, placing the milk tea on Sakura's desk. Sakura blinked in surprise at the drink that had suddenly appeared in front of her. Looking up, she saw Hinata standing there, with a group of girls behind her. "What do you want?" Ino immediately asked, her voice wary. Hinata ignored her and spoke directly to Sakura. "This is for you." Sakura was confused, glancing from Hinata to Ino before shaking her head. "I don't want it." Those words immediately angered the girls behind Hinata. "Forehead girl, how dare you refuse something from Big Sis? Big Sis is giving you milk tea, this is an honor for you. Don't be ungrateful." Sakura glanced at Ino but firmly shook her head again. "I don't want it." Ino added, "We can buy our own. We don't need your stuff." Hinata didn't get angry. She simply said to Sakura, "Suit yourself." Then, she turned and walked away. Her followers muttered complaints like, "So ungrateful," as they left. Once they were gone, Sakura turned to Ino and said, "They're just trying to mess with our friendship. Don't worry, Ino, I won't fall for it." Ino, touched, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, one of the girls walking beside Hinata asked, confused, "Why are you being so nice to that Sakura? Why do you ask so many questions?" Hinata replied. The timid-looking girl from before quietly slipped away from the group and returned to Sakura and Ino's table. Under their confused gazes, she awkwardly picked up the milk tea she had originally given up and took it back. Ino. Sakura. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 408, ch 408, Hinata's Friends. Ayano was pregnant. After confirming the news at the hospital, the entire family was overjoyed. "I'm going to have a little sister." Hinata hugged her mother, carefully pressing her face against Ayano's belly, trying to sense the tiny life growing inside. They all still remembered how the Hinata from the other world had once mentioned that Hinata would have a younger sister. Hinata had always longed to become a real big sister. It hasn't even fully formed yet. What could you possibly hear? Ayano chuckled at her daughter's excitement. She felt at ease, whether it was a boy or a girl, it was still her child. Besides, Neji, Naruto, and Sasuke all called her Mom as well. "I can feel it. My little sister is calling me Big Sis," Hinata declared seriously, making everyone burst into laughter. Naruto, full of curiosity, asked, "Really? Let me hear too." Being a few months younger than Sasuke, he also liked the idea of having a little sister who would call him Big Brother. Hinata lifted her face from Ayano's belly and looked at Naruto. She said, "She doesn't like you as a big brother." Only then did Naruto realize he had been tricked. He groaned in frustration. While feeling happy for Ayano, Natsu also felt a bit frustrated. She pulled Makoto aside and quietly questioned her, "Didn't you say you didn't want children?" Makoto felt a little guilty. I didn't do it on purpose. I thought I was being careful. Seeing the grievance on Natsu's face, Makoto pulled her into an embrace and said, don't worry. These things can't be rushed. When the time is right, we'll naturally have a child too. Natsu rested her face against Makoto's chest and murmured, from now on, when you're with me, don't finish outside. Otherwise, don't even think about me going to Ayarine's room with you again to serve you together. Makoto. The arrival of the little life inside Ayano's belly filled the household with joy and excitement. Ayano once again enjoyed the pampering she had experienced during her previous pregnancy. Other women in the household eagerly took over the chores, and Ayano accepted their care with peace of mind, happily indulging in it. But the happiest and most excited of all was undoubtedly Hinata. Now, the first thing she did after school was rush home to be with her mother. Ayano laughed and said, a baby takes 10 months to be born. Are you going to do this every day? With her pregnancy, many people came to visit the house, such as Samui, the 10 crown guards, and Hizashi. The 10 crown guards, except for Hokage Tsunade and Anko, all sent their gifts one after another. The first to arrive were Hakumen, Kakashi, and Guy. They were extremely respectful, and after presenting their gifts, they didn't stay long before taking their leave. Shursue was brought by Itachi, while Kabuto came alone. For Mei and Pakura, it was their first time visiting the Imperial Palace. However, it was completely different from the ultimate luxury they had imagined. Instead of a grand and opulent residence fitting for an emperor, the place felt like a warm and lively family home. There weren't even any servants. Seeing how cheerful and harmonious everyone was, Mei couldn't help but feel a deep sense of envy. A soft emotion stirred in her heart, and she found herself fantasizing, what if she could become a part of this home in the future? Ayari and the others were very polite to Mei and Pakura, making them feel welcome. After cautiously setting down their gifts and exchanging some pleasantries, the two of them left together. Upon stepping out of the palace, Pakura noticed the thoughtful look on Mei's face and said, what's wrong? Feeling envious? Mei simply smiled. What? You're not. Pakura replied, if you're envious, then go after what you want. Meanwhile, Niji also arrived with his friends. Tonari, Yugo, the chubby boy Kensuke, and Dato all accompanied him. Kensuke and Dato had insisted on coming along. Their fathers held high positions, one was the minister of the scientific engineering department, while the other was the deputy minister. Ayari and the others were even more enthusiastic toward the children. Looking at this warm and bustling household, Tonari felt a wave of longing deep inside. After they left, Niji noticed the slightly wistful expression on Tonari's face and asked, what's wrong? Nothing, Tonari said with a smile. I just suddenly feel like you're really lucky, Niji. Niji couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking? You can always come to my house whenever you want. Tonari smiled but didn't say anything. Let's go. Let's visit the archery range this afternoon. Niji suggested. Since it was the start of a new month, he had just received his allowance and was feeling quite confident. Hearing this, Kensuke immediately said, Your Highness, the archery range belongs to one of my relatives. If we go, we can play for free, and drinks and snacks are also on the house. Niji fell silent for a few seconds. Why didn't you say that earlier? He had been looking forward to this for days. Kensuke looked puzzled. Huh? But didn't I mention it the other day? I even said I wanted to take you all there, but you refused. Shut up. That afternoon, the group arrived at the archery range. Just as Kensuke had said, his relative was the owner. Upon hearing that Prince Niji was visiting, the owner's attitude became even more enthusiastic, bowing and fawning over him. Niji had long been used to such behavior, he had encountered too many people like this before. They reserved a quieter area for themselves, but unexpectedly ran into two familiar faces. Mitarashi Anko and Nohara Rin. Miss Anko, Miss Rin. Niji greeted them with great respect and politeness. Oh, it's you guys. Anko glanced at Niji and his group, her tone indifferent. She then looked at Kensuke for a moment and said, Aren't you that little chubby kid who cut in line? Kensuke looked embarrassed and quickly replied, I've changed my ways. Kensuke quickly added, This archery range belongs to my relative. Lady Anko, you can play here for free. Anko didn't respond to that but instead turned to Niji. She remained silent for a moment, as if unsure how to phrase her question, before finally saying, So, you're getting another little sister? Rin, standing beside her, was taken aback. Niji smiled. Ah, yes, Ayano mom is pregnant. Rin looked a bit dazed, glancing between Anko and Niji. Anko simply said, I see. Nothing important. You guys go ahead and play. Niji understood Anko's personality well enough. Not wanting to disturb her, he led his group to another spot. Only then did Rin turn to Anko and ask, What was that about? What do you mean? I mean, the pregnancy. Oh, just that guy's woman is pregnant. What's so surprising about that? He's got 5 women in his household. Rin pursed her lips. How do you know so fast? Even I didn't know. Anko smirked and looked at her. I'm a one of the 10 crowns, of course I get news faster than you. Hakumen, Kakashi, and Guy came looking for me, wanting to visit them together, but I refused. Rin didn't say anything, her gaze drifting toward Niji and his group in the distance, her mind wandering. After a moment, she murmured, in just a few more years. His child will already be growing up. Anko drew her bow, straightened her back, and fixed her gaze on the target ahead. With a swift release of the string, the arrow shot forward, piercing the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy. She said indifferently, "What, are you thinking about having a child too? With who? You know the answer yourself." The sky darkened quickly. After having dinner with Anko, Rin walked home alone. Her thoughts were scattered, and before she realized it, she had wandered near the imperial palace. Looking at the distant pavilion with its lights unlit, a wave of melancholy washed over her. At this hour, he was probably with his pregnant wife. In the morning, Hinata was woken up by the alarm clock, faintly hearing rustling sounds coming from the living room. She was always an early riser, only Naruto was the type to stay in bed. After brushing her teeth, washing up, and changing her clothes, Hinata first went to her mother's room. She saw that her mother was already awake, sitting up in bed reading a book, while her father was still sound asleep beside her. Walking to the other side of the bed, she hugged her mother and gently pressed her face against her mother's belly, speaking in an unusually soft tone, "Good morning, little sister. Let's have a happy day today." Then, she moved to the side where her father was sleeping and pinched his nose. Within seconds, Makoto woke up, gasping for air. Seeing Hinata's mischievous grin, he groggily mumbled, "Go away, let me sleep a little longer." But Hinata tugged at his cheeks with both hands and said, "No more sleeping. Mom is already awake, so you need to get up and take care of Mom and little sister." Makoto had no choice but to sit up slowly, sighing, all right. I need to get dressed." Only then did Hinata stick out her tongue playfully before skipping out of the room. Ayano, watching the scene with a smile, asked gently, "Do you want to sleep a bit longer?" Makoto yawned, "I should probably get up now." Hinata then made her way to her brother's room. Niji was already up, his routine was the most disciplined among the children, always waking up the earliest. When she entered, she saw that Sasuke had just finished putting on his clothes. Sasuke was startled and said helplessly, "Knock on the door." Hinata looked at Naruto, who was still sound asleep under the covers, seemingly having a pleasant dream with a smile on his face. Sleeping in again. She walked straight to Naruto's bedside, took off her slippers, and placed her foot on his face. Sasuke watched the scene unfold and thought to himself that the morning was bound to be chaotic again. Without interfering, he simply left the room. A few seconds later, a furious roar echoed through the inner halls of the palace. "Hina, ta!" In the living room, Kushina heard the commotion and sighed helplessly, thinking, those two siblings are at it again. At school, Hinata appeared cool and aloof, but at home, she was undeniably willful and mischievous. Most of the girls in her class were followers, and even upperclassmen would respectfully address her as Lady Hinata when they saw her. Even the teachers were no exception. She had long since grown used to this, after all, she was a princess. Anything she wanted, she could have. No matter where she went, she was the center of attention. The only thing she wasn't entirely satisfied with was that she had never received a love letter. Although she didn't think much of the boys in her class, it still bothered her that all of her followers had been confessed to at least once, while she had not. As for Ino and Sakura, Hinata never really thought about doing anything to them, and she didn't care what her followers did either. However, what Hinata hadn't expected was that Sakura would suddenly hand Sasuke a love letter in front of the entire class. This bold act immediately made her the target of silent resentment from the other girls in the class. This act immediately made the girls in the class secretly resent Haruno Sakura. Sasuke is already incredibly handsome, and his status is beyond noble. He is the untouchable white moonlight in our hearts. And yet, you, Haruno Sakura, dare to confess to him. As expected, Sasuke didn't even bother to read the contents of the letter before rejecting her outright. He frowned inwardly, thinking, is this girl crazy? Sakura hadn't expected such cold and decisive rejection. Sasuke didn't even glance at what she had written, despite the effort she had put in, rewriting the letter multiple times, choosing the perfect words, carefully selecting the prettiest stationery. This left her heartbroken and unable to accept reality. She ran out of the classroom. Meanwhile, the girls in the class sneered and mocked her misfortune. She totally deserved that. That wide forehead actually had the audacity to confess to Prince Sasuke. As if she ever stood a chance. Did she really think she was worthy of Prince Sasuke? Hinata watched Sakura run out of the classroom, lost in thought. Could I have been mistaken? Maybe Sasuke really doesn't have any interest in her. Beside Hinata, two girls continued to gossip and belittle Sakura. Big sis, you also think Haruno Sakura is completely unworthy of Prince Sasuke, right? Hinata replied indifferently, what Sasuke likes has nothing to do with me. But inwardly, she scoffed, if Sakura isn't good enough, do you all think you are? At least Sakura is willing to stand up for her friends, even if it means going against the entire class. That alone makes her better than you spineless sycophants. Hinata had never thought much of the girls constantly buzzing around her, but since they followed her around calling her big sis, she didn't mind keeping them close. Having people to run errands and copy homework for her was convenient, after all. In Hinata's mind, the only people truly worth calling friends were Niji's companions, Tonari and Yugo. Those two were interesting. Thinking about this, she suddenly felt like getting to know Sakura a little better. Irika noticed Sakura crying on the playground, with Ino beside her offering comfort. Concerned, he hurried over to ask what had happened. Sakura wiped her tears and said, I'm fine, Irika-sensei. Irika's expression turned serious as he said firmly, Sakura, don't be afraid. If you've been wronged, you can tell me. No matter who it is, I will stand up for you. Over the past few days, he had come to understand the different cliques in the class and knew that Ino and Sakura were not well liked by Hinata and her group. Sakura still shook her head. I'm really fine. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Irika then turned to Ino. Ino, can you tell me what happened? Ino also replied, it's nothing, Irika-sensei. You don't have to worry about us. There was no way she could tell the teacher about this kind of thing, so she chose to keep it hidden for Sakura's sake. But in Irika's mind, this only confirmed his suspicion, Sakura and Ino were being bullied and threatened. This made him furious. Even if she is the emperor's daughter, she can't just go around bullying others like this. When the emperor entrusted this class to him, didn't he specifically instruct him to educate these children properly? During class, Irika walked up to the podium with a stern expression. His gaze swept across the classroom, pausing on Hinata for an extra second. He spoke calmly but firmly. As classmates, you should all treat each other with kindness and unity. I don't want to see any incidents of serious bullying in this class. After these words, the classroom fell completely silent. I saw Haruno Sakura crying on the playground today. Can anyone tell me what happened? Hinata noticed that while Irika was speaking, his gaze seemed to land on her specifically. She froze for a moment, thinking, does Irika-sensei think I bullied her? The classroom remained silent, and Sakura kept her head lowered. Irika's expression darkened. I hope that whoever is responsible for this will step forward and admit it. Irika-sensei. Ino suddenly interrupted him. Sakura is fine. You don't need to keep looking into this. But Irika insisted, Ino, don't be afraid. No matter who the bully is, I will stand up for you. Hearing this, Hinata couldn't help but roll her eyes. Of course, since she had Byakugan, she didn't actually need to roll them. Irika seemed ready to press further, but at that moment, another female student spoke up. Irika-sensei, Sakura gave Prince Sasuke a love letter today and got rejected. That's why she was crying, right? The entire class erupted into laughter. Sakura, who had been lying on her desk, couldn't take it anymore. Her face turned red, and she ran out of the classroom. Ino panicked and hurried after her, but not before shooting a glare at Irika. Irika stood there, momentarily stunned. He looked at Sasuke, then at Hinata. A love letter. Are kids these days really this mature? The classroom was a mess, most students found the situation amusing and treated Sakura as a joke. But Hinata was irritated by all the noise. She suddenly raised her voice. Stop laughing. The laughter stopped instantly. To them, the big sis's words carried more weight than the teacher's. Hinata then got up from her seat and casually told Irika, I'm going to the restroom, before leaving the classroom. As Irika pieced everything together, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. He realized that his actions had likely hurt Sakura's pride. He opened his mouth, wanting to apologize, but with both Hinata and Sakura gone, he didn't know who to direct his apology to. In the end, he could only focus on maintaining classroom order. Meanwhile, on Naruto and Sasuke's side. Aren't you going to check on her? Naruto whispered to Sasuke. What does it have to do with me? Sasuke replied coolly. Hinata found Sakura and Ino at the playground. The two of them were sitting on the rubber flooring inside the chain-link fence. Sakura seemed to have cried again, while Ino was relentlessly trying to comfort her. As Hinata got closer, she heard Ino badmouthing both the teacher and Sasuke. Saying things like, Irika-sensei is an idiot, and, Sasuke isn't even that great, in an annoyed tone. Ino glared at Hinata warily. What do you want? Hinata crossed her arms, standing on the other side of the chain-link fence, her expression indifferent. She said flatly, that guy Sasuke really isn't anything special. Both Sakura and Ino were momentarily stunned. Hinata continued, always acting all high and mighty, but he can't even beat me in a fight. Sakura wiped her tears and mumbled weakly, I think Prince Sasuke is really great. Hinata shot her a sideways glance. Besides being somewhat good-looking, what's so great about him? After everything that happened today, he didn't even bother coming out to check on you. You still think that's great? Sakura shook her head and said, this has nothing to do with Prince Sasuke. It was my own decision. Hinata replied, you really are an idiot. Sakura lowered her head and didn't respond. Seeing this, Ino asked, then why did you come out here? Hinata gazed into the distance and said, because I'm his sister, that's why. Sakura hesitated before saying, but I heard Prince Sasuke is actually older than you. Before she could finish, Hinata's expression instantly darkened, making Sakura freeze and shut her mouth in fear. Ino observed Hinata thoughtfully, sensing that she didn't actually have any ill intentions. The warm afternoon, the quiet schoolyard, the incessant chirping of cicadas, and the occasional gust of wind. Hey! Hinata suddenly spoke. Sakura and Ino looked up at her. I'll treat you to milk tea. You coming or not? We have money, Ino replied. Hinata started walking toward the school gate without looking back. Then you can treat me. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 409, ch 409, Dad and the moms went out to have fun. In the classroom, as lunchtime arrived, the students all took out the bento meals their parents had prepared early in the morning. As soon as Hinata opened her lunchbox, she immediately knew that today's bento was made by Natsumom, only Natsumom would arrange the food so delicately and thoughtfully. With 4 children in the family, preparing both breakfast and lunchboxes at the same time was too much for one person. That's why the one who made breakfast wasn't always the same person who made the bentos. Fortunately, their kitchen was large enough for 2 people to work together. At that moment, Sakura suddenly walked over, holding her lunchbox with both hands. The group of girls surrounding Hinata all turned their eyes toward her. Hinata, classmate, this is the eel my mom made. Would you like to try some? For a moment, everyone present was stunned, including Hinata herself. Everyone knew that Lady Hinata didn't get along with Ino and Sakura. But what was this Haruno Sakura doing now? Was she trying to show goodwill? One of the girls next to Hinata spoke up, forehead girl, do you really think Big Sis would eat a commoner's bento like yours? Sakura stood there silently, still holding the lunchbox in both hands. After going home yesterday, she had excitedly told her parents that she had met the princess. Her mother had been delighted and specially made some eel for her to bring to the princess today. Hinata glanced at Ino, who was sitting not far away and also watching the scene unfold. Resting her chin lightly on her hand while holding her chopsticks, Hinata spoke in a calm tone, just leave it here. It was hard to tell if those words were meant to express happiness or not, neither warm nor cold, making Sakura feel a little uneasy. Ino couldn't help but speak up. Hey, you're accepting someone's gift, and you can't even say thank you. Her words were like a spark to a powder keg, instantly igniting the crowd around Hinata. What kind of person do you think you are to deserve a thank you from Big Sis? Big Sis eating your food is your honor. Words like these came pouring out one after another. Hinata frowned and said, enough. Stop. The noisy group immediately fell silent. Then, Hinata turned to Sakura and said, bring me your bento. Sakura was confused but, seeing Hinata's expression, she obediently returned to her seat, picked up her lunchbox, and brought it over. Hinata then used her chopsticks to pick up some food from her own bento and placed it into Sakura's lunchbox. You should try my mother's cooking too. Sakura froze in place, staring at the extra food in her bento. No need to say thank you, Hinata said flatly. Oh. It took a moment for Sakura to snap out of it, then she held her lunchbox with both hands and returned to her seat. Meanwhile, the group of girls around Hinata was completely shocked. Why was Lady Hinata being so nice to this Sakura? Weren't they supposed to be enemies? Why did things suddenly turn out like this? Suddenly, a girl placed her lunchbox in front of Hinata and eagerly said, Big Sis, do you want to try mine? The others quickly followed suit, mimicking her actions, taking out their lunches and placing them in front of Hinata. In no time, her table was piled high with food. Feeling a bit impatient, Hinata said, enough, just eat your own lunch. I have plenty. Only then did everyone reluctantly take back their bento boxes. The girl who had first offered hers glanced jealously at Sakura, who was sitting not far away. Meanwhile, over at Sakura and Ino's side. Sakura shared the food Hinata had given her with Ino. After taking a bite, Ino commented, it tastes pretty good. I think so too. Well, it is made by the Imperial Consort, after all, Sakura said. Hearing this, Ino seemed to realize something and took another bite. It is delicious. That Hinata was as arrogant and annoying as ever, but her mother's cooking was undeniably good. Besides, this was food made by the imperial consort. How many ordinary people ever got the chance to taste something like this? On the playground, beneath a large tree. After finishing lunch, Naruto and Sasuke had their empty bento boxes promptly taken away by their subordinates to be washed. There was still plenty of time before afternoon classes began, making this the perfect time for students to gather and play. A small group of kids had formed, watching two people play a card game while those around them pointed and commented. Just then, Sasuke noticed a familiar figure approaching. It was Kensuke, and he was waving at him. Of course, Sasuke knew who he was, one of Niji's followers and the son of Minister Tanagawa. Prince Sasuke, Prince Naruto. Kensuke called out, pulling Sasuke and Naruto away from the crowd, his expression full of secrecy. What is it? Naruto asked. I've got something good here, thought I'd gift it to you too, Kensuke said with a mischievous grin. What is it? Naruto asked with amusement. At that, Kensuke pulled out an exquisite wooden box and slowly opened it in front of them. Inside lay two cards, resting silently. The cards were face down, but the moment Naruto and Sasuke saw them, their breathing involuntarily quickened. Legendary cards. Neither of them rushed to grab them. Instead, Sasuke eyed Kensuke and asked, "Where did you get these?" "I got lucky and pulled them," Kensuke chuckled. "I don't really care for this game myself, so I figured I'd give them to you too." Lucky enough to pull two limited edition legendary cards? Yeah, right. Sasuke didn't believe it for a second. He figured Kensuke must have spent a lot of money to get them. He asked again, "One of them isn't Uchiha Shursue, is it?" Kensuke chuckled. "I told you I pulled them myself. Of course, it's not the one from the school collection." He reached out and flipped the two cards over, revealing them to Naruto and Sasuke. The cards had intricate golden borders, with a large crown symbol in the upper left corner. In the center, each featured a character striking an incredibly cool pose, crafted with exquisite detail. Hatake Kakashi. Might Guy. Naruto asked, "You're giving these to us?" Kensuke grinned. "I don't even play the game. Keeping them would be pointless for me. And don't bring up money, it doesn't cost much to pull a few cards." Naruto and Sasuke fell silent, exchanging glances. They could both see the excitement in each other's eyes. Without another word, Kensuke shoved the two cards into their hands. "All right, I'll be heading back now." Sasuke hesitated for a moment before saying, "Thanks, Kensuke." Kensuke's smile widened even further, his chubby face scrunching up in a way that made him look both simple and amusing. Once he was gone, Naruto turned to Sasuke. "I want yours." Sasuke sighed helplessly and handed him the Might Guy card. Naruto played with his new card, grinning ear to ear. Sasuke muttered, "Now we owe him a favor." Naruto shrugged. "Isn't Kensuke a friend of Niji's? I doubt you'll have any trouble paying him back." Sasuke didn't feel like thinking about it anymore. Instead, the two of them returned to the crowd, eager to test the strength of their new cards. Province of Lightning, Iron Blade City. This place was once the land of iron, but after the empire was established, its capital became just another city. However, its original cultural characteristics had been well preserved. A land of extreme cold, a city of samurai. Using his space-time abilities, Makoto brought the women of his household here for a visit. During the previous 5 Kage summit, he had only brought the Ayari and Ayano sisters along. This time, he also brought Makoto, Kushina, and Natsu to explore the city. Unlike Konoha, this place wasn't as bustling, nor was it overly modernized. The pedestrians on the streets were mostly dressed in traditional kimonos, making it a refreshing sight for those accustomed to Konoha's atmosphere. After mastering space-time abilities, traveling anywhere became much easier for Makoto, especially to places like Iron Blade City, which had a Solarite tower serving as a clear coordinate. The Emperor's arrival didn't alarm anyone. Blending in like ordinary people, the group leisurely strolled through the streets. Ayano was still early in her pregnancy, so she had no trouble keeping up. Accompanying women on a shopping trip was dull, especially when there were 5 of them. As they exited a women's clothing store, they noticed the streets suddenly bustling with movement. People were hurrying in the same direction. What's going on? No idea. The unusual scene piqued Ayari and the others' curiosity. Makoto casually stopped a passerby to ask, and that's when they found out someone was challenging a dojo. In a city where samurai culture thrived, it was only natural that its swordsmanship traditions were deeply rooted as well. A dojo challenge? I want to watch. Kushina said excitedly. Then let's go take a look, Ayari also said. Makoto led his wives along with the crowd, eventually arriving at the entrance of a grandly decorated sword dojo. However, the place was packed with people, making it impossible to enter. So many people. Is the master of this dojo really famous? A passerby overheard and glanced at them. You must be outsiders if you don't even know about Lord Shin. Lord Shin. That's Lord Takumi Shin. He's the most renowned sword master in our land. Makoto pondered for a moment and then asked, who's the challenger? Not sure. Something like Dra. Mihawk. Normally, Lord Shin doesn't even bother with these dojo challengers, his disciples handle them. No idea why he decided to fight personally this time. Makoto activated his divine sight and, with Ayari and the others, teleported straight into the dojo. Under his intentional concealment, no one could see them. At the center of the dojo, Dracula Mihawk was facing off against a young man, while disciples sat in neat rows on either side, watching in silence. Makoto's curiosity was piqued. So Mihawk actually came all the way to the land of iron to challenge a dojo. He observed Takumi Shin. There wasn't a trace of chakra in his body, confirming he was an ordinary person, yet he carried the presence of a true warrior. The two combatants quickly began their duel, both wielding real swords. Their figures blurred as their blades clashed in a dazzling exchange. To the spectators, it seemed like an evenly matched fight, but Makoto could tell that Mihawk was deliberately holding back. If he wanted to, he could stand there and let the opponent slash at him without taking any real damage. But then, something unexpected happened. Takumi Shin's katana grazed Mihawk's cheek, drawing blood. The fight continued a while longer before both combatants stopped, ending in a draw. They're incredible, Ayari couldn't help but remark. Yeah. And neither of them are ninja, yet they seem even stronger than ninjas. Kushina nodded in agreement. Makoto contemplated for a moment before murmuring, interesting. News of the dojo challenge spread quickly, causing an uproar among the crowd waiting outside. Mihawk was invited as an honored guest of the dojo to exchange insights on swordsmanship, while Makoto took his wives and left. Just then, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. One landed on Natsu's palm, melting instantly into a cool droplet of water. How beautiful, she murmured, tilting her head to gaze at the sky. Why don't we stay here for the night? Kushina suddenly suggested. Makoto chuckled. What about the kids at home? If we don't go back, won't they be starving after school? Kushina dismissed the concern with a carefree wave. Skipping one meal won't kill them. They'll be missing breakfast and lunch for tomorrow too. Makoto then said, they're not that helpless. If they're hungry, they'll figure something out. I'll leave them a note before we settle in. We can stay here tonight. Hearing this, Ayari shot a glance at Makoto, suspicion flashing in her eyes. What kind of mischief is this guy up to now? The last time she and her sister were here with him, that night had been. Remembering it, her face turned slightly red. Makoto seemed to notice her expression and leaned in to whisper by her ear, hey, I wasn't the one who suggested staying this time. Ayari just glared at him, her cheeks still flushed. Noticing this, Natsu curiously asked, what are you two whispering about? Makoto grinned. Nothing much. Let's go find a place to stay first. Later, we can go out again, this weather is perfect for grilled meat and a little sake. Hearing that, the women's eyes lit up in anticipation. Makoto smiled gently and said, it's nice to take a break once in a while. Let's not worry about the kids. Natsu stretched lazily and added, and we won't have to wake up early to make their bento in the morning. Ayari glanced at the seemingly carefree Natsu and secretly thought to herself, go ahead and enjoy yourself now, let's see how this troublemaker torments you tonight. Her gaze then swept over Kushina and Makoto, and suddenly, she felt her face grow unbearably hot. Being with them, that's something I haven't experienced yet. Hinata was the first to arrive home. She wanted to spend some time with her mother, but the living room was empty, giving the house a strangely quiet feeling. On the coffee table, there was a note written in her father's handwriting. Out with your mothers. Settle dinner on your own. Father. Hinata glanced toward the kitchen and instinctively touched her stomach. None of them knew how to cook. She clenched the note in her hand, silently blaming her unreliable parents. When Niji and the others returned, she told them about the situation. What should we do? Should we try cooking? Naruto suggested. Forget it. We'll just end up turning the kitchen into a disaster, Niji shook his head. We could go to Itachi and II place and have him feed us, Sasuke suddenly proposed. That idea immediately brightened everyone's eyes. Niji couldn't help but sigh internally, they really felt like a bunch of abandoned kids at the moment. Since Itachi lived near the palace, the four of them left together. When they arrived, they saw that his house was lit from within. Niji took the lead, stepping up to knock on the door while the other three stood behind him. Itachi and II. The door opened, revealing Itachi, and the scent of delicious food wafted out from inside, making Niji's stomach grow even hungrier. Itachi and Niji started to speak but suddenly noticed that Itachi wasn't alone. A beautiful girl was sitting inside, Uchiha Izumi. Niji remembered her. She was close to Itachi. Oh no. Itachi and I is on a date. Are we interrupting? The word stuck in Niji's throat. We're fine. Wrong house. He quickly blurted out, grabbing the door handle and shutting the door before Itachi could react. Naruto and Sasuke looked confused, having not seen what was inside. Go, go, go. Find somewhere else, Niji urged, practically dragging them away. By the time Itachi opened the door again, Niji and the others were already long gone. These guys. What were they up to? He muttered, feeling puzzled. Itachi, dinner's ready, Izumi's voice called from inside the house. A smile returned to Itachi's face as he turned back inside and closed the door. Itachi and I was on a date with a girl, so it wouldn't be right to disturb him, Niji explained to Sasuke and the others. I'm so hungry. Hinata crouched down, clutching her stomach, and looked up at Niji with pleading eyes. Niji and I'm starving. Niji sighed. Now she remembers I'm her older brother, huh? Let's go find a restaurant in town. We don't have money, X3. I'll pay. Thank you, Niji and I. Naruto and Sasuke dramatically clung to Niji's arms from both sides, making him grimace. Just as the four of them were about to head toward the streets, a familiar figure emerged from the palace. It was Samui. She noticed them and asked in surprise, why are the four young lords out here? Niji glanced toward the palace loft, noting that the lights were already out, then turned back to her and asked, Miss Samui, just finished work? Hearing that, Hinata inwardly complained about her father. The emperor is out having fun while leaving all the work to his subordinates. Father and the mothers went out to have fun, so we're heading into town for dinner, she explained. Samui was surprised. Is that so? His Majesty isn't home. She looked at the four children in front of her, seemingly lost in thought. Then, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. If the young lords don't mind, you can come over to my place. I have a friend named Mabui, she's quite a good cook. Really? As long as you don't mind. Thank you, Miss Samui. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 410, ch 410, Do You Want a Boyfriend? In the morning, as the sun rose, 5 delicate bodies lay sprawled across the inn's room, partially covered by the blanket, with discarded clothing scattered around. The battle from last night had been fierce, but Makoto woke up feeling refreshed. He walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, and let the warm sunlight flood in, drawing a chorus of drowsy complaints from the women behind him. A heavy snowfall overnight had blanketed the rooftops outside, creating a beautiful scene. They had booked the entire inn and were staying in the loft, ensuring their privacy from any prying eyes. Still half asleep, Ayari lifted her head and saw Makoto about to leave the room. She asked, Where are you going? To prepare breakfast. Oh. Ayari let her head fall back onto the pillow. But nearby, Natsu was already awake, her bright eyes fixed on Ayari. Unlike the others, she didn't seem sleepy at all. Noticing Ayari looking at her, Natsu blinked and then giggled. What are you laughing at, you dummy? Ayari said with a chuckle, closing her eyes, intending to go back to sleep. Natsu carefully got up, put on her clothes, draped a thick cloak over herself, and quietly left the room. The inn's corridor was silent and empty. Using her Byakugan, she scanned the surroundings and spotted Makoto outside on the street, standing in front of a breakfast stall. What are you doing here? Makoto asked as Natsu appeared beside him. I couldn't sleep, Natsu said, hugging his arm affectionately. The breakfast stall owner, watching the two of them, chuckled and remarked, You two make such a loving couple. Hearing this, Natsu's smile grew even brighter. Makoto gently stroked her hair and said with a teasing smile, You haven't even washed up yet, have you? Nope, Natsu admitted cheerfully. Like a girl in the throes of young love, Natsu had moments where she was far more clingy than Ayari or the others. Even back home, she always found ways to steal moments alone with Makoto, just to be close to him. Are we heading back today? Natsu asked. What else? Niji and the others are still at home with no one to look after them. Natsu let out a sigh. Kids are such a hassle. We spend so much of our time on them. Makoto raised an eyebrow. So now you think kids are troublesome? Don't want any more. Natsu wrinkled her nose and said, We still have to have them. Otherwise, I'll be the only one without a child. After buying breakfast, the two strolled leisurely back to the inn, where they found the others already up. Some were tidying their appearances, while others were washing up. Once everyone had finished getting ready and eaten breakfast, Makoto opened a portal in the inn's room that connected directly to their home. As the others stepped through one by one, preparing to leave, Natsu suddenly grabbed Makoto's arm, holding him back. Makoto looked at her in surprise. What is it? Instead of answering right away, Natsu pressed her body against his and whispered softly, there's nothing urgent waiting for us back home, so why don't we stay a little longer? Makoto's lips curled into an amused smirk. Didn't get enough last night. There were too many people last night. It's different when it's just the two of us. For a little while, I want you all to myself. After Ayari and the others returned home, they noticed that Makoto and Natsu hadn't followed behind, which made them feel puzzled. Where are they? They didn't come back with us. After a moment of thought, Ayano couldn't help but say, those two, seriously. Kushina nudged Makoto's arm with a playful smile and said teasingly, they're even thirstier than you. Makoto shot her a glare. Yesterday, Samui not only invited Niji and the others to her home for dinner but also thoughtfully considered their breakfast and lunch for the next day. She woke up early with Mabui to prepare everything and then brought the meals to the palace to deliver breakfast and bento boxes to the children. This made the kids feel incredibly grateful, thinking that Samui was an especially kind and gentle person. Hinata had previously harbored some reservations about Samui, believing that this stunningly beautiful woman who stayed by her father's side every day surely had ulterior motives. But after visiting her home last night, she found that Samui and her friends were warm and welcoming, treating them differently from those outsiders who simply flattered them. Mabui, in particular, left a strong impression. Her cooking was delicious, she was gentle, and she was also very beautiful, making it easy for people to like her. And now, with Samui personally delivering breakfast and lunch, Hinata and the others were completely won over. Sakura and Ino also noticed something unusual. Hinata's bento today seemed to have been made by a different person than the day before. The style was completely different, though still equally delicious. This odd dynamic made Sakura start to think that Hinata might actually be a decent person, just someone who didn't smile much. Ino, however, still thought Hinata was arrogant and hard to get along with. There was no way she would lower herself to talk to her first. Due to its booming business, Konoha's milk tea shop had opened several branches, and the one near the Ninja Academy was always crowded with students after school. But with each cup costing nearly 500 ryo, most kids didn't have enough pocket money to afford it regularly. Those who came here often weren't from ordinary families. Of course, there were also cases like Hinata's followers, who tagged along with their leader and never had to pay for themselves. Inside the milk tea shop, two familiar figures entered. Sitting by the window, Hinata glanced toward the street outside and spotted Niji standing under a telephone pole. Hinata. A gentle voice sounded by her ear. Very few people would address her so directly. Among her peers, aside from a few older brothers, only Tonari and Hyuga would do so. Tonari held 2 cups of milk tea, having come in with Kensuke to buy them. His handsome and soft features immediately caused the girls around Hinata to blush. Tonari-senpai. Hinata sipped her drink through the straw, resting her cheek on her hand as she looked at Tonari. Call me big sister. Tonari, however, smiled warmly and said, you're younger than me. You should be calling me big brother instead. Hinata pouted, turned her gaze toward the window, and ignored him. I'm leaving, Hinata. After leaving the milk tea shop, Tonari joined Niji and Yugo, who were waiting under the telephone pole, and they left together. Tonari-senpai is so handsome. Yeah, and he's really gentle too. Hinata overheard the girls around her swooning. They often said the same about Sasuke, Niji, and Naruto, yet she wondered if they even knew who they actually liked. Big sis, does Tonari-senpai have a girl he likes? What kind of girl does he like? Her followers eagerly questioned her. Annoyed, Hinata casually answered, he likes guys. The girls around her instantly froze, their faces stiff with disbelief. They clearly couldn't handle that idea. The next day, just before noon, Niji took the initiative to seek out Hinata. It was you, wasn't it? What? Hinata looked confused. The rumor that Tonari likes men, Niji said, frowning. That story is spreading everywhere now. Hinata was momentarily stunned. She had only said it offhandedly, had it really spread so far? Thinking back to the group of girls around her at the time, her expression darkened. I'm going to find them and settle this. Find who? Niji asked, his face completely unreadable. Didn't those words come from your own mouth? Hinata froze on the spot, falling silent. Niji was right, those words had come from her own mouth. If she went after the one spreading the rumor, wouldn't that mean she was avoiding her own responsibility as the source? Seeing his younger sister like this, Niji sighed and said, think carefully about how you're going to fix this. He had only heard about it when he arrived at school that morning. The way their classmates had been whispering and pointing at their group had been unsettling, so he had Kensuke investigate. When he found out about the rumor, he was even more disturbed. Some people were even saying that Tonari liked him. The thought made Niji shudder. He obviously didn't believe such nonsense, so he traced the source back to Hinata and came to confront her. Hinata furrowed her brows, remained silent for a moment, then simply said, "I'll handle it." With that, she turned and walked back to her classroom. As soon as she stepped inside, her usual followers greeted her with their usual flattering smiles. But this time, Hinata felt nothing but disgust and resentment. One of the girls spoke up, trying to curry favor. "Big sis, Prince Niji came to see you again." Hinata cast her a cold glance, then swept her gaze over the others. "Did I say yesterday that Tonari liked men?" The girls stiffened for a moment, then quickly realized what she was getting at. They immediately started denying responsibility, insisting that they hadn't spread the rumor. Their panicked yet sincere expressions only made Hinata even more irritated. "Big sis, you have to believe me." Hinata took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. "Enough. You don't need to say anything more." She pulled all her books out of her desk and added, "From now on, don't call me Big Sis. Don't follow me around anymore." As her so-called followers stood there, stunned, Hinata turned and walked toward Sakura and Ino. Stopping beside Sakura's seat, she looked at the girl sitting next to her and said, "You. Switch seats with me." The girl was caught off guard, but seeing Hinata's unhappy expression, she quickly stood up and said, "Okay," before hastily gathering her things. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Hinata took a seat right beside Sakura. Sakura looked at Hinata, who had an unapproachable expression. After some hesitation, she couldn't help but ask, "Princess Hinata, are you okay?" Hinata glanced sideways at Sakura, thinking that the girl was too timid. Fortunately, she had Ino by her side to protect her. But even so, at least Sakura had a good friend like Ino. Compared to that, what about herself? Her tone remained calm as she said, "Just call me Hinata." Then, after a pause, she added, "From now on, we're seatmates." Sakura hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "Hinata." The entire class was staring at them, and when Hinata swept her gaze across the room, she coldly said, "What are you all looking at?" Everyone instantly fell silent, realizing that the princess was not in a good mood today. Meanwhile, Ino, who was sitting next to Sakura, muttered under her breath, "What's with her now?" Hinata ignored her and sat quietly without saying another word. When class started, Irika noticed that Hinata had switched seats, specifically, that she had taken a seat beside Sakura. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, "What's going on?" The girl whose seat had been taken quickly stood up and tactfully answered, "Irika-sensei, I wanted to switch seats, so I specifically asked to trade with Princess Hinata." Of course, Irika didn't believe such an obviously flawed excuse. He thought for a moment, then turned to Sakura and asked, "Haruno Sakura?" Sakura slowly stood up, feeling all eyes on her. Embarrassed, her face flushed slightly as she softly said, I kind of wanted to sit with Hinata too." Hinata's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing that. Irika had no choice but to let Sakura sit down and continue the lesson. From his perspective, Sakura didn't seem to be bullied, so he could only conclude that children's friendships were simply strange sometimes. At lunchtime, Hinata still sat with Sakura and Ino. However, due to her sudden inclusion, the atmosphere among the three of them felt a little awkward. At that moment, a few girls who had previously followed Hinata around approached her, wanting to apologize. "Big sis, it was all Miyuki. She was the one who spread the rumor." "Yeah, big sis, it wasn't our fault at all. Miyuki, hurry up and admit your mistake to the boss." Just as Hinata had expected, these girls wouldn't give up their connection with her so easily. In order to stay on her good side, they had already pinpointed a culprit without her even needing to investigate. Whether Miyuki was truly the one who leaked the rumor or just a scapegoat didn't really matter. As long as there was an explanation, that was enough. The girl named Miyuki looked terrified as she timidly admitted her mistake to Hinata. Sakura and Ino, watching from the side, were completely baffled by the situation. Hinata was silent for a moment before saying, "Enough, stop talking about it." The girls looked at her expectantly, their gazes filled with hope. Hinata couldn't help but feel a bit of guilt. After all, these were classmates she had spent every day with, people she had always bossed around and ordered about. She sighed and said, "Let's just end this here." She had no desire to continue holding anyone accountable. In the end, the entire situation had been her fault to begin with. "Big sis, aren't you coming back?" "I'm fine sitting here," Hinata said calmly. "Besides, you heard it in class earlier, Sakura really wants to sit with me." At those words, Sakura's face instantly turned bright red. The group of girls wanted to say more, but a single glance from Hinata made them back off, not daring to speak further. Naruto and Sasuke also came over to ask what was going on. Sasuke stood in front of Hinata's desk, hands in his pockets, looking as cool and aloof as ever. Hinata, however, couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy was absolutely putting on an act just for Sakura. Normally, he didn't try to look this cool. She glanced at Sakura beside her and, sure enough, saw her blushing while sneaking glances at Sasuke. Hinata didn't bother saying much and quickly sent Naruto and Sasuke away. The three girls sat together eating lunch, with Sakura taking the initiative to share her food. Hinata also placed her own lunch in the middle. Although Ino had been giving Hinata the cold shoulder earlier, the moment she saw the shared food, she immediately turned into a foodie. But Hinata's mind wasn't on eating. The rumors spreading outside were definitely affecting Tonari. How could she clear things up? Since the words had come from her, it was up to her to clarify them. However, the thought of publicly admitting that she had just made things up on a whim was a little embarrassing. Watching the two girls in front of her eating so earnestly, an idea suddenly flashed through Hinata's mind. Ino. Ino, mid-bite, paused in surprise at Hinata calling her name so directly. What? How about I introduce you to a boyfriend? Both Sakura and Ino were momentarily stunned. A boyfriend? Like the ones in TV dramas? The kind who eat together, hold hands, and even kiss. Ino swallowed her food and asked, who? She mumbled, if he's ugly, I'm not interested. Hinata replied, he looks decent. He's a year above us. Ino thought for a moment before looking shocked. Are you trying to make me your sister-in-law? Hinata rolled her eyes. You wish. It's Tonari. Tonari. Hyuga Tonari. The one who's always hanging around Niji. Ino and Sakura exchanged glances. Ino couldn't help but whisper, but I heard today that he likes guys. That's just a rumor. He likes girls. After some consideration, Ino shook her head. No way. She frowned. Are you trying to use me as a shield? No. Just eat. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 411, ch 411, I Want to Be Friends with You. Hinata had been feeling troubled lately. Her former followers had proactively clarified the rumors about Tonari to outsiders, but she still felt guilty and wanted to make it up to him. She thought Ino and Sakura were both good girls. Unlike others, they didn't try to flatter her, and they were genuinely loyal to their friends. Since there was already some chemistry between Sakura and Sasuke, Hinata figured she might as well introduce Ino to Tonari. As for other girls, she really couldn't think of anyone else who would be a good match for him. Unfortunately, now that Ino had figured out her intentions, Hinata's plan had fallen through. Tonari was a gentle person and probably wouldn't blame her for this whole mess. But the more he let it slide, the guiltier Hinata felt. After thinking it over, she decided that if a direct introduction wouldn't work, she could at least create an opportunity for them to meet naturally. She took Sakura and Ino to a bubble tea shop, knowing that they often ran into Niji and the others there. As expected, when she spotted Kensuke and Dato walking in to buy drinks, she also saw Niji, Tonari, and Yugo standing outside the shop. Without hesitation, Hinata called out to them. Niji. Niji turned his gaze toward her without much surprise. He was already used to her calling his name so directly. Clearing her throat, Hinata said, let me introduce you. This is Hyuga Niji, this is Hyuga Tonari, and this is Yugo. Sakura and Ino politely greeted them. They knew all three of them, of course, after all, who at the academy didn't recognize Prince Niji. Hinata then introduced the girls at her side. This is Haruno Sakura, and this is Yamanaka Ino. Niji glanced at the two girls thoughtfully. It was the first time Hinata had ever introduced people to him. In the past, she never even mentioned the names of those so-called followers of hers. Hello, I'm Hyuga Niji. He gave his sister some respect by nodding politely toward the two girls. Sakura was immediately flattered. Prince Niji, hello. Hinata, however, said, no need to be so formal. Just call him Niji like I do. Niji sighed helplessly but, seeing Hinata's attitude, he understood that his sister must truly consider these two as friends. He thought for a moment before saying, you don't need to call me Prince. I'm just a year ahead of you. If you don't want to call me by name, Senpai is fine. Niji-senpai. Ino suddenly spoke up with a bright smile. She then turned to Tonari and Yugo, greeting them as well. Tonari responded with a polite smile, while Yugo remained indifferent, as if he had no interest in the conversation at all. Then, in front of Sakura and Ino, Hinata suddenly began praising Tonari, talking about how popular he was in class and how excellent his grades were. This made Tonari feel a little embarrassed. Niji glanced at Hinata but didn't say anything. However, Ino's gaze was focused on Niji instead. But Niji-senpai is the top student, right? Niji let out a simple "ah" in acknowledgement, though he knew that his position as the top student wasn't entirely solid. Tonari often let him have the spot. Hinata then went on to praise Ino in front of Niji and Tonari, emphasizing how great she was. Everyone present, except Yugo, quickly realized what she was trying to do. But the smile on Ino's face faded, and her attention remained on Niji the whole time. Hinata sensed that something was off, and her own smile stiffened slightly. At that moment, Kensuke and Dato, who had gone inside to buy bubble tea, came back out. When they saw Hinata, they greeted her respectfully. "Princess Hinata. We'll be heading off now." Niji left with his group, and Ino waved at him with a bright smile as she said goodbye. Hinata finally couldn't hold back and questioned her, "Why are you being so attentive to Niji?" Ino turned the question back on her. "Then who should I be attentive to?" That single sentence left Hinata speechless. But Ino didn't stop there. "To you. Or to that Tonari?" She crossed her arms over her chest, looking at Hinata with a cold smirk. "You say you see us as friends, but that high and mighty attitude of yours hasn't changed one bit. You just think that compared to those people who used to follow you around, Sakura and I are more worthy of being your friends, don't you?" Hinata's face darkened, and she remained silent. But Ino pressed on. "Who I like and who I want to be with, is that any of your business? If you really want to set me up with someone, why not introduce me to your brother? I wouldn't mind becoming your future sister-in-law." "Ino." Sakura finally couldn't take it anymore and stepped in to stop her. She turned to Hinata and quickly said, "Hinata, don't misunderstand. That's not what Ino means." Hinata clenched her fists, her eyes locked onto Ino, while Ino stared right back at her without backing down. Stop it, both of you. Please, just calm down." Sakura was getting anxious, desperately trying to mediate between them, but the two ignored her. Overwhelmed with frustration, Sakura suddenly squatted down and burst into tears. Her crying immediately flustered Ino, who quickly crouched beside her. "Sakura, don't cry." Hinata also calmed down, her tense posture loosening. She watched silently as Sakura sat there sobbing. At that moment, Ino lifted her head and shot Hinata a fierce glare. A lot of passers-by had started watching the commotion. Hinata remained silent for a long time before suddenly speaking to the squatting Sakura. "Sakura. I'm sorry." After saying this, her gaze wavered slightly, as if avoiding eye contact. It was the first time she had ever apologized to someone. Sakura wiped her tears and stood up, looking at Hinata. "Hinata, you don't have to apologize to me." Hinata felt her thoughts growing chaotic. Without responding, she simply turned around and left. After she was gone, Ino finally spoke up, complaining to Sakura, "I really can't stand her." Sakura sighed. "She didn't mean any harm." Ino scoffed. "Then what gives her the right to make decisions for me?" Sakura's voice softened. "I think Tonari-senpai is actually pretty nice. A lot of girls in class like him. That's not the point. It's the way she just decides things on her own, acting all high and mighty, like introducing me to some guy should be an honor for me, and I should be grateful for it. I don't think Hinata meant it that way." She totally did. "Then, Ino, do you really like Niji?" Ino shrugged. "He's not bad, handsome, a prince, definitely worth considering. But honestly, I was just doing that to mess with Hinata." Ino. That afternoon, Hinata didn't show up to class. This made Sakura feel a little worried. During the break, the group of girls who used to follow Hinata around suddenly approached Sakura and Ino. "Hey, Yamanaka Ino, where's the big sis?" one of the girls asked unceremoniously. Ino frowned. "How would I know?" Another girl pointed at her and said, "You definitely know. You must have made her angry." Ino scoffed. "If she's skipping class just because I made her mad, then she's way too petty." These words instantly enraged the group. "How dare you talk bad about the big sis?" Sakura wanted to step in and mediate, but seeing how aggressive they looked, she couldn't find a chance to speak. "Shut up already. You're all so noisy." At that moment, an impatient voice suddenly echoed through the classroom. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice and saw that it was Sasuke who had spoken. Immediately, the group lost their temper and fell silent. They shot one last glare at Ino before turning back to their seats. Meanwhile, Hinata was at the palace, lying on the reclining chair that her father often used, gazing calmly at the scenery outside. But her father wasn't here, he was probably in the inner hall, keeping her mother company. Samui was nearby, quietly handling official affairs. Neither of them disturbed the other. When Hinata turned her head toward Samui, she found that Samui was already watching her. "What is it?" she asked. Samui smiled faintly. "It's nothing. I just think that you resemble His Majesty a lot." "How so?" When His Majesty lies there, he also likes to rest his chin on his hand while admiring the scenery outside. Hinata paused in thought upon hearing this and suddenly realized that she did have this habit. Now that she thought about it, her father seemed to do the same. She asked, "Is my father usually very busy?" Samui replied, "His Majesty is always occupied with the Empire's affairs." Hinata continued resting her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. The towering buildings stretched before her. Konoha always changed so quickly. Every few months, a new skyscraper would rise at the city's edges. Her mother had once told her that everything in Konoha, everything in this world, belonged to their family. But in front of outsiders, she still needed to behave properly and carry herself like a princess. But that was something her mother had told her in private, completely different from what her father and others had taught her. Since childhood, she had been surrounded by people showering her with admiration, and over time, she had come to believe that what her mother said was true. If her mother was right, then what gave Yamanaka Ino the audacity to treat her that way? "Is something troubling you, Your Highness?" Samui's gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. Hinata glanced at her and gave a soft mm. Samui smiled. "If Your Highness doesn't mind, you can share your troubles with me. Perhaps I can help clear up some of your doubts." Hinata hesitated for a moment before finally explaining the entire situation. Then she voiced her thoughts. "Tonari is so outstanding, so many girls like him. I introduced him to Ino, yet she had the nerve to refuse." Samui's smile remained unchanged as she asked, "But what was Your Highness's true intention behind doing that?" Hinata was caught off guard. Her gaze flickered slightly, and she pursed her lips without responding. She realized that if she didn't speak the truth, then there was no point in discussing this with Samui. If she just wanted to hear flattering words, she had plenty of followers who could provide those. "I think it's because I hurt Tonari, and I wanted to make it up to him." After saying that, she felt somewhat dejected. Samui said, "I believe Your Highness actually understands everything deep down, it's just that you haven't yet decided what you truly want." What she truly wanted. She wanted friends like Sakura, and also, like Ino. The people she had been surrounded by before bored her, yet she had grown accustomed to taking from them without giving anything in return, treating them with an air of entitlement. At home, her father doted on her; outside, she was constantly admired and indulged. No one had ever gone against her wishes. But between friends, there should be mutual give and take. If she treated Sakura and Ino the same way she had treated those people before, then while the timid Sakura might not say anything, there was no way Ino wouldn't push back. Hinata leaned against the lounge chair, staring out of the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze. Before school ended, she returned and went to Niji's class to find Tonari. Feeling a little awkward, Hinata said, "The rumors about you at school, I was the one who started them. I didn't think much about it at the time, and I didn't expect things to turn out this way." "Tonari, I'm sorry." Tonari responded with a gentle smile. "It's fine. I didn't take it to heart. In fact, these rumors have actually been quite helpful, they've saved me from a lot of trouble." Hinata was puzzled. Tonari explained, "Niji's status is prestigious, so many girls who admire him don't dare to confess their feelings directly. But when it comes to me..." He gave a helpless expression. "So, people thinking I like boys actually spares me from a lot of unnecessary hassle. I don't really care about the rumors." Hinata gazed at Tonari thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, "Wait, you don't actually like guys, do you? Is it Niji? Or Yugo? Or maybe Naruto?" "Sasuke, hiss. Don't tell me it's Kensuke, that chubby guy." Tonari's expression immediately darkened. Seeing his reaction, Hinata burst into laughter. "So, in a way, I actually did you a favor. You owe me one now. You really know how to push your luck." Niji's voice suddenly sounded from the side. Hinata shrugged. "Tonari already said it's a good thing for him, so how am I pushing my luck? Remember to treat me to a meal sometime." She winked at Tonari and then turned to leave. "This girl is really something," Niji said helplessly. Tonari chuckled. "I actually think Hinata is quite cute." Hearing this, Niji gave him a suspicious look. "What?" Tonari asked. "You should go get your eyes checked." Hinata walked to the entrance of her classroom and waited until the final class was over. When Sakura and Ino came out, both of them were momentarily stunned to see her. Ino scowled and turned her head away. Sakura, however, stepped forward and asked with concern, "Hinata, where did you go this afternoon?" "I wasn't feeling well, so I went home," Hinata made up an excuse. Sakura became even more worried. "Are you okay? Where do you feel unwell? Did you see a doctor?" Hinata felt a warmth in her heart and replied, "I'm fine now. Thank you, Sakura." Then, she looked at Ino. Sakura hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to say something. Before she could, Hinata spoke first. "Ino, I'm sorry. The word stunned not only Ino but also the surrounding classmates who had been passing by. Even Naruto and Sasuke, who had just walked out of the classroom, looked over as if they had seen a ghost. After saying it, Hinata felt surprisingly calm and continued, thinking about it carefully, I really was too much before. I've reflected on it seriously, and I hope you can forgive me. I really want to be friends with you. Ino was completely stunned, staring blankly at Hinata. Sakura secretly nudged her, but Ino could only respond with a confused, huh? I said, I want to be friends with you, Ino. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hinata said this. Ino snapped back to her senses, her eyes widening as she looked at Hinata. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 412, ch 412, Niji Stream. Hinata seemed to have encountered some joyful event recently, as she returned home every day with a smile on her face. At first, Makoto and the others thought it was because Ayano was about to give birth to her little sister. But after hearing Naruto's explanation, they realized that wasn't the case. Hinata had made 2 new friends at school. Ino and Sakura. Kushina couldn't help but chuckle, just 2 new friends make her this happy. Didn't Hinata have any friends before? Naruto said, these 2 people are different for Hinata, especially one of them. A strange smile appeared on his face. That Haruno Sakura actually married Sasuke in another world. Sasuke, who happened to overhear, immediately retorted in a tsundere manner, that's in another world. I'm not interested in her at all. Naruto's grin widened. If you're not interested, then why do you keep secretly helping her? Sasuke was immediately flustered and angry. He grabbed Naruto, ready to fight, while the adults watched with amused smiles as the 2 kids bickered. Makoto chuckled and said, why not invite that Sakura over to play sometime? That way, I can meet my future daughter-in-law. Sasuke was both angry and helpless. Dad. Makoto thought about how, in the original timeline, the younger generation had already started confessing and developing crushes while still in the ninja academy. He couldn't help but sigh at how early kids in this world matured. Then he turned to Niji and asked with a smile, Niji, is there no girl you like at school? Niji shook his head. No. His expression was calm and genuine, and his answer was given with honest confidence. Makoto pondered for a moment and then asked, there should be a girl named Tenten in your class, right? Niji was momentarily stunned. After thinking carefully, he nodded and said, I think so. Naruto and Sasuke immediately crowded in with excitement. Tenten. Is she the girl Niji likes? Niji sighed helplessly. What nonsense are you talking about? I've never even spoken to her. He then looked at his father and asked, Dad, why are you asking about her? It's nothing, Makoto simply shook his head with a smile. In the original timeline, Niji and Tenten weren't officially paired together, nor was there any explicit romantic development between them in the story. Their relationship seemed more like that of close comrades. If anything, Tenten did seem to admire Niji's good looks at times, and after Niji's sacrifice, she remained single. The next day. As usual, Niji woke up early, washed up, and had breakfast before heading out first. Outside the palace, he met Tonari and Yugo, who were waiting for him. Morning, Niji. Morning. How long have you been waiting? Just got here. After exchanging greetings, the 3 walked side by side toward the school. Niji and Tonari casually chatted while Yugo, still looking half asleep, followed silently beside them. We have shuriken training today. Boring. The teacher only teaches the same old stuff. So what do you want to learn, Niji? Powerful jutsu, of course. The teacher already said that no matter how strong a jutsu is, if you can't hit your target, it's useless. It'll just waste chakra needlessly. And since we don't have an abundant chakra supply to begin with, relying too much on high-powered techniques would actually be harmful to us. Niji scoffed at those words, clearly unimpressed by such reasoning. When they arrived at school, many students greeted him along the way. There were so many that he didn't bother responding to each one, merely nodding in acknowledgement when he saw familiar faces. Prince Niji. Kensuke arrived a bit late, but as soon as he stepped into the classroom, he jogged over, his plump body bouncing slightly as he moved. Niji was already used to this and didn't mind it. This guy was always trying different ways to curry favor with him. With a fawning smile, Kensuke said, Prince Niji, I know a really interesting place. Want to check it out after school? Resting his chin in his palm, Niji gazed out the window. At Kensuke's words, he glanced at him indifferently. Did one of your relatives open a new store again? Kensuke chuckled and then leaned closer to the 3 of them, lowering his voice. The Mechanical Science Research Institute. Niji and Tonari were both momentarily stunned. You said where? Niji pressed. Kensuke hesitated before vaguely saying, that big place in the far west of Konoha. Konoha City's layout was well known. The northern part housed the main entrance, the western district was home to the Mechanical Science Research Institute, the eastern district contained the Biological Science Research Institute, and the southern district featured the Solarite Tower, the Reincarnation Shrine, and the Tailed Beast Energy Base. That place, can we even go there? Niji was uncertain. Going to places like archery ranges or swimming pools was just for passing time, but the place Kensuke mentioned truly piqued his interest. Kensuke grinned. Did you forget who my father is? Tonari, however, hesitated. But isn't that a top-secret imperial facility? Ordinary people aren't allowed in. Kensuke replied matter-of-factly, but is Prince Niji an ordinary person? Besides, I already spoke to the guards there. They said it's fine for us to take a look. Niji was immediately tempted. After some thought, he couldn't resist the allure. Kensuke had a point, he was a prince of the empire. Was there any place in this world that he couldn't go? Morning class, shuriken training. Despite attending shuriken training in the morning, Niji's mind was elsewhere, completely focused on the Mechanical Science Research Institute. His distraction led to a lackluster performance when the teacher called on him to demonstrate. This time, the best performance in shuriken training goes to Tenten. I hope everyone takes her as an example and learns from her. Just because you've done well in the past doesn't mean you won't regress. Only by staying diligent and humble can you achieve greater things. Tonari nudged Niji's elbow, chuckling softly. The teacher is calling you out. Niji sighed and shifted his gaze toward the girl in the crowd with twin bun hairstyles. She wore a small, cross-collared jacket, her features delicate and pretty. He quietly asked Tonari, is this Tenten always good at her studies? Tonari replied, she excels at shuriken techniques, but in other subjects, she's just average. Niji nodded slightly. He recalled how his father had suddenly brought up this girl yesterday, which made him a bit curious about her. Tonari smirked. What, are you interested in her? Niji simply rolled his eyes at him. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Tenten seemed to sense something and glanced in Niji's direction. Niji immediately averted his gaze as if nothing had happened. After school, Niji and his group left the classroom together, heading toward the Mechanical Science Research Institute. Konoha City was vast, and walking there would take quite a bit of time. However, as ninja trainees, they chose to leap across the rooftops instead. Hurry up, Niji said with a frown, glancing back at Kensuke, who was lagging behind. Your Highness, I can't keep up with you guys. Can't you slow down a little? Kensuke panted heavily, forcing a wry smile. After a few more minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Mechanical Science Research Institute. Unlike residential buildings, the institute's architecture was uniform and structured, with a distinctly different style. The area was much quieter, with few people around. Guards stood at the main gate. Kensuke stepped forward and exchanged a few words with them before turning back to Niji and the others, making an okay gesture. With that, the five of them walked through the main entrance and entered the institute's interior. The white, pristine walls and the sleek, futuristic design immediately caught their attention. It was the first time Niji and the others had seen a building styled this way. Walking past the main entrance, they found themselves in a long corridor connecting the left and right wings. Along the way, they saw many staff members dressed in white lab coats. Besides the people, Niji and his group also spotted small, half-human-height mechanical puppets moving on 4 wheels, transporting various items. These are mini mechanical hounds, used for transportation, Kensuke introduced, having done his homework before coming. These are just offices, nothing interesting here. Let's head further inside. The 5 children walked openly through the corridor, drawing surprised looks from the staff. Some seemed to recognize Niji as a royal, but no one said anything. At the end of the hallway, a tightly shut door blocked their path. At that moment, Dato took out a special card. Niji keenly noticed that it bore the name of the Deputy Minister of the Scientific Artificer Department. Dato swiped the card through the authentication device beside the door. With a soft beep, the heavy door slid open, revealing a scene that made all of them widen their eyes in astonishment. Even Kensuke and Dato, who had arranged this trip, were left speechless. Inside was a brightly lit laboratory filled with unfamiliar instruments. Numerous screens displayed indecipherable data, while uniformed researchers busily attended to various tasks. But what truly shocked them was the figure at the center of the lab, a person clad in a strange mechanical apparatus resembling an exoskeleton, complete with 4 long mechanical arms. The arrival of the children immediately caught the attention of everyone in the laboratory, and all turned to look at them. What's going on? Where did these kids come from? That's Minister Tanagawa's son, and the Deputy Minister's son. One of the staff members stepped toward them, hesitated for a moment upon seeing Niji's face, then cautiously asked, "Are you Prince Niji?" Niji nodded slowly, thinking for a moment before saying, apologies, did we interrupt your work? The man immediately smiled and said, not at all. Are you here for a tour? At that moment, Kensuke spoke up, we're just looking around with Prince Niji. The staff member chuckled, His Highness is welcome to explore freely. Would you like me to give you an introduction? With so many eyes on him, Niji felt a little embarrassed. He quickly replied, no need, and turned to leave the lab with his companions. Kensuke, still excited, said, I know another place, the things there are even more impressive. He led Niji and the group through a series of twists and turns inside the research institute, eventually arriving at what appeared to be an exit, possibly a back door. Once again, Dato took out his father's access card and used it to unlock the door. To their surprise, this was no ordinary exit. Beyond the door lay a massive open-air facility, where countless mechanical hounds and large automaton puppets were actively operating, alongside many researchers. At the center of this vast space stood an enormous skeletal structure, towering over 100 meters high. This is... Niji was momentarily stunned. Kensuke grinned and said, this is the third celestial titan, following the brutal justice and the cruiser destroyer. Its name is the Endless Zealot. The titan was still under construction, what stood before them was merely an immense metal framework, its entire surface covered with intricate engravings. Observing it up close, the sheer scale of the colossus left the children utterly awestruck. Tonari. Niji murmured suddenly. Do you think a ninja could defeat this? The brutal justice, standing outside Konoha, had once been the very tool his father used to sweep across the world and forge the empire. He suddenly felt that what was taught at the Ninja Academy was far too insignificant, and the power of ninjas was equally small in comparison. Tonari thought seriously for a moment before saying, perhaps only His Majesty and the 10 crown guards could reach such a level. Kensuke. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from not far away. Upon hearing it, Kensuke instinctively shrank his neck. He turned his head and let out an awkward laugh. Dad. The newcomer was none other than Tanagawa, the minister of the Scientific Craftsman Division, the chief overseer of the Endless Zealot's construction, and one of the Emperor's most trusted aides. Tanagawa was not surprised to see Niji and gave him a slight bow. Your Highness Niji. Uncle Tanagawa. Niji respectfully greeted him in return. Please don't blame Kensuke. It was my idea to come and take a look. Tanagawa replied, Your Highness is always welcome to visit, but this project has been personally designated as a state secret by His Majesty. I must ask that you and your companions refrain from discussing anything you have seen here outside these walls. Niji immediately nodded. Uncle Tanagawa, you have my word. As they left the Mechanical Science Institute, Kensuke couldn't help but sigh. How did I run into my dad of all people? There were still so many cool things I wanted to see. Niji, however, was lost in thought as he gazed into the distance at the towering brutal justice. He saw it every day, yet he had never felt so directly aware of the sheer difference in scale between it and a mere human. His eyes flickered as he turned his gaze toward the tower of the Solarite standing high atop the cliffs. How many incredible things had his father accomplished along the way? Niji. Tonari softly called from beside him. Niji responded calmly. Seeing that Niji was deep in thought, Tonari didn't press further. Let's head back. Being able to see all that was already satisfying enough, Niji said. On the way home, however, Niji remained somewhat distracted, walking in silence and often lost in thought. What's on your mind, Niji? They were almost at the palace when Tonari finally asked. Thinking about what I should do next. Don't you want to become a crown guard? Tonari asked with a smile. Niji also smiled. If I become a crown guard, who exactly would I be protecting? You and Yugo. As the Empire's first prince, he was, in theory, the rightful heir to his father's legacy. But his father had never imposed any expectations on them, never dictated what they must become. Even when Niji expressed his desire to become a crown guard, his father had simply smiled and offered his support. Niji now understood that, given his identity, he could never truly become a crown guard. He had to do what an imperial heir was meant to do, what a son should do for his father. Even if he could never match his father. Niji fell silent for a moment before suddenly stopping in his tracks. Then, he grinned at Tonari and Yugo and said, you two should become crown guards instead. Yugo tilted his head slightly at his words. Tonari, however, simply smiled and said, all right. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 413, ch 413, Parallel World, Pain Attacks Konoha. The research on the Rinnegan had suddenly made progress. When Makoto arrived at the Biological Science Research Institute to check on the situation, he discovered that the advancement Kabuto had mentioned was related to something connected to the Rinnegan when it was transplanted into a white Zetsu. We can roughly determine its location, but we still don't know exactly what it is, Kabuto explained. Makoto fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Something connected to the Rinnegan. Could it be the Geto Mazo? Back when Orochimaru raided Uchiha Madara's hideout, the Geto Mazo was nowhere to be found. It must have been hidden away by Black Zetsu. Ever since Makoto had captured Black Zetsu, he had kept it sealed, preventing any further interference. Uchiha Madara had awakened the Rinnegan and used summoning jutsu to bring the Geto Mazo from the moon to Earth. He had then relied on it to extend his life, which had, in turn, triggered the war between the Otsutsuki main family and branch family on the moon. Makoto asked, "Where is it located?" "It seems to be deep in the ocean," Kabuto replied. He then pulled out a map and pointed to a general area in the sea. "The ocean, huh? That would be a good place to hide it," Makoto murmured. Without hesitation, he opened a spatial portal and teleported above the vast sea. Standing high in the sky, Makoto scanned the surroundings. Aside from the endless water, there was nothing in sight, not even a trace of land. He expanded his sensory abilities to search, but he found nothing. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly dived down, plunging into the ocean. As he entered, the seawater parted to create a vacuum around him. Makoto searched underwater for a long time before finally discovering a deep-sea trench. Upon entering the trench, he immediately sensed traces of previous activity. The rock formations on both sides appeared to have been carved, and strange patterns were etched into their surfaces. He soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. The area was heavily concealed, blocking sensory detection, and its location in the ocean's depths made it nearly impossible to find without the Rinnegan. The mysterious pattern seemed to be part of some kind of jutsu, carved into the cave walls and extending deep within. The cave was pitch black, with nothing visible to the naked eye. But for Makoto, this was no obstacle. He didn't even need a light source to perceive everything within. Following the winding and rugged path of the cave, Makoto pressed forward until he reached the end. The rocky ceiling above suddenly disappeared, and as he ascended, he emerged from the water. Before him was a vast, artificially carved-out space, filled with breathable air. The walls were still engraved with countless intricate jutsu markings, but now they glowed with a faint blue light. At the center of this cavernous space stood a towering stone statue, its massive arms bound by enormous chains. Its head bore 9 tightly shut eyes. The Geto Mazo. The husk of the Ten Tails, the physical body of Otsutsuki Kagaya. This was Makoto's first time seeing it in person, and it looked even more terrifying than he had imagined, like a slumbering demon. He soared forward, approaching the Geto Mazo, circling it several times. The massive statue remained as lifeless as a corpse, exhibiting no chakra reaction whatsoever. Landing on its enormous hands, Makoto attempted to inject his chakra into it, but still, there was no response. This surprised him. He couldn't awaken it. Could it be that the Rinnegan was required to do so? After pondering for a moment, Makoto left a spatial marker at the location and returned to the Konoha Biological Science Research Institute. He retrieved the white Zetsu that had been implanted with the Rinnegan and brought it back to the cavern. As soon as the Rinnegan got close, Makoto immediately sensed chakra fluctuations from the Geto Mazo. Before this, even with his Tensigan, he had been unable to elicit any reaction from it. He attempted to interact with the Geto Mazo's chakra once more, and suddenly, the massive statue began to tremble. Its rocky exterior cracked and crumbled away, revealing a withered, tree-like body beneath. Makoto watched as the Geto Mazo revealed its true form, deep in thought. Right now, it was nothing more than an empty husk. Only by filling it with the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts could it assume its full form as the Ten Tails. And the chakra and power of the Ten Tails far surpassed the combined might of all 9-tailed beasts. For the Empire, the tailed beasts now served as the energy cores that powered colossal mechas like the Brutal Justice and continuously supplied Konoha with electricity and energy. There was no need for Makoto to destroy the current achievements just to revive the Ten Tails. If only there were more tailed beasts, then he could awaken the Ten Tails without compromising the Empire's mechas and energy stations. More tailed beasts. A few minutes later, in Moon Grounds, a top-secret location of the Empire, most of those present were miners, with a small number of ninja maintaining order. None of them knew they were actually on the moon. Once the scientific advancements from the Mechanical Science Institute were fully implemented, manual labor would no longer be necessary, and everything could be automated with machines. At the Hamura Shrine, Makoto was the only one who could come here. All the former Otsutsuki clan members who had once set foot in this place were long dead. He was the only person to have ever witnessed the Golden Tensigan. Back when he sought to obtain a computer from the future, he had considered traveling to a parallel timeline further ahead. However, the potential risks of unforeseen consequences made him abandon the idea. After careful thought, he reasoned that the power levels in the Naruto world were already quite formidable. After all, some individuals could destroy planets on their own. If he ended up in a world similar to Dragon Ball, it might not be a bad thing. With the existence of Dragon Balls and his mastery over time and space, he would always have a way to manage any challenges. Having made up his mind, Makoto opened a pitch-black vortex, its interior swirling with chaos, leading to an unknown destination. He couldn't go too far ahead in the timeline. An adult Naruto was incredibly powerful, and with Sasuke's Rinnegan, forcibly seizing the tailed beasts would inevitably provoke Naruto's hostility. There was no need to bring the trouble upon himself. After weighing his options, Makoto stepped forward into the dark vortex. Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves. Once one of the 5 great shinobi villages, it was now nothing more than a massive, circular crater. All of its buildings had been reduced to rubble and pushed toward the edges, compressed into a chaotic heap. The 5 massive stone faces on the Hokage monument, however, remained intact, gazing down upon what had become the ruins of Konoha. Makoto emerged from a swirling black vortex of chaos, scanning his surroundings. In the distant forest outside the village, he could sense an immense chakra presence. Boom. A loud sound echoed from within the crater. Below the towering white eyes of the Rinnegan stood 3 enormous toads. Makoto's gaze flickered with interest. He had arrived at just the right moment, right in the middle of Pain's assault on Konoha. From his vantage point at the village's edge, he could clearly see what was happening in the crater below. A tense confrontation was unfolding. Naruto, clad in his black and red cloak, stood against the members of the Akatsuki, their black robes adorned with crimson clouds. Having met Yahiko just today, Makoto found the scene particularly amusing. "Who are you?" A figure suddenly appeared at Makoto's side in a flash, staring at him warily. Another person swiftly joined him, a 16 or 17-year-old girl with long, dark blue-black hair and pale white eyes. Hinata. Makoto glanced over the 2 of them before focusing on the young men who had arrived first. "You're Ko, aren't you?" he asked. Hyuga Ko was taken aback. "You know me?" Makoto replied, "When you were little, I held you in my arms." Ko. Hinata. Both of them stared at Makoto, who appeared to be only in his 20s, momentarily at a loss for words. Ko furrowed his brows. "Are you from the village? I've never seen you before." He had only just noticed the presence of this unfamiliar Hyuga and found him extremely suspicious. After all, Pain had just destroyed the village, yet this man was completely unscathed, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. As for what the men had said earlier, Ko naturally didn't believe it. The stranger looked to be about the same age as him, at most 2 years older. Seeing Makoto remain silent, Ko grew even more wary, instinctively shifting into a combat stance. "Hinata-sama, this guy is really suspicious." At that moment, the battle in the crater erupted into full force, Naruto and Pain clashing in a fierce showdown. Makoto's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. There, an enormous orange toad loomed nearby, along with 2 human-sized slugs. Lying on the ground in a green cloak was Tsunade, the Hokage, her body weakened and drained. Beside her sat a short-haired girl. "Who's there?" Makoto's abrupt appearance immediately put the nearby Anbu on high alert. He instinctively reached for the short blade strapped to his back, only to realize he couldn't move. What's going on? A wave of shock surged through the Anbu's heart. Makoto looked at Tsunade, her face worn and aged, leaning against a rock. His expression remained calm. "You're in a miserable state, Tsunade. Who are you?" Sakura hurriedly got to her feet, glaring at the unfamiliar men as she demanded an answer. But just like the Anbu, the moment she moved, her body froze. An invisible force had locked her in place, leaving her completely immobilized. She could only watch in helpless horror as this mysterious man reached out his hand toward her master. Sakura wanted to call out, but in her immobilized state, all she could do was breathe. Makoto gently placed a finger on the forehead of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. A radiant blue light surged forth, instantly enveloping her entire body. In the blink of an eye, her aged and withered form began to visibly rejuvenate, her skin becoming youthful and smooth once more. The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, previously erased due to the release of the Yin seal and the overuse of medical ninjutsu, reappeared in its original form. Watching this unfold, Sakura was astonished. But as the initial shock subsided, she realized that this mysterious man was actually healing her master. Tsunade's eyes fluttered open. As she became aware of her restored body, now in an even better state than before, her gaze immediately snapped to Makoto, her mind racing. "Who are you?" she demanded. Meanwhile, Ko and Hinata, having tracked Makoto's location using their Byakugan, were now rushing toward the Hokage's position. Makoto's lips curled into a slight smile. "I am a sage." A sage. Everyone present was momentarily stunned before finding the claim utterly absurd. Sakura and the Anbu operative suddenly noticed that the force restraining them had vanished. They were free once again. A single thought ran through their minds: regardless of whether this man is truly a sage or not, his strength is unquestionably beyond ours. Tsunade furrowed her brows as she scrutinized Makoto. She felt as if he was toying with them, but had he truly been the one to heal her just now? Friend or foe, she couldn't be sure. Remaining cautious, she asked, "What is your purpose here?" Makoto cast a glance toward the massive crater below, where the fierce battle raged on. Konoha is facing a calamity. I've come to save you. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise. You intend to help us defeat Pain? Regardless of this man's true identity, given Konoha's dire situation, any form of assistance was something the Hokage could accept. If this mysterious figure was truly willing to help, then so much the better. Tsunade had originally been on the brink of collapse due to extreme chakra exhaustion, yet this man had managed to restore her completely, something even she herself couldn't have accomplished. Makoto let out a light chuckle. Pain. He is not even worthy of my intervention. Everyone fell silent. This enigmatic man, who had initially seemed unfathomably powerful, was now starting to sound more like a delusional lunatic. Pain was the leader of the Akatsuki. Even Lord Jiraiya had fallen to him, and just moments ago, he had obliterated Konoha in a single devastating attack. Makoto, unconcerned with their thoughts, suddenly extended a finger toward Ko. You, he said. Go and defeat Pain. Ko froze, momentarily stunned, his mind struggling to process what had just been said. Then, boom. A terrifying surge of energy flooded into his body, invading every cell of his being. His eyes widened in shock as an overwhelming sensation washed over him, something he had never experienced before. Tsunade frowned. Are you joking? Boom. In the next instant, a massive, unfathomable chakra erupted from Ko's body. A vivid blue aura crackled around him, swirling in powerful waves. The force of it sent ripples through the air. His forehead protector slipped off, clattering onto the ground, revealing the seal of the branch family. His black hair whipped wildly in the wind. Everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded, watching in disbelief. Dark markings slowly crept up Ko's face, and with them came a power unlike anything he had ever known. Makoto gazed at him calmly. What are you waiting for? He said. Go. Ko swallowed hard, standing frozen for a few seconds before finally vanishing in a single step. As he departed, the sheer force of his movement unleashed a violent shockwave, kicking up a massive storm of dust and debris. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted in the distance. Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, only to see that the massive crater had been split open even further, revealing a bottomless abyss. Standing at the very edge of the chasm was Ko. Hinata, using her Byakugan to scan the battlefield, spoke in disbelief. Ko, he, defeated two of Pain's bodies with a single punch. Tsunade and the others swallowed hard, utterly speechless. Shock. Disbelief. Silence. That one attack had given Ko an overwhelming surge of confidence. Without hesitation, he launched himself at Pain, unleashing a relentless onslaught. At this moment, Pain was already in a severely weakened state. The Deva Path's abilities were unavailable, and Ko, now wielding enough raw power to obliterate mountains with a single strike, tore through the Akatsuki leader. The man who had slain Jiraiya and annihilated Konoha was shattered into nothing but a storm of blood and fragments. As the dust settled, the chaos of battle slowly faded into eerie silence. Many of the ninja on the battlefield had no idea what had just happened. Even Naruto, clad in his black and red cloak and still in sage mode, stood frozen in place. He could feel it, the same senjutsu chakra flowing through Ko's body. But why? Why was it so much more powerful than his own? Back on Tsunade's side, the silence was suffocating. Makoto let out a slow, amused sigh. So, he said, glancing at them casually. Do you believe that I'm a sage now? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 414, ch 414, The Savior Sage. Hyuga Makoto. Pain was defeated just like that. The leader of the dangerous organization that threatened the entire ninja world, the culprit behind Jiraiya's death, was defeated so easily. Everyone watching the battle from afar, standing around the massive crater, felt as if it wasn't real. No, something's wrong. Tsunade suddenly realized something and urgently spoke up. Pain's real body isn't here. She recalled the intel Jiraiya had risked his life to send back. Among the 6 bodies of Pain that had appeared, none of them were the real one. At that moment, Hyuga Ko leaped back to their location. As he landed, the enormous chakra surrounding him instantly dispersed, and the dark markings on his face slowly faded away. Ko, you. Hinata looked at her clansman, momentarily at a loss for words. That power wasn't truly yours, Makoto said calmly. It was only loaned to you for a short time. Keeping it in your body for too long wouldn't have been good for you. Ko felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. As for Pain's real body, if he wants to escape, you won't be able to catch up to him. It's not worth the effort, Makoto continued. Tsunade clenched her fists as she looked at the ruined remains of Konoha. Damn it. Was this villain really going to escape? So many people had died, and yet he was still going to get away. At that moment, Naruto arrived. This was supposed to be his battle, the fight that would make him Konoha's hero. Yet, an unknown Hyuga had stolen the spotlight. Granny Tsunade. Naruto didn't pay much attention to Makoto, assuming he was just another ninja from the village. Tsunade took a deep breath and turned to the Umbu beside her. Gather all surviving, no, all ninjas, and begin relief operations. Start counting the casualties. There was probably no need to count the casualties, after all, Pain's devastating attack had undoubtedly killed countless villagers of Konoha. Makoto fell into deep thought. In the original course of events, these deceased people would have been revived when Naruto convinced Nagato, leading him to sacrifice his own life to use the Rinne rebirth jutsu. But now, that step had been skipped. This meant those people might truly be dead, including Kakashi and Shizune. Makoto glanced at the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, then casually remarked, "A lot of people have died." Tsunade remained silent. Then, Makoto added, "I can bring them back." Everyone was stunned. Tsunade immediately turned to him, staring intently. "What did you just say?" Makoto slowly walked to the edge of the crater and stood still. He could sense the lingering souls scattered throughout the area. Raising his right hand, he conjured a transparent, pale purple orb in his palm. The orb slowly ascended, rapidly growing larger under everyone's watchful gaze. However, its glow wasn't blinding. When it expanded to over 10 meters in diameter, it finally stopped. Then, the pale purple sphere suddenly burst apart, transforming into countless rays of light that scattered across the ruins of Konoha. Before everyone's eyes, figures began to emerge from the wreckage. Lord Hokage. Ko's eyes widened in shock as he turned to look at Tsunade. With his Byakugan, he saw even more than the others. Naruto, sensing familiar chakra signatures appearing all around him, was overwhelmed with emotion. Without hesitation, he leaped away, disappearing into the distance. More and more people stood up from the ruins, looking around in bewilderment. At that moment, Tsunade finally believed Makoto's words. Not only did he possess overwhelming power, but he could also control life and death itself. If that wasn't a sage, then what was? The sage had come to save Konoha. Feeling an intense surge of emotions, Tsunade immediately bowed deeply to Makoto in gratitude. Thank you for saving Konoha. The power to control life and death had been granted to him by the Sage of the Six Paths. Makoto couldn't help but wonder if this world's Sage of the Six Paths would come looking for him. Seeing their Hokage bow in respect, the surrounding crowd quickly followed suit, bowing deeply to Makoto. Moments later, Naruto arrived with Kakashi. Tsunade resumed her duties as Hokage, issuing orders for all available ninja to begin reconstruction efforts. She instructed that civilians be evacuated to the cliffs above the Hokage Rock, where a temporary encampment would be established. In truth, Makoto could have easily restored Konoha to its original state with a mere gesture. However, he chose not to. The destruction served as a stark reminder of the devastation they had just endured, allowing them to fully grasp the weight of the disaster and the immense value of the aid he had provided. Half an hour later. At the temporary encampment on the cliffside, inside one of the hastily erected tents, Makoto and Tsunade sat alone. Makoto occupied the central seat, while Tsunade, sitting before him, cautiously inquired if there was anything Konoha could do for him. She understood well, no matter how divine someone might seem, they always had desires. If he were truly a sage, then why had he not intervened in the world's suffering before now? I want the 9 tails. Makoto's request was direct, mirroring that of Pain. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. Then, Makoto calmly explained, the tailed beasts have only ever brought war and bloodshed upon mankind. But the truth is, they do not wish for such a fate. That is why I have come, to take all the tailed beasts away. Rest assured, the Jinchuriki will not be harmed when I remove them. Seeing Tsunade hesitate, Makoto asked, You're unwilling? No. Tsunade replied quickly. It's just that Pain and the Akatsuki also sought the tailed beasts, and now you are asking for them as well. That connection made me pause for a moment. Initially, she had been deeply concerned, if the 9 tails were extracted, Naruto would surely die. That was something she could never accept. But then she remembered, this man had dominion over life and death itself. If he claimed the Jinchuriki would not die, then it must be true. Given his overwhelming power, he had no reason to deceive them. If he wished, he could simply take the tailed beasts by force, and Konoha would be powerless to resist. The Akatsuki have already gathered all the other tailed beasts except for the 9 tails and the 8 tails, Makoto said, his gaze steady. That actually saves me quite a bit of trouble. Tsunade bowed once more. You saved Konoha. Compared to the grace you have shown us, anything we do in return is insignificant. If the tailed beasts disappear from this world, it may well be a blessing. At the very least, organizations like the Akatsuki will lose the chance to wreak havoc upon the world. Makoto's face showed a faint, enigmatic smile as he gazed at the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, standing before him. Are you speaking from the heart? Tsunade immediately replied, every word is true. Makoto's eyes flickered slightly. This woman, Tsunade, always had an undeniable allure, no matter the time or place. That was why, in his own world, he had allowed a version of her from another world to remain by his side. He stood up and stepped closer to her, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe. Her presence, her figure, her scent, everything about her was already intimately familiar to him. But unlike the Tsunade he had known, this one bore no hatred toward him. Makoto lifted a hand as if to caress her cheek, but before his fingers could touch her skin, he halted midway. After a brief pause, he slowly withdrew his hand. Lord Sage? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Makoto let out a soft chuckle and said, since you've agreed, go bring Naruto to me. I don't wish to linger here for too long. Understood. Tsunade turned and exited the tent. Outside, the village was bustling with reconstruction efforts. She stood still for a moment, lost in thought. Just then, an Umbu appeared beside her in a flash. Lord Hokage, we were unable to find Shizune. Tsunade's gaze darkened. I understand. Go bring Naruto here. Not long after, Naruto arrived. However, instead of taking him into the tent immediately, Tsunade stopped at the entrance to explain everything to him, laying out the situation and its consequences. Naruto, however, simply smiled and said, got it, Granny Tsunade. You don't have anything else to say? Tsunade asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. Naruto shook his head with a grin. Granny Tsunade wouldn't do anything to harm me. You brat. Tsunade's expression softened slightly. She then led Naruto into the tent. Inside, Makoto was sitting at a table, writing and drawing something on a blank scroll with a brush. Lord Sage. Makoto finished his writing, rolled up the scroll, and casually tossed it to Tsunade. Consider this my exchange for the 9 tails. Tsunade caught it and, without even looking at the contents, said firmly, we are giving you the 9 tails willingly. You saved so many people in Konoha, there's no need for you to offer anything in return. No, Makoto shook his head. I saved them, for your sake. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, staring at this completely unfamiliar man. Makoto then turned his gaze to Naruto and said, come here. Naruto obediently stepped forward and stood before Makoto. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Sage, big bro, how are you going to take the 9 tails out? Makoto couldn't help but chuckle. I was quite close to your mother. Calling me big bro doesn't seem very fitting. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, his excitement barely contained. Sage, uncle. You knew my mom. Makoto paused briefly before saying, if you want to know more about your mother, you can ask Tsunade later. Before Naruto could respond, Makoto suddenly pressed his palm against Naruto's abdomen. In an instant, the dual 4 symbols seal unraveled, and the 9 tails chakra surged outward. The dark red chakra, which had been contained within Naruto for so long, erupted the moment it was released, only to be completely absorbed into Makoto's palm. Naruto stood frozen, unmoving. He could feel a power that had tormented him his entire childhood now rapidly vanishing from his body. The 9 tails. The entire process lasted less than a minute. Once Makoto had absorbed all of the 9 tails chakra, Naruto immediately looked weakened. Seeing this, Makoto swiftly transferred some of his own chakra into Naruto's body. Moments later, the tent returned to silence. The scroll I gave you contains techniques that Naruto should train with first. Afterward, you can decide if you want to pass them on to others, Makoto said to Tsunade. Hearing this, the 5th Hokage nodded. It's time for me to go, Makoto said as he stood up. Sage uncle, you. Naruto seemed to want to say something. He naturally had no ill feelings toward this benefactor of Konoha, especially since this person had mentioned knowing his mother. Makoto told him, the ninja world may face crises in the future, but I will not return when that time comes. Do not slack off in your training. Naruto immediately nodded firmly, engraving these words in his heart. Makoto smiled and said, Naruto, just stick to what you believe in. Everything you want will come true in the future. Hearing this, Naruto grinned widely. That's a given. Giving kindness and receiving kindness in return, it seemed so simple, so effortless. Makoto then turned his gaze to Tsunade. She seemed like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Before she could speak, Makoto suddenly grabbed her arm, and in an instant, they appeared atop the Hokage rock, on the stone face of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade was not too surprised by this sudden relocation. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "You knew Kushina, didn't you?" "Yes." "Did we know each other before?" "You could say that." Makoto's gaze remained calm as he looked down at the deep crater below and the ravaged terrain within it. Tsunade's eyes flickered as she studied the men beside her. She couldn't help but think that his eyes were remarkably beautiful, brighter than white light, dazzling like the stars. She had no recollection of him whatsoever. And if his apparent age was truly accurate, it was even less likely that they had ever crossed paths. "Can you tell me your name?" "Makoto." He only gave his first name, withholding his surname. "I'm leaving," he said. He vanished into thin air beside Tsunade, leaving her with a lingering sense of melancholy. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something in his gaze when he looked at her, an emotion she couldn't quite put into words or understand. What exactly was it? A Megakure. Nagato and Konan, who had escaped from Konoha, were transported back by the masked men. At this moment, Nagato was already gravely ill, hanging on by a thread. The large-scale Shinra Tensei he unleashed on Konoha had severely drained his lifespan. Nagato's body was beyond the help of any ordinary medical ninjutsu, everyone present knew this. Konan looked at the frail, blood-coughing Nagato, her heart filled with sorrow. Meanwhile, Toby, the man wearing the spiral mask, looked at Nagato's pitiful state and began forming new calculations in his mind. "As the leader of Akatsuki, you've fallen into such a pathetic state," he said. Nagato lifted his weary gaze toward him, breathing heavily as he asked, "That Hyuga? Who exactly is he?" Just then, a strange, plant-like creature with a black and white split body slowly emerged from the ground. "The latest news from Konoha, an unknown sage has appeared in the village. He healed the dying Tsunade and granted a Hyuga named Ko the power to defeat pain. This sage also resurrected all the villagers who were killed by pain." The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. A sage. In their understanding, the only person truly worthy of the title was the Sage of the Six Paths. Toby had been plotting all this time, longing to become the second Sage of the Six Paths himself. To resurrect the dead, that was a power possessed only by the Rinnegan. All eyes turned toward Zetsu. Black Zetsu spoke in a grim tone, "The information is true. Everyone in Konoha who had died has indeed been brought back to life. And before this, Hyuga Ko was nothing more than an ordinary jonin from the Hyuga branch family." The idea was almost incomprehensible. Why would an unknown sage appear now, of all times? Not only had he foiled their plan to capture the Nine Tails, but he also posed an unprecedented threat. And at that very moment, in the high tower where they stood, a pitch-black, chaotic vortex slowly began to form in the air. Space-time jutsu. Toby immediately recognized it. Before their stunned eyes, a figure stepped out from the swirling void. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 415, ch 415, Konan from Another World. The sudden appearance of Makoto caused everyone's expressions to change dramatically. Those who mastered spacetime ninjutsu had never been ordinary individuals, and Nagato and the others immediately became vigilant. "Who are you?" Konan questioned. Makoto's gaze swept over the people present, lingering on the weakened Nagato for a moment before saying, "It seems I've arrived too early." He had assumed that if Nagato hadn't died yet, then Obito would have already taken action to reclaim the Rinnegan. After all, Obito would never allow Nagato to use it to revive Madara. "Who are you?" Obito also asked in a deep voice. Makoto chuckled, locking his eyes onto the black and white figure of Zetsu. "I am a sage." In the next instant, Black Zetsu, which was attached to White Zetsu, suddenly felt an overwhelmingly powerful force gripping its body. White Zetsu rapidly peeled off from it. Everyone was shocked. A terrifying pressure swept over them, and for a moment, they felt as if invisible hands were strangling them, filling them with an intense sense of suffocation. A sage. The people present widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at Makoto. Was this the so-called sage who had appeared in Konoha? Black Zetsu found itself completely restrained by Makoto, with no way to escape. The fact that this so-called sage had targeted it the moment he arrived filled Black Zetsu with a rare sense of fear. Throughout history, the only person truly called a sage was Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Who was this man? Why had he never heard of him before? Why was there no trace of him in the history of the ninja world? Nagato asked in a low voice, "What exactly is your purpose?" Makoto smirked. "Does a sage need to explain his actions to you? However, I can at least let you hear a story." Makoto lifted Black Zetsu into the air, suspending it before everyone. "Do you all know where this creature actually comes from?" Obito's eyes flickered behind his mask. As far as he knew, Nagato and Konan were likely unaware of the truth. Black Zetsu was supposedly the manifestation of the will of the Uchiha, meant to oversee him. Nagato and Konan remained silent, their gazes darkening at Makoto's words. Makoto turned to Black Zetsu and said, "This creature's true identity is the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the mother of the Sage of Six Paths, left behind before she was sealed away." These words made Black Zetsu's expression change drastically. Meanwhile, Obito and the others were stunned. Who was Otsutsuki Kagaya, and why was the Sage of Six Paths suddenly involved? Uchiha Madara, and you, Uchiha Obito, were both deceived. This thing has been lurking in the shadows, scheming for centuries to resurrect that forbidden woman. The so-called Ten-Tails Jinchuriki is nothing more than a sacrifice to bring Kagaya back to life. Obito's face darkened beneath his mask. The infinite Tsukuyomi is a lie. You were never going to succeed. Everything you've done will only end up serving this creature's plan. Makoto directed his words at Obito, Nagato, and Konan. Silence. Nagato and Konan were silently processing this information. They had always known that the masked man was plotting something, and they had merely been using each other while staying on guard. But now, it seemed even the masked man himself had been used. Nagato found some satisfaction in this outcome. After failing to capture the Nine Tails in Konoha, he had already suspected that Obito might turn against him soon. With his own life nearing its end, his priority was ensuring Konan's safety. Makoto then tore open a rift in space and tossed Black Zetsu into the dimensional void, reinforcing the seals around it. Unless someone like Obito, who possessed space-time abilities, deliberately freed it, Black Zetsu would never escape. After dealing with Black Zetsu, Makoto withdrew the oppressive force restraining Obito, Nagato, and Konan, allowing them to move freely again. "I came here for the tailed beasts," Makoto stated bluntly. "Hand over the demonic statue of the outer path, and you'll save me some trouble." Obito let out a cold snort. "You think you can just take the Akatsuki's years of work with a single demand?" Makoto glanced at him and noticed that Obito's body was infused with space-time energy. He had already activated Kamui, which explained his confidence in speaking to him this way. In this state, Obito was immune to all physical and ninjutsu attacks. His body had been shifted into the time-space dimension, leaving only a projection behind in this world. Makoto narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Obito. "You're quite bold. Back in my world, I actually admired you, especially your talent for building houses." Obito had no idea what he was talking about and frowned in silence. He was already prepared to escape at any moment and, if possible, take Nagato with him. However, in the next instant, his mind suddenly blurred, his body became unnaturally light, and when he regained awareness, he found himself floating in midair. Looking down in shock, he saw that his body on the ground had been severed in half, only half of his torso remained. Makoto had directly forced his soul out of his body. Since Obito had been using Kamui, half of his body was in the time-space dimension. When Kamui was interrupted, the space-time forces instantly bisected him between two worlds. "If you're so fearless, I'll just send you to your death," Makoto said, raising a hand with his palm facing Obito. In an instant, the floating, spiritual form of Obito shattered into countless fragments of light, dissolving into the air. Dead, just like that. Konan swallowed hard, staring at Obito's half-severed corpse on the ground. Was this kind of power even within the realm of ninjas? She found herself questioning reality. Nagato, wielding the Rinnegan, was already at the pinnacle of strength in this world, yet compared to this man, he wasn't even on the same level. Nagato took a deep breath but suddenly broke into a violent cough. "Konan, run!" He quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Makoto cast a single glance at Nagato, and in an instant, Nagato found himself completely immobilized. His hands, which had been forming seals, were forcibly separated. "No need to be in such a hurry, I never said I was going to kill you," Makoto said casually. His gaze lingered on Konan for a moment longer. Though her appearance was the same, the aura she carried was vastly different from the Konan in his world. The Konan from his world had a gentler presence, often greeting others with a warm smile. In contrast, the Konan of this world exuded a cold and distant demeanor. She wore the Akatsuki's black cloak adorned with red clouds, and the piercing below her lower lip added an air of both restraint and undeniable allure. Makoto slowly addressed the two of them. "I am actually a sage from another world. In that world, I unified the 5 great nations, established a singular empire, and brought about lasting peace." Nagato and Konan's expressions shifted between shock and doubt. The claim sounded utterly absurd, yet at the same time, there was no reason for this man to lie. "In that world, all 3 of you served under me," Makoto continued. "I'm talking about you, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko as well." When Makoto mentioned Yahiko, both Nagato and Konan trembled for a brief moment before quickly regaining their composure. This was too absurd to believe. Another world. How could such a thing be possible? Seeing their disbelief, Makoto continued, "If I remember correctly, Conan, your relationship with Yahiko was more than just friendship, wasn't it? Conan. In my world, Yahiko and Conan were also deeply in love. However, out of consideration for Nagato, they never truly got together. Instead, they were busy trying to find a suitable partner for him. As the ruler of the Sun Empire, there was nothing Makoto couldn't find out if he wanted to. His influence stretched across the entire nation, leaving no secrets beyond his reach. Hearing this, Conan felt her entire body tremble as countless memories resurfaced in her mind. Makoto then added, "When you were children, you had a dog, didn't you?" Silence. They were in a room at the top of a high tower in a megakure, enclosed by 3 walls, with one side left completely open to the stormy skies. Nagato tried to speak but was interrupted by another violent cough. "Why are you telling us all this?" he asked hoarsely. "Are you trying to make me hand over the tailed beasts to you?" Makoto admitted frankly, "You're going to die soon. You'll never be able to accomplish what you set out to do. Instead of letting your ambitions die with you, why not give me the Rinnegan, the ghetto statue, and all the tailed beasts? In return, I'll take Conan to my world, where she can live with Yahiko and Nagato once again." Conan froze in shock. Nagato fell silent, as if weighing the credibility of Makoto's words. Seeing this, Makoto narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I could just kill you and take your Rinnegan. The ghetto statue and the tailed beasts would be mine either way. Consider this an act of mercy, don't be ungrateful." Nagato. He slowly lifted his head and looked at Conan beside him. Realizing what he was about to do, Conan quickly spoke up, "Nagato, we..." "Conan," Nagato interrupted her. "We don't have a choice. And I really am about to die." Conan's heart ached as she whispered, "But what does another world's version of us have to do with me? In this world, I only have you." Nagato let out a sorrowful smile. "If that world truly exists, then Yahiko and I will surely see you as family." He had turned Yahiko's corpse into the Deva path of pain, creating the illusion that Yahiko was still by their side. Had he ever stopped missing Yahiko? Everything he had done was to carry on Yahiko's will. Nagato turned his gaze toward Makoto, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. "I hope what you say is true. If not, even in death, I will curse you in the depths of hell for all eternity." Makoto paid no mind to his words. With a single wave of his hand, Nagato's body instantly froze in place. A soft blue glow spread over him, and then, his purple Rinnegan detached from his sockets on its own. The 2 Rinnegan fell effortlessly into Makoto's palm. Without them, Nagato's breathing grew ragged, and before their eyes, his once vibrant red hair rapidly faded to white. "Nagato." Conan gasped in horror, rushing forward to support him. Nagato's face was deathly pale. He looked at Conan, who was now so close, and tried to lift his hand to touch her cheek. But before he could, his hand stopped midair, then fell lifelessly to his side. "Nagato." Conan stood frozen, staring in disbelief at Nagato's motionless body. For the second time in her life, she watched as someone she loved left her behind. Makoto, meanwhile, was focused on the Rinnegan in his hands, feeling the immense power contained within them. Without White Zetsu, he would have to activate them using his own chakra, a rather troublesome process. "Let's go," he said to Conan. Still lost in grief, Conan remained silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "At least, let me give Nagato a proper burial." But Makoto simply conjured a ball of flames, setting Nagato's body ablaze. He was a member of the Uzumaki clan, and he possessed the Rinnegan in life. If his body were left behind, it could be defiled by others, disturbing his rest in the Pure Land. Conan recalled the existence of a forbidden technique, Edo Tensei, the jutsu that could summon and manipulate the souls of the dead. She stared blankly at the flickering flames before her, lost in thought. Then, she suddenly felt a hand grasp her shoulder. In the blink of an eye, her surroundings shifted. When she came to her senses, she was thousands of meters above the ground. "Where to next?" Conan asked. "Only the 8 Tails remains." Moving at high speed through the sky, Makoto carried Conan with him. In less than a minute, they arrived at the ancient teleportation array that connected to the moon, leaving Conan utterly shocked. At this time, Sasuke had already confronted the 8 Tails, and Killer Bee had left the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. Without White Zetsu to provide intelligence, Makoto could only rely on the Golden Tensigen on the moon to locate him. Makoto was the only one in existence capable of activating the Golden Tensigen, not even Tonari on the moon could do it. After considerable effort, Makoto successfully sealed the 8 Tails into the demonic statue of the Outer Path. As for the 9 Tails, it was sealed within himself. Moon, Hamura's shrine. Conan's body glowed with a soft blue light. Makoto had enveloped her in his chakra. The Golden Tensigen in Hamura's shrine had placed a curse upon the area. Anyone without Hamura's bloodline would be drained of chakra and perish upon entering. In just this short period of time, Conan had already accepted that Makoto was indeed the legendary sage. The way he used space-time travel, his effortless suppression of the Eight Tails, and the fact that he had brought her to the moon, each of these feats was beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Floating above Makoto's palm were two purple Rinnegan. When he had used them to summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path earlier, he had clearly felt their immense power, different from the Tensigan, yet resonating with it in a strange way. Upon returning, he would need to have Kabuto study them further. Makoto stowed away the Rinnegan and activated the golden Tensigan, opening a portal to another world. The gateway appeared as a swirling black vortex of chaos, impossible to see through from the outside. "Let's go," Makoto said to Konan. Konan swallowed hard before following Makoto into the spatial portal. Traveling through time and space had taken considerable effort, but Makoto knew that his original world's coordinates were not just spatial but also temporal. By the time they reappeared in front of the massive golden Tensigan, almost no time had passed. Makoto had returned just moments after he had originally left. This. Konan looked around, noticing that nothing had changed. She hesitated, unsure if they had actually succeeded. "By the way, Jiraiya is still alive in this world," Makoto suddenly remarked. Konan froze for a moment before asking, "Have we truly arrived in another world?" Makoto's expression remained calm as he replied. "This is my world. My empire. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 416, ch 416, Another World Shizun. Konoha New City, Residential Area. Following the address given by Makoto, Konan arrived alone, making her way upstairs and stopping in front of a door marked with the corresponding number. She stood in place, lost in thought for a long time before slowly reaching out and knocking on the door. "I'm coming." A voice sounded from inside, familiar, full of energy. The door opened, revealing a young man with red hair, fair skin, and handsome features. Compared to the person Konan had met earlier today, he looked completely different. "Konan." Nagato stared at her in surprise, quickly realizing that something was off. The Konan before him appeared much more mature, and her entire demeanor had undergone a drastic transformation. Moreover, her outfit closely resembled the Akatsuki uniform he once wore, though it bore additional red cloud patterns. Konan gazed at the youthful Nagato, opening her mouth slightly as her breath trembled uncontrollably. "Is Yahiko here?" Nagato found her question even stranger. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Yahiko is at work today." "Konan, are you all right?" He stepped aside, making room for her to enter. Konan walked into the room and was immediately struck by the familiar arrangement of the space. Though different from what she remembered, many details bore a striking resemblance: the frog cushions on the sofa, the three frog-faced nameplates at the entrance. Despite the unfamiliar setting, these elements felt deeply familiar, causing her body to tremble. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. "Konan, you..." Nagato was caught off guard, unsure how to react as he watched her cry. Konan suddenly grasped his arm, speaking in an urgent, almost desperate tone, "Where is Yahiko? I want to see him." "Yahiko is at work." Nagato replied blankly, but seeing her near hysterical state, he quickly added, "I'll go get him right now. Just wait here for a moment." Without hesitation, Nagato dashed out of the house, heading toward Yahiko's workplace as fast as he could. Something about Konan today felt completely different, like she wasn't the same Konan he had known. When Nagato stepped into Yahiko's office, he was even more shocked. Because Konan was here too. "Nagato. What are you doing here?" Yahiko asked, looking surprised. On the desk, there was a lunchbox. It seemed like Konan had come to deliver lunch. Nagato stared blankly at Konan and asked, "Konan, you, how?" Konan appeared slightly flustered. After clearing her throat, she replied, "I just came to bring Yahiko lunch." But Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, he was certain the Konan at home and the one standing before him were not the same person. Their demeanors were entirely different, and even their appearances had subtle differences. Swallowing hard, he looked at both of them and said, "You two, come home with me right now." Yahiko and Konan exchanged glances, confused by Nagato's words. Nagato already knew about their relationship, so there was no reason for him to be upset. Konan asked, "Nagato, what's going on?" Taking a deep breath, Nagato explained everything about the Konan at home. Both Yahiko and Konan were stunned upon hearing it. Frowning, Yahiko asked, "Could she be a spy?" Nagato, however, pondered, "That Konan, she feels like the real Konan." Konan suggested, "Let's go back and check. In Konoha, no matter who she is, she won't be able to cause any trouble." Just then, there was a sudden knock on the office door. "Come in." "Lord Yahiko, this is a letter from His Majesty," a clerk said. "A letter from His Majesty?" Yahiko was surprised, quickly stepping forward to take it. After reading it carefully, he fell into deep thought. What is it? Conan asked, glancing at the letter in Yahiko's hand. Do you remember Lady Tsunade from the 10 Crown Guards? Both Nagato and Conan nodded. Tsunade, one of the 10 Crown Guards, was actually someone from another world. This wasn't common knowledge, but Yahiko, given his high position, was aware of the truth. His Majesty said that the Conan at our home also came from another world. In a dense forest outside Konoha, the terrain had been directly altered by Makoto, who then placed the Geto statue he had brought here. He also set up special barrier techniques around the area, making the massive body of the Geto statue invisible from the outside. Anyone who tried to approach would be redirected elsewhere under the barrier's influence. Sealed within this Geto statue were all the tailed beasts except for the 9 tails. Once the 9 tails was also injected, the 10 tails could be fully awakened. However, Makoto was in no rush to do so, he was more interested in the Rinnegan at the moment. The brand new Rinnegan he had brought from the alternate world was identical to the one originally from this world, both belonging to Uchiha Madara. After mastering the ability to wield the Tensegan, Makoto also attempted to control the original Rinnegan of his world and discovered a slight difference between the two. This difference stemmed from the power of the Naraka Path. The Naraka Path had an ability to summon the King of Hell to devour the souls of others. The Rinnegan from the alternate world contained many more souls than the original one, these were the souls Makoto had brought over from that world. In other words, those souls also had counterparts in this world. Makoto released these souls one by one and soon discovered someone special, Shizun. He hadn't noticed it before, but while he had revived Konoha villagers in the alternate world, Shizun had been one of those whose soul was extracted by the Naraka Path. Thinking back, she was indeed absent from the 5th Hokage Tsunade's side afterward. Are there any remaining female bodies in the research facility? Makoto asked Kabuto. There are. Lady Tsunade only used one back then, Kabuto replied. 30 minutes later, inside the Biological Science Research Institute. Shizun slowly opened her eyes, finding herself in an unfamiliar room, lying on a strange device, and wearing an unfamiliar outfit. Instinctively, she tried to spring up, but as a medical ninja, she immediately sensed something unusual about her body. Who are you? Shizun questioned warily. Have you forgotten how you died? Makoto asked directly. Shizun froze, and then, as realization struck, her eyes widened in shock. She glanced around, noticing that this place didn't resemble any kind of hell. Was she alive again? You're not dead now. I brought you back to life, Makoto said. Shizun gradually calmed down and asked, where is this? Konoha. Huh. Upon hearing this, Shizun instinctively looked around again. As the assistant to the 5th Hokage, she had never known of such a place existing in Konoha. This is Konoha from another world. I went to your world and helped Konoha defeat Pain. Since your soul had been extracted by him, I brought you back with me when I returned. Shizun listened, half understanding and half doubting. To her, what the other person was saying sounded utterly absurd. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, Makoto said. If you can move, then follow me. Shizun hesitated for a moment. The other person didn't seem to have any ill intentions, otherwise, she wouldn't still be alive and well. According to what he said, she really had been killed by Pain. With that in mind, she followed Makoto as he led the way out of the Biological Science Research Institute. Makoto took Shizun straight to Tsunade's residence. Along the way, Shizun kept looking around. Some parts of this Konoha resembled what she remembered, but it was far more prosperous than the one she knew. However, she couldn't figure out where the Hokage rock had gone or what the giant figure in the distance was. After knocking, the door was opened, by none other than Shizun herself. The Shizun inside the house initially thought the emperor had come to see her master, Tsunade. But then she saw the woman standing behind him, someone who looked exactly like her. Your Majesty. Is Tsunade here? Makoto asked. Why yes, they're both here, Shizun stammered slightly in response. Meanwhile, the Hokage Shizun widened her eyes in shock upon seeing another version of herself. Shizun, who is it? A voice called from the living room. It's His Majesty. The Shizun at the door answered. There was a brief silence inside before Makoto saw Tsunade walking over. Lady Tsunade. Hokage Shizun couldn't help but call out upon seeing her. Makoto spoke directly, this is Shizun from another world. That should be enough explanation for you. Her arrival here was an accident, so I'll leave her in your hands from now on. After Makoto finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot, leaving behind 2 Shizuns and 1 Tsunade, all staring at each other in bewilderment. At that moment, the Tsunade from the inner bedroom, having heard the commotion, also walked out. What's going on? Who came? The moment she saw the 2 Shizuns, one inside and one outside the door, she froze in shock. Come inside first, Tsunade quickly said to the Shizun from the original world. In the living room, 2 Tsunades and 2 Shizun sat on the sofa, all staring at each other in silence. So, you're saying, this Shizun is also from another world, the Hokage Tsunade murmured in thought. She turned to the Hokage Shizun and asked, when exactly did you come here? Hokage Shizun replied, at the time. I was killed by pain. The person who brought me here just now said he revived me. I see. So, it was during Pain's attack on Konoha. The Hokage Tsunade pondered for a moment, then smiled at the original Shizun. Don't worry, you're safe here. I'm also from another world, though I arrived a little later. After Pain's attack on Konoha, the Fourth Great Ninja War followed, and that war had ended within just a few days. The Hokage Tsunade took her time explaining everything in detail to the Hokage Shizun. She felt a strong sense of closeness to her since this was the Shizun from her own world. Once Shizun had wrapped her head around the situation, she couldn't help but ask, then, can we go back? This world isn't bad either, Hokage Tsunade said. The person who brought you here is this world's 5th Hokage. He unified the 5 great nations and established the world's only empire. He's the emperor of the empire. The Hokage Shizun looked at the 2 Tsunades in front of her and the other version of herself, still feeling like she was dreaming. Shizun smiled and said, Lady Tsunade is right. She gazed at the version of herself from another world, feeling an indescribable sense of strangeness. She thought to herself, so this is what Master must have felt back then. This world is quite different from yours. For example, in this world, Rin and Obito are still alive. Hokage Shizun was shocked. Really? Shizun chuckled. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Rin, Kurenai, and Anko will be surprised when they find out another me has arrived. Hearing those familiar names, Hokage Shizun gradually began to lower her guard. So, all of this is real. At Yahiko's home. In the living room, Yahiko and Konan sat in the middle of the couch, while the 2 versions of Konan sat on either side of them. The Emperor has already told us about you, Yahiko said, addressing the Konan from the other world. Ever since he walked in, she hadn't taken her eyes off him. When he first opened the door, he had a feeling that she was about to rush forward and embrace him, but upon seeing the Konan beside him, she held herself back. The Konan from the Akatsuki of the original Hokage's world responded quietly. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan exchanged glances before Konan finally spoke to her other self. You came here, do you have a purpose? The letter from the Emperor had only mentioned that she, like Tsunade, was from another world, nothing more. The Akatsuki's Konan was silent for a moment before she spoke in a sorrowful tone. In my world, Yahiko is dead. At these words, Konan and Nagato instantly felt their breaths hitch. After a brief pause, the Akatsuki's Konan continued, before I came here. Nagato had also died. The 3 of them fell silent. After some thought, Konan asked, can you tell us about your world? Her world. The Akatsuki's Konan finally shifted her gaze away from Yahiko and caught sight of the wooden flip plaque near the entrance, bearing the 3 of their names. It was something Jiraiya-sensei had taught them, to flip it to the red side when they were home and to the white frog side when they left, with the white frog symbolizing I'll be back soon. Back when they lived in a war-torn and difficult environment, this was how they reassured each other of their safety, a sign that their small family was still intact. The Akatsuki's Konan remained silent for a long time before she finally spoke. We founded the Akatsuki, we had many like-minded comrades. She began recounting everything, how they formed Akatsuki, how Hanzo the Salamander betrayed them, how Yahiko sacrificed himself, how Nagato changed the organization, all the way to Nagato's death. Time passed, and the only voice in the room was hers, as Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan quietly listened. When the room finally fell into a long silence, Konan gradually came back to her senses from the sorrow that had settled in. Everything her counterpart had spoken about made her instinctively put herself in her place, experiencing all the pain as if it were her own. Yahiko was gone forever, and so was Nagato. Konan couldn't even begin to imagine what a life like that would be like. Suddenly, she stood up and quickly stepped forward, embracing the other Konan, embracing herself. It must have been so painful. Pain. The Akatsuki's Konan had thought she had long since grown numb to it. But today, when she saw Yahiko again, she felt the weight of that pain once more. She had never truly moved on from Yahiko's death. In response, she slowly lifted her own arms, wrapping them around the Konan before her, burying her face in her counterpart's embrace without saying a word. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 417, ch 417, Otsutsuki Kagaya's voice. However, everything here wasn't unfamiliar to her, except for the fact that some people who had died in her world were still alive here. For instance, at this moment, she was facing Rin, Kurenai, and Anko. Are you from the same world as Lady Tsunade? More or less, Hokage Shizen nodded in acknowledgement. She hadn't experienced the Fourth Great Ninja War, so there was still a time gap between them. In that case, you and I wouldn't be too familiar with each other, huh? Rin pondered. Hokage Shizen felt a bit awkward and said, not exactly. We had a pretty good relationship when we were kids. The Rin in front of her did feel somewhat unfamiliar. The image of Rin in her memory had already started to fade, it had been so long, after all. She was now 30 years old, while the Shizen of this world was only in her early 20s. Rin had died in her memories when she was just 12 or 13. Nearly 20 years had passed since then. 20 years was more than enough time to forget someone. When Shizen brought Rin in front of her, she had been stunned for a long time. But Rin merely smiled softly and said, that's okay. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other again. Even though the person felt unfamiliar, such a kind personality immediately made Hokage Shizen develop a good impression of her. It seemed that her childhood friend was truly a wonderful person. Kurenai suggested gathering their peers for a meal together so that everyone could meet Hokage Shizen. Curious about how everyone in this world might differ from those in her original world, Hokage Shizen happily agreed. After Rin and the others left, Shizen began explaining the nature of this world to Hokage Shizen. From Hokage Tsunade, she had already learned about some differences between the two worlds, most of which revolved around His Majesty. This emperor, what kind of person is he? Hokage Shizen couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Shizen smiled and said, naturally, he is a godlike figure, someone worthy of the utmost reverence from all the citizens of the empire. Hokage Shizen recalled their brief encounter. The men had claimed to have traveled to her original world and saved Konoha. That alone was something she deeply appreciated. Meanwhile, Shizen suddenly seemed to remember something and fell silent. There's one more thing. She glanced around. Neither of the two Tsunades were in the living room at the moment. Still feeling uneasy, she pulled Hokage Shizen into her bedroom. What is it? It's about Master and Lady Tsunade. Hokage Shizen looked at her in confusion. Shizen hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Seeing this, Hokage Shizen asked, is it something difficult to talk about? Shizen let out a soft sigh and spoke slowly, His Majesty is the one who ended the wars, unified the world, and built the empire. He also developed Konoha to what it is today. Calling him a godlike figure wouldn't be an exaggeration. A man like him naturally has countless admirers. His Majesty has many women who are devoted to him, though not all of them have an official status. Hokage Shizen listened quietly. When she heard this, she suddenly remembered that Shizen had mentioned it was about Master and Lady Tsunade. Realizing what she meant, Hokage Shizen froze. You mean, both Lady Tsunades are also? Hokage Shizen was utterly shocked. To her, Tsunade was not only her teacher but also like a mother figure. And both Tsunades? Could it be, together? Unable to stop herself, she asked, but Lady Tsunade's age? Shizen sighed lightly and said, it's something that both Master and Lady Tsunade are willing to accept. There's nothing we can say about it. Hokage Shizen was speechless. The images of her revered Lady Tsunade and that unfamiliar emperor kept flashing through her mind. No matter how she thought about it, it just felt off. Her emotions remained unsettled for a long time. She couldn't help but ask, what exactly is the relationship between the three of them now? Shizen was silent for a while before replying, their relationship isn't known to outsiders. Only I, and perhaps His Majesty's secretary, Samui, might know. Even she seemed to find the topic difficult to discuss, speaking hesitantly. His Majesty sometimes comes to our place at night to see Master and Lady Tsunade. And every Saturday, Master also goes to His Majesty's place. Hokage Shizen was stunned for a long moment before saying, so, both Lady Tsunades, both of them, have that kind of relationship with His Majesty. Shizen silently nodded. Hokage Shizen carefully thought over Shizen's words. They lived together, and when the Emperor came at night, he clearly wasn't just looking for one of them. Realizing this, Hokage Shizen suddenly shook her head. She felt her heart tremble, afraid to continue down that line of thought. The Lady Tsunade she revered so much, the woman she saw as a mother figure, the fifth Hokage of Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin, a master of medical ninjutsu. How could she accept such a position for herself? And the Tsunade from another world, the one who had arrived here just like she had, shouldn't have known the Emperor for long, right? Lord Jiraiya had loved Lady Tsunade for so long and never won her heart. She had always thought Lady Tsunade still held feelings for her uncle, unable to move on from the past. But now, at this moment, the once noble and untouchable image of Tsunade in her heart suddenly began to crack. Inside a sealed laboratory at the Institute of Biological Sciences. Makoto sat cross-legged in the center of the room, with two pairs of purple Rinnegan floating before him. He planned to replicate his previous method of merging the Tensigan weapon system by fusing these two pairs of Rinnegan. Intricate and profound sealing patterns were inscribed on the ground, glowing with a blue radiance under Makoto's chakra. For him, the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique was already second nature. He dared to proceed with this fusion because he was confident, if the fusion failed and the eyes were destroyed, he could simply retrieve more from parallel timelines. As the glow from the seals intensified, the four Rinnegan were drawn together, orbiting each other in midair. The difficulties Makoto had anticipated did not arise. There was no rejection or interference, likely because both pairs of Rinnegan originated from the same person and were identical. The four Rinnegan simultaneously emitted a blinding light, their energies intertwining. Everything was progressing smoothly. Makoto carefully observed the special chakra within the Rinnegan. It was as if four delicate threads were weaving together into a slightly thicker, stronger strand. Soon, the radiance faded. The four Rinnegan had merged into a single eye, its patterns more intricate and mesmerizing than before, resembling a complex Mangekyo Sharingan. The glow of the sealing formation gradually dimmed as well, and the newly fused Rinnegan gently landed in Makoto's palm. Makoto studied it intently for a long time before storing it away. Half an hour later, Makoto's figure appeared on a remote island in the vast ocean, an uninhabited land covered in dense vegetation. He summoned the demonic statue of the outer path and placed it here. The massive figure of the statue stood like a towering mountain or a colossal, withered tree. Makoto intended to awaken the Ten-Tails but did not plan to summon it in its full strength. The weaker the Ten-Tails was, the easier it would be for him to control it. From the original story's events, it was clear that the Ten-Tails did not necessarily require the full chakra of all the tailed beasts to be revived. When Obito awakened the Ten-Tails, he had not fully captured the Eight-Tails or Nine-Tails, only feeding the demonic statue a severed tentacle from the Eight-Tails and chakra from the Gold and Silver brothers, who carried the Nine-Tails' power. Perhaps only a small fraction of chakra from each tailed beast was sufficient to bring the Ten-Tails back to life. What exactly that threshold was, however, was something Makoto would have to discover through careful experimentation. Makoto had no intention of becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Although doing so would grant him immense power, he viewed the concept of a Jinchuriki as akin to parasitism. The Otsutsuki clan obtained power by cultivating the god tree and consuming its chakra fruit, allowing them to acquire true power that belonged solely to them. By contrast, a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki was essentially implanting the god tree within oneself and borrowing its power instead of claiming it as their own. Makoto found himself instinctively repulsed by such a method. Instead, he chose to extract a considerable amount of chakra from the One-Tail through Eight-Tails from within the demonic statue of the outer path and then infused it with his own Nine-Tails chakra. The moment the demonic statue absorbed the Nine-Tails chakra, it let out a deafening roar. A surge of powerful energy radiated outward, sending shockwaves across the isolated island, causing the surrounding ocean to churn violently. The demonic statue seemed to be in extreme agony, or perhaps, it was struggling against some kind of binding force. The massive, mountain-like entity twisted and writhed, its withered, tree-like body convulsing as something within it squirmed. Makoto could feel an overwhelming chakra surging within, the sheer intensity of it far surpassed that of any ordinary tailed beast. He made no attempt to suppress it, merely floating high above in the sky, silently observing the Ten-Tails' emergence. The process was slow, yet Makoto watched as the Ten-Tails' form gradually transformed, shifting from a humanoid statue into a massive, reptilian entity. The very climate of the region was affected, hurricane-force winds howled, colossal waves battered the island's shores, and dark clouds thickened in the sky, blotting out the sun. Before long, the Ten-Tails had grown so large that the island could no longer contain it. 10 enormous tails loomed over the sky, stirring up storms and unleashing thunder and torrential rain with every movement. In its final form, the demonic statue had become a monstrous being with a massive, crimson Rinnegan marked by 9 tomo. Its back bore protrusions resembling the trunk of a tree, and from it sprouted 10 withered, root-like tails. Makoto could feel its chakra, a presence so immense it dwarfed that of all 9-tailed beasts combined. Yet, it was merely a creature with chakra equivalent to theirs. The power of the Ten-Tails far surpassed that of all the tailed beasts combined. Makoto was utterly astonished, he had underestimated the Ten-Tails' strength. At that moment, he suddenly sensed that the monstrous creature below had taken notice of him. Its massive, crimson Rinnegan with 9 tomo gleamed with a predatory desire. Currently, Makoto possessed the other half of all the tailed beast's chakra within him. A colossal surge of chakra began to condense at the Ten-Tails' maw, dark red and blue chakra intertwined, undergoing intense compression. In an instant, a tailed beast ball of mountain-like proportions materialized, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction. Makoto narrowed his eyes slightly as he saw the massive beast opening its ferocious maw, preparing to launch the attack at him. Yet, he did not evade. Instead, a pitch-black shield appeared before him in an instant, completely obscuring his figure. Boom. In that moment, an apocalyptic force engulfed everything in its path. A blinding white light filled the heavens and the earth, so intense that even sound itself was temporarily silenced. Within that suffocating, deathly radiance, the sheer destructive force of the explosion tore everything in the vicinity to shreds, reducing it all to dust. 100 miles away, the explosion appeared as a massive, sun-like sphere of light. The deafening roar of destruction echoed across vast distances, shaking the very sky and earth. As the explosion's shockwave gradually subsided, the island beneath the Tentails had completely shattered, leaving the beast's enormous form sprawled atop the turbulent sea. Towering waves surged madly toward the impact zone, resembling a world-ending tsunami. Yet, high above in the sky, a small, black sphere floated unscathed amidst the devastation. Slowly, the black sphere unraveled, revealing Makoto's unharmed figure within. The sphere had been formed from truth-seeking orbs, shielding him entirely from the devastating attack. Makoto gazed at the Tentails below, deep in thought. This creature's power level had already reached a point that touched his own. If someone were to become the Tentails Jinchuriki, they might truly be able to rival him. But only might. Aside from his personal combat strength, Makoto also possessed countless Tensigan weapons and 2 mecha deities. Raising a hand, he summoned the special Rinnegan he had fused earlier. The Tentails, which had been preparing to launch another attack after its first failed attempt, suddenly became docile upon seeing the Rinnegan. Floating motionlessly on the ocean's surface, it ceased all hostilities. Makoto observed this reaction for a moment before leaping onto the Tentail's massive body. Even as he stepped onto its head, the creature remained completely still. The Divine Tree had not yet reached its final form, it would continue to evolve until it fully transformed into the Divine Tree, its roots once again burrowing deep into the earth to drain the planet's life force. And the only ways to stop it were either to absorb it into oneself and become the Tentails Jinchuriki, or to awaken Otsutsuki Kagaya. Initially, Makoto had planned to use the Tentails as an energy source, just like the tailed beast cores. However, seeing it now, he realized his thinking had been too simplistic. This monstrous being was not something that even the Empire's current technology could restrain. Placing a hand on the Tentail's body, Makoto began extracting its tailed beast chakra. The Tentails, which originally had only half its full chakra, was now reduced to just 1/3. The beast made no sound, but as Makoto pressed his hand against it, he could feel it wailing in agony. If he were to extract all its tailed beast chakra, it would revert back to the ghetto statue. That's why it was begging him. But suddenly, Makoto's mind became alarmed. This might not be the Tentail's will at all. Unlike the juvenile Tentails that typical Otsutsuki carried, this Tentail's was different. This one was Otsutsuki Kagaya herself. The wailing he had just heard, was it truly the cry of a beast? Or was it the will of that forbidden woman? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 418, ch 418, Conan's Ring. The fruit produced by this Tentails had already been consumed by Otsutsuki Kagaya. The reason it reverted to the form of the Divine Tree was that Kagaya's body and chakra had been separated and sealed by her 2 sons. The current Tentails before them was no longer a pure Tentails, the Divine Tree and Otsutsuki Kagaya had already merged into one entity. Makoto paid no attention to the will emanating from the Tentails and instead continued to absorb the chakra within its body. His own body, which had been in a state of evolution, did not stop its transformation but maintained the form of a crawling creature. It was only when Makoto felt it was enough that he finally stopped, leaving the Tentails with just enough power to maintain its current form, preventing it from reverting to the demonic statue of the outer path. Afterward, Makoto set up a barrier technique around the area and activated the power of the golden Tensigan on the moon to bind the Tentails in place. Although the Tentails was now extremely weak, its body remained incomparably massive, far surpassing ordinary mountains. One would need to stand at an extremely high vantage point to take in its full form. Makoto then used spacetime power to leave the area, reappearing about 10 minutes later with a physical body in tow. It was a body identical to those used by Hokage Tsunade and Hokage Shizune. Created long ago, it had been stored in the Biological Research Institute as a contingency for emergencies. At that moment, the evolution of the Tentails resumed. Once a mere crawling creature, it had now grown 4 limbs, and its head had taken on a more defined, biological form. However, the protrusion on its back remained, as if it were carrying a massive tree stump. The Tentails was now in immense pain, possibly due to the extreme depletion of chakra within its body. It had taken on the appearance of a withered, skeletal monster. Now in this weakened state, Makoto could clearly sense that its evolution had come to a halt. It was likely because there wasn't enough chakra to sustain further development. Without hesitation, Makoto decided not to wait any longer and immediately performed a sealing technique, intending to seal the Tentails into the body he had brought. The Tentails suddenly let out a sorrowful wail, its massive body writhing violently, disturbing the very fabric of the space around them. Its agonized roars alone stirred up fierce gales. But it was a futile struggle. Under Makoto's overwhelming power, the Ten-Tails was unable to mount any effective resistance. Its cries grew increasingly shrill before its colossal form rapidly shrank, surging madly toward the lifeless body floating beside Makoto. A layer of pale white cocoon-like material swiftly formed around the body, obscuring the view of what was happening inside. Placing his hand on the outer shell, Makoto could still sense the turmoil within. Even with its remaining strength greatly diminished, the Ten-Tails' power remained restless inside the body. Since this vessel was merely an empty shell without a soul, it was unable to suppress the chakra within it. The only reason the Ten-Tails could even enter was due to Makoto's control. Seeing no other choice, Makoto reinforced the cocoon with multiple layers of sealing techniques to prevent any unforeseen incidents. With everything in place, he brought the white cocoon back to Konoha and placed it within the Biological Research Institute. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Kabuto asked in surprise upon seeing the cocoon. He took out a uniquely designed pair of glasses, put them on, and carefully examined the strange object. "A fusion of the chakra from all 9-tailed beasts, though it's incomplete," Makoto explained simply. "For now, it shouldn't be able to awaken." Kabuto nodded slightly, then asked, "Your Majesty, do you intend to wake it up?" Makoto pondered for a moment before replying, "I originally planned to use it as something similar to a tailed beast core, but the chakra it contains is far too immense, far exceeding that of an ordinary tailed beast. Even in its current state, after I have extracted more than half of its chakra, the Empire's technology is still incapable of restraining it, nor can it be used as an energy source." Kabuto carefully considered the meaning behind Makoto's words. Was he implying that this thing was somewhat impractical? It was certainly powerful enough, but at the moment, it couldn't be put to use. For now, the Ten-Tails cocoon was placed within the Research Institute. There was nothing more to be done at the moment, so the matter was temporarily set aside. The Imperial Palace, in the attic of the front hall. Still dressed in the Akatsuki signature black robe with red cloud patterns, Konan arrived at this place. She had come seeking the sage who had brought her to this world, but instead, she found a cold yet stunningly beautiful blonde woman. Her figure was, almost exaggeratedly good. "You are Miss Konan." Samui was surprised to see her. "Do you need something?" she asked. Konan was silent for a moment before replying, "I am not the Konan you know." Samui was taken aback. "I'm here to see His Majesty, the Emperor," Konan continued. From Yahiko and the others, she had already learned some things about this place. Samui said, "His Majesty is not here at the moment, and I don't know when he'll return." Konan simply responded, "I can wait." Samui gazed at this Konan, whose demeanor was completely different from the one she knew. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she asked, "You're not from this world, are you?" Konan froze for a moment before nodding. Samui introduced herself, "I am His Majesty's secretary. Just call me Samui." "Nice to meet you." After a brief moment of thought, Samui said, "You can wait on the sofa. I have work to do, so I won't be entertaining you." Konan nodded and took a seat on the sofa. She had spoken with Yahiko and the others for quite some time, but their conversations mostly revolved around sharing their respective stories. Even after all that, she wasn't sure what else to say. Should she tell him that she had spent all these years missing him? But here, Yahiko already had another version of herself by his side. Would he even understand her feelings? And why should he have to? Konan felt lost. She had finally gotten her wish and met Yahiko again, but it seemed like there was no place for her in his life anymore. She could tell that the Konan of this world and Yahiko shared a deep bond. That brought her comfort, yet also left her feeling incredibly desolate. Back in her world, after Nagato's death, she had hoped to find a new home here. But perhaps this place wasn't the right place for her after all. Her sudden appearance might only disrupt the peaceful life that Yahiko and the others had built. Konan didn't want that. She had already endured too much suffering, enduring a little more wouldn't matter. The only thing she truly couldn't bear was causing even the slightest disturbance in Yahiko's happiness. She sat quietly on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the wall opposite her, lost in thought for a long time. Until a sudden knock at the door broke her trance, pulling her back to reality. Before she could react, Samui calmly said, "It's not His Majesty. If it were, he wouldn't bother knocking." Then she raised her voice and said, "Come in." The door opened, and a little girl with white eyes stepped inside. A smile appeared on Samui's face. Princess Hinata. Hinata had also been smiling, but upon noticing a stranger in the room, she quickly composed herself. She turned to Samui and asked, "Are you busy?" Samui explained, "Miss Konan is waiting for His Majesty." Hearing this, Konan glanced at Hinata, pondering over Samui's words. She had referred to this little girl as Princess. Could she be the daughter of the Sage Emperor? Hinata then asked, "Where's my father?" Samui shook her head. "I don't know where His Majesty has gone." Hinata looked at Konan again, then simply shrugged. All right, I'll come back tomorrow. Goodbye, Princess Hinata, Samui said without pressing her to stay, as she had work to do herself. As Hinata turned and left, Samui took the initiative to explain to Conan that was His Majesty's daughter, Hyuga Hinata, the princess of the empire. Conan didn't seem particularly interested, only nodding slightly in response. She remained in the attic for a long time. At one point, when Samui got up to pour herself some water, she also poured a cup of tea for Conan and even brought over 2 books to keep her entertained. Thank you, Conan said softly. You're welcome, Samui replied with a faint smile, holding her teacup in one hand. Perhaps from sitting for too long, she stood by her desk, leaning against its edge. Conan silently traced the rim of her cup with her fingers. You're very beautiful, Samui suddenly said. Conan was taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she replied, thank you. You're even more beautiful than me. That was her honest opinion. The sight of Samui had truly amazed her. The last time she had seen such a stunning woman was Tsunade. Samui continued, His Majesty will like you very much. That statement caught Conan completely off guard. She quickly responded, you misunderstand. There is nothing between me and His Majesty. Samui simply smiled. Then let's just say I misunderstood. However, in her mind, she had already made her judgment. This woman wasn't quite at that stage yet, but it wouldn't be long. His Majesty was never one to hesitate when it came to such matters. Time passed unnoticed, and Conan didn't bother checking the clock. Time no longer held much meaning for her. However, as the sunlight outside turned a golden hue, she finally saw Hyuga Makoto. Just as Samui had said, Makoto didn't knock when he entered. Unlike the officials who came to report their work, he walked straight in. Your Majesty, Samui rose and bowed. Conan quickly stood up as well. After a moment of hesitation, she addressed him, Your Majesty, the Emperor. Makoto gave a slight nod. His gaze toward Conan held no surprise as he simply said, Come with me. With that, he turned and walked toward the adjoining lounge. Inside the lounge, Makoto sat down in a chair and got straight to the point. What do you need from me? Conan hesitated before slowly asking, Can you send me back? Back to my original world. Makoto, however, responded with a question of his own. What do you want to go back for? That world no longer holds anything you care about, does it? Are you planning to go back just to grow old alone in solitude? Conan lowered her gaze and said, Staying in this world holds no meaning for me either. Makoto glanced at her sideways. At the very least, this world is better than the one you came from, isn't it? No wars, no hatred, no slaughter, this is a stable world where you could start over at any time. The Nagato from that world, even in his dying moments, used his last breath to curse me. Do you think he would have wanted this to be your fate? Seeing Conan still lost in confusion, Makoto suddenly let out a cold laugh and said, How about this, I'll kill the Conan of this world, and you can take her place. Conan was momentarily stunned before she snapped out of it in shock. No. You can't. How could such a thing even be considered? She did want to be with Yihiko again, and she did feel like there was no place for her in his life here, but she had never once thought of replacing the Conan of this world. Makoto scoffed. Then what are you hesitating for? Conan stood there in silence. Yes, what was she hesitating for? She had already been given such a rare opportunity, so why was she trying to run away from it? She asked herself this in her heart. She could see Yihiko and Nagato again, even if only as an observer. Wasn't that still a better life than the one she had left behind? Makoto looked at the cold and reserved woman in front of him. With a slight movement of his fingers, the buttons on her cloak unfastened on their own. Let go of your past. The Conan of this world started anew from the moment she avoided all that tragedy. That cloak holds no meaning for you anymore. From now on, you'll begin again in this world. Samui will take care of everything for you. The red cloud-patterned cloak of the Akatsuki slipped off Conan's shoulders, revealing the sleeveless, zip-up backless top and light-colored, form-fitting pants underneath. Her figure was unexpectedly stunning. But what surprised Makoto even more was that, aside from the lip piercing, she also had a navel piercing. At first, Conan thought nothing of it, assuming he was simply guiding her to move forward. But when she noticed Makoto's gaze lingering on her abdomen after she had removed the cloak, she suddenly became aware of what he was staring at, and her expression grew slightly unnatural. I understand now. Thank you, she said earnestly to Makoto. Makoto's gaze was difficult to read as he sat with his legs crossed, resting one hand against his cheek while watching her. Samui, he called out. Before long, Samui pushed open the door and stepped inside. Your Majesty. Find her a place to stay, Makoto instructed. Yes. Then, Makoto suddenly turned to Conan and asked, Where do you want to live? Conan was momentarily taken aback. Anywhere is fine. Makoto said, I'm asking if you want to be close to this world's version of yourself or further away. Conan gave it serious thought before lowering her gaze. If possible, somewhere further away. She felt that constantly appearing in their lives wouldn't be appropriate. Makoto then said to Samui, let her stay at Hancock's place. With Robin around, there won't be any issues, and she'll have someone looking after her. Yes. With that, Samui led Conan away. As they left the palace, Conan was still lost in her thoughts and didn't immediately realize how revealing her outfit was. Along the way, Samui suddenly spoke. Miss Conan, you surprised me in some ways. Conan was puzzled by her words, but then she noticed Samui glancing at her abdomen, making her feel slightly awkward. Her backless crop top had a front slit that exposed her navel, revealing the piercing she wore there. She recalled how the Emperor had also stared at it earlier. Thinking about how she had left her Akatsuki cloak behind in that room, she hesitated before saying, my cloak. I'll bring it to you later. Then. I'll have to trouble you, Miss Samui. No trouble at all. We'll be seeing each other often. Your new place is close to mine, so if you ever need anything, you can come to me. Conan felt that, despite Samui's cool and detached exterior, she was actually quite warm-hearted, even though she was younger than herself. Oh, and you'll have 3 housemates. They're all close to His Majesty, so try to get along with them, Samui added. I understand, Conan replied, though she couldn't help but wonder what exactly it meant to be close to His Majesty. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 419, ch 419, I love him very much. This is Conan. From now on, she will be living here with you. This is His Majesty's decision, and he hopes you will all get along well, Samui said as she introduced Conan to Hancock, Robin, and Nami, giving both sides a brief introduction. Upon seeing the 3 women, Conan felt a hint of surprise, especially when she laid eyes on Hancock. Her beauty was truly stunning. She had already been amazed by Samui's appearance, but now Hancock and Robin's towering height caught her even more off guard. She suddenly recalled what Samui had said earlier, that these 3 women were close to His Majesty. Did that mean they were all the Emperor's women? Robin gazed at Conan thoughtfully before offering a gentle smile. I feel like we've met before, Miss Conan. Samui explained, this is not the Conan you met before. There is another Conan in Konoha. The 3 pirate women were left confused by this remark. Robin smiled again, her voice warm. Well then, let's help Miss Conan tidy up her room. Conan quickly said, I can do it myself. Nami also smiled. No need to be so formal. We'll be living together from now on, and helping each other out is just what we do. Conan wasn't quite used to this kind of interaction. Their warmth and kindness made her feel a bit overwhelmed. In the past, she had grown accustomed to keeping a cold demeanor. In the Akatsuki led by Nagato, everyone was bound by mutual interests, using each other as needed. In a Megakure, she was revered as the untouchable angel. It had been far too long since a genuine smile had appeared on her face. Samui mentioned that she still had work to do and was about to leave when Conan stopped her just before she stepped out. Speaking softly, Conan asked, those 3, what exactly is their relationship with His Majesty? Samui replied, what do you think? Conan fell silent for a moment before saying, is it really appropriate for me to live with them? Samui replied, there's nothing inappropriate about it. Besides, this is His Majesty's decision, you heard him yourself. Conan's heart tightened slightly. She could hear the unspoken meaning behind those words. Samui continued, life here is good. If you need anything, you can ask. His Majesty is the Emperor of the Sun Empire, ruler of this world, whatever material needs you have, he can provide. Conan didn't want anything, nor did she want these people forcing anything upon her. She said, I want to speak with His Majesty again. Samui looked at her calmly and said, His Majesty is very busy. When he has time, perhaps. For now, just settle in. With that, Samui left, leaving Conan standing alone at the doorway. A sudden sense of regret crept into Conan's heart. If she had said she wanted to stay closer to Yahiko, would things have turned out differently? No. That Emperor, if he truly had such intentions toward her, then no matter what choice she made, the result would be the same, wouldn't it? She realized her current situation wasn't ideal. This world was entirely under his rule, his power was overwhelming, and she seemed to have no room for resistance. At that moment, Robin approached her. Miss Conan. Miss Robin. Robin studied the quiet and reserved Conan, then smiled. Here, we are all the same. You'll get used to it in time. Conan wanted to explain that she was different from them, but she knew it would be pointless, so she chose to remain silent. Come, let's take a look at your room, Robin said. Late night, Tsunade's home. Hokage Shizun was suddenly awakened by a noise coming from the living room. She groggily pulled on a coat and stepped out of her bedroom, faintly making out two figures in the dimly lit space. Still drowsy, she didn't think much of it and simply called out, "Lady Tsunade." At the same time, her hand fumbled along the wall, switching on the light. The two people in the living room instantly froze, their movements stopping as they turned toward her. Ding-ling. The crisp sound of a bell rang sharply in the room. The moment she took in the scene before her, Shizun's drowsiness vanished completely. She stood there in stunned silence, eyes widening as the three of them stared at each other, the living room engulfed in an eerie stillness. She couldn't quite tell if the person underneath on the sofa was Lady Tsunade or just her mentor, but the scene was so shocking that it struck her to the core. The Tsunade before her had clenched her fists tightly against the floor, veins bulging on the back of her hands from how hard she was gripping. For over 10 seconds, everything remained frozen in place. Then, as Shizun snapped back to her senses, she swiftly turned around, retreating to her bedroom. In one quick motion, she switched the lights off again, plunging the living room back into darkness. In the pitch-black space, Tsunade's trembling voice broke the silence. "Can I go back to my room now?" A voice responded to her, didn't she already know? After a brief pause, Tsunade's voice came again, this time pleading, "Let's just go back to the room." Inside her bedroom, Shizun leaned against the door, her heart pounding violently. The scene she had just witnessed was burned into her mind, impossible to erase. Lady Tsunade. The Lady Tsunade I admire so deeply. Before, when her counterpart from this world had told her about Lady Tsunade's relationship with the Emperor, she had thought she was prepared. She knew they were willing, mutually affectionate, and that it wasn't her place to interfere. But it absolutely shouldn't have been that kind of scene. A wave of humiliation and grief surged within her, filling her with unbearable pain. Outside, the moonlight cast a cold, distant glow. Shizun no longer felt the slightest trace of sleepiness. She sat on the floor, hugging her knees, staring at the ground in silence for a long, long time. The night passed. Shizun came over to wake up the Hokage Shizun. When she pushed open the door, she found her sprawled sideways on the bed, fast asleep, still wearing her coat. How did she even fall asleep like this? She walked over, helped adjust Hokage Shizun's posture, and pulled the blanket over her. This small movement stirred her awake. "Didn't sleep well last night?" Shizun asked. Hokage Shizun slowly opened her drowsy eyes and murmured, "Lady Tsunade." Shizun replied, "Lady Tsunade is having breakfast. If you didn't sleep well, just rest a bit longer and eat when you wake up." Hokage Shizun's gaze flickered, and her sleepy eyes gradually became clearer. She asked, "Last night, did you hear anything?" Shizun paused for a moment before replying, "I went to bed early last night." "You just got here, and you probably didn't sleep well, maybe you were dreaming." Hokage Shizun lay there silently, saying nothing. Shizun turned and left the room. At the dining table, both Tsunades were having breakfast. When they saw Shizun come out, they looked over, their expressions carrying unspoken thoughts. "How is she?" one of them asked. "She didn't sleep well last night, still resting." "Maybe she's not used to being here yet," Shizun said with a slight smile. "I see. Lady Tsunade, are you going to train again today?" "Yeah, there's nothing else planned. I'll prepare a bento for you." Shizun turned and walked into the kitchen, while the two Tsunades exchanged glances, both remaining silent. They both knew what had happened last night. Originally, it had been an unspoken understanding between Shizun and them. But now, the other Shizun had walked in on it. What should they do now? Should they just pretend it never happened? Shizun would probably consider their dignity and never bring it up herself. Tsunade silently ate her food, her gaze deep and distant. The Hokage Tsunade suddenly spoke in a low voice, "I'll go talk to her. After all, we come from the same world." Tsunade glanced at her but instead asked, "Do you want her to sympathize with you? To share your pain?" "I know what to do," the Hokage Tsunade simply replied. After breakfast, the Hokage Tsunade went to her disciple's room. Hokage Shizun was lying on her side, back facing the door. Seeing her posture, the Hokage Tsunade knew she wasn't asleep. She probably hadn't slept well all night, because of what happened last night. The Hokage Tsunade slowly walked to the bedside and sat down at the edge, also turning her back to her. "Shizun." The figure on the bed seemed to tremble slightly, but she still responded, "Lady Tsunade." The Hokage Tsunade took a deep breath and slowly said, "I love the Emperor very much." Shizun's eyes widened instantly. "Not just me, my other self does too. We both love him deeply." The Hokage Tsunade's voice was calm, her tone steady and slow, as she quietly conveyed a truth to her disciple. "For certain special reasons, we can't be together openly. And I don't want to enter his family. Maintaining the relationship we have now is fine. When you love someone, you're willing to do many things for them. Last night, what you saw may not have been pleasant, but it was something we did willingly. I hope you can understand. But, we should have been more considerate. If this has affected you, I'm sorry. There was no response from behind her. After saying all this, the Hokage Tsunade sat there, feeling her own heart trembling. Such deceitful words, and yet she managed to say them. But just as the other Tsunade had pointed out earlier, what would be the point of telling Shizen the real truth? Would it only make Shizen worry for her and suffer in her place? It would be better for her not to think too much and just live a peaceful life. That was why this lie had to be woven. I love the Emperor very much. The Hokage Tsunade curled her lips into a mocking smile, finding it utterly ironic. But as she recalled everything that had happened, she felt a moment of daze. For a fleeting instant, when their bodies intertwined, when she was engulfed in that bone-melting sensation, she would forget who she was supposed to hate. A hazy sadness flickered in her eyes as she sat there, lost in thought for a long time. Behind her, Shizen slowly sat up in bed. She glanced at her master's back before lowering her gaze and murmuring, "I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade." The Hokage Tsunade let out a small laugh. "What are you apologizing for?" "I misunderstood you." "Not really a misunderstanding. It's not like I ever told you." Shizen suddenly realized she didn't truly understand her master as much as she thought she did. She couldn't even figure out why Lady Tsunade liked the Emperor. She tried to compare the Emperor to her uncle, but so much time had passed that all she could remember was that her uncle had been a gentle person. Was the Emperor gentle? She had never felt that. No, that's not right. There must be a reason. The Emperor of the Empire, powerful, young, and heroic, standing at the pinnacle of the world, weren't these all reasons? A man like that, any woman would be moved by him. It wasn't strange for Lady Tsunade to fall for him. Lady Tsunade was a woman too. She had been alone for so long, wasn't it only natural for her to need a man? As she convinced herself of this, everything started to make sense. She stood up and said to the Hokage Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, I understand now. You need someone by your side." The Hokage Tsunade forced a small smile and gave a faint in response. This only solidified Shizen's thoughts. As for last night, well, maybe they just had some unusual preferences. Her face turned slightly red as she said, "I'll be more mindful in the future. I won't disturb you too. Come have breakfast." After getting up and freshening up, Shizen went into the kitchen first and saw the other Shizen preparing a bento. "Who is this for?" "For Lady Tsunade. She often goes out to train every day." "Is that so?" "Lady Tsunade, like you, has a body granted by His Majesty. She is much younger than before, so she has been very dedicated to training lately." The Hokage Shizen fell into thought, lowering her gaze to her own hands and clenching them into fists. She had always regretted that, despite being the disciple of one of the three Sannin, Tsunade, she could never fully inherit her master's skills. Now that she was indeed younger than before, maybe she could try training hard like Lady Tsunade. "Oh, by the way," the other Shizen suddenly spoke while arranging food in the bento box. "What did Lady Tsunade say to you just now?" "Ah." Hokage Shizen smiled. "It was just a misunderstanding. Both Lady Tsunades, they truly love His Majesty." Shizen simply gave a calm response, her expression unchanged as she continued working. "I'll take you out later so you can get familiar with Konoha as it is now." "Sounds good, I'll be in your care. You are me, and I am you. No need to thank yourself." Hokage Shizen thought about it and agreed, nodding with a smile. Shizen then added, "Tomorrow, you should make breakfast. My master and Lady Tsunade are both pretty lazy, as you should know." Hokage Shizen pondered for a moment before nodding seriously, Lady Tsunade wasn't just lazy, she loved drinking and gambling, and she always let her Hokage duties pile up, leaving Shizen to help her handle them. She then asked another question, "Do you have a job?" "I'm listed at the hospital, and my master is there too. If you're interested, I can take you to have a look." "That sounds great. It's best to use a transformation jutsu, though. If both of us show up at the same time, it'll draw too much attention." That morning, Hokage Tsunade took her bento and went out to train. The other Tsunade, with nothing to do, lay on the couch watching TV. The two Shizuns then headed out together as planned. Looking at the renewed Konoha, the bustling streets, the towering buildings in the distance illuminated with lights, and the massive 100-meter-tall statue outside, Hokage Shizen thought that living here in the future might not be so bad. Back in her original world, she had already been single at 30. But now that her body had reverted to that of a 20-year-old, maybe she should find some time to start dating. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 420, CH 420, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Biological Science Research Institute. Minister Kabuto, there's an abnormal chakra fluctuation in laboratory number 17. A researcher hurriedly entered Kabuto's office to report the situation. Laboratory number 17. Kabuto's mind raced as he instantly recalled what was stored in that lab. Without hesitation, he got up and quickly walked toward its location. The laboratory was a sealed chamber, its walls composed of a special alloy and inscribed with sealing techniques. Inside Laboratory No. 17 was the white, spherical cocoon that the Emperor had previously brought back. By the time Kabuto arrived, the sealing techniques around the room had already been activated. Chakra chains shot out from all directions, tightly binding the cocoon. What truly surprised Kabuto, however, was the appearance of black streak-like patterns on the cocoon's surface, resembling silk ribbons. Kabuto examined it closely for a while before moving to a nearby control panel. With a few adjustments, the chakra chains instantly retracted. Without the chains binding it, the cocoon did not immediately drop to the ground. Instead, it drifted downward lightly like a feather. Go inform His Majesty, Kabuto ordered the person beside him after contemplating for a moment. By the time Makoto arrived, Kabuto had already placed the cocoon inside a scanning device, carefully analyzing its internal state. This anomaly is quite strange, Kabuto reported. Not long ago, it released a massive surge of chakra, but afterward, the chakra inside settled down and began circulating smoothly. According to the readings, the chakra within the cocoon was immense, far surpassing even the core energy of the tailed beasts. Are there any signs of awakening? Makoto asked. Kabuto pondered before replying, no, at least not for now. Your Majesty, you sealed fragments of all 9 tailed beasts inside this body, but it's essentially just an empty vessel. How could it possibly awaken? From Kabuto's perspective, if anything were to break out of the cocoon, it would only be the tailed beast's consciousness. Makoto continued studying the patterns on the cocoon and asked, these markings appeared suddenly, correct? Kabuto nodded. Yes, right after the chakra fluctuation. Makoto's eyes flickered with thought, and he murmured, karma. What did you say, Your Majesty? Kabuto asked, puzzled. A reincarnation technique, Makoto explained briefly. A method of inscribing a mark into a host, turning them into a vessel. Kabuto's eyes showed a trace of surprise, though he wasn't particularly shocked by the technique itself. After all, the concept of soul reincarnation had already been achieved by Orochimaru and the second Hokage long ago. What intrigued him more was the identity of the person being reincarnated into this body. Karma is different from traditional soul reincarnation techniques, Makoto continued. It has far fewer restrictions. Instead of merely transferring the caster's soul into another body, karma completely overwrites the host, from their physical form down to their very soul. Kabuto frowned slightly and asked, Your Majesty, then who is being reincarnated into this body? The answer was clear, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The body Makoto had prepared to seal the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts was no ordinary vessel. It was created by fusing the cells of the Uzumaki clan and the first Hokage, then cultivated within a white Zetsu. The result was a body far stronger than any normal human, fully capable of withstanding Kagaya's power. That was why she intended to use karma to achieve her rebirth. Karma was a unique ability of the Otsutsuki clan, making them effectively immortal. It prevented them from being truly killed, they could only be sealed. There was no known way to stop the process. If this vessel were to be destroyed, karma would simply transfer to another suitable body, repeating indefinitely until the Otsutsuki was reborn into the world once more. Makoto narrowed his eyes at the white cocoon before him and said slowly. A forbidden woman. Even if Kagaya were to revive, with her current chakra levels, she would likely not be his match. He would be able to keep her under control. With that in mind, Makoto took the cocoon to the moon. There, he found the ruins of an ancient Otsutsuki stronghold and established powerful seals and barriers. Any disturbances within the area would immediately alert him. However, to his surprise, the very next day, an anomaly occurred. From the moon, an aura surged forth, and when Makoto arrived, he saw her. A cold and breathtakingly beautiful woman with flowing white hair and twin horns stood before him. But she was not as he had expected. Instead of the Rinne Sharingan with 9 tomo on her forehead, she possessed only a pair of pure white Byakugan. Her physique was slightly larger than that of an ordinary human. She wore a loose white robe and floated in midair. The moment she saw Makoto, she immediately opened a black spatial portal, utilizing Yamatsu Hirasaka to escape. Makoto, seeing this, also activated his space-time abilities, locking onto her position and teleporting alongside her back to Earth. A vast, endless ocean. Otsutsuki Kagaya seemed to be searching for something. And deep beneath the ocean's surface lay something that belonged to this world, the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Makoto remained calm as he observed her actions and asked, What are you looking for? Without answering, Kagaya raised both hands, and from her palms, two bones shot out at high speed, hurtling straight toward Makoto. She had no intention of speaking. The moment she saw him, she attacked without hesitation. Makoto recognized the attack immediately. But instead of dodging, he remained still in midair, motionless. Yet just as the two deadly bones were about to strike, they vanished into thin air. Kagaya's expression changed instantly. She could feel it, her own all-killing ash bones had somehow reappeared inside her own body. What happened? Was this the power of time? This shocking turn of events left her uneasy. She was already far from her full strength, and now, against an enemy capable of manipulating time itself, her chances of victory seemed even slimmer. For a brief moment, the two of them stood locked in a tense standoff. Then, Kagaya suddenly spoke, her voice cold and emotionless. "You've hidden it away." Makoto's expression remained indifferent. "Are you referring to the demonic statue of the outer path?" At this very moment, the demonic statue rested beneath the ocean depths. It wasn't Makoto who had placed it there. Originally, when Orochimaru launched a surprise attack on Uchiha Madara's hideout, Black Zetsu had relocated the statue to this location. Technically speaking, the Kagaya standing before him was not from this world, she was an alternate Kagaya, brought here by Makoto himself. Swoosh. Suddenly, Makoto's vision fractured and shattered, as if reality itself was being torn apart. Then, in an instant, the fragments of the scene reassembled, and a powerful force weighed down upon him, preventing him from flying. His body plummeted toward the ground at high speed. Meanwhile, Kagaya was also plummeting toward the ground. She crashed down, her body kneeling on the surface, unable to even stand. Heavenly governing middle supergravity space. Inside Makoto, vast reserves of chakra surged violently, surrounding him with blue energy currents. These powerful forces lifted and stabilized him, allowing him to stand firm despite the crushing gravity. "With the little strength you have left, do you still think you can fight me?" Makoto let out a cold laugh and began to walk slowly toward Kagaya. She struggled to lift her arm and fired another all-killing ash bone. Yet the same thing happened. Just as the bone flew halfway, it vanished into thin air. Makoto now stood directly before her. His eyes locked onto the kneeling Kagaya, and just as he was about to strike. Whoosh! The world suddenly shifted again. A chilling cold rushed in from all directions, a level of frost beyond anything natural, colder than flesh pressed against ice itself. Before Makoto could react, his entire body was instantly frozen in place. Heavenly governing middle activated at incredible speed. Kagaya instantly altered the space around herself and Makoto. This time, they were in a realm of ice and snow. Boom. A powerful gust of energy mixed with freezing air surged around Makoto. His chakra flared, wrapping around him like a protective aura. The ice encasing his body shattered instantly. Suddenly, massive pillars of ice sprouted from the ground, as if the very world had gained a will of its own, turning against Makoto, the intruder. Pointless. Makoto simply raised his hand, a chakra sphere materialized in his palm. Whoosh! A raging cyclone erupted, slicing through the onslaught of ice pillars, reducing them to fragments. Without hesitation, Makoto invoked his own space-time abilities, a chaotic vortex twisted into existence before him. He stepped inside. The primordial sphere. A red earth. A yellow sky. Makoto emerged into this strange space, scanning his surroundings. Shortly after, Kagaya appeared out of thin air. "The power you wield does not belong to you." Her voice was cold, filled with arrogance. She was referring to the vast amounts of chakra from the 9-tailed beasts that Makoto had absorbed, chakra that was originally part of the 10 tails. As well as, she had also sensed Makoto's Tensigen. Upon hearing her words, Makoto's gaze flickered. Then, he let out a mocking scoff. "And what about you? Does the power you have now truly belong to you?" Kagaya's expression darkened. That question had struck a nerve. She had arrived on Earth alongside another Otsutsuki clan member. Her duty had been to act as the guardian. A sacrificial vessel meant to nurture the 10 tails, allowing it to grow into the divine tree, absorbing the planet's life force, and bearing the chakra fruit. She was never meant to live. Her consciousness and free will were to be erased upon resurrection. But she had refused. She had betrayed her partner. She had fed him to the young 10 tails instead. Her eyes flashed coldly. "What do you even know?" Makoto narrowed his eyes, then countered with a smirk. "It has been 1,000 years since your sealing. Do you really think your clan hasn't already discovered your betrayal? And what about the companion you fed to the 10 tails? Has he also been resurrected?" The Otsutsuki clan, residing in the vast cosmos, was a terrifying existence that Kagaya deeply feared. This fear was precisely why she had bred the White Zetsu army, to bolster her strength in preparation for their inevitable arrival. Yet even if she absorbed all the power on Earth, how could she ever hope to stand against the Otsutsuki clan? Kagaya floated in midair, no longer attacking Makoto. Instead, she asked, "How do you know all of this?" Makoto's lips curled into a smirk. "Because I am a sage." "A sage?" Kagaya did not believe him. She could clearly sense the blood of Hamura flowing through his veins. He was one of her descendants. "What is your goal?" She questioned him once more. But Makoto merely chuckled and responded, "Weren't you the one who attacked me first? Why are you now asking about my goal?" Kagaya's gaze was cold. "I only wish to reclaim what belongs to me." Makoto's voice turned domineering. "I am the ruler of Earth now. Everything on this planet belongs to me." If not for the power Makoto displayed, which made Kagaya wary, she would never have spoken with him for this long. His arrogance irritated her, but she was powerless to refute it. She had been fully conscious of everything Makoto had done. From awakening the Ten Tails to extracting the majority of its chakra, he had clearly been guarding against her revival. Makoto spoke again. "Your clan will eventually come to Earth. When they do, they won't just be coming for you. And their arrival will bring nothing but disaster. Originally, Earth had no chakra, only natural energy. It was the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan that had caused chakra to spread across the planet. And in the original timeline, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had come with a clear objective: to capture the tailed beasts and use the Ten Tails to drain Earth of its chakra." Makoto's voice was calm but firm. "Since we share a common enemy in the future, why don't we join forces? You provide me with detailed information on the Otsutsuki clan. And together, we'll deal with them." Kagaya's pale white eyes flickered, her mind deep in thought. She felt indignant. This mere mortal, after stealing her power, now had the audacity to speak as if he was above her. Yet the truth was undeniable, she was not his match. This man even possessed the power to manipulate time. A skill so advanced that even within the Otsutsuki clan, only a rare few could wield it. No. No. This man is Hamura's descendant. And Hamura was her child. So he isn't just an ordinary mortal. With this thought, Kagaya felt somewhat better about the situation. "Why should I trust you?" She turned the question back on him. Makoto let out a cold laugh. "You don't have to. But if you refuse, I'll seal you away and cast you into a separate dimension, where you'll suffer eternal solitude. Let's see if anyone will ever be able to find you." Kagaya's expression changed instantly. A surge of murderous intent erupted from within her. In a fit of rage, she attacked once more. Her immense chakra surged wildly as she swung her arm, the air itself trembled, and a colossal white energy fist materialized above her. Like an unstoppable force of destruction, it came crashing down upon Makoto. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Back when Makoto had helped Hakumen enter Sage Mode, he had named his own version of the Gentle Fist technique, 40 Gods Vacuum Attack. But the power difference between the two techniques was far more than just twice as strong. Even a tailed beast, even a Kage-level ninja, would be completely obliterated under the force of this strike. Yet Makoto merely raised one hand in front of him, a transparent barrier instantly formed inches before his body. Control had always been his forte, and now, with near-infinite chakra, his precision had only grown stronger. The colossal white fist crashed against the invisible barrier, stopping less than a meter away. A shockwave of immense force erupted outward, shaking the entire space. At the same time, Makoto lifted his other hand. A glowing sphere formed in his palm, radiating golden light, then transformed into a massive energy blade, piercing into the sky. With a single motion, he brought the blade down upon Kagaya. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Kagaya's eyes narrowed. She recognized the devastating power of this attack, and in an instant, she changed the world around them once more. Heavenly Governing Middle, Supergravity Space. Both figures, who had been floating in the air, suddenly plummeted toward the ground. They crashed down with immense force, and in that moment, the golden energy blade in Makoto's hand vanished as the space shifted. Kagaya struggled to prop herself up, her arms trembling. She had never been at full strength to begin with, and now, after repeatedly using Heavenly Governing Middle, along with her other techniques, her energy reserves were nearly depleted. Even Makoto felt the weight of the supergravity space restricting his movements. Yet unlike Kagaya, he could still walk forward, and so he did, approaching her step by step. Just as he was about to reach her, Kagaya suddenly spoke. "I accept your terms. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 421, ch 421, Master. Ordinary people would find even a single extra second in the supergravity space unbearably painful. Otsutsuki Kagaya's wide robes clung to the ground as she knelt there, unable to stand. She seemed to have yielded to Makoto's power. If she were not one to submit to overwhelming strength, then why had she once followed the Guardian to Earth, only to later betray them from the shadows? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, such was the nature of beings. Makoto looked down at her and sneered. So now you know how to bow your head. Kaguya intended to shift the space once again to rid herself of this humiliating position, but at such close proximity, Makoto's chakra had already locked onto her. A special field enveloped her, restraining her movements. This force was no weaker than the crushing pressure of the supergravity space itself, rendering her completely immobile. She took a deep breath and said, I am willing to join you in fighting against those people and will tell you everything you wish to know. Makoto stood before her, yet she refused to look up at him. The thought of straining to look up in submission repulsed her. Realizing she could not escape, she simply remained kneeling with her head lowered. But what Kaguya never expected was what happened next. Makoto lifted his foot and pressed it down on her head. Under the amplification of the supergravity space, the force was immense. Bound by his restraints, she could no longer support herself with her arms. With no way to resist, she was forced down, her head crushed against the ground beneath his foot. Makoto's voice came from above. At first, I wanted to cooperate with you, but now I see you're not really worth the consideration. It seems our relationship needs to be redefined. The humiliation of being trampled filled Kaguya with rage. She was once revered and feared as the rabbit goddess, yet this man, who had stolen her power, dared to treat her like this. The taste of such disgrace made her entire being tremble. But power was everything. No matter how much she hated it, it was useless. Even at her peak, she had been unable to move freely within the supergravity space, yet this man could. His power had already far surpassed her own. She was an immortal being. She could not be killed. But surviving came with a price, one she was not always willing to pay. Otherwise, she would not have rebelled against her original fate of being fed to the Ten-Tails in the first place. Kaguya's face was pressed tightly against the ground, her long, waterfall-like white hair spreading out across the surface. What do you want? She asked, her voice laced with humiliation. I just happen to be in need of a servant, Makoto said coldly. Kaguya's white hair cascaded around her, her pale eyes filled with bone-chilling hatred. What do you say? She remained silent, but the pressure on her face increased as the foot pressing against her cheek bore down even harder. If she refused, what would await her? It was true that she couldn't die. At worst, she would be sealed away for another 1,000 years. No, there wouldn't be another 1,000 years. It had already been too long. There was no way her kin hadn't noticed by now. By this time, Ishiki had likely revived as well. She would be found. Compared to those people, the threat Makoto posed seemed insignificant. Right now, she needed his power, needed him to help her fight against the Otsutsuki clan. I am willing. But Makoto leaned down, drawing closer, and asked, what did you say? Kaguya's emotions gradually steadied. The prolonged time spent in the supergravity space had left her body in unbearable discomfort, forcing her to remain prostrated beneath Makoto's foot. I am willing to be your servant. Hearing this, Makoto's lips curled into a slight smile. He withdrew his foot from her face and released the restraints binding her, then turned to open a pitch-black chaotic vortex before stepping inside. Kaguya struggled to rise, then followed him through the gateway. The moment they left the supergravity space, a sensation of newfound relief washed over her. Suspended in the sky once more, she felt as though she had regained the divinity of the revered rabbit goddess. If only this man didn't exist in this world. Makoto also stood in midair, his Tensigan eyes fixed on her, those piercing Tensigan eyes. You know how to address me, don't you? Kaguya lowered her head in silence before finally speaking. Master. Makoto's lips curved into the victorious smile of a conqueror. He raised his hand, inscribing yet another sealing formula onto Kaguya's body. He knew that for someone of her level, removing a sealing technique would be a simple task. This is proof that you belong to me. Don't let me find out that you've secretly removed it. Beneath the wide robes covering her body, a mark had been imprinted, carved into an extremely hidden spot. Kaguya could distinctly feel its presence, causing waves of unrest in her heart. She responded, I understand. Makoto spoke coldly, do you know how a servant should refer to herself? Kaguya's frost-like face remained emotionless. After a moment of silence, she finally said, this servant understands. Only then did Makoto nod slightly in satisfaction before flying toward Konoha. As they approached, Kaguya suddenly caught sight of a colossal mechanical giant, towering like a mountain. Her gaze was immediately drawn to it. What is that? She couldn't help but ask. It is a deity, Makoto replied indifferently. A deity. Though enormous, the construct possessed no life, it was nothing more than a lifeless object. However, Kaguya could sense that it contained a portion of the Ten-Tails' power. In the future, won't enemies come? These are gods that slay gods. Kaguya remained silent for a moment before shifting her gaze downward, observing the city of Konoha. Her eyes could pierce through any seals or barriers, revealing that within the city, there was another similarly massive mechanical construct, as well as one that appeared to be unfinished. How powerful is it? For dealing with you as you are now, it would pose no problem, Makoto stated matter-of-factly. Kaguya was momentarily stunned. Can more be created? If there's enough time, then naturally, as many as needed, Makoto replied calmly. He could continue plundering tailed beast cores from parallel worlds. Based on the original timeline, the Otsutsuki, including Momoshiki, wouldn't arrive on Earth for another 20 years, more than enough time for him to accomplish anything. These words sent ripples through Kaguya's heart. She even felt an urge to test the power of these mechanical gods right now. This man was unlikely to deceive her. When the Otsutsuki arrived in the future, he wouldn't be able to escape their wrath either. Imperial Palace, Front Hall Pavilion. Your Majesty. Samui bowed to Makoto, but upon seeing Kaguya, she couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. It was never surprising for the Emperor to bring back exceptionally beautiful women, but this woman's presence was far too unique, completely unlike that of an ordinary person. Not long ago, Boa Hancock had been the most stunning woman Makoto had brought back. Yet, compared to the one before her now, even Hancock paled in comparison. Beyond beauty, Kaguya possessed an aura of lofty, untouchable divinity, something that made others instinctively look up to her. Kaguya's gaze toward Samui was utterly indifferent, as if she hadn't even acknowledged her existence. That complete disregard unsettled Samui, sparking a sense of displeasure and resistance within her. She was used to people looking at her with admiration and awe, yet Kaguya's single glance pricked her heart. Samui hesitated before asking, "And this is?" Makoto replied calmly, "A new servant." Upon hearing the word servant, a sudden sense of satisfaction washed over Samui. So what if she carried an air of nobility? So what if she looked down on others? As long as she was human, there would be no exceptions before His Majesty. Sooner or later, she would kneel before him just like all the others. And as someone close to His Majesty, Samui knew she would have the opportunity to teach this woman a harsh lesson in time. "Go get her some clothes," Makoto ordered. "Yes." Samui obeyed and left, though she couldn't resist taking one last look at Kaguya before she departed. This woman was simply too extraordinary. She couldn't help but wonder where His Majesty had found her. Once Samui was gone, Makoto casually sat down on the sofa. Kaguya, however, couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked, "Is this your kingdom?" The existence of the heavenly justice had made her want to understand this world, to learn everything about the men before her and determine whether he truly had the power to protect her. Makoto cast her a calm glance. "What did you just say?" Kaguya froze for a moment before quickly realizing what he was actually concerned about. She immediately lowered her gaze and corrected herself, "Is this, my master's kingdom?" Makoto said, "Just like you once did, I have unified this world." Kaguya wasn't surprised. With his level of power, there was nothing on this planet he couldn't accomplish. Makoto continued, "However, after you unified the world, you wasted it on nothing more than breeding white setsu. I, on the other hand, am rapidly developing my empire." So he was aware that powerful enemies would come in the future. Those celestial gods must be part of his preparations. That made sense. Since he could already manipulate time, it wasn't strange for him to know what lay ahead. Leaning back on the sofa, Makoto suddenly spoke again. "Come here." Kaguya stepped forward as instructed, only to hear his next command. "Kneel." This woman submitted faster than Makoto had expected. But it wasn't resignation, it was that she knew exactly what was best for her in this moment. Perhaps, as someone born into the Otsutsuki clan, she didn't care about this physical shell at all. The only thing that mattered to her was survival. What Makoto didn't know was that, at this moment, Kaguya was secretly looking down on his mortal desires. She could tell that Makoto was someone who indulged in pleasure. Though he constantly pursued power, he wasn't particularly obsessed with it. Instead, his desires as a mere mortal were far stronger. In the end, he was just a human, one who had obtained power that didn't truly belong to him. As these thoughts ran through Kaguya's mind, she allowed him to rest his leg on her shoulder without resistance. Makoto closed his eyes to rest, while Kaguya remained kneeling in silence. However, her gaze wandered, scanning the entire city of Konoha. After confirming that, aside from Makoto, the inhabitants were all weaklings, she shifted her attention to the Mechanical Research Institute, where an unfinished giant mecha was under construction. The research on the Endless Zealot continued around the clock, with scientists working in shifts. Now that mechanical puppets were assisting with labor-intensive tasks, the construction time for this mecha was significantly shorter compared to the previous two. Samui had been out for nearly an hour when she finally returned, carrying several paper bags filled with clothing for Kaguya. Upon entering, she saw Kaguya kneeling before the sofa, serving as nothing more than a footrest for His Majesty. A wave of satisfaction surged in her chest. She didn't even know why she harbored such strong hostility toward this woman. His Majesty had brought back many beautiful women before, each unique in their own way, and she always knew who would receive more favor from him. But in the end, all those women were nothing more than playthings to His Majesty. No matter how beautiful they were, it made no difference, he would never give up other women for the sake of just one. This Otsutsuki Kagaya. Samui felt that this woman considered herself on equal footing with His Majesty. No, she even looked down on him. And for what reason? Samui felt a surge of anger and disgust rising within her. Your Majesty. Samui approached the side of the sofa and called softly. The clothes have been bought. Makoto slowly opened his eyes and asked. Yes. She responded, holding up the paper bags. She had carefully selected these outfits, personally choosing them with great attention. Makoto withdrew the leg he had rested on Kagaya's shoulder, then sat upright, casting a glance at the bags in Samui's hands. His eyes flickered slightly. He then commanded Kagaya, go inside and change. Kagaya silently took the bags from Samui and walked toward the inner chamber. Seeing that Makoto seemed inclined to lie down again, Samui considerately sat beside him on the sofa, allowing him to rest his head on her lap. Your Majesty, how should we address this lady? Makoto, lying against her soft thighs, chuckled lightly. Lady. Are you giving her an honorific? Then he added, her name is Kagaya. Samui continued, shall we prepare a place for Miss Kagaya to stay? Kagaya probably didn't need food or concern herself with mundane daily routines. As long as she remained close, under constant surveillance, Makoto could take his time enjoying her presence. What kind of clothes did you buy her? Makoto asked lazily. Samui lowered her head, her fair hands gently massaging his scalp, and replied, of course, clothes that your Majesty likes. She had visited several clothing stores and carefully selected some rather special outfits, such as a tea bag. Deep down, she was quite eager to see how that woman would look wearing them. Makoto asked with amusement, you don't like her, do you? Samui whispered, if your Majesty likes her, then naturally, I like her as well. Be honest. You think she doesn't acknowledge you, is that it? Samui slowly shook her head. What I think is, that woman doesn't acknowledge your Majesty. In the past, there had been women who harbored resentment or hatred toward the emperor, but without exception, they all feared his power and authority. Even if they despised him, they had no choice but to recognize that he was the most powerful man in the world. Makoto chuckled softly. If you knew where she came from, you'd be quite shocked. Is that so? Samui responded with a faint smile. What kind of person could possibly compare to your Majesty? Even if she's a goddess, so what? Your Majesty is still the most powerful being in this world. Her hand gently brushed against Makoto's cheek as she whispered, when will your Majesty enjoy her? I would like to accompany you. Makoto suddenly sat up, pulling Samui into his embrace, his hand slipping into her collar. You've figured out my preferences now, and you even dare to make requests. Samui slowly undid her buttons, then slid down from his arms, kneeling before him while lowering her head. After being with your Majesty for so long, I naturally understand these things. Makoto leaned back, gazing up at the ceiling, letting out a satisfied breath. At that moment, Kagaya had already finished changing and emerged from the inner chamber. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 422, ch 422, Kagaya in Konoha. Kagaya changed out of her original loose white robe into a new outfit, a form-fitting white long dress. She still exuded an air of dignified nobility, and somehow, her long white hair, which had previously reached the ground, was now neatly draped over her shoulders. Her body had also shrunk considerably, now resembling that of a normal human. However, the two horns on her head remained, making her look like an unusually strange member of the Hyuga clan. But there was no denying her beauty. As Kagaya stepped out and looked at the kneeling Samui, her white eyes flickered slightly, and she secretly cursed in her heart, lowly mortal breed. She averted her gaze, still wondering, had the cultural style changed so drastically? Why was everything inside so plain? She simply stood there until Samui finally rose to her feet. The clothes fit well, Makoto remarked as he examined Kagaya's figure. Aye, this one adjusted her body to match the clothing's measurements, Kagaya replied. Makoto nodded. That's quite a useful ability. In a bit, Samui will take you to your new residence. Kagaya asked, will I be serving just like the other servants? Her words made Samui glance at her, frowning slightly as she thought to herself, this woman really doesn't hold back. Makoto chuckled. No need for that at night. Just come here during the day to serve. Kagaya added, this one does not require sleep. Even if you don't, I still need to sleep. Makoto stretched lazily, adjusted his pants, and then instructed Samui, take her over. Don't let her stay in the new city area, and while you're at it, explain what she needs to do from now on. Understood. Kaguya seemed completely indifferent to her new residence. After a moment of thought, she asked, may this one move freely within the city? You may, Makoto agreed immediately. There was no need to hide the Empire's secrets from a woman like her. Only then did Kaguya follow Samui out of the palace. On the way, Samui began explaining to Kaguya the duties of the servants around His Majesty and how to properly attend to him. Kaguya, however, seemed uninterested. Her gaze remained fixed on the distant colossus and the tower of the Solarite. She seemed to sense something, her eyes lingering thoughtfully on the reincarnation shrine beneath the tower. Did you remember everything I just told you? Samui suddenly asked. Kaguya glanced at her indifferently and replied, Her tone immediately made Samui frown. However, she suppressed her irritation. No matter what, this woman belonged to His Majesty. Sooner or later, she would have a chance to put her in her place. Samui led Kaguya to a secluded courtyard. Konoha had many such vacant, well-furnished residences, and Samui knew them all. Every time His Majesty brought a woman back, she would arrange a place for them to stay. You'll be living here from now on, Samui said to Kaguya. Unlike when she had handled Conan and Robin, she had no intention of treating this woman kindly. Still, she explained responsibly, the house is fully furnished, and all necessary living supplies are available. There's money in the drawer of the master bedroom, you can use it to buy anything you need. Most of the big commercial streets are in the new city area. She led Kaguya through the house, showing her each room and explaining the functions of various modern appliances and furniture. Kaguya responded with a single word, Samui frowned and finally couldn't hold back. Can't you at least say thank you? Kaguya replied coldly, these things are meaningless to me. After all, she was the progenitor of chakra. From a certain perspective, all humans today were using the power she had once bestowed upon the world. In her eyes, it was only natural for these mortals to serve her. Aside from her so-called master, who possessed greater strength than she did, no one else was even worth a glance. Samui felt anger rising in her heart but chose not to say another word. She turned and left immediately. The moment Samui was gone, Kaguya's figure vanished from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already inside the Institute of Mechanical Science. The area was protected by barrier seals, preventing outsiders from seeing inside or forcefully entering. But all of this was meaningless to her. Kaguya floated high in the sky, her gaze fixed on the unfinished, endless zealot. Who's there? Her sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of the researchers below, who shouted up at her in alarm. White eyes. Is she from the royal family? Tanagawa muttered after getting a clear look at the figure in the sky. He quickly signaled for the others not to act recklessly. Kaguya paid no attention to the people below. Her focus was entirely on the massive mech god. Its internal framework was made of a special metal that could efficiently conduct chakra. Intricate chakra circulation seals were engraved upon it. But the outer layer, was it flesh? A flicker of surprise appeared in Kaguya's eyes. The bioorganic armor was beyond her expectations. Besides the endless zealot, not far away stood another colossal machine, the cruising destroyer, currently in a dormant state. She teleported to it in an instant and quickly discovered a tailed beast core sealed within a special living organism, serving as the energy source for the massive mech. Kaguya fixed her gaze on the glowing core in the cruising destroyer's chest. If she wanted to, she could extract all the chakra from within, but doing so would undoubtedly alert her so-called master. If she could reclaim all of her original power, would she be able to defeat him? The thought crossed her mind, but she soon dismissed it. She needed his strength to fend off the Otsutsuki clan in the future. Even if she defeated him now, what then? It was better to submit to him for the time being. If he indulged in worldly pleasures, then satisfying his desires was not out of the question, as long as she could survive the coming crisis. Her mind gradually settled on this conclusion. She already believed that she could definitely defeat him, but she was merely biding her time for her own greater goals. After finishing her observations of the mechs, she teleported once more, this time to the top of the tower of the Solarite, hovering beside the massive purple energy sphere, carefully probing the power within. Mutated power. Kaguya murmured in astonishment after carefully examining the Tensigen weapon. Who's there? From the control room below, several figures stepped out onto the tower's exterior, looking up at her with sharp vigilance. The one leading them also had Byakugan. Byakugan. Hyuga Shimizu was stunned as he took in the sight of this incomparably beautiful and noble-looking woman. He was certain that no such person existed within the Hyuga clan. His brows furrowed. Even if she was a member of the clan, she had no right to trespass in this restricted area. Without hesitation, he demanded, "Who are you? This place is an imperial forbidden zone." Considering that she possessed the Byakugan, Shimizu refrained from immediately resorting to force. Kaguya had no interest in acknowledging these mere mortals. However, sensing their increasing wariness, she realized that ignoring them might lead to unnecessary trouble. Would her master be angered if she acted against them? These were just a few insignificant mortals. Her gaze swept over the ANBU operatives and Shimizu with cold indifference. Then, in an icy voice, she spoke. This one. But her words abruptly stopped. At that moment, Kaguya suddenly realized she did not know her master's name. This one. His Majesty the Emperor's servant, she finally declared. Shimizu was momentarily stunned. His Majesty's servant. He looked at Kaguya, who was floating midair, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he said, Miss, this place is an Imperial top-secret facility. Please leave at once. Kaguya withdrew her gaze from him and turned her attention back to the massive purple energy sphere before her. The exterior was a gigantic glass container, engraved with numerous sealing inscriptions, just like the ones on the mech. But inside the container lay the true form of the Tensigan weapon. If the light around it were to dissipate, its actual form would not be majestic at all, on the contrary, it would be utterly terrifying. Kaguya suddenly found herself marveling at how far modern humanity had come in mastering chakra control. Otherwise, how could they have created such colossal mechs? Even when Samui had taken her to her new residence earlier, she had noticed that many of the household appliances were chakra-powered. To Kaguya, chakra had always been nothing more than raw power. With that thought, she vanished. Shimizu's eyes widened in shock at her sudden disappearance. His expression shifted before he finally said, Inform His Majesty. A stranger of unknown origins had appeared, it was only right that His Majesty be made aware. Meanwhile, Kaguya arrived at the reincarnation shrine. Like the previous locations, this place was also heavily guarded. Moreover, it seemed to be connected to something beyond the ordinary. This city held many secrets. Modern humans were not quite the ignorant mortals of her past. Kaguya could sense it, over the past 1,000 years, humanity had been evolving. They were still weak, but they were no longer foolish or insignificant. Was all of this her master's doing? Suddenly, she thought of her children, Hagoromo and Hamura. If only her two sons could be like her master, someone who could truly help her. Eventually, Kaguya returned to the residence that her master had arranged for her. The house was empty and cold. She sat on the sofa in the living room, doing nothing. Her gaze remained fixed on a single point ahead, unmoving. It was unclear whether she was lost in thought, or simply doing nothing at all. Front hall of the Imperial Palace. After returning to Makoto's side, Samui reported that Kaguya had been settled in. Makoto always knew Kaguya's location at any given moment, so he was well aware of her visit to the Mechanical Science Research Institute, the Solarite Tower, and the Reincarnation Shrine. Makoto glanced at Samui and remarked, You came back quite early. I told her everything she needed to know, Samui replied. Leaning back in his lounge chair, Makoto rested his cheek against his hand, observing her calm expression. What's wrong? You don't seem very happy. He had noted that Samui returned unusually quickly. Normally, when she arranged accommodations for Conan or Robin, she would take her time. Compared to them, Kaguya's process was much faster. Samui pursed her lips. I'm not the kind of person who complains to His Majesty. Makoto chuckled, pulling her into his embrace. Now that you've said that, how can I not listen? Go on, tell me. Nestled against Makoto's chest, Samui hesitated for a long time before finally speaking in a roundabout manner. That Kaguya lady doesn't seem very good at dealing with people. Did she upset you? Makoto asked, slipping his hand into her collar as he held her. No. I serve His Majesty, I wouldn't get upset over something like that. Makoto pondered briefly before saying, she was once a goddess, worshipped by countless people. Samui was stunned. A goddess? If it came from His Majesty's mouth, it was no joke. Her former status was similar to mine now, she once ruled over the entire world. Makoto summarized Kaguya's story, leaving out certain details as he related to Samui. After a long moment of contemplation, Samui murmured, no wonder. In that case, I should be a little more tolerant of her in the future. Makoto chuckled. I told you this, but I never said you had to be lenient with her. What does it matter if she was a goddess? She's still just my servant now, isn't she? Samui's expression subtly shifted. His Majesty is right. Thinking of Kaguya's cold yet noble face, a strange excitement stirred within Samui. Makoto gave her an amused smirk. You too, huh? It's all because of His Majesty. Talk too much. Late night. Kaguya stepped out of her residence alone. Unlike ordinary humans, she neither needed food nor sleep, her immense power was enough to sustain her body's functions. She had spent the entire afternoon in her room, yet she hadn't been thinking about anything in particular. Having lived through endless ages, she had long since ceased to find idleness dull. However, she suddenly felt a desire to wander through this mortal world. Her vision could encompass all of Konohagakuru's capital, allowing her to see that her master was currently indulging in debauchery with 6 women. Ignoring this, Kagaya made her way to New Konohagakure, where the streets were still bustling with people despite the late hour. Shopping district. Neon lights flickered along both sides of the street, colorful signs hung overhead, and the rich aroma of food filled the air. The streets were packed with pedestrians, their chatter and laughter blending into a lively hum. Kagaya eventually chose a small, less crowded shop and sat down. "Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen. What would you like to order?" A young girl behind the counter greeted her with a bright and energetic voice. There were no other customers in the shop. Kagaya glanced around before casually pointing at a sign displaying a menu item. "Papa. She's from the royal family." The little girl, I am, called out excitedly to a man inside. Kagaya's Byakugan was an eye exclusive to the Hyuga clan, and in the empire, the Hyuga clan was now considered royalty. "Ah. Really?" Tucci looked surprised as he turned his gaze toward Kagaya, who was seated quietly. "You ordered the special soy sauce ramen, right? Please wait a moment, I'll have it ready soon." Straightening up, he immediately began preparing the ramen with full enthusiasm. "Miss, why do you have 2 horns on your head?" I am asked curiously. "I am. That's rude." Tucci scolded her at once. Kagaya looked at the little girl in silence for a moment before surprisingly choosing to respond. "They are proof of my bloodline and power." The lively noise of the surrounding streets faded into a distant murmur, blurring into the background. Kagaya remained calm, her gaze fixed on the young girl's wide, curious eyes. As she sat there, a thought surfaced in her mind. So this is the mortal world. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 423, ch 423, The Goddess Descends to the Mortal World. Night. Conan noticed that Samui had suddenly arrived and was talking with Robin, Hancock, and Nami in the living room. Curious, she walked over. "Miss Samui." The 4 of them turned to look at her at the same time. Conan asked, "Is something wrong?" Samui smiled. "Nothing much. His Majesty will be coming to my place tonight, so I'm here to bring Miss Robin, Miss Hancock, and Miss Nami along." "Go there for what?" Conan immediately stopped herself from speaking further, feeling a bit awkward. She regretted stepping out of her room. Samui glanced at her, noticing that Conan was dressed in neat loungewear and that the lip piercing beneath her lower lip had been removed. She asked, "Miss Conan, what happened to the jewelry on your lips?" This only made Conan feel more embarrassed. Her lip piercing and navel ring had originally caught the Emperor's attention, which was why she had deliberately removed them. "I found them a little inconvenient, so I took them off," she replied. Samui chuckled softly. "Is that so? It doesn't matter when you're at home, but it seems His Majesty actually likes that style quite a bit." Conan fell silent. She understood the implication behind Samui's words. Was she suggesting that she should put them back on when meeting the Emperor to please him? Why should she? After a brief pause, she simply replied, "That's my own decision." Samui didn't press the issue further and soon left with Robin and the others. Now alone in the room, Conan suddenly felt a sense of unease. If the Emperor ever came here and did something outrageous in this very home, what would she do then? She had to do something. Early the next morning, Kagaya arrived at the front hall of the palace. She had remembered everything Samui told her yesterday. Her current identity was that of a servant, so she should come and attend to her Emperor and master. However, when she arrived, the Emperor had yet to show up. Only Samui was there, organizing some things. Kagaya could see that her master was still at home, sound asleep, completely unguarded, with a woman in his arms. She wondered if doing something right now would catch his attention. It wasn't until late morning that Makoto finally arrived at the palace's inner hall. "Good morning, Your Majesty," Samui greeted with a bow. "Morning," Makoto replied casually. "Did Your Majesty rest well last night?" Samui asked with a teasing smile. Makoto shot her a glare. This woman dared to mock him. Without hesitation, he smacked her on the backside. Last night had been quite the indulgence at Samui's place. By the time he returned home, it was already late, and Ayari had long fallen asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, he ended up sneaking into Kushina's room, only to find that Makoto was there as well. One thing led to another, and the night turned into yet another exhausting affair. It was fortunate that Makoto's physique had long surpassed that of ordinary people, otherwise, handling so many women would have been impossible. "I'm going to take a nap," he said, heading toward the inner chamber. There wasn't much official business for him to handle, and most of it could be managed by Samui anyway, leaving his days rather leisurely. Kagaya followed him into the inner chamber and watched as he lay down on the couch. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, with your level of power and physique, shouldn't you have long since outgrown the need for sleep? That would be too boring, Makoto responded. I didn't seek power just to end up devoid of all desires. Kaguya remained silent. In her view, these base worldly desires should be nothing more than obstacles on the path to attaining power. Makoto lay on his side, looking at Kaguya, and suddenly grinned. Why don't you try experiencing what it's like to be immortal? Kaguya was puzzled, but Makoto simply closed his eyes and went to sleep. Nearly an hour passed before he slowly opened his eyes again. Kaguya had remained silent the entire time. She did not feel fatigue. Pour me a glass of water, Makoto said. Kaguya turned to look at the nearby tea stand, where a container stored plenty of water. However, unfamiliar with how to use it, she thought for a moment before directly using her chakra to condense water from the air and place it into a cup. Makoto. Sitting up on the bed with his legs hanging over the edge, he said, "Come here." Kaguya, still holding the cup, stepped forward. Compared to Hancock and Tsunade, she was even more clueless. She didn't even have the most basic life skills. With a flick of his hand, Makoto sent the cup of water floating back to the tea stand. Kneel. Kaguya did not resist and obediently knelt before her master. Makoto placed his hands on her shoulders, and in an instant, Kaguya felt her chakra being rapidly drained by him. Her expression changed drastically as she tried to break free, but her body was restrained by his chakra. She couldn't move. Don't resist. Makoto suddenly commanded. Kaguya had been about to activate Heavenly Prison to stop him, but upon hearing his words, she hesitated and frowned. What are you doing? Makoto did not drain all of her chakra, leaving her with a portion. However, to Kaguya, the amount left was so little it was practically the same as having none. Makoto then placed several seals on Kaguya's body, sealing away the remaining bit of chakra as well. Didn't I say? I want you to experience what it's like to be immortal, Makoto said. For the first time ever, Kaguya felt something entirely unfamiliar. Her body seemed to be sounding an alarm, desperately craving energy. She was hungry. The sensation was unsettling, making her feel deeply uneasy. She couldn't help but ask, when will you return my chakra to me? Makoto lifted her delicate chin, looking down at her. When you truly accept yourself as my servant, learn how to be an obedient one, and become capable of pleasing me, then I'll consider returning your chakra. Grr. A low rumbling suddenly came from Kaguya's stomach. She instinctively placed a hand over her abdomen. It's not mealtime yet. You'll have to endure it for now. Makoto left the inner chamber, and Kaguya got up from the floor. She spotted the cup of water she had condensed earlier on the tea stand, quickly grabbed it, and drank it in one go. But water couldn't fill an empty stomach. The hunger didn't subside in the slightest. Kaguya looked down at her own hands. She couldn't use even the tiniest bit of chakra. This was what it truly felt like to be mortal: hunger, weakness. She followed Makoto out of the resting chamber and saw him leisurely sitting on the sofa, flipping through documents. With nothing else to do, she followed him. A short while later, Samui entered the room, carrying a fruit platter and tea, setting them on the table. Kaguya had tasted human food before. Back when she was revered as the rabbit goddess ruling over the world, she had been worshipped and honored, indulging in countless luxuries. But at that time, eating human food was merely part of receiving the offerings of mortals. Now, as she stared at the neatly sliced fruit on the plate, her excessive hunger made her mouth involuntarily water. Without thinking, she instinctively reached out for a piece. Samui did not stop her, but Makoto suddenly tapped the back of her hand with the pen in his hand. Kaguya felt pain, real pain. Instinctively, she withdrew her hand. To think that a mere strike from a small pen could cause her pain. Can't you ask if you want to eat? Have you forgotten your place? Makoto said casually while flipping through his documents. This servant wishes to eat, Kaguya finally said. You're not allowed, Makoto replied flatly. At that moment, Samui picked up a piece of apple with a skewer and brought it to Makoto's lips. Watching the juicy fruit being bitten into, Kaguya felt even hungrier. Her hands clenched into fists, and an unfamiliar feeling of grievance welled up within her. How did she end up like this? Reduced to a weak and powerless mortal. But it was just hunger, of course, she could endure it. How could the mere instincts of a mortal body possibly break her? By noon, Mabui arrived with a lavish meal. Only then did Makoto turn to Kaguya and say, "You may eat now." Kaguya glanced at the extravagant dishes but coldly replied, "No need." She wouldn't die anyway. She simply had to endure the pain, and eventually, it would pass. Surely, her so-called master wouldn't want to see her perish just like that. With this thought in mind, Kaguya made up her mind. Back then, Kaguya had ambushed Otsutsuki Ishiki because she refused to sacrifice herself to the Tentails and permanently lose her identity. Seeing her stubbornness, Makoto no longer paid her any attention and instead enjoyed the lavish meal with Samui. His appetite had always been large, so Mabui prepared abundant meals daily. However, today, he didn't finish everything. He left some food on the table in the resting chamber and didn't let Samui clean it up. During the meal, Kagaya's gaze frequently drifted toward Makoto and Samui. Watching Makoto eat with great enjoyment, she couldn't help but wonder, was the satisfaction of indulging in such lowly mortal desires really that pleasurable? Once the thought emerged, it refused to fade, making her already intense hunger even more unbearable. She didn't understand why hunger was so excruciating for mortals, or perhaps it was her master who had manipulated her body, deliberately intensifying her suffering. Her mind kept replaying the image of Makoto eating. Though her eyes were directed elsewhere, her Byakugan allowed her to clearly see everything within the resting chamber, the leftover food sitting there, untouched. "Pour me a glass of water," Makoto suddenly commanded. Silently obeying, Kagaya walked toward the resting chamber. But the moment she opened the door, the rich aroma of the food wafted over her, aggressively stirring her senses. Her body was screaming for nourishment, desperately craving the food before her. And yet, if she ate it, how would her master perceive her? She just had to endure it. If she could push her frail mortal body to the brink of collapse, to the point where extreme hunger drained her of strength, even brought her to the verge of death, then perhaps that would be the moment he would finally waver. She walked over to the water dispenser. Having observed Samui using it earlier, she now knew how to operate it herself. However, her movements were slow, deliberate. The lingering aroma of food in the resting chamber made her reluctant to leave. Her stiff neck twisted as she stared at the dishes on the table. She didn't care that others had already eaten from them. To her, their only purpose was to replenish her body's energy. Just like chakra. "Your water is overflowing," a voice suddenly sounded from the doorway. It was Samui. She was leaning against the doorframe, watching Kagaya with an amused expression. Kagaya quickly turned off the dispenser, picked up the now full glass, and carried it toward the door. As she passed by Samui, she suddenly heard the woman whisper, "You're really hungry, aren't you?" Kagaya froze for a moment but didn't respond. Instead, she carried the glass of water to Makoto and placed it in front of him. Makoto glanced at the full cup but said nothing, continuing to handle his official duties. Samui reached out and shut the door to the resting chamber. For some reason, the sound of the door closing rang exceptionally clearly in Kagaya's ears, as if sealing her off from the meal she had been resisting. Kagaya endured. From noon until dusk, she remained silent. Ever since Makoto had denied her that piece of apple, she had not uttered a single word of complaint. By the end of the day, Makoto left the loft. Without the ability to use chakra, Kagaya could only walk back to her residence. Hunger wasn't the only thing tormenting her now, fatigue had also crept into her body, especially after going the entire day without eating. Samui noticed her exhaustion. When she got home, she had Mabui prepare a bento, then personally brought it to Kagaya's residence. The door was left open. Stepping inside, Samui found Kagaya lying motionless on the sofa. But the moment Samui entered, Kagaya slowly sat up. "Do you need something?" Kagaya's tone remained indifferent. Samui scoffed inwardly at her continued aloofness. She walked to the dining table, set down the bento she had brought, and opened it, revealing an assortment of delicate dishes. "We made too much for dinner at home. You probably don't know how to cook, do you?" she said. "I will not eat." "Take it away," Kagaya replied coldly. "Suit yourself." Samui left the bento on the table and walked away. She wasn't offering food out of kindness, she was simply curious to see how long this woman could hold out. No matter the outcome, Samui would be satisfied. If Kagaya ate, it meant she had lowered her head. If she didn't, the mere presence of food would torment her even more. After Samui left, Kagaya's gaze remained fixed on the bento on the table. The house was empty. She was the only one here. If she ate it now, no one would see, right? Without chakra, she couldn't use her Byakugan. She had no way of knowing if her master was watching her at this moment. He probably wasn't. At this hour, he was most likely indulging in his lowly desires again, entangled with his women. And yet, wasn't she also being tormented by these lowly desires of mortals? Kagaya was exhausted and starving. Eating the bento shouldn't be a big deal, should it? After all, that woman Samui had brought it specifically for her, hadn't she? And no one would find out. If Samui asked tomorrow, she could simply say she had thrown it away. But not long after the thought surfaced, Kagaya began berating herself. Hadn't she resolved to endure no matter what? Unwilling to remain in the living room any longer, she retreated to the bedroom and shut the door behind her. Lying in bed, her thoughts remained in turmoil. She recalled what Samui had told her yesterday, that there was some money in the drawer. She also thought about the bowl of ramen she had eaten the day before. She hadn't brought any money, yet the shop owner hadn't made things difficult for her. In the world of mortals, wouldn't it be proper for her to take that money and pay the ramen owner back? That bowl of ramen was called special soy sauce ramen, wasn't it? Steaming hot, with a strange taste, she couldn't understand what was so good about it. No wonder there were so few customers. Kaguya pulled the blanket over her head, but it couldn't block out her swirling thoughts. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 424, ch 424, Servant. Kaguya slept for a long time, and when she opened her eyes, she was suddenly startled to realize that she had lost consciousness for so long. Besides that, she felt that her mental state was in terrible condition. In addition to the weakness and powerlessness caused by hunger, after a whole night had passed, she could feel that many things had changed about her body. Kaguya quickly went to the bathroom and looked at her haggard self in the mirror. Her long white hair was in complete disarray. She turned on the faucet and washed her face, finally feeling a little better. Her body was now entirely that of a mortal, meaning she had to take care of it herself from now on. Without a word, Kaguya smoothed and straightened her long hair. Even though her appearance remained strikingly beautiful, in her eyes, she looked utterly disheveled. Why did her master insist on tormenting her like this? As she walked out of the bathroom, she saw the untouched bento on the dining table from the previous night. Even though she was starving, a sudden sense of accomplishment welled up within her. She had not given in. Dragging her slow and weary steps, she left the house and made her way toward the palace. Unfortunately, at this time, breakfast stalls were set up along the streets, and the drifting aroma of food continuously tormented Kaguya's empty stomach. She arrived slightly later today, though still earlier than Makoto. But now, having become a mortal, she found it extremely difficult to adjust to the long stretches of time with nothing to do. She watched Samui organizing documents, gazed at the branches of the large tree outside swaying in the wind, and listened to the ticking of the wall clock. Things she had never paid attention to before now inexplicably caught her interest. Having gone without food for so long, she felt her stomach cramping, yet time seemed to pass unbearably slowly. In the morning, Makoto arrived. Kaguya immediately felt revitalized. She wanted to show her master the strength of her will, to prove that she would never succumb to mere hunger. However, Makoto paid her no attention. He simply greeted Samui and then went straight into the resting room to catch up on sleep. Being ignored left Kaguya feeling suffocated. She followed him into the room and watched as he lay down on the bed. She recalled that her master liked to drink water after waking up, and her attention drifted to the tea station. She imagined that when he woke up, she would pour him a glass of water. At that moment, her master would surely notice her. He would surely be surprised by her resilience. However, as Makoto slept, Kaguya, who had been standing there the entire time, began to feel overwhelmingly exhausted. Unlike the day before, she found it difficult to remain standing for so long. She glanced at a nearby chair, hesitating about whether to sit down. Sitting in the chair shouldn't be a problem, right? No. Why was she making excuses for herself? It was just exhaustion and weakness, nothing she couldn't endure. She forced herself to keep standing, but her gaze unintentionally landed on the refrigerator. She remembered that there should be some fruit and food inside. Samui would sometimes take things out to give to Makoto, and occasionally, she would have some herself. Kaguya couldn't quite recall what exactly was inside the refrigerator. Without her Byakugan, she couldn't see through it. Still, she imagined that if she became so exhausted that she was on the verge of death, her master would surely panic. He must be afraid of her dying, because she wouldn't truly die. If she died, he would lose his control over her. At that moment, her master would undoubtedly change his attitude toward her. He would offer her exquisite, delicious food to enjoy. And then, she would finally have a justifiable reason to accept it. Kaguya kept thinking this way, her expression growing dazed, as if her fantasy had already half come true. Her master's attitude had taken a complete 180-degree turn, and she was seated there, enjoying his fawning service. Her illusion was abruptly shattered by her master's voice. He turned over in bed, stretching lazily. Kaguya, in her daze, suddenly snapped awake. Water, her master must want to drink water now. She hadn't even realized when she had sat down in the chair. But the moment she came to her senses, she quickly got up, walked to the tea station, filled a cup with water, and brought it to her master. Makoto slowly sat up, looking at Kaguya as she handed him the water, his expression turning somewhat strange. He asked, "Are you just going to stand there like that?" Kaguya was momentarily stunned before realizing she was supposed to kneel. She did not resist or hesitate. She simply bent her knees and knelt before Makoto, holding the cup of water in both hands. She suddenly recalled how, 1,000 years ago, when she ruled the world, people had once served her in the same way. Makoto took the cup, sipped the water lightly, and said, "You're quite attentive. Just one time, and you already remembered that I like to drink water when I wake up." Kaguya. After finishing, Makoto placed the empty cup back into Kaguya's hands. Then, he got up from the bed and walked straight toward the door without saying another word. Kagaya's heart gradually sank. What was happening now seemed different from what she had imagined. She was supposed to serve him, but shouldn't she be less eager about it? Her master hadn't even asked for water, yet she had rushed forward so proactively. She suddenly felt like she had messed up. Seeing that Makoto had already walked out of the room, she quickly tried to get up as well. But as she moved too abruptly, her vision went black for a moment, and she nearly collapsed. The tea in her cup spilled more than halfway. Uncontrollably, Kagaya sank onto the bed, sitting there for a long time before she finally recovered. She was too hungry, and too exhausted. The break room was empty except for her. She looked toward the refrigerator. That tall, rectangular cabinet, slightly taller than a person, seemed to have a kind of magical pull, tempting her. Kagaya desperately wanted to eat something. She lowered her gaze to the cup in her hand, where a little tea still remained. Finally, she could no longer resist. She tilted her head back and drank it all. At that moment, however, a shadow suddenly appeared at the doorway. It was Samui. She glanced at Kagaya, who was drinking water, but said nothing. Instead, she walked straight toward the refrigerator. Kagaya was suddenly overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of shame. It felt as if she had been caught doing something disgraceful, something that would make others look down on her. Samui simply took some fruit and pastries from the fridge, cut the fruit into small pieces, arranged everything on a plate, and carried it out. Kagaya silently tightened her grip on the cup. Once again, she asked herself that same question. Why had she become so pathetic? She had once been revered, worshipped by the world. Yes, she had been honored as the rabbit goddess. But those who worshipped her had only been mortals. Hadn't she, from the very beginning, been nothing more than a lowly guardian? She had come to this planet as a sacrifice, just a subordinate, a being who couldn't even control her own life and death. Kagaya sat in the break room for a long time, unaware of how much time had passed until Mabui walked in. Miss Kagaya, right? Mabui wore a warm and gentle smile, completely different from Samui. Kagaya simply looked at her in silence. Mabui carried a lunchbox inside and began placing the exquisite and abundant dishes onto the table one by one. The sight of such beautifully prepared food only made the restlessness in Kagaya's heart grow stronger. Then, Mabui took out a third pair of chopsticks and placed them on the table, smiling as she said, "Today's meal includes some specialties from my hometown. Miss Kagaya, feel free to try them." Kagaya remained silent for a long time before suddenly reaching out, grabbing a handful of food from the container, and stuffing it into her mouth. The moment the rich flavors spread across her tongue, overwhelming her taste buds, she felt an intense satisfaction, so much so that she nearly cried. She no longer cared whether this was a mortal desire. She no longer cared about her initial decision to endure hunger. Once she started, she couldn't stop. Using both hands without any regard for appearances, she devoured the food ravenously. Miss Kagaya, use chopsticks. Don't grab with your hands. Mabui was stunned, unable to help but remind her. Watching her carefully prepared meal being messily grabbed and scattered all over, she couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. Swallowing her food too quickly, Kagaya began to choke slightly. Mabui quickly handed her a bowl of soup, and Kagaya tilted her head back, taking a large gulp, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. Mabui couldn't help but find the situation both amusing and exasperating. She asked, "Miss Kagaya, does it taste good?" Kagaya looked at her but remained silent. She realized that all these delicious dishes had been made by this mortal. Glancing at her oil-stained hands and sleeves, she paused for a moment before nodding. Then, she grabbed another rice ball and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing forcefully. "It's good." Mabui handed her a pair of chopsticks again, but Kagaya didn't know how to use them. Seeing this, Mabui patiently demonstrated how to handle them. "Eating with your hands is considered impolite and uncivilized," Mabui said with a smile. Uncivilized, was she referring to me? As Kagaya continued chewing, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted the chopsticks from Mabui's hands. She learned quickly, mastering the technique at a glance. However, she realized that the only benefit of using chopsticks was keeping her hands clean. It didn't improve the efficiency of eating at all. Still, she continued using them to eat. When Makoto and Samui appeared at the doorway of the break room, Kagaya swallowed the food in her mouth and stopped eating. Samui glanced at the mess on the table and frowned. What happened here? Mabui looked slightly embarrassed. After all, this meal was originally prepared for His Majesty, and she wasn't sure if she should explain on Kagaya's behalf. Makoto, however, didn't seem angry. He simply stood at the doorway, gazing at Kagaya with a calm expression. Kagaya set down her chopsticks and slowly walked over to Makoto, then knelt down before him. "Forgive me, master. This servant ate your food. Please take some more chakra from me as compensation." She had come up with what she thought was an acceptable form of repayment and spoke in this manner. However, what she was truly thinking at this moment wasn't about compensation, it was the realization that everything she had previously imagined was impossible. In front of her master, she had completely lost her dignity. So be it. Losing it didn't matter. She was merely a guardian, destined to dissolve into chakra even in death, becoming a part of those she was meant to protect. Concepts like individuality and dignity were things she never truly possessed from the beginning. She was stronger than these mortals, but no matter how strong she was, she remained trapped in the cage of the Otsutsuki clan, nothing more than a vassal to those more powerful. All life in this world was the same. Makoto glanced at the oil stains on her hands and asked, "Was the food good?" Lowering her gaze, Kagaya replied, "Yes." Makoto said, "Mabui is a skilled cook. If you ever want to eat again, you can go to her." Makoto placed a hand lightly on her shoulder, and in an instant, Kagaya felt that long-lost power return to her body. The restraints placed upon her vanished, and the oil stains on her lips, hands, and sleeves disappeared on their own. Even her slightly disheveled white hair became neat and pristine. From Samui and Mabui's perspective, Kagaya's entire presence and demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Had she not still been kneeling, they might have mistaken her for a goddess. Regaining her power, Kagaya no longer felt hunger or exhaustion. She became dazed for a moment, as if everything that had happened in this brief period had merely been a fleeting dream. After a moment of daze, Kagaya stood up and said, "This servant'll finish the rest of the food." "As you wish." Makoto turned and left, heading toward the staircase leading down from the attic. Samui glanced at Kagaya before following after him. As they descended, Samui couldn't help but remark, "This is the first time I've seen your majesty use such a method." Makoto simply said, "Kagaya is special. She's been through things you haven't, and you've been through things she hasn't." Samui, however, replied, "But as your majesty's possession, shouldn't she at least have some self-awareness?" Makoto chuckled lightly. "If everyone were the same, where would the fun be? Come on, let's go get lunch." "Where are we eating?" "My place. Do you dare to come?" "I'm afraid Lady Ayari will eat me alive." Meanwhile, back in the lounge, Mabui watched as Kagaya sat back down at the table, seemingly preparing to continue eating. She couldn't help but advise, "Miss Kagaya, if you want more food, I can make you a fresh batch. You don't have to eat this." The table was a complete mess, with much of the food spilled out of the containers due to Kagaya's earlier actions. Kagaya picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece, putting it into her mouth. The taste was the same as before, yet now that she was no longer hungry, something seemed to be missing. Kagaya looked at the gentle, dark-skinned woman in front of her and asked, "Your name is Mabui, correct?" "Yes." Mabui nodded. "This one name is Otsutsuki Kagaya." "This one name is Otsutsuki Kagaya." "Oh. Nice to meet you, Miss Kagaya." Mabui finally realized that Kagaya was introducing herself and quickly responded. As she looked at Kagaya's pale white eyes, she couldn't help but wonder, shouldn't Miss Kagaya's surname be Hyuga? Kagaya then asked, "What is your relationship with the master? Are you his companion?" Mabui chuckled, "I could never be worthy of his majesty. I'm just an insignificant woman by his side." Kagaya continued, "This one is master's servant." Mabui. She couldn't quite understand how this woman thought, but as she observed the beauty in front of her, she was genuinely amazed. The women his majesty brings back are always so extraordinary. If not for Samui, his majesty would have long grown tired of me. She then smiled at Kagaya and said, "Samui and I live together. If Miss Kagaya ever wants to eat my cooking, you're welcome to come find me anytime." This one will. Alright. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 425, ch 425, Conan's Substitute. At noon, with nothing to do, Conan was spending time with Mei and Pakura. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She got up to check and found another version of herself standing outside, the Conan from another world. "It's you," she said with a smile. "Are you home alone?" Hokage Conan asked. "No." Conan stepped aside to let her alternate self enter. Hokage Conan noticed that the entrance of the room had a frog-shaped flipboard, just like the one in Yahiko's room. Even though they no longer lived together, the three of them were still a family. "I asked Samui and was just about to go see you," Conan said as she poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Hokage Conan, who had taken a seat on the sofa. Although their different experiences had shaped their personalities and thoughts in different ways, Conan could more or less guess what Hokage Conan was thinking. After meeting the others that day, Hokage Conan had left in a hurry, perhaps seeing Yahiko again had left her feeling unsettled. Hokage Conan shook her head and said, "There's nothing much to see. The place I'm staying in is pretty nice." Aside from the fact that all the women there belong to the emperor. That's good to hear. I actually wanted to ask if you'd like to live with me, but I figured you probably wouldn't agree, Conan said. She felt a bit awkward at the moment. Even though this person was herself from another world, she couldn't help but treat her with a certain level of politeness. To Conan, even if they looked exactly the same, Hokage Conan was still an other person rather than an extension of herself. They were two individuals with distinct selves. She wasn't quite sure how to interact with her. She thought to herself, her alternate self should understand her thoughts and feelings quite well, right? Hokage Conan shook her head. It's better if we don't live together. You all have your own lives, and I don't want to interfere. I'm fine being alone for now. Conan replied, don't say that. Yahiko and Nagato both care about you a lot. Hearing those two names, Hokage Conan felt a wave of melancholy. After a moment of silence, she asked, how much do you know about the emperor? Conan thought for a moment. Not much, I suppose. Most of what I know is common knowledge. In Conan's eyes, the emperor had greatly influenced her life. If not for the warning sent by his people years ago, she, Yahiko, and Nagato would have surely fallen into Danzo's trap. She would have ended up just like her alternate self, watching helplessly as Yahiko was taken from her. After Hokage Conan's arrival, she had come to fully understand this, making her even more grateful to the emperor. Not only that, but their Omega-kure had once been enemies with the emperor. Yet, he had chosen to forgive them generously. This kindness was something Conan didn't know how to repay. I see. Hokage Conan muttered to herself, lost in thought. Conan smiled and said, the emperor has shown us great kindness, yet we have no way to repay him. Hokage Conan remained silent. What made you suddenly ask about him? Conan asked curiously. Originally, Hokage Conan had intended to tell Conan about her current situation. But after hearing how deeply grateful this world's Conan was to the emperor, she hesitated. The emperor's kindness. That day, Hokage Conan had only shared her own story with the three of them and hadn't really asked much about their past, so she wasn't very familiar with it. Hokage Conan hesitated, and Conan noticed. She pressed further, what's wrong? Is there something you can't tell me? Hokage Conan took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Samui arranged a quiet courtyard residence for me. Besides myself, there are 3 other women living there. Conan pondered for a moment and said, if you don't like your current place, we can arrange another one for you. But the housing prices in Konoha are very high, so we can only rent for now. Not to mention Konoha, even the houses on the neighboring Adofa Street were beyond their reach. Although their living conditions were quite good now, they weren't at the level where they could afford to buy property. The place they lived in now was allocated to them by the empire. Conan assumed that her alternate self simply wasn't used to living with strangers and preferred to stay alone. Hokage Conan shook her head. It's not about the residence itself, and the people I live with are actually quite nice. It's just that. She pursed her lips and said, they're all the emperor's women. Conan was stunned. Her mind took a while to process the meaning behind those words. She had always known that the emperor might have a rather broad interest in women. Back then, he had even given her a strange look. But she didn't think it was unusual, he was the emperor, after all. Was there anything he couldn't have? In the past, it was normal for high-ranking officials, feudal lords, and nobles to have many wives and concubines. But why would the emperor arrange for another version of herself to live with his women? Was there really no spare room in Konoha? That was impossible, this very building wasn't even fully occupied yet. Conan swallowed nervously. A thought crept into her mind, one she didn't dare to fully acknowledge. She looked at the other version of herself. It wasn't that she was being narcissistic, but this face was indeed quite attractive, and that cold and indifferent demeanor was probably very appealing to men. Conan suddenly recalled the way the emperor had once scrutinized her. Back in Omega-kure, in the Akatsuki, there had been plenty of men who looked at her with lecherous gazes, but none of them had left as deep an impression as the emperor's. Perhaps it was because the emperor was someone who was undeniably stronger than them, far above them in status, someone who could control their fates at will. The living room fell into an eerie silence as the two Conans sat on the sofa, both lost in thought. Hokage Conan had come here because she had no other options, while Conan herself had no idea how to handle the situation. She had no influence. Was she supposed to go and persuade the emperor not to make a move on her alternate self? How could that possibly work? She was just an ordinary person, so ordinary that she couldn't be more ordinary. Among the 3 of them, only Yahiko could speak somewhat freely in front of the emperor. Should she ask Yahiko to intervene? But considering her relationship with Yahiko, wouldn't the emperor feel like Yahiko was trying to compete with him for a woman? Yahiko loved his current job and life, and Conan didn't want him to lose everything or take such a risk. What about Mei and Pakura? They were both members of the 10 Crown Guards, people the emperor trusted deeply. And the two of them had always wanted to become the emperor's women, surely they wouldn't want another addition to the emperor's side. But right now, they were probably also trying to win the emperor's favor. Would they really take such a risk to help her? For a moment, Conan's mind was in turmoil. She looked at the Hokage Conan sitting across from her and hesitated before asking, does the emperor really have that kind of intention? Hokage Conan was silent for a moment before saying, Miss Samui hinted at it very clearly. Conan unconsciously clenched her fists. In her mind, this other version of herself was still her, wasn't she? If the emperor wanted to claim her, wasn't that the same as claiming? A series of intimate images between herself and the emperor flashed through her mind, making her heart tremble. She quickly forced herself to stop thinking about it, warning herself that she shouldn't entertain such thoughts. It felt incredibly strange, she both resisted the idea and yet found it intensely stimulating in a way she couldn't quite describe. Was it a good feeling or a bad one? She wasn't sure. Hokage Conan watched as Conan's expression shifted repeatedly, clearly seeing her struggle. This version of herself was probably just an ordinary person. So she said, you don't have to feel troubled. You don't need to do anything, this is my problem, and I'll find a way to deal with it myself. She wanted to act indifferent, as if she didn't care, but she knew she couldn't fool herself, so she could only draw a clear boundary like this. But your problem is my problem, isn't it? Conan replied. Hokage Conan let out a faint laugh. You are you, and I am me. We just happen to have lived part of the same life, but in the end, I am not you, I come from another world. She gazed at her with calm eyes. Don't let my situation affect your life. Just seeing myself living happily with Yahiko and Nagato is already enough for me. Hearing this, Conan suddenly felt a wave of sorrow and pain in her heart. She looked at Hokage Conan's serene expression, she must have endured so much suffering to become this numb. Unable to sit still any longer, Conan stood up from the sofa, determination flashing in her eyes. I'll help you find a way. Hokage Conan tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, don't push yourself too hard. Conan furrowed her brows. There has to be a way. That man was the emperor. Under normal circumstances, if any ordinary woman received his favor, Conan would have thought of it as a great fortune. The emperor was undeniably a perfect man. But this woman was herself. And she knew very well that deep in her heart, her love for Yahiko was unwavering. No matter how perfect the emperor was, he could never replace Yahiko. Moreover, this version of herself had already suffered so much, should she really have to endure this as well? A trace of resentment toward the emperor suddenly welled up in Conan's heart. If I don't want this, does he intend to force me? She wanted to confront him about it, yet she didn't quite dare to. For now, all she could do was tell Hokage Conan, it hasn't come to that point yet, has it? I'll come up with a solution as soon as possible. Hokage Conan, however, simply said, it's okay. Don't worry too much about it. This made Conan feel even more uneasy. Clearly, the one suffering was the other version of herself, yet that version was telling her, the one who might not even be able to help, to take it easy. Hokage Conan left Conan's home, walking alone on the way back. The streets of the new district were bustling and lively. She had already wandered through this area before, but she didn't find herself liking it much. The more vibrant and lively the place was, the lonelier she felt. She still hadn't adapted to this new life, nor had she accepted the people of this world. Then, she caught sight of a familiar figure, Nagato. His striking red hair made him stand out in the crowd. He was walking alongside two other men, chatting casually. They were likely friends he had made in this world. Back in her world, ever since the original Akatsuki members had all perished, she had never seen Nagato make any new friends. Nor had she ever seen him smile like this. For reasons she couldn't quite explain, she deliberately turned away to avoid them. She felt that she carried too much sorrow and bitterness. Someone like her shouldn't intrude on their happiness. She had thought about starting over and living a more positive life. From the moment she arrived in this world, that idea had taken root deep within her heart. But old habits and long-standing mindsets weren't so easily changed. Perhaps she needed a completely new light to shine into her life, something or someone to pull her out of the mire of her past. But where would such a person even come from? Hokage Conan thought again about Samui's subtle hints. Watching as Nagato and his companions disappeared into the distance, she too turned away, feeling a quiet sense of loneliness. Evening. Nagato and Yahiko went together to visit Conan. She was in the middle of preparing dinner, but she seemed preoccupied, as if something was weighing on her mind. During the meal, both of them noticed that the food was a bit too salty today. Conan, is something wrong? Yahiko couldn't help but ask. Huh? Why do you ask? Conan responded, looking puzzled. The food is really salty today, Nagato pointed out. Yahiko sighed helplessly. You look like you have something on your mind. Conan. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances. It seemed Yuhiko had guessed correctly. Today. Conan hesitated. That me came to see me. Yuhiko was surprised. The Conan from the other world. Has she settled in? We were actually planning to visit her soon. Conan was silent for a moment before shaking her head. You two should probably not go. She wants to keep her distance from us. Yuhiko and Nagato fell into silence. Did she come to you for something? Yuhiko asked again. Nothing much. Conan lowered her head and took a bite of rice, choosing not to bring up what had happened today. She just wanted to tell me how she's been doing, to put our minds at ease. Anyway, since she's also in Konoha, we'll inevitably run into her again in the future. Yuhiko nodded lightly. That's true. I just hope she can start a new life here. Conan couldn't help but ask, do you guys also think she's very pitiful? Silence. Then Nagato spoke slowly, if I were in her place and lost either one of you, I don't know how I'd go on living. That version of Conan, however, had suffered that kind of loss twice, both times watching the deaths of her closest companions with her own eyes. The conversation at the dinner table suddenly became heavy. Conan gripped her chopsticks tightly, her gaze flickering uncertainly. Even though the other version of herself had already suffered so much, why did she still have to endure things she didn't like? Conan deeply respected His Majesty the Emperor, but why did he have to do this? Was he really just after the beauty of a mere physical body? Why did His Majesty have such base desires? Yuhiko patted her shoulder and comforted her, things will get better. Once she gets used to life here, we need to take care of her, just as we would have if the me and Nagato from her world were still alive. Nagato nodded seriously, sharing Yuhiko's sentiment. That Conan from another world was still Conan. Hearing this, Conan merely pursed her lips and stayed silent. She lowered her head, staring at the white rice in her bowl, her emotions tangled in a mess. How could she spare that other self from this suffering? Suddenly, she thought of Mei and Pakura, and an idea surfaced in her mind. If a suitable substitute could be found, would His Majesty let that other herd go? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 426, ch 426, His Majesty's Love. One day, Conan invited Mei over for lunch at her home and asked her if she had made any progress with His Majesty. This question immediately brought a look of frustration to Mei's face. What's wrong? Conan asked with a chuckle. Nothing, it's still the same as before, Mei replied. What about Pakura? Conan asked again. She's also the same as before, Mei said after a brief pause. Conan was unaware that the two had recently formed an alliance. That day, they had talked about how to attract His Majesty's attention and even considered bringing Conan into their ranks. However, Mei had strongly resisted the idea. She thought Conan was a good friend, and she knew Conan already had someone she liked. Forcing her into this situation and breaking her apart from that person, Mei was unwilling to do such a thing. But despite her reservations, Mei deeply desired to get closer to His Majesty. That was why she felt so frustrated. Conan was surprised and asked, "You two haven't done anything at all." "What do you mean by done anything?" Conan still vividly remembered the things they said when they were drinking that day, something about seeing who could win His Majesty's favor first. "That was just drunken talk," Mei said with a soft laugh. "Am I really supposed to go up to His Majesty and confess that I like him?" Conan looked at Mei and suddenly said, "Why not? When you like someone, telling them your feelings, why shouldn't that be something you can do?" Mei froze for a moment. Conan's words weren't wrong at all, but this was His Majesty they were talking about, not just an ordinary man. Besides, His Majesty already knew about her feelings. After a moment of silence, Mei chuckled nonchalantly, as if she didn't care. "Why are you suddenly so invested in my love life? I remember you trying to set me up with Nagato before, and now you're suddenly supporting me in pursuing His Majesty." Conan felt a little guilty and let out an awkward laugh. "I just want you to be happy. As long as it's something you feel is worth doing, then that's all that matters." Her words warmed Mei's heart, further strengthening her previous resolve. Conan was thinking about her well-being, so how could she possibly go and disrupt Conan's life? "Oh, by the way, there's something I wanted to tell you," Conan said. "What is it?" "You know there are two Lady Tsunades in Konoha, right?" Mei Terumi nodded slightly. One of them was a member of the 10 Crown Guards, though she wasn't the easiest person to get along with. The other Tsunade, whom she had seen by His Majesty's side, also didn't seem particularly approachable. Conan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Not long ago, His Majesty traveled to another world and brought back another version of me." Huh. Mei was momentarily stunned. Conan continued, "Just like Lady Tsunade, there is now another me in Konoha. Mei understood what Conan was saying, but that wasn't what concerned her the most. After a brief moment of thought, she asked, "Why did His Majesty bring another version of you back?" "Well." Conan pondered for a moment. His Majesty made a deal with Nagato from that world and gave him a promise. She then briefly explained the situation of her counterpart in that other world, only mentioning that things had not been going well for her and that everyone around her had left, one by one. Mei asked, "Does she look exactly like you?" Conan nodded. "Yes, though she's a bit older than me. If you see someone in Konoha who looks like me but doesn't seem like me, that would be her." "Oh." Mei responded absent-mindedly. Then, suddenly, she recalled something Pakura had said before, that Conan was a beauty. Would His Majesty? The thought made her fall into silence. In the pavilion of the palace's front hall, Kaguya was diligently serving His Majesty the Emperor. At this point, she no longer had many thoughts about the situation, not that she was particularly willing, but she simply felt that, compared to her long lifespan, trading this short period of time for long-term freedom in the future was ultimately worth it. Serving as his attendant for now was no big deal. Pouring tea, massaging his back, she had accepted all these tasks without complaint. Even if, one day, he truly wished to enjoy her body, she would not resist. Her emotions were different from those of humans, and the things she cared about were not the same as what ordinary people valued. That was why she could face everything so calmly. Because of this attitude, Samui had privately asked Makoto more than once when he planned to have Kaguya accompany him in bed. Makoto, however, was in no hurry. Fine things were meant to be savored slowly. Pakura arrived to report on her duties. She had just completed a mission assigned to her by Makoto over the past 2 days, and her efficiency pleased him greatly. He was now considering assigning her a new position. "You handled things very well. I plan to give you more responsibilities to help ease my burdens. Do you have any thoughts on that?" Makoto asked. Pakura smiled playfully upon hearing this. "Is His Majesty planning to promote me?" The position of the 10 crown guards was already prestigious enough, so the idea of a promotion was more of a joke. Leaning back in his chair, Makoto replied, "Something like that. If there's any position you'd like, feel free to ask, I can arrange it for you." He didn't bother beating around the bush and directly made her an offer. Pakura thought about it seriously for a moment before smiling. "Anything is fine with me. I only have one request, I'd like to stay closer to Your Majesty and be able to see you often." Makoto chuckled lightly upon hearing her words, then casually took out a document and began writing, "Then I'll assign you to another province." Just as the pen was about to touch the paper, a slender hand suddenly pressed down on it. Pakura leaned in closer, her body actively closing the distance between them. One hand propped against the desk as she bent forward, bringing her upper body toward Makoto. Their proximity narrowed in an instant. She was wearing a sleeveless halter top that exposed her back, exuding an alluring charm. The faint fragrance from her body lingered in the air around Makoto. "If you send me away, how will I help ease Your Majesty's burdens? Would you really be willing to part with me?" she spoke slowly, her tone teasing. But at that moment, the door to the inner resting chamber suddenly opened. Kaguya stepped out, carrying a tray with tea and fruit. Her expression remained calm as she placed it on the desk. With a third person present, Pakura could no longer continue her flirtatious act. She straightened up but couldn't help glancing at Kaguya, then taking a second, more serious look. She remarked, "Your Majesty is always surrounded by such beauties." This woman was stunning. And not just in an ordinary way. The female pirate Hancock whom she had seen before was also incredibly beautiful, but the aura this woman exuded was simply extraordinary. She made every other woman in her presence feel inferior. Pakura truly felt that way. Aside from a sense of inadequacy, she also felt a hint of crisis. This woman wasn't just some ordinary plaything. Makoto might not see her as mere amusement. Makoto, however, didn't respond to her remark. Instead, he said, "Do you still remember what I just said?" Pakura chuckled lightly. "Wherever Your Majesty wishes to send me, I will go. Even if I'm assigned to another province, I will, of course, carry out Your Majesty's orders with dedication." Makoto assigned her a high-ranking administrative position in the Fire Province. Since Pakura had once been the Kazekage, he was confident she would be able to adapt to the role. Before leaving, Pakura couldn't help but take another look at Kaguya. She didn't rush to report to her new post. For someone of her rank, such a transfer wouldn't be an overnight process. Instead, she returned to her residence and then headed to Mei's place. When knocking on the door got no response, she simply entered through the balcony. Inside, Mei was lying on the couch, fast asleep. The television was still on, playing a popular drama series. Pakura casually grabbed a drink from the fridge before walking over to the couch. She nudged Mei with her foot. Mei slowly stirred awake, her eyes hazy with sleep as she looked at Pakura. "You sleep soundly even when there's a burglar in your house." As a member of the 10 Crowns, your alertness is seriously lacking, Pakura teased as she plopped down onto the couch. I'm pretty sure I locked the door, Mei yawned as she sat up. She wasn't really concerned about intruders. This was Konoha, after all, and the Tower of the Solarite wasn't just for show. If someone could bypass its surveillance, then she herself wouldn't stand a chance against them anyway. The balcony wasn't locked, Pakura replied, taking another sip of her drink. Do you need something? Mei adjusted her posture and lay back down. I just came from His Majesty's place. Oh. He assigned me a new position, Deputy Governor of the Fire Province. Oh. Mei responded lazily, seemingly uninterested in what Pakura was saying, her eyes fixed on the television screen. Seeing her like this, Pakura idly rubbed the drink can in her hands, then chuckled lightly and said, I saw that His Majesty has another beautiful woman by his side. Mei fell silent, tilting her head slightly to glance in Pakura's direction. Pakura continued slowly, she's very beautiful, far more beautiful than you or me. Even more beautiful than Miss Samui. Mei's expression shifted in surprise and doubt. Are you serious? Samui was already one of His Majesty's most favored women outside of his official wives. Her figure and looks were top tier, so if there was another beauty, at best, she should be on par with Samui. Moreover, Mei couldn't quite accept the claim that this woman was far more beautiful than her. She had always been confident in her own looks. Pakura chuckled. Her beauty is beyond words. You have to see her with your own eyes to understand. Mei pursed her lips, saying nothing. Pakura suddenly sighed. I wonder where His Majesty finds such beauties. Mei suddenly recalled what Conan had mentioned earlier. After thinking for a moment, she said, maybe, she isn't even from this world. Pakura frowned slightly. What do you mean? Mei then explained how Konoha had had 2 tsunades for a while and how His Majesty had recently brought back another version of Conan from another world. Pakura was astonished. After thinking it over, she chuckled and said, His Majesty really stops at nothing when it comes to beauties. Mei couldn't tell whether Pakura's words were praise or sarcasm. Pakura then asked her, have you given any thought to what I mentioned before? Mei averted her gaze. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb, I'm talking about Conan. Pakura's words were straightforward. Mei was silent for a moment before saying, I can't do that. I can't destroy Conan's life. Pakura, however, sneered. This isn't destroying her life, it's giving her a better one. Mei argued, Conan already has someone she loves. Forcing them apart, how can that be considered giving her a better life? Pakura responded calmly, she's just caught up in her little love story. She hasn't seen anything better, so of course, she thinks what she has now is the best. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm doing this so that both of us can have better lives. You understand that, otherwise, I wouldn't even be asking for your opinion. Mei bit her lip. If I do this, I'll feel guilty. Pakura crushed the empty drink can in her hand and tossed it into the trash. Gazing at the trash bin, she suddenly said, have you never wondered why His Majesty brought the other world Conan back? Mei's heart trembled at those words. Of course, she had thought about it. When Conan first told her about it, that was the first question that had come to her mind. Pakura's calm gaze locked onto her. Are you planning to go against His Majesty's will? Mei averted her eyes. I'm not. His Majesty hasn't said anything, and I don't know anything either, don't try to pin this on me. Pakura chuckled mockingly. You know very well what's going on. Do you think that just because you aren't the one stirring things up, you can wash your hands of it? If you care so much about your friend, why don't you actively help her? His Majesty will make a move on Conan sooner or later, are you really just going to stand by and watch it happen? Mei raised her voice, that's the Emperor we're talking about. What do you mean by rescue? Pakura remained expressionless. You said it yourself, he's the Emperor. Countless women would give anything just to get close to him. Being favored by His Majesty is Conan's honor. This is the perfect opportunity. If we succeed, it would be something that aligns with His Majesty's wishes. Mei fell silent. She lay on her side on the couch, her gaze drifting elsewhere. The TV continued playing, its chatter filling the room, but she wasn't listening to a word of it. Suddenly, a thought crossed Mei's mind, if she really did what Pakura suggested, would she truly gain His Majesty's love in the end? There were so many women around him. Did he truly love each and every one of them? Or, when the time came, would she be no different from them, just another pastime for him in his spare moments? At that thought, she clenched her hands tightly. She didn't want that. She did want to be by His Majesty's side, that was true, but not in the way Pakura did, not by using her position to gain more power and benefits. What she wanted was His Majesty's love. Even if it wasn't all of it, even if it was just a fraction, as long as there was some genuine emotion in the way he looked at her, it would be enough. Mei turned to Pakura, gazing at her in silence for a long time before finally speaking. You're right. But I won't do it. I won't push my friend into the fire. Not only will I refuse to go along with this, I will warn Conan. I won't just stand by and do nothing. Conan is my friend. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 427, ch 427, I have come to terms with it. Robin, Nami, and Hancock's residence. Hokage Conan saw that Hancock was dressed in a purple slit cheongsam, accentuating her tall and voluptuous figure, making her look stunningly beautiful. Are you going out? She couldn't help but ask. I'm going to the palace today to serve His Majesty, Hancock said while standing in front of a full-length mirror, admiring her own beauty. She knew that His Majesty liked her this way, and now most of her clothes were cheongsams or similar outfits that perfectly highlighted her figure. Originally, she could have stayed by His Majesty's side to serve him all the time, and Hancock believed that if things continued this way, His Majesty would surely fall in love with her. But one day, he suddenly sent her back and told her that she no longer needed to visit so frequently, just once every few days would suffice. This sudden change filled Hancock with anxiety. She didn't know if she had done something to displease His Majesty or if he had grown tired of her. She believed she had devoted herself to him completely. As the former Empress of Amazon Lily, she had never served anyone else before. Later, she heard from Samui that His Majesty had taken in a new woman who, like her, held the status of a servant. According to Samui, His Majesty liked novelty, and rotating different women to serve him was actually a good thing for Hancock. It prevented him from growing bored of her. Even Samui herself had breaks, occasionally switching duties with Mabui or Yujito. Hancock was quite interested in meeting this new woman by His Majesty's side, the one who had taken over the time that used to belong to her. She wanted to see how she compared, though she was certain the woman couldn't be more beautiful than her. His Majesty was probably just looking to try something new. After Hancock left, Conan found herself dazed again. She had been deeply anxious about her situation these past few days, fearing that the Emperor would suddenly summon her and force her to do such things, afraid that he might come to her residence and, while indulging in pleasure with Robin and the others, compel her to join them. Because of this, she remained on edge all day, distracted and restless. Robin came out of her room, glanced around the living room, and asked, Hancock has left, hasn't she? Hokage Conan nodded. She just left. I'm planning to go out and buy some things later. Do you want to come with me? Robin asked again. All right. Robin was an intelligent and beautiful woman. Aside from her imposing height, she had almost no flaws. Being around her gave a sense of comfort and reliability. But how had such an exceptional woman become the Emperor's lover? Conan felt that calling her a plaything was too harsh, so she tried to think of a more tactful term. Nami isn't coming, she asked. Nami wants to prune the tangerine tree. Conan knew that Nami treasured the tangerine tree in the yard, and Robin also kept some greenery there. They both seemed to have a deep love for life, maintaining their own way of living in an orderly manner. Their relationship with the Emperor didn't seem to matter much to them. Aside from what Conan already knew about their connection, there had only been that one time when Samui had come to summon the three of them. Other than that, there was nothing in their daily lives that hinted at any involvement with the Emperor. Conan felt that women like Robin and Nami could never truly like the Emperor. They were probably just oppressed by him, yet they faced it calmly and continued living their lives as they wished. Could she do the same? She began to contemplate her own future. After that day, Pakura never sought out May again, while May had been waiting for the right opportunity to talk to Conan. If she brought up such a matter too suddenly, she feared Conan would overthink it. She had tried to meet with Conan several times, but every time, Yahiko and Nagato were also present. Whenever Nagato saw May, he would even show an awkward and embarrassed expression. But May no longer had the energy to care about him. Finally, one day, when she visited Conan's home, she found that Conan was alone. May. I have something to talk to you about. May's demeanor surprised Conan. What's wrong? She invited May inside and asked. May sat on the sofa in the living room, hesitating, as if struggling to find the right words. Conan. Conan tilted her head slightly, looking at her. When do you plan to marry Yahiko? May suddenly asked. Conan was stunned for a moment, then her face immediately flushed red. Eh? Why are you suddenly asking something like that? Clearly caught off guard, she stood there, unsure of what to do. May chuckled softly. I just want to attend your wedding, to see you happily marry the one you love. Conan smiled as well. I don't believe you. Just say it, what's really on your mind? May hesitated before saying, tell me your plans first. When are you and Yahiko getting married? Conan sighed helplessly, looking somewhat troubled. She sat down on the couch beside May, thought for a moment, and said, "Marriage between Yahiko and me isn't just about the two of us. It actually concerns three people. Yahiko, Nagato, and I, we're a family. If I were to marry Yahiko, we would also have to consider Nagato's feelings." Mei asked, "So? What does Nagato think about it?" Conan replied, "Nagato wouldn't stop us, of course. But if Yahiko and I move in together after marriage, Nagato would be left alone. So Yahiko and I were thinking of finding him a suitable partner first." Mei was momentarily stunned. She suddenly realized why Conan had previously tried to set her up with Nagato, and she couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. At this moment, Conan gazed at her with deep, thoughtful eyes. Mei said, "I only like His Majesty." Conan sighed helplessly. "Yahiko and I aren't in a rush. We're already like a family, so the formalities don't matter much. We'll wait until we settle Nagato's situation first." Mei also sighed. Given how dense Nagato was, who knew when he would actually find a girlfriend? Her original plan had been to hurry up and get Conan and Yahiko married. Once they officially became husband and wife, His Majesty should lose interest in Conan. No matter how much of a womanizer he was, he wouldn't possibly go after a married woman, right? But now, it seemed like Yahiko and Conan's marriage was still far off. She pondered whether she should take the initiative and find a suitable woman for Nagato, setting them up as quickly as possible. But even if she did, it would take quite some time for them to meet, develop feelings, and officially get together. Only after that would Conan and Yahiko consider their own marriage. The whole process could take forever. Would it be too late? His Majesty's face flashed through her mind, and she pressed her lips together in silence. "Mei. What's wrong?" Conan asked, noticing the heavy look on her face. "Nothing," Mei replied, but in her heart, she was wondering, if she aggressively pursued His Majesty during this time, would that be enough to divert his attention away from Conan? But she didn't want to go through with that plan. Conan was indeed a dear friend, but Mei wasn't willing to sacrifice her own happiness for this. Conan frowned. "You came to see me, suddenly asked about my wedding, and now you're sitting here with a gloomy face. If there's something on your mind, just say it already." Mei fell silent upon hearing this. After a long pause, she finally spoke, "Conan, have you ever considered?" "Considered what?" Mei hesitated, her voice faltering. After some time, she finally forced out the words, "What if His Majesty has feelings for you?" Conan's expression froze, and then she too fell into silence. His Majesty, having feelings for her. That question resurfaced in her mind. His Majesty had brought another version of herself from a different world to this one, was it really just because of a promise? And he had specifically arranged for that other version of herself to live with his women, was that truly a coincidence? Conan thought back to the time in the Omega Kure, when the Emperor's gaze had swept over her entire body, sending shivers down her spine. Recalling it now, it was as if an invisible hand had lightly caressed every inch of her skin, leaving behind a sensation that was both strange and tormenting. But if His Majesty had already brought over another version of her, why would he still be interested in her? That other version of herself was clearly more mature and alluring, wasn't she? Wouldn't men prefer that kind of charm? A shiver ran down Conan's spine. She let out a dry laugh and said, "That's impossible. His Majesty has so many beautiful women around him. What am I compared to them?" Mei retorted, "Don't say things you don't believe yourself. You know exactly how beautiful you are, don't you?" Conan fell silent again before replying, "I think you're overthinking things. I hardly ever see His Majesty. I only caught a glimpse of him a few times in the past. How could he possibly have any thoughts about me?" Mei let out a long sigh. "I hope I am overthinking it, but if, just if, Conan, have you thought about what you would do?" That question left Conan completely lost. What would she do? The man in question was the Emperor, the ruler of the entire world. He held the power of life and death over countless people. The entire world belonged to him. When the time came, would she even be able to refuse? Conan didn't know. She didn't know how to deal with a situation like this. Before this, all that had troubled her was the matter of the other version of herself. That person was supposed to be her, and yet when faced with the same problem, Conan found that her thoughts and feelings were completely different. The other version of herself was ultimately not her, which was why she could wholeheartedly try to find a solution. But now that such a thing was happening to her personally, she had no idea what to do. She wanted to ask Yahiko what she should do. She longed for someone she could rely on. But after thinking it over, she had no idea how to even bring up such a topic with him. In a low voice, Conan murmured, "If what you're saying is true, then I really don't know what to do." Mei also had no words. She had come here just to warn Conan, there was nothing else she could do. She couldn't think of a real solution either. Seeing Conan like this, she tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, it's just my speculation." Mei chuckled lightly. His Majesty has so many beauties by his side, even I haven't caught his eye. There was even a trace of self-mockery in her words. She didn't know what her future would be like, but she had a feeling that His Majesty might do something that would make her very uncomfortable. With no real solution, Mei simply left after speaking her piece, leaving Conan alone in her home, lost in chaotic thoughts. That evening, Yahiko and Nagato came over. Conan had started preparing dinner late, so when they arrived, she had only just begun sorting the vegetables. Yahiko eagerly volunteered to help, washing vegetables at the sink. Meanwhile, Nagato, being tactful, sat on the couch watching TV, avoiding becoming a third wheel. When are we getting married? Conan suddenly asked out of nowhere. Yahiko, who was washing vegetables, froze for a moment and looked at her. What did you just say? But Conan didn't want to continue the conversation. She simply lowered her head and resumed picking the vegetables. Yahiko hesitated for a moment before saying, didn't we already agree that Nagato's situation should be our priority? Conan remained silent. She suddenly felt so foolish, why did she even ask such a question? That's right, they had already agreed. Nagato's situation had to be resolved first. A wave of grievance surged within her. Why did she suddenly have to bear such pressure? She hadn't done anything wrong. She and Yahiko had been doing just fine. She thought about the other version of herself, how she had already endured so much suffering in that other world, yet even after coming here, she still couldn't find peace. How could His Majesty be like this? She had always respected him so much. Seeing Conan's eyes suddenly turn red, Yahiko panicked. He hurriedly put down the vegetables and rushed over to her, flustered. Conan, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? He seriously thought over his previous words, then seemed to understand something. After a brief silence, he said, let's get married, Conan. Nagato will give us his blessings and support. Conan looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Seeing the sincerity in Yahiko's expression, she suddenly burst into tears of joy. Idiot. Let's just stick to the original plan. A wedding isn't just about the two of us. Yahiko looked completely lost. So, you're not mad anymore? Conan shook her head and said, I was never mad. You didn't do anything wrong. Neither of us did. Then, she turned back to sorting the vegetables, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. The next day, she went to the residence of the other version of herself and arranged to meet Hokage Conan alone. The two went to an izakaya, but Hokage Conan said she didn't drink much, so Conan ordered more dishes and got herself a drink. Looking at the other version of herself sitting across from her, Conan slowly said, I've thought of a not-so-great solution. I'm not sure if you'd be willing to accept it. Hokage Conan remained calm. Let's hear it. Conan pursed her lips. I was thinking, if we get married, His Majesty should give up, right? Hokage Conan was slightly taken aback and asked, who do you want me to marry? Conan averted her gaze. Nagato. If we tell him the truth, he will understand. It would just be a fake marriage anyway, and we're already like family. The other Conan fell silent for a moment, but then, to Conan's surprise, she heard a quiet chuckle. It made her uneasy. You've been worrying a lot on my behalf, Hokage Conan said. It's fine. I've thought about it. That man is the Emperor, opposing him or making things difficult for him probably won't lead to any good outcome, will it? I don't want my situation to affect your lives, Hokage Conan said slowly, her expression calm, her gaze deep like a still lake. So, don't worry about this anymore, Conan. Just live your life well. I have come to terms with it. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch.